After waking up, the genius student Su Heng finds himself back in the high school year of 1992, standing in the midst of a time of great change. Faced with too many choices, where will Su Heng go from here? Chapter 1. The Struggles of Rebirth. White moonlight, sending love in the winter of 1992. Heavy snowflakes are falling. Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, senior year experimental class. Su Heng stares at the glass window for a long time, looking at that youthful face, so familiar yet strange. The 18-year-old boy has handsome features, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, though his complexion is slightly pale. It's a guy, long time no see. It's still a bit scientifically unbelievable how handsome you are. It took Su Heng half a day to calm down from the huge shock of his rebirth. He slowly scans the classroom, his calm gaze sweeping over the youthful and innocent faces, finally resting on the blackboard. College entrance examination countdown, 160 days. When he noticed these prominent words, his heart trembled uncontrollably. He remembers this date vividly. Just last night, his family's clothing store was engulfed by a sudden fire. The store consumed all of his parents' years of savings and unemployment benefits. However, just when a business was getting back on track, a ruthless fire destroyed everything. All the newly arrived inventory in the store was reduced to ashes. The shop was severely burned, and the landlord demanded a huge compensation. In this era, where the average salary was only around 100 yuan, taking on such a huge debt meant a dead end for a family with nothing. Chapter 2. Making a remarkable move. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Wu Gang reached out to touch Su Heng's forehead. He couldn't understand why his upright and self-reliant friend would borrow so much money from the class beauty. Could it be that he was too deeply affected and had lost his mind? Su Heng brushed off his friend's rough hand and said calmly, "Class monitor Xia is just being kind. I happen to need money. What's the problem? Besides, I won't let her suffer a loss." Wu Gang shook his head and said, "Although Xia Zimo's family is wealthy, she is still a student. I think borrowing so much is inappropriate." "I know it's inappropriate, but there's no other way." Su Heng then changed the subject. "Gangzi, I'm going out for a while. Help me keep it from my family." Wu Gang was taken aback, surprised. "You're not going out to make money, are you?" Su Heng looked up at the distant sky and said calmly, "Yes, I have to take a risk." Su Heng went to the homeroom teacher's office to ask for a few days off. Su Jiming, the homeroom teacher, had already learned about Su Heng's family situation and felt great sympathy. He took out 100 yuan and insisted on giving it to him, comforting him. "If you have difficulties, we'll think of a way together. Just don't let it affect the college entrance examination in a few months." Chapter 3. Boarding the Golden Train. Mr. Ma, I would like to temporarily sell this painting to you for 300,000, with the option to redeem it within 6 months, and I will also give you an additional 100,000 as a fee. How does that sound? Su Heng pondered for a moment and asked. The potential for appreciation of this painting was enormous, and Su Heng decided to buy it back. Temporary sale? Ma Wei was somewhat surprised. He carefully examined this ordinary-looking young man and felt more and more that he was no ordinary person. "All right." After a moment, Ma Wei readily agreed and said with a smile, "I won't take advantage of your youth. So, you can redeem it within 6 months, and, according to the industry norm, I will charge you 50,000 as a fee." "Thank you, Mr. Ma," Su Heng replied politely. They signed the temporary sale agreement, and Ma Wei personally took Su Heng to the bank to withdraw the money. 300,000 is not a small sum, and normally, one would need to make an appointment in advance. However, Ma Wei was a premium customer of the bank, and with his powerful connections, he was able to withdraw it that day. Su Heng stuffed all the cash into his bag. For him, time was money, and he decided to take a plane to the Magic City. However, in this era, it was quite troublesome for ordinary people to fly, as they needed a letter of proof from their workplace. "Mr. Ma, could you help me get a ticket to the Magic City?" Su Heng asked politely. Chapter 4. Rising among the top tycoons. Mr. Su. Su Yali was slightly taken aback when she saw Su Heng, but then she happily came over to greet him. She had a deep impression and gratitude towards this young client who had helped her complete her task. At the same time, she was shocked at how lucky this boy was. In just one day, 9,000 had multiplied several times, equivalent to her income from working hard at the bank for several years. Moreover, judging by the popularity of the subscription certificates, they were bound to rise further. If she knew that Su Heng had not just 3 sets, but 100 sets, she would probably be speechless. "Hello," Su Heng responded briefly. The beautiful girl had a graceful figure, an impeccable face, and was dressed fashionably and appropriately. However, he was not in the mood to appreciate it now. He just wanted to keep a low profile, fearing to attract attention. If people found out he had more than 100 subscription certificates, it would definitely bring trouble. Congratulations. Mr. Su Yali, being very perceptive, noticed Su Heng's desire to remain inconspicuous and lowered her voice, saying, "Don't worry. I absolutely won't say anything." Su Heng nodded. "Here is my business card. If you plan to sell, you can contact me anytime, and I will help you find reliable buyers." Chapter 5: The Impact brought by Su Heng. Su Heng did not feel any anger in response to Shue's intense reaction. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. He understood very well that Hu Shui was a very pragmatic girl, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing, as everyone has the right to choose the life they want. Therefore, he held no resentment towards her. "You want to break up with me?" Su Heng asked calmly. "Yes." Hu Shui gritted her teeth. "I hope you won't regret it." Su Heng, sit in Dandao. "Ha, regret?" "Yes, I regret knowing you. Aren't you just good-looking and good at studying?" "Huh, do you think I care about you?" Hu Shui said as she turned and left. "Wow, is it wrong to be good-looking and good at studying? What kind of mindset is that?" Looking at Hu Shui's resolute back, Su Heng propped his chin up and a smile flashed across his lips. He suddenly had a strange thought. What would Hu Shui's expression be if he took out the money in his bag right now? In the end, he didn't act so immature and boring. He returned to his classroom calmly. When he saw Xia Zimo quietly sitting at her desk, he suddenly recalled Hu Shui saying that Xia Zimo was stupid and couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, one of them was indeed foolish, but it was definitely not Xia Zimo. Chapter 6: Embrace of Life. Su Heng returned to the classroom, packed his things, mainly some books and a change of clothes, and then rode home with Wu Gang. "Brother Heng is amazing. Tell me, what kind of business are you doing?" "Stock subscription certificates." "What are stock subscription certificates? How can you make so much?" "They are issued in the Magic City." Su Heng briefly explained the knowledge of stock subscription certificates to his friend. Wu Gang was in awe. In this era, without the internet and mobile phones, people's access to information was quite limited, especially students who spent all day in school and knew very little about the outside world. When Su Heng mentioned the capital city and the Magic City, as well as the process of buying stock subscription certificates, Wu Gang felt his blood boil and admired his friend even more. "You dare to go to the legendary Magic City to make money. That's so impressive. Brother Heng is incredible. If you find a way to make money in the future, take me with you. Even if I don't make money, it would be good to just go and broaden my horizons," Wu Gang said eagerly. "Sure." Su Heng smiled and agreed. At the intersection where they parted ways, Su Heng stopped his bike and took out 1,000 yuan from his bag. Wu Gang knew what Su Heng meant and quickly waved his hand. "Brother Heng, your family is short on money right now." Chapter 7: Awakening. Su Heng had seen this first aid method occasionally in his previous life, but it was his first time practicing it. He felt nervous, unsure if it would work. When he delivered the 5th blow, Xiao Jinbao gagged and a piece of dirt fell from his mouth. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Soon, under the astonished gaze of everyone, Xiao Jinbao's originally bluish-purple complexion gradually turned rosy, and he cried out loudly. The child cried, and the adults were filled with joy to the point of tears. The Liu family went from despair to witnessing a miracle, their emotions like a roller coaster. The shock to their hearts was immense. "Su Heng, what treatment method did you just use?" Dr. Cheng's eyes nearly popped out, his expression one of disbelief. "This is a method invented in America." Su Heng explained the life-saving technique and casually added, "I just saw this treatment method recently. I didn't expect to use it so soon." Xiao Jinbao is truly blessed. Saying this, he turned to leave. Su Xian and Zhang Ping quickly followed, both deeply gratified, yet shocked by their son's heroic act. The three returned home shortly after. The entire Liu family came to their door, this time not to collect a debt, but to bring generous gifts and express their gratitude, of course, with apologies as well. Chapter 8: A beautiful encounter at Su Heng's home. It took Su Xian and Zhang Ping a full hour to recover from the immense shock. They repeatedly asked their son, ensuring that the money was obtained legitimately before feeling relieved. The desolate atmosphere in the house was swept away, replaced by laughter and joy. Zhang Ping even exaggeratedly laid all the money out on the table, counting it over and over again. She counted while laughing, occasionally shedding a few tears, which were clearly tears of joy. Su Xian sat silently on the side, smoking one cigarette after another, his fingers shaking uncontrollably, revealing his excitement. Then he felt a bit troubled. With so much money, it felt unsafe to put it anywhere. After a while, the couple finally realized their precious son hadn't eaten yet. "Oh no, we were too busy celebrating. Our son hasn't eaten," Zhang Ping said, laughing as she slapped her forehead. Su Heng waved his hand grandly. I'll dump the rotten cabbage in the pot and go to the market to buy some good food for our son. Good, good. We still have and tea prepared for the New Year's goods. Let us take care of that together. Yeah, buy more chicken, duck, fish, and meat to treat our son well. The three of them arrived at the market, chatting and laughing, and Su Heng, holding the money, began a crazy shopping spree. Chapter 9. Popular snacks and incredible memory after separating from Xia Zimo. When Su Heng returned home, Zhang Ping had already prepared a large table of delicious food. Xiao Heng, it's all your favorites. Eat more. Zhang Ping wished she could watch her son finish everything. Mom, I just ate with my classmates on the street, Su Heng said with a bitter smile. Fortunately, he was young and had a fast metabolism, so he managed to eat quite a bit until he really couldn't eat anymore. Henge, is Henge home? At that moment, a loud voice came from outside the door. Ganzi, why are you here? Recognizing Wu Gang's voice, Su Heng rubbed his belly and went to open the door. Wu Gang stood at the door, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, one hand carrying 2 large pheasants, and the other holding a snakeskin bag, grinning. Henge, I brought some New Year's goods for you. What's in the bag? Su Heng didn't stand on ceremony and took the snakeskin bag, which was quite heavy. Su Heng and Zhang Ping came out. They were familiar with Wu Gang since he often came to their house to play with Su Heng. Seeing that Wu Gang brought so many gifts, the couple was taken aback for a moment before quickly saying, You kid, why did you bring all this? Uncle and Annie. The wild chickens were just caught by me on the mountain, and the mushrooms in the bag were picked up from the mountain. I didn't spend any money. Just wanted you and Henge to try something fresh. Chapter 10. The father-in-law becomes fonder of his son-in-law with the sound of firecrackers. A new year begins. And families are all smiles. In the blink of an eye, it was the first day of the new year. Next came the old Chinese tradition of visiting relatives and friends. Most of Su Heng's relatives were decent people, and after the family incident, they had all shown some concern. After visiting relatives, it was already the 5th day of the new year, and with school starting tomorrow, Su Heng decided to visit Xia Zimo's house. Son, your classmate helped her family a lot. Don't be afraid to spend money, buy some decent gifts. Or should I go with you to show that we care? Before leaving, Zhang Ping handed Su Heng 2,000 yuan. Su Heng, who was making spicy strips, put down his work and prepared to go with his son. No need. I'll just sit for a while and come back. If my dad goes, they'll definitely have to entertain him. Wouldn't that be a hassle? Su Heng quickly waved his hands to refuse. What a joke. If my parents knew I borrowed money from a girl, they would definitely misunderstand. That's true. It's so busy during the Spring Festival. It's really inappropriate to disturb them. Let us find another opportunity. Su Heng thought his son made a lot of sense. Su Heng rode his bicycle to the downtown department store. During the last meal with Xia Zimo, he learned that her father liked to drink Mao Dai. Chapter 11. A talented young man, Xia Zimo, was stunned. She was still in the kitchen, not even done cutting a potato, and Su Heng had convinced her dad to go to the Magic City. Even her mom was going along. Soon, Zhouya finished packing, and the couple rushed to leave. Zimo, go to your grandma's house now. Zhouya, not at ease leaving her precious daughter home alone, then said to Su Heng, Student Su Heng, don't forget to take 2 bottles of wine. Annie, that's what my parents want. If I take it back, my dad will beat me, Su Heng said awkwardly. Xia Mingyu stopped his wife from saying anything further and generously said, don't put the kid in a difficult position. Zimo, go to my study and get a box of Longjing tea for Su Heng. Okay. Xia Zimo quickly brought out a gift box. The packaging looked high-end and not cheap. Su Heng didn't stand on ceremony and took the tea leaves and said goodbye. As he leisurely walked to the school gate, Xia Zimo chased after him. Your parents left? Yeah. Xia Zimo's pretty face flushed. You didn't finish a cup of tea at your house. Want to sit for a bit? Su Heng shamelessly asked. Sure, I happen to have a few math problems I can't solve. Xia Zimo's heart raced. She pretended to be calm, thinking she had found a good excuse. Chapter 12. The academic overachiever heads south to the Magic City back at school. Su Heng felt tormented in the classroom. He currently had no pressure to advance to higher education, especially after his memory and intelligence had significantly improved. He was very confident that he could easily become the top student in the province. More importantly, there were too many golden opportunities outside right now. Once lost, they would not come again. He needed to make arrangements in advance, to ride the wave early, striving for financial freedom and an early retirement to enjoy life. Teacher Su, I want to take a leave. Thus, after only attending 1 class in the classroom, he found Su gymming. Why are you asking for leave again? Isn't the family matter resolved? Su Jiming immediately rejected him and said earnestly, Su Heng, the teacher knows your grades are top-notch, but the more you can't let your guard down. Teacher, don't worry about the college entrance examination. Don't talk big. Tomorrow is the second provincial mock exam. If you can get first in the province, you can take as long a leave as you want. Su Jiming casually threw out a condition that was almost impossible to achieve. Although Su Heng had long maintained the top position in the city, looking at the entire Jiangdong province, there were simply too many geniuses. Based on past performance, Su Heng had only made it into the top 50 in the province at best. Chapter 13. A single move to dominate the scene. There were 3 days left until the auction registration deadline. Su Heng planned to sell it in a couple of days. The subscription certificates could still rise in value. On the morning of the third day, Su Heng went to the People's Bank to take out 2 sets of subscription certificates from the rented safe. The private trading of subscription certificates was extremely hot, spontaneously forming hundreds of trading points. Now, complete sets of certificates were quite rare, because complete sets of subscription certificates had gradually gathered in the hands of large investors. Su Heng knew that if he suddenly sold out 2 sets, it would definitely cause quite a stir. Just like when he bought them, he went to various trading points and sold them in batches. Once the 2 sets of subscription certificates were sold, he received a total of 28 million yuan in cash. With the cash in hand, he took a taxi to the auction registration point. Young man, are you in the wrong place? At the registration office, Gao Wengun was bored, drinking tea and reading the newspaper when he suddenly saw a student-like young man standing in front of him, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. I'm not in the wrong place. I'm here to register. Su Heng said calmly. Register? Haha. Gao Wenjun couldn't help but laugh aloud, as if he had heard a funny joke. A middle school student coming to register for an auction? Isn't that a joke? Su Heng ignored the other person's reaction and took off his backpack. Chapter 14. This boy is not simple throughout the entire auction process. Su Heng only raised his paddle once, defeating all competitors with that one action. He successfully bid for 6 state-owned stores and was still a bit excited. In his eyes, these 6 stores were like hens that lay golden eggs with unimaginable appreciation potential. Although he had become a millionaire, that was ultimately just paper wealth, intangible and ungraspable. But these 6 stores were real, located right on the bustling Nanjing Road. Thinking back to his previous life, he had struggled for half his life, still paying off his mortgage. And now, in an instant, in the Magic City, he owned complete ownership of 6 top-tier shops. How could one not be excited? Next came the more complicated procedures, mostly signing various documents. After completing the paperwork, Zhao Ming specifically reminded him, Mr. Su, you must remember to pay 300,000 within 3 days, and the remaining 1 million must be settled within a month. Director Zhao, rest assured, I will pay on time, Su Heng assured him. He wouldn't pay immediately and would try to drag it out until the last day because his subscription certificates were constantly appreciating. Well, the young man is quite good, Zhao Ming thought, having met numerous people and taking a liking to this calm young man. Thank you for the compliment, Director Zhao. Chapter 15. Bold move, Su Heng. You're going to Magic City again? The person on the phone was just in time. It was Xia Zimo. In fact, she was sitting right next to the phone. Perhaps due to a woman's unique intuition, she felt that Su Heng might call. Yes, did you need something? Su Heng asked. I didn't. My dad is looking for you. In front of her parents, Xia Zimo felt embarrassed to say more and softly reminded him, take care of yourself out there, and then called her dad to come to the phone. Su Heng, it's your Uncle Xia. Xia Mingyu said with a big smile. Uncle Xia seems very happy. It looks like you got the subscription certificate, Su Heng joked. That's right, it's unbelievable. In just 10 days, I've made 20,000, all thanks to your reminder. I just made a suggestion. Mainly it was your precise judgment and swift action. Uncle Xia, Su Heng complimented subtly. Haha, I love hearing you talk, by the way. Zimo just said you're in the Magic City? Xia Mingyu's mind stirred, thinking that this kid wouldn't have gone to the Magic City to buy a subscription certificate again. Would he? I'm just out for a stroll. Su Heng wouldn't say what he was actually doing. There was no need. Chapter 16. Unexpected surprise bang. The burly man had no reaction as his head was struck hard, accompanied by the dull sound of bone and flesh colliding. His head first collided heavily with the car body, then bounced back like a basketball, letting out a muffled groan, and fell to the ground limply like a dead dog. Su Heng quickly grabbed the little girl, kicked towards the burly woman, and with another bang, the burly woman cried out and was sent flying. Help! Catch the human trafficker! Su Heng hugged the little girl and ran away, shouting as he ran. He ran frantically, afraid that the trafficker's accomplices would catch up. He was sure that the dilapidated van was definitely the accomplices of the trafficker. After running for a while, he finally saw a police kiosk in the distance and let out a sigh of relief, slowing his pace. "Little girl, are you okay?" Su Heng looked at the little girl in his arms and asked with concern. The little girl, with her bright big eyes, stared at him and sweetly said, "Big brother, you're so amazing." The little girl was so adorable that Su Heng's heart melted. Of course, Su Heng smiled and was about to ask where the little girl was from and how to contact her family when he suddenly realized something. He seemed to have suddenly become powerful. Just now, he was so focused on saving her and was nervous that he hadn't thought about anything else. Chapter 17. Celebrating the festival song, Rue returned home with her daughter, using family connections to find her daughter's savior. "Warner, tell Mom what kind of person your brother, who saved you, is. Brother Heng is so handsome, like Superman. When those two people tried to stuff me into the car, Brother Heng flew over and knocked down the two bad guys, then carried me to find the police." When Xiaowan vividly described, gesturing as she spoke, "Can fly?" Song Rue's forehead darkened. Who in this world can fly? She didn't take it seriously. Children of this age love to exaggerate. "Don't worry, sweetheart. We will definitely find your Brother Heng, who saved you. Brother Heng doesn't want others to know how amazing he is. I only told you, Mom. You must keep it a secret for me." "Don't worry, sweetie. Mom won't tell anyone." After leaving the police station, Su Heng was about to return to the hotel when a black Santana sped past and slowly backed up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face, with cherry-like lips slightly parted. It was Su Yali, the saleswoman he met when he first bought the subscription certificate. "Mr. Su." Su Yali didn't expect to run into Su Heng while out for a drive to relax. Chapter 18. Big Brother. Auction in the early morning, Su Heng woke up first. Looking at the beautiful face under his eyelids, he carefully slipped away. He was relieved to see that Su Yali was still sweetly asleep. Almost as soon as he left the small courtyard, Su Yali's long eyelashes fluttered, and then she opened her misty big eyes. "This little rascal, nothing happened and you're scared." Su Yali bit her small silver teeth and cursed softly, but the corners of her lips carried a smile and shyness. In fact, she had long been awake. She just didn't want to wake up first, as that would be so awkward. After having breakfast at a small shop by the street, Su Heng arrived at the department store. He planned to buy a Big Brother phone. He found a dedicated sales counter. There were only 5 phones on the glass display. A young and beautiful saleswoman was sitting in a chair, looking in the mirror. "Help me get a phone to take a look." Su Heng was already used to such service attitudes and knocked on the counter. "What are you knocking for?" The saleswoman rolled her eyes and said dismissively, "Can't you see through the glass case? You, a mere saleswoman, what kind of attitude is that?" "Of course I want to try it out." Su Heng got angry. "Damn, I'm a top-tier rich man now." Chapter 19. Freedom and Companionship. Huang Fuchen insisted on only charging 20,000. Su Heng didn't say much, then completed the network registration procedures, which cost several thousand for activation. After trying it out, the call quality was fairly clear, so he casually tossed it into his bag. For someone used to playing with smartphones, the bulky brick-like mobile phone held no interest for him. However, this seemingly careless action made Huang Fuchen and Lu Li secretly gasp. This was a luxury item worth over 20,000. A regular person wouldn't be able to afford it in a lifetime. This young man actually tossed it in his bag like it was trash. This kid is not simple. Huang Fuchen became even more convinced of his judgment and was determined to befriend this young man. "Mr. Su, if you're planning to rent out those 6 stores, please let me know in advance. The rent is negotiable," Huang Fuchen quickly mentioned, thinking of the 6 state-owned stores Su Heng had purchased. "I haven't checked those 6 stores yet. Let's talk about it later," Su Heng casually replied. "What? You haven't checked them out yet?" Huang Fuchen was shocked again. He had visited those stores countless times to assess whether they were worth bidding on, yet this young man hadn't even looked. Chapter 20. The scholar's identity finally exposed. "Are you selling all 3 to me?" Su Yali asked hesitantly. Su Heng replied seriously, "If it weren't for needing money urgently, I'd give them to you for free." Su Yali lightly tapped Su Heng, playfully scolding, "Sister wouldn't take advantage of you." Then she looked somewhat troubled. She didn't have that much cash and could only ask her family for help, but she had just had an unpleasant argument with them last night. "I'll make a call first." Su Yali decided to call her dad. She was about to find a public phone when Su Heng pulled out the big mobile phone he had just bought. Su Yali was surprised and teased. You really hit it well. Turns out you're a wealthy guy. Not hiding it well. It's just that Sister Yali doesn't know me well enough, Su Heng thought. Wealthy? That's nothing. I aim to be a world-class tycoon. Su Yali dialed her dad's office number and just called out Dad when a stern voice came through. Yali. Jianhua said you were with a young boy. Su Yali bit her small silver teeth, secretly cursing Gao Jianhua for being a snitch. Dad, do you believe Gao Jianhua or your daughter? Su Yali didn't explain anything. Su Heng was silent for a moment, then smiled wryly. You girl. Learning to use your dad's military tactics. Do I even need to ask? Of course, I believe my precious daughter. Chapter 21. The principle-driven thief. About 10 minutes later, the train slowly pulled into the capital station. Zhou Yutong's delicate frame was squeezed among the crowd, her head down, a pair of bright black eyes vigilantly observing her surroundings. Just as she was exhaling a sigh of relief after exiting the station, someone gently tapped her shoulder. She reacted quickly, instinctively sensing danger. Without looking back, she turned and ran. So alert. Su Heng smiled and shook his head, leisurely chasing after her. He wasn't in a hurry, as he could catch her at any time. After a few minutes, Zhou Yutong finally ran out of energy, bending over with her hands on her knees, panting heavily. Why aren't you running anymore? Su Heng asked playfully. Out of breath. Zhou Yutong suddenly turned around, threw money at Su Heng with her left hand, and held a blade to her neck with her right, threatening. I give up. Here has your money back. If you turn me into the police, I'll die right in front of you. Hearing the girl's clear and pleasant voice and seeing her delicate features, Su Heng smiled and nonchalantly said, I've never seen what dying looks like. Go ahead. Show me. Seeing that her threat wasn't working, Zhou Yutong immediately changed her tone, pitifully saying, Good brother, my parents are both gone, and I was sold into a den of thieves by human traffickers. If I don't steal money, they'll kill me. Chapter 22. A talented individual. Su Heng took Zhou Yutong for breakfast first, knowing that the girl hadn't slept all night on the train. He found a hotel and booked 2 rooms. Get a good sleep? I'll go handle some matters, he said. Brother Heng, I only sleep during the day and work at night. I'm not tired at all. Zhou Yutong quickly shook her head and added eagerly. If you need to go out, I know the capital very well. I can find the place you want to go with my eyes closed. Seeing that the little girl was so energetic, Su Heng nodded. He wasn't worried about leaving her behind. The girl wasn't exaggerating. She was familiar with every street and alley within the 4th Ring Road. She even mentioned the distribution of various forces in the capital and the main figures of different factions. Su Heng had never encountered these in his previous life, and he learned a lot from the girl. Moreover, he discovered that the little girl was clever and articulate, great at gathering information. With Zhou Yutong, the capital expert, leading the way, Su Heng quickly found over 30 families interested in selling courtyard houses, all located within the 2nd Ring Road. Chapter 23. Knowledge is power. Su Heng had a good impression of Su Jing. He had initially worried that Su Jing might present some obstacles, but he found the boy to be straightforward and not demanding any harsh terms, as if he feared the courtyard houses wouldn't sell. Mr. Su, I heard you're optimistic about the appreciation potential of courtyard houses? Su Heng asked, feeling friendly. Yes, Su Jing nodded firmly, stating, the country is vigorously reforming and opening up. The development potential is immense. In the future, not just real estate, but all kinds of assets will appreciate. Then, out of goodwill, he advised, you're a talented individual and not short on money. You could easily go to the U.S. Why not? I'll go out and take a look. The timing isn't right yet, Su Heng replied. The 1990s was a time of fervor for going abroad, with countless young talents and even university professors dreaming of going overseas, some even making heavy sacrifices to do so. Su Jing was a typical representative, having sold his family's ancestral courtyard to fulfill his American dream. Su Heng wondered what Su Jing would feel like if he returned to his homeland after years of working hard in the U.S., only to sadly realize that the money he earned abroad couldn't even buy a bathroom in a courtyard house. Chapter 24. Entering the top billionaire club, Su Heng paid off the remaining 1 million yuan, officially acquiring the 6 state-owned stores located on Nanjing Road. After obtaining the property certificate, Su Heng went to check the location. The 6 stores had excellent locations, and the area and layout were quite suitable. The only downside is that some parts are a bit worn. After all, these are buildings from the 50s and 60s. They have some history. Su Heng plans to do some simple repairs and does not intend to make any major changes. He wants to preserve the historical and cultural features of these buildings. The shop in the middle has an area of about 300 square meters, which is just enough to open an appliance store. The shop on the left is the smallest and was originally used for specialty foods, which is perfect once his spicy strips are produced. He can sell them in this shop, creating a window to showcase to the outside world. After looking through the 6 shops, Su Heng quickly formed a preliminary idea. He plans to use 3 of the shops himself, 1 for appliances, 1 for spicy strips, and 1 as an office. As for the remaining 3, he doesn't even want to rent them out. A few small rental fees are not worth his attention. If a tenant messes up the shop, it would be even more troublesome, so he decides to leave them idle for now. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Su Heng was pondering over these matters, his big phone in his bag rang. Chapter 25. Hongxing Machinery Factory. Coincidentally, the Hongxing Machinery Factory is located in Jiangdong Province, just 200 kilometers away from Jiangzhou City. The factory's operating conditions are very poor, and they haven't paid wages for 3 months. This newly developed machine is the factory's last chance to turn things around. If it can open up the market, there might be a glimmer of hope for the factory, otherwise, it faces closure. To find a market for the new machine, the factory director, Zhao Weigua, personally leads the effort, along with 2 technical backbones. However, they do not understand sales at all, and with the exhibition nearing its end, they haven't sold a single machine. The 3 of them are so anxious that their mouths have blistered. It is Zhao Weigua, the factory director, who questions Su Heng. Is the price confidential as well? Su Heng asked with a smile. Zhao Weigua perfunctorily replied, "This is our latest product, and the price is favorable, just 20,000 per unit. 20,000. Su Heng estimated it should be at least 50,000. This is really too cheap. What he doesn't know is that the machinery factory is on the brink of going under. Even if they sell a machine at a loss, it could keep them going for a bit longer. 20,000 is the lowest price, and we can't go any lower. To be honest, we are not making any profit at this price," Zhao Weigua said, thinking that Su Heng found the price too high and was making it difficult for him. Chapter 26. An invitation from a top university. After resolving the issue of production equipment, Su Heng returned to Jiangzhou that same day. Su Heng had already signed the acquisition agreement for the food factory with the city, and only 150,000 remained unpaid. Su Heng was well prepared and brought back a large amount of cash. The reason for bringing cash was that there was no way to withdraw it in a different location, and remittance was too complicated. Additionally, since he had strengthened his physique, dealing with petty thieves was not a problem. "Xiao Heng, where did you get so much money?" Although Su Heng had a lot of confidence in his son, he was still shocked when he saw his son bring back a large bag of cash. Zhang Ping was even more speechless, unable to say a word. Su Heng knew that if he didn't give a reasonable explanation, his parents would probably have trouble eating or sleeping well. "Mom, Dad, do you know how much the subscription certificates have risen to?" Su Heng asked. "Subscription certificates? Is it the one you bought in Magic City a while ago?" Su Heng asked, puzzled. "Yes, I bought it for 3,000 per set, and now it has risen to 500,000 per set. My goodness, from 3,000 to 500,000. How many times is that?" Su Heng gasped in shock. Zhang Ping sighed deeply and lamented. "Xiao Heng, if you had held on to those 3 sets until now, you would have made over $1 million. Chapter 27. Made a little profit. Su Heng chose a school, came out of the office, and strolled around the classroom. Su Heng is back. The classmates were quite excited to see Su Heng return. Because Su Heng's grades were extraordinary, everyone didn't even have the right to be jealous. Being classmates with such an outstanding scholar was also a source of pride. "Su Heng, you can relax now, while we still have to study hard," a classmate joked. "Oh, it's not easy at all," Su Heng sighed and said seriously, "I haven't been at school these days not because I was having fun, but because I was doing some small business to earn some tuition. I'm just as stressed as you guys. Come on. Teacher Su already said that the top universities in the country are open to you. They waive your tuition and even give you grants. Would you be short on tuition?" The classmates all rolled their eyes, thinking that if they believed Su Heng's words, they would be foolish. "You guys are still too young. University is different from high school. There are many places to spend money, like dating, going to the movies, and dining out. Don't you have to spend money on those? So, for a wonderful university life, I must earn some money in advance," Su Heng said, glancing at Xia Zimo. Xia Zimo's pretty face flushed, and upon hearing the words dating, she immediately wanted to interrogate him. "Who do you want to date?" Chapter 28. I really don't want to be high profile in Hu Shui's eyes. Xia Zimo comes from a privileged family, while Su Heng's parents are laid-off workers. The gap between the two families is too wide for them to possibly be together. You don't need to worry about that, Su Heng replied coldly. It's really ridiculous. I'm more handsome than the 4 great heavenly kings. And I'm first in the nation in grades. Even if I hide my wealth, countless young ladies from prestigious families would still throw themselves at me. You don't know what's good for you, Hu Shui shouted angrily. However, as she looked at Su Heng's tall and determined figure leaving, she became a bit dazed. She suddenly realized that Su Heng was no longer the Su Heng from before. His family difficulties had been resolved, and now he was being courted by prestigious universities, which seemed to make him worthy of Xia Zimo. A faint sense of regret rose in her heart and quickly disappeared. She secretly vowed to find a boyfriend who was even better than Su Heng. No, finding someone better might be hard, so she would find someone with power and influence. In short, being strong-willed, she must overshadow Su Heng. Su Heng couldn't be bothered with Hu Shui and wouldn't care about her inner thoughts. When he arrived at the factory, the machines had already been delivered. The technician delivering the machines was Yang Chongqing, whom Su Heng recognized from their previous dinner together in the capital. Su Heng knew that this person was a key technical member of Hongxing Factory. Chapter 29. Ordinary classmate relationship. Is the big phone ringing? You should answer it. Xia Zimo urged Su Heng as she recognized the sound. Su Heng had no choice but to open his backpack, take out the big phone, and upon seeing that it was a call from Su Yali, he felt a pang of anxiety but quickly calmed himself and walked outside. After finishing the call and returning to the living room, he sensed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Xiao Mingyu looked somewhat awkward. He had just said they would wait until the subscription certificates were sold, and before he could finish, the young man had confidently pulled out a phone from his bag. This was quite the slap in the face without giving him any time to react. Zhouya felt that Su Heng was spending too lavishly. The good impression she had just formed instantly vanished. She knew Su Heng had earned 90,000, helped his family pay off several tens of thousands of debts, and surely didn't have much left, yet he spent over 20,000 on a big phone. It was too reckless. Then I thought about how this kid came twice with expensive matai. It further confirmed my belief that this kid is a spendthrift and loves vanity. I absolutely cannot let my daughter continue to have contact with him. There is no need for you to buy anything for me, Uncle Xia. I already bought it a few days ago in Magic City. Su Heng, seeing that no one was speaking, could only take the initiative to break the silence. Zhouya turned her face away with a cold expression, too lazy to respond. However, Xiao Mingyu's heart stirred. Could it be that he went to Magic City? Was he going to buy a subscription certificate again? Chapter 30. A tough character. Sun Daqiang is a bully in the West Street. No one has dared to make him lose face. He was already full of hostility towards Su Heng, the pretty boy. Now, being slapped in the face by Su Heng in public, he was immediately furious and shouted, I'm also an unemployed worker. Why didn't you hire me? I want to accept this. Su Heng looked at Sun Daqiang like he was an idiot and said lightly, if you don't accept it, you can go complain to the relevant department. I'll complain about you first. Sun Daqiang shouted angrily, damn. Do you think I want to work at your lousy food factory? I'm worried that Song Jiao will be bullied. If you don't hire me, she can't work here either. He had long been infatuated with Song Jia. He came to apply for a job today just to get closer to her. He believed that Su Heng letting Song Jia sit in the recruitment position must be ill-intentioned, definitely coveting her beauty. Su Heng was somewhat surprised. It turned out this guy was after her beauty. But seriously, you're just a little thug. Don't you look in the mirror to see what makes you worthy of her? Sun Daqiang, mind your own business. I've said it before. There is no possibility between us. In front of so many people, being harassed by a street punk made Song Jia feel very embarrassed. Song Jia, I'm sincere towards you. Ever since I held you that night, I vowed that I would marry no one but you in this life. You will eventually be my woman, Sun Daqiang. Chapter 31. Spicy strips. Sun Daqiang came in arrogantly, but ended up rolling away with his teeth knocked out. Su Heng didn't make a move. He knew very well that with a thug like Sun Daqiang, it was either no action or finding an opportunity to strike him down, making it impossible for him to rise again. Xiao Jia, I'll come and pick you up after work. Song Wei was worried that Sun Daqiang would take action against his sister. Yeah, brother. You have to be careful of that bastard retaliating against you. Song Jia was equally worried about her brother. Song Wei nodded and then shot a warning glance at Su Heng. He was also a bit concerned that this pretty boy might have his eyes on his sister. Su Heng smiled nonchalantly. Our factory is short of a security team leader. I see you have good skills. Are you interested in joining us? He thought Song Wei was a real man and now was a good opportunity to recruit talent. Song Wei was slightly taken aback. Clearly not expecting this pretty boy to extend an invitation to him, and even offer him the position of security team leader. Song Jia was also a bit surprised and then looked at her brother with eager anticipation. Don't rush to answer. Think about it when you get home. Su Heng continued. Song Wei nodded and then turned to leave. Su Heng's gaze swept over the crowd, coldly saying, anyone I point out should leave immediately. Chapter 32. Just an appetizer in the afternoon, sales remained booming. There were even repeat customers, especially some elementary school students who wanted to buy more after trying the product, crying and dragging their parents back for more. Song Jia was in charge of collecting money, her hands truly getting sore from counting. Originally, they planned to stop sales at 6 in the afternoon, but because there were so many customers, they couldn't leave at all. It wasn't until dark that sales finally ended. Although everyone was exhausted and had hoarse voices from shouting, excitement was written all over their faces as they enthusiastically shared interesting stories from the sales. Lu Jun, Shi Dongming, and Zhou Qi, however, were completely worn out, lying on the tricycle while other salespeople pedaled them along. When Su Heng returned to the food factory with 100 salespeople, the factory was brightly lit, and the workers were still working overtime. The workers had already learned about the booming sales of the spicy strips and were eager to work overtime, voluntarily requesting to stay late. The working hours set by Su Heng were fixed at 8 hours a day, with overtime calculated at 3 times the wage. However, overtime could not exceed 3 hours. After Su Heng had everyone eat dinner, they gathered in the employee activity room. The 100-square-meter activity room was packed to the brim. Song Jia and 10 salespeople counted and organized the small bills, with total sales revenue amounting to 128,615 yuan. Chapter 33. Jumping levels. The 3-day trial sale was a great success, and spicy strips quickly became popular throughout Jiangzhou City. After hearing the news, the city leaders, accompanied by reporters from Jiangzhou Evening News, visited Green Source Food Factory again. The leaders were very satisfied when they saw the bustling scene and were more determined to turn Green Source Food Factory into a model. In the past year or two, many enterprises in the city had gone bankrupt, and the number of unemployed workers was increasing, leading to various problems, the most serious of which was public security. It's easy to imagine that a large number of unemployed youths wandering the streets became a factor of social instability. The city leaders specifically instructed the Public Security Bureau to set up a police booth at the entrance of Green Source Food Factory to provide protection for it. Through media coverage, the fame of spicy strips grew even more, quickly spreading to surrounding areas. Meanwhile, 10 sales teams, each carrying large bags of spicy strips, set off energetically to surrounding cities and counties of Jiangzhou. Boss Su, can I also go out to develop the market? Song Jia asked Su Heng eagerly. Her thought was simple. She felt that sales were lucrative, and she just wanted to earn more money to help improve her family's living conditions. Su Heng looked at Song Jia, noticing that her complexion had improved significantly compared to a few days ago. Her delicate little face was fair with a rosy hue, so tender it seemed like it could be squeezed for juice. Chapter 34. The mysterious person. That girl is super smart and studies hard, reading until late at night every day. The other night, I forgot to urge her to sleep, and she actually studied until dawn. It's only May now, and there are still 4 months until the next semester starts in September. I think she'll have no problem entering junior high school. Su Yali said this, and Su Heng thought to himself, is that girl studying so hard because she wants to help me sooner? Su Heng was worried that the little girl's body couldn't handle it. At 13, she was at a crucial time for growth. Sister Yali, please supervise her more. Don't let her harm her health. That girl has a strong will. I can only try to supervise her. You should talk to her. It might help. Yutong, your brother S on the phone. Su Yali called Zhou Yutong over to take the call. Brother Heng. Zhou Yutong hurriedly ran out of her room, still holding her 4th grade Chinese textbook. Yutong, you're amazing. Su Heng immediately praised her. I'm still far from Brother Heng. Zhou Yutong replied happily. Stop flattering me. I wasn't as good as you back then. Su Heng said, then changed the subject. Yutong, studying is a lifelong thing. You must not let your health suffer. That would be a loss for a small gain. Remember, you must go to bed before 10 every night and not get up before 5. Chapter 35. Entering the Billionaire Club, Su Heng stepped out of the Magic City Hotel and immediately sensed that someone was following him. A few million in cash was enough to tempt any criminal into taking risks. Su Heng had made thorough preparations in advance, and with his extraordinary combat skills, he had little to worry about. He waved down a taxi, changed vehicles a few times, and confirmed that he was not being followed before heading to the next transaction location. The suitcase containing the money was placed in the taxi's trunk. "Driver, wait for me for half an hour, and I'll give you 300. "Sure, sure." The driver readily agreed, feeling a bit tired from driving, and leaned back in his seat to rest his eyes. Being a taxi driver was one of the most lucrative jobs in this era, with income comparable to that of gold-collar workers in later years. However, an extra 300 for half an hour of work was still very tempting. A few minutes later, Su Heng came out carrying a box. He sold another 5 sets, each for 8,005, earning another 25 million. The total for 10 sets was 5 million. He got back into the taxi, checked into a hotel, and the next morning deposited the money into 3 separate stock trading accounts. Trading now was not like in later years, where one could operate discreetly on a computer. It had to be done manually in the trading hall or large client rooms. Chapter 36. Leaving a legend in the stock market, Su Heng struck in the stock market like lightning, quick and decisive, making a staggering 300 million in just 5 days. He quietly entered and then completely liquidated his positions before many big players even had time to react. On the 21st, the market closed with an index surge of over 700 points, and the stocks Su Heng had sold were almost all at the day's peak. At this time, news began to spread in the market about a mysterious person who had been buying heavily in the past few days and then sold everything as soon as the market opened today. Who was this mysterious individual? Did they have insider information? Otherwise, it would be impossible to act so precisely. No, the higher-ups had not disclosed any news about opening up the stock market. How did he know? Everyone was extremely curious about this mysterious person because his timing was impeccable and the scale of his actions astonishing. In short, Su Heng's move left a legend in the stock market. After withdrawing from the stock market, Su Heng no longer paid attention. He knew better than anyone that the Shanghai Composite Index would peak on the 25th and then begin a brutal decline that would last until November, dropping from over 1,500 points to 386, a decline of 73, with individual stocks suffering even more. Chapter 37. Launching a blitzkrieg. Is this the car you bought? Su Yali looked at Su Heng stepping out of the luxury Mercedes, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. This car was clearly a top configuration, costing at least 2 million. She knew very well what it meant to afford a 2 million luxury car. Even her father, a capital tycoon in the Magic City, only drove a Crown worth a few $100,000. Enjoying life should be done while young. Get in, Yali, I'll take you for a ride. Su Heng walked to the other side of the car, opened the door for her, and elegantly invited the beauty to enter. You're quite mysterious. Sitting in the extremely comfortable seat, a sense of luxury washed over Su Yali, making her feel that Su Heng was even more unfathomable. Speaking of mystery, she suddenly remembered a piece of news she had just heard. Her gaze turned to Su Heng, her tone shaken. You are the mysterious person rumored in the stock market, right? The subscription certificate trading circle is also discussing a mysterious person. It's UISNT it? Am I that mysterious? Su Heng shook his head with a wry smile. It's really hard to keep a low profile. Su Yali was convinced it was him and sighed. It's unbelievable. How did you do it? Chapter 38. The First Lieutenant, Ms. Su Yali, welcome aboard. Su Heng formally extended an invitation to Su Yali. Initially, she wanted to refuse, but she intuitively felt that what Su Heng was about to do would be significant, and since she had resigned to pursue a career, she readily agreed. However, she voiced her concerns and confusion. I have no experience. Aren't you afraid I won't do well? Su Heng replied seriously, experience isn't something you're born with. What I value more is a person's unlimited potential, and I see that in you, Yali. You need to believe in yourself. You can do it. Can you outline the work focus? Su Yali became serious. First, hire 100 installation and after-sales service personnel. But the store isn't even open yet. Why hire so many now? Su Yali couldn't help but question. Because time is tight and tasks are heavy after hiring good employees. There needs to be time for training, and the installation and after-sales staff must be in place before the store opens. Su Heng prioritized service personnel because he wanted to use service as a trademark to defeat competitors in the upcoming competition, since the current home appliance market was a seller's market with terrible service. Chapter 39. Acting Su Heng drove his luxury Mercedes to the Su family estate. The Su residence was a manor covering several acres, with a large compound villa nestled among tall trees, featuring vast lawns, gardens, an outdoor swimming pool, and a tennis court. Old Master Su was the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, well-connected, with many dignitaries among his acquaintances. Attendees at the birthday banquet included not only Su family members, but also many social elites. Su Heng and Su Yali waited at the entrance, smiling and waving at him. Su Heng's eyes lit up. It was the first time he saw Su Yali in a dress, the chiffon dress accentuating her perfect figure, making her look youthful, pure, and full of vitality. "Oh, is this little fairy here to pick up her lover?" Su Heng joked. "Don't talk nonsense." Su Yali's face flushed slightly as she glared at Su Heng, then noticed the sketchbook in his hand. "You really bought a painting? Just a fake worth $80. Cheapskate. I'm here to help you act. There's no performance fee, and I still have to pay for it. Yali, you have to compensate me after it's done. Stop talking nonsense." The two slightly increased the distance between them, whispering as they walked towards the Villa S Hall. Chapter 40. Viewing money as dirt. Old Master has spoken. Su Yali had no choice but to take the sketchbook over and help her grandfather unfold it. Su Yishang's wise gaze fell on the sketchbook, and his expression suddenly changed. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Guests noticed Su Yishang's change in expression and sensed something was off. Could it be a genuine piece? That's impossible. The person who gifted the painting admitted it was a fake. How could it be real? Minutes passed before Su Yishang beckoned to a guest in the crowd. "Xiao Zhao. You have done extensive research on Su Beihong's works. Come take a look at this piece." "Sure, teacher." A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, with an extraordinary demeanor, hurriedly stepped forward. Su Heng recognized the person as Zhao Ming, the leader in charge of the auction for the 6 state-owned shops. "Teacher, this galloping horse's painting employs bold ink splashes and vigorous line sketches, which are the most characteristic techniques of Mr. Su Beihong. The galloping horses in the painting are majestic and vigorous, capturing their spirit and temperament," the student expressed. After studying it for a while, Zhao Ming said solemnly, "Indeed." Su Yishang nodded, noting that in the 1920s, Mr. Su Beihong had been writing and selling paintings in the Magic City for a long time, leading to many of his works circulating among the populace. This painting should be one of them. Chapter 41. Starting off to battle the overlord at the main table where Su Heng was seated, all were figures of high status, and he remained calm and eloquent, winning the praise of those present. Gao Jianhua watched this scene, filled with envy and jealousy. This guy is talented and has an excellent character. He and Yali are quite a match. Su Yishang was increasingly satisfied with Su Heng. After the banquet, Zhao Ming called Su Heng aside and asked with concern, "I noticed the 6 shops were still closed recently. Are you planning to do something yourself or rent them out?" The auction of the 6 state-owned shops was a first in the history of the Magic City. The whole nation was watching, and if these 6 shops remained abandoned, it wouldn't be easy to explain. Therefore, as the operator of this matter, Zhao Ming was quite concerned about the future direction of these shops. "Uncle Zhao, I plan to use them myself. 2 adjacent shops will be combined for electrical sales, 1 for food specialty, and the other 3 are also in the planning stage," Su Heng said. Zhao Ming nodded in satisfaction and asked, "How long will it take to get started?" Su Heng replied directly, "I am currently running the procedures to establish the appliance mall." Zhao Ming waved his hand to interrupt. "I'll help you with the procedures. The rest will depend on you." Chapter 42. The treasure girl grows rapidly. Su Yali had already completed the recruitment of staff, with the store expanding to 5 locations, increasing the number of recruits from the original plan of 100 to 200. This included 50 salespeople, 120 installers, and 30 repairmen. The air conditioning suppliers were also quickly finalized, primarily focusing on the Haier and Gree brands. This was the result of Su Heng's careful consideration. Haier is a well-known trademark with a good reputation among consumers, ensuring sales won't be a problem. As for Gree, the future air conditioning leader, it is still a minor player at the moment. Su Heng chose Gree for long-term considerations, to establish a good cooperative relationship first. Additionally, while Gree's brand recognition is still relatively low, its quality is completely reliable, with compressors imported from Europe. More importantly, Gree's profit margins are higher than Haier's. In negotiations with Haier Group, they required full payment for an initial order of 1,000 air conditioners to obtain the first-class wholesaler price. Each air conditioner has a factory price of over 3,000 yuan, totaling over 3 million for 1,000 units, which is a substantial amount for a new store. However, for Su Heng, this was naturally not an issue. Gree was much more lenient, when Su Heng indicated he would order 1,000 units. The entire factory was shaken and offered the most favorable price directly. Chapter 43. Building a combat-ready Iron Army after persuading Song Jia at 8 o'clock that evening. The salesperson reported to Su Heng as part of the routine. After receiving a call from Zhou Qi, Su Heng instructed him to return to Jiangzhou immediately. "Boss, did I do something wrong?" Zhou Qi, who was expanding the market in Su province, didn't understand why the boss was urgently recalling him and thought he had made a mistake. "You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, you did exceptionally well," Su Heng said. In just over 20 days, Zhou Qi had led a team of 10 to capture 15 county-level markets, a speed that could be described as miraculous. Su Heng planned to bring him back to enter the appliance mall. "Okay, boss, what about the work here?" Zhou Qi sighed in relief. In fact, due to the current inconvenient communication, he was unaware of the situation with the other 9 sales teams, so he didn't realize how well he had done. "Don't need to teach you this? Delegate your team leader responsibilities to the member you think is most suitable. I think Zhou Dongsheng has performed very well. He is daring yet steady. All right, let Zhou Dongsheng take over your position as team leader." "Boss, can I ask what I'll be doing when I return?" Chapter 44. A thriving grand opening on June 15th. The 5 stores in the Magic City and the 2 in Jiangzhou had completed all preparations for the grand opening. Su Heng set the opening date for June 18th. In the last 3 days before the opening, Shenlong Electric's advertising blitzed the city through a comprehensive strategy of land, sea, and air with high density and volume. Television stations and newspapers featured hot air balloons with massive slogans floating through the city. Additionally, following Su Heng's suggestion, they printed exquisite flyers and hired college students for a door-to-door campaign to ensure every household received one. This advertising approach was unprecedented. The methods and content of the promotion were fresh and enticing. The 7 stores were decorated in a simple and clear style, maximizing their visual appeal. Shenlong Electric quickly became a hot topic among citizens. Within just 3 days, Shenlong Electric had already gained popularity before even opening. At the headquarters of Su Heng Electric, a meeting was being held for all mid-level and senior management. Over 30 shareholders and executives were present, but the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. From the beginning, they had not taken Shenlong Electric seriously. Su Heng had 16 stores of various sizes in the Magic City, and over 50 stores in the Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Tuguang regions. Chapter 45. The rise of the Gao family's young master on the opening day of the 5 stores in the Magic City. The sales statistics came out. A total of 789 air conditioners, 625 color televisions, and 528 refrigerators were sold, including the 2 stores in Jiangzhou. The total sales exceeded 20 million yuan, with a gross profit exceeding 6 million. Shenlong Electric's opening was a double success, achieving immense popularity and profit. All employees felt as if they were dreaming, feeling honored by their remarkable achievements. Even management personnel like Su Yali, Song Jia, and Zhou Qi did not expect it to be this explosive. Ordinary employees had little contact with Su Heng, but Su Yali, Song Jia, and Zhou Qi knew that this was all the result of Su Heng's efforts. Su Yali, in particular, was worried about Su Heng's decision to open so many stores at once and stock so much inventory. The facts proved she had underestimated Su Heng, and she realized that everything was under that guy's control. On the second day of business, although it wasn't as crazy as the first day, customers continued to flock in. In 3 days, the total sales of the 7 stores reached 50 million yuan, with a gross profit exceeding 15 million. Looking at the competitor, Su Heng Electric, they have taken various measures over the past 3 days, but with little effect. Chapter 46. A fierce battle is imminent. Gao Jianhua was not modest, stating plainly, "To defeat Shenlong, we must return to the price war." One shareholder raised an objection. "Minister Gao, the room for price reduction is nearing the manufacturer's lower limit. There isn't much space left, and further reductions would mean losing money for mere publicity. If we don't lower prices and reclaim the market, we will let Shenlong Electric grow stronger, and the consequences will be dire." Gao Jianhua said loudly. The 2 sides debated endlessly, finally turning their attention to Gao Kong. A reckless price war is a tactic that harms both sides. Gao Kong was conflicted. He didn't expect the newly established Shenlong to be so tough. The other party had only been open for 3 days and seemed to have cornered Su Heng. He knew very well that if Shenlong Electric continued to grow, especially in Su Heng's stronghold, Modu, it would indeed threaten the entire Su Heng. Faced with the questioning gazes of everyone, Gao Kong finally made up his mind. Speaking with a fierce and determined tone, starting tomorrow, all Suning appliances will be priced 100 yuan lower than Shunlong's similar products, with specific operations fully entrusted to Minister Gao, and all other departments will cooperate fully. Everyone was taken aback, knowing the boss was serious. Chapter 47. An earth-shattering price war. On the fourth day of Shunlong Electric's opening, the retail giant Suning Electric finally launched a counterattack. Suning's counterattack was fierce and ruthless, aiming to destroy Shunlong Electric. That day, Suning ran enticing advertisements across major media, with hot air balloons displaying banners and a large number of temporary workers distributing flyers in the streets. Suning mastered Shunlong's marketing techniques to perfection. Suning Electric promised, all similar appliances will be 100 yuan cheaper than Shunlong. After a three-pronged advertising offensive, the news quickly spread throughout the city. Soon, all the Suning stores were packed with people. Strangely, most were just looking, with few making purchases. Initially, Suning's upper management was pleased with the results, thinking they could finally make a big splash. However, they didn't expect so many people to just watch without buying. What was going on? The crowd was passionately discussing. Suning is finally counterattacked. I wonder how much discount Shunlong will offer. Suning is completely following Shunlong's lead. Shunlong will definitely retaliate. That's right. Let's wait and see how Shunlong responds. Hearing these discussions, Gao, Jianhua, and others finally understood why everyone was just watching and not buying. It turned out they were waiting for Shunlong's response, secretly cursing consumers for being so cunning. Chapter 48. Hitting a stone with an egg. The news of Suning Electric's 30 yuan price drop shook the entire market once again. As consumers, the most welcome sight is a price war. The more aggressive the reductions, the better. As soon as the news of Suning Electric's price drop came out, Shunlong immediately announced they would follow suit and also declare that customers who had previously purchased at a high price could get a 10 yuan refund. At a home appliance store on Nanjing Road, a woman had just bought an air conditioner and was in the process of paying. The previous male customer had a 20 yuan discount, but hers turned into a 30 yuan discount, which made her very happy. The previous male customer was outside loading his car when the sales staff called him back, giving him an additional 10 yuan refund. The male customer was initially stunned, then became overjoyed. Customers who had purchased in the last 3 days, who had just been refunded 20 of the price difference, were still in the store when they received another 10 yuan refund. Make sure to keep your receipts. If we have more discounts, you can come back with your receipt for a refund, the sales staff reminded everyone. You guys at Shunlong Electric are so genuine and conscientious. You truly care about your customers. From now on, any appliances we need at home, as long as Shunlong sells them, we will come to Shunlong and definitely not go to other places. Same here. I will only buy Shunlong products in the future. Chapter 49. Breaking into the enemy's stronghold. After listening to Huan Jun's views on the home appliance industry, Su Heng felt that this guy was a talented individual with great foresight, deciding to bring him on board. Suning had lost a major general. Thank you for valuing me, boss. You go with me to Jiangcheng and open a few branches there. Su Heng was planning to open stores in Jiangcheng and just happened to bring Huan Jun along for an inspection. Okay, boss. Upon hearing about the plan to open stores in Jiangcheng, Huan Jun was visibly excited. He once again marveled at the young boss's ambition, opening 7 stores at once. And now he was going to open a few more in Jiangcheng just days later. The next day, Su Heng took Huan Jun and 10 employees by train to Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng's summer heat made air conditioning sales booming. Additionally, Jiangcheng was the birthplace of Suning, truly their stronghold. Indeed, Su Heng proactively brought the battle to the enemy's lair. Suning has a total of 8 stores in Jiangcheng. We want to open more, just 8, and as for the locations, they should be near Suning stores, the closer the better. Su Heng issued the work instructions. Everyone couldn't help but click their tongues. This was a bit too arrogant, although we are strong dragons. The local snakes are not to be trifled with. Chapter 50. Losing on the surface, but actually making a huge profit. Boss, did you get the paperwork done? Huan Jun couldn't believe it. The boss had been out for less than half a day. In fact, he suspected that Su Heng must have used the power of money. But even so, it couldn't be done so quickly. Lucky to meet a good person. Su Heng didn't elaborate on the specific process, directly saying, time is tight. The renovations must be completed today, the store layout tomorrow, and the grand opening the day after. Don't worry, boss. I'll personally oversee all 8 stores tomorrow to ensure everything goes smoothly, Huan Jun promised. He initially thought the paperwork would take some time, but since it was done so quickly, he was even more eager than Su Heng to open the stores and have a good fight with Su Heng. Su Heng also briefed the 10 employees he brought from Modu. These 10 employees were all top performers he had selected, and he wanted them to excel in their own duties while also helping to motivate the 200 new recruits. At Su Heng's headquarters in Modu, senior management gathered in the conference room. Since Shenlong Electric opened, the number of high-level meetings at Su Heng has skyrocketed. In just 1 month, the number of meetings held exceeded the total for an entire year. President Gao, it's already the 7th day, and our cash flow is becoming increasingly tight. Chapter 51. Capturing the entire Jiangdong market. Su Heng chatted briefly with Xia Zimo before parting ways, not daring to go too deep for fear of making the young beauty overly emotional and affecting her sleep before the upcoming college entrance exam. Gongzi, it's time to go. Su Heng entered the classroom and found Wu Gang deeply engrossed in solving a math problem. Henggu is back. You're just in time. Explain this problem to me. Wu Gang quickly pulled Su Heng aside. Su Heng was speechless. The exam was tomorrow, and this guy had just started studying now. However, it wasn't right. Wu Gang usually studied hard, but his intelligence was just too far behind compared to Su Heng. Tell me about it. The exam is tomorrow. Let us relax a bit. Su Heng said while helping Wu Gang tidy up the books on the table. No way. Let me study a bit more. Cramming might not be effective, but I might come across a big question and I could still score well. Wu Gang said with a bitter face. Let us go. Come home with me and I'll help you with some lessons. Hearing this, Wu Gang was instantly overjoyed. Half an hour later, Su Heng brought Wu Gang back to his home, took out a stack of test papers from his bag, and at the top was the striking title Huanggong's secret papers written in large characters. In later years, everyone would know how famous Huanggong's secret papers became. Chapter 52. Meticulous planning. Don't worry, boss. We will definitely cooperate fully and seize the market at the fastest speed. Zhou Qi expressed excitedly. Song Jia and Song Wei nodded in agreement, feeling passionate inside. One more crucial point. You must be good at discovering and cultivating talent, because our expansion speed is too fast, and we must ensure that personnel keep up. Su Heng stressed another point. Shenlong Electric is expanding rapidly, and the spicy strip branch factory is about to be built, which requires a lot of talent. Yes, boss. The three answered in unison. I usually don't get involved in detailed issues, and am not often at the company, so as senior managers, you must strictly adhere to the company's rules and regulations and strictly supervise your subordinates. Su Heng knew very well that in the initial stage of rapid company development, there would always be various problems, which is unavoidable. As the saying goes, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. He wouldn't ask employees to be perfect as long as they didn't make major principal mistakes. That would be fine. After discussing work issues, Su Heng went to Leviuan Food Factory. Su Xin had already transitioned well into the factory manager role. Zhang Ping had no fixed position, similar to a general manager. Yang Changqing, a technical backbone dispatch from Hongqing Machinery Factory, officially joined Leviuan Food Factory with a salary 5 times his previous one. Chapter 53. A misunderstanding leads to buying a truckload of art at noon. Su Heng walked out of the capital airport, hailed a yellow taxi, and headed to Liuli Garden. July is the hottest time of the year in the capital. The air seemed to carry a burning scent. There were few pedestrians, and Liuli Garden was quite deserted. Ma Weidu was fanning himself, comfortably lounging in a recliner while humming a tune. Boss, that student has come to visit you again. The young and beautiful assistant walked over to Ma Weidu and said softly, Who would come to see me on such a hot day? Ma Weidu asked listlessly. It's the one who sold the ancient painting last time. It's him. Ma Weidu immediately sat up straight, waving his hand. Quickly invite him in. Moments later, Su Heng entered the reception room, led by the beautiful assistant. Ma Weidu had tidied up and was squinting his signature small eyes, smiling as he looked at Su Heng. In his eyes, this young man had changed a lot, dressed more elegantly and seemingly more handsome. Mr. Ma, sorry to disturb your lunch break. I'm here to redeem my ancient painting. Su Heng got straight to the point. Ma Weidu put away his smile and asked, Su Xiaoyu, do you know how much that ancient painting is worth now? Su Heng frowned. What do you mean? Has the surname Ma regretted it? Chapter 54. Shenlong is not to be provoked, Zhiheng. Is Shenlong really that powerful? Is that Su guy really that wealthy? Gao Qiufan wiped away her tears, incredulously asking. She had thought Su Heng was just a little ant crawling up from the countryside, easily squashed. But she never imagined that this guy started Shenlong Electric and actually made her brother's company unable to raise its head. In fact, she was also tasked by her brother to find out Su Heng's background from her husband. That kid is not simple. The Gao family has encountered a formidable opponent, Su Heng said solemnly. He was also very curious about Su Heng and had asked Su Yali more than once, but Su Yali hadn't provided much useful information. For example, how did that kid rise up from the countryside? Was it through subscription certificates? However, although subscription certificates are highly profitable, they also require a large amount of capital to acquire. He couldn't understand how a rural boy could possess his first bucket of gold. Even more puzzling was how his precious daughter got mixed up with that guy. Heng, talk to Yali, let her persuade that kid. Continuing this way is not good for anyone. Let him cease fire. Gao Qiufen finally voiced her true thoughts. Su Heng was slightly taken aback. He instantly understood that this must be something Gao Kong had her convey. Could it be that Suning couldn't hold on any longer? Chapter 55. Only one request, Uncle Zhao. Is there something? Su Heng answered his mobile phone politely. Zhao Ming chuckled bitterly and said, Your Uncle Zhao is being forced to mediate. Mediate? Su Heng was puzzled. It's between your Shenlong and Suning. Zhao Ming mentioned, and Su Heng immediately understood that it was Suning using connections to seek a ceasefire. I know that asking you to stop fighting now must not sit well with you, Zhao Ming said earnestly. However, the higher-ups cannot sit idly by and watch Suning go down. I understand, Uncle Zhao. Hearing this, if Su Heng still insisted on his views, it would be unwise. He immediately said, We accept the negotiation, but this price war was initiated by Suning. Now that they seek peace, they must pay the price they deserve. Xiao Su, you are a person who understands the bigger picture. Zhao Ming first praised him, then said, Since Suning has admitted defeat, as long as the conditions are not excessive, they will agree. I understand. Su Heng felt reassured. It seemed that as long as he didn't destroy Suning, everything would be fine. It's settled then. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the Modu Hotel, my colleagues and I will be there to witness your negotiation. Chapter 56. Losing both the wife and the soldiers, this kid is too arrogant, demanding Suning completely withdraw from the Jiangqing market. Yu Desui was very dissatisfied with Su Heng's contemptuous attitude and coldly said, Mr. Su, one should be forgiving. In business, who hasn't faced twists and turns? The threatening tone in his words was very apparent. Su Heng, however, smiled indifferently and countered, I want to ask Director Yu and General Manager Kong. If we Shenlong were the ones defeated, what would Suning do? Isn't that obvious? If we at Suning had the upper hand, we would definitely beat Yu Shenlong to the ground. Gao Kong's expression was heavy. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Cough, let me say something. Cheng Yukai, the financial director of Suning, sensing the situation was too passive, proactively took over the conversation. Mr. Su, you are young and promising. A bit of pride is a good thing, but it's better to be magnanimous in dealing with people. When Su Heng heard this guy mention being magnanimous, he couldn't help but think of an old joke from Laogua and casually said, I remember a saying that Director Zhao must have heard, which is, I really dislike those who, without knowing what is going on, advise me to be more magnanimous. Do you know what we Shenlong have been through? You need to stay away from people like that, because when lightning strikes them, it might involve you as well. Chapter 57. Dominating the Jiangqing market. Su Heng briefly explained the negotiation results to Su Yali, who was shocked and couldn't believe that Suning would concede such significant profits. Sister Yali, don't forget to issue a notice that the discount is extended until tomorrow to give consumers who haven't had a chance to purchase an opportunity, Su Heng instructed. Okay. Su Yali nodded and asked, Do you have any requirements for the supervision department you mentioned? You are fully responsible. Just ensure two things. First, prevent this department from losing control of its power. Second, prevent the personnel in the supervision department from colluding with the stores below. I understand. Su Yali thought about it and felt that if these 2 points were achieved, there wouldn't be major problems. I must go to Jiangcheng immediately to guide Huan Jun in acquiring the Suning stores. After that, I need to go to Jiangzhou, so I can't stay with you for long. The next morning, Su Heng finally boarded a flight to Jiangqing. Accompanying him were Gao Kong and Cheng Yukai. The presence of the top figures from both sides indicated the importance of the matter. After arriving in Jiangqing, Gao Kong had someone calculate the total value of the 8 stores that day. The total value, including the stores and inventory, was over 7 million, which was then reported to Su Heng. Su Heng took Huan Jun to visit the 8 stores and found the price reasonable. Chapter 58. Becoming the mysterious young master? In fact, Xia Zimo performed excellently in the college entrance examination and wasn't worried about her results. She was just upset that Su Heng didn't even ask about it. showing little concern for her. Su Heng quickly comforted the little beauty with a few words and then, like a magician, pulled out a beautiful bracelet made from colorful stones from his pocket. I don't want it, Xia Zimo said, shaking her head and blushing. In her subconscious mind, such intimate gifts were only exchanged between lovers. If she accepted it, wouldn't that be equivalent to agreeing to this guy? I can't take it. I can't let him think it's too easy. These lovely little stones were personally picked by me at the seaside. Then I had a craftsman drill holes, and I strung them together one by one. I didn't spend any money. It's just my heartfelt gesture, Su Heng explained, grabbing the little beauty's white wrist and putting it on her. He then nodded in satisfaction, thinking that such a beautiful wrist should wear something. Xia Zimo's pretty face turned red, wanting to take it off, but seemed to forget about it. While Su Heng and his little girlfriend were being affectionate, a storm was brewing outside. This storm was triggered by the price war between Shenlong Electric and Suning Electric. The reports about this battle flooded major media outlets. Chapter 59. Reaching the Pinnacle of Life. Regarding Su Heng's suggestion, Wu Gang said honestly, Brother Heng, loading the truck is also good for me. I'm satisfied with just a few $dozen a day, and I'm afraid I won't do well in logistics work. Logistics isn't a technical job. It's just running errands. Gongzi, you need to have confidence in yourself in anything you do. Okay, I'll give it a try. Not just trying. If you're going to do it, put in your full effort. The two chatted while walking and casually found a small restaurant, each ordering a bowl of cold noodles, 2 stir-fried dishes, and a few bottles of chilled beer. For Wu Gang, this was quite a luxurious dinner, while Su Heng and his friend were toasting and discussing life. Far away in the magical city, in a luxurious villa, Gao Jianhua was drinking with his cousin Gao Zhiyong. Gao Jianhua took a big swig from a bottle of XO, his eyes reddening as he shouted, I refuse to accept it. Gao Zhiyong fanned the flames, expressing his indignation. Brother, I originally thought Su Yali was definitely going to be my sister-in-law, but your rival, that guy named Su Heng, is richer than our family and looks better than you. The main thing is, Su Yali's heart is with that guy, and I see you have no hope at all. That shameless woman. Chapter 60. In-Depth Communication. Minister Song, this is my classmate Wu Gang. You can take him under your wing for a while. After arranging the work issues, Su Heng introduced his friend to Song Wei. No problem, I'll personally take him, Song Wei replied readily. The honest and straightforward Wu Gang suited Song Wei's temperament perfectly. Su Heng gave Wu Gang a few more instructions, then had dinner with everyone before driving alone to the magical city. By the time he arrived in the magical city, it was already late at night, around 10 o'clock, and he checked into the magical city hotel. The next morning, Su Yali drove over, and after they had breakfast, they started discussing work. I'm almost overwhelmed with work, and you're just wandering around the world. Su Yali began with complaints, but was smiling as she said it. After the battle with Shenlong, home appliance sales skyrocketed geometrically. The home appliance companies that collaborated with Shenlong, such as Haier, Gree, and Changhong, naturally made a lot of profits. Other well-known home appliance companies that did not collaborate with Shenlong, such as Kellen, Skyworth, and TCL, sent their senior executives to negotiate with Shenlong, hoping to become suppliers. Su Yali not only had to negotiate agency issues with numerous home appliance companies, but also managed the various branches and establish a supervision department, feeling stretched thin. I'm not wandering. I'm doing overall planning. Chapter 61. A Gathering of Big Shots. Su Heng sat alone for a while before moving to Su Yali's table. Wanted to see what tricks Gao was up to. Su Yali rolled her eyes at him and reproached, Aren't you trying to keep a low profile? Why are you here? Su Heng glanced over at Gao Jianhua and smiled lightly. Of course, I'm worried. You're so dazzling, I'm afraid someone might keep an eye on you. Go away. Su Yali felt sweet inside from the compliment, but didn't show it. Clearly, she didn't take Su Heng's comment about being watched seriously, thinking it was just a joke. In such a high-profile setting, with strict security measures, who would dare to act recklessly? The two were chatting quietly. Seeing Su Heng suddenly appear, Gao Jianhua felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Cursing inwardly, this little wild seed, showing up now and not earlier, is truly haunting. Jianhua. Just as Gao Jianhua was feeling frustrated, a surprised voice suddenly rang out behind him. Jiaqing. Gao Jianhua turned around and found it was his classmate Tai Tang. Instantly, he smiled broadly and stepped forward to greet him warmly with a fist bump. How come young Master Tang is here to join the fun? Tang Jiaqing smiled and said, A few days ago, I went to the capital with my dad to visit to farewell my concubine film crew and came over on the way. Chapter 62. That kid is very arrogant. After the socialite Mao Yuping took the first auction item, the auction continued. The charity auction items were all donated by various social figures, many of whom were present at the scene. The auction was merely a process. Even those participating in the bidding didn't genuinely like or need these auction items. It was just a commercial mutual flattery. For instance, a painting or calligraphy by a certain big shot might not have much artistic value, but could fetch tens of thousands due to the fame attached. Jiaqing. Hasn't Jiruo agreed to you yet? When men are together, women are always an indispensable topic. Gao Jianhua noticed his friend staring blankly at Jiruo on stage and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Tang Jiaqing withdrew his gaze from Jiruo and awkwardly shook his head. Gao Jianhua thought about how he also hadn't managed to win over Su Yali and couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it. These women really don't know how to appreciate what they have. Let's not talk about me, but you, Jiaqing, you're the heir of Tangshan Group. And those female celebrities in Hong Kong are all vying to get close to you. And Jiruo is just a radio host. What does she have to be so proud about? That's not how it should be said." Tang Jiaqing was somewhat displeased with Gao Jianhua belittling his goddess. Chapter 63. Unfortunately, strength does not allow it. Tang Jiaqing and Miao Dahu were still raising their bids against each other, and the competition was fierce. Miao Dahu laughed heartily. "Young Master Tang, no need to be polite. 14,000. Tang Jiaqing shouted with a darkened face, 15,000. The guests all knew about the past grievances between Miao Dahu and Tangshan Real Estate and were watching the show with interest. Just as the two were haggling back and forth, suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, clearly heard by everyone. "Two big men. How long are you going to keep raising the bids by 1,000? Everyone's time is precious. Can't you two show a bit of manly spirit? What the hell? Who is this? How dare they mock the heir of Tangshan Group and the local bully Miao Dahu, as if they were women? Don't they want to mix in Shanghai anymore?" Everyone was puzzled, and then they heard, "To save everyone's time, let me help you raise the bid, 100,000. Instantly, there was a stir in the entire venue. A sky-high bid of 100,000 not only far exceeded the market value of the painting, but also broke the auction record of this charity gala. Who's this guy? He looks unfamiliar. It seems like we don't have such a figure in Shanghai. Could he be a young master from the capital? Chapter 64. A blow that leaves one dazed. Miao Dahu was played. He wasted over 1 million. Everyone finally understood what had happened, and their expressions were priceless. Some were gloating, eager to see Miao Dahu's joke, while more were shocked, unable to believe that a student like young boy could toy with the cunning local bully. Amazing, truly amazing. The more they thought about it, the more they felt the young man's tactics were superb. Miao Dahu, as the person involved, was indeed a hero who rose from the bloodshed. His temperament was still there, and he quickly returned to normal. "Ha ha ha." Miao Dahu laughed heartily several times and generously said, "When it comes to charity, one must do their utmost. In my opinion, the painting of the talented is priceless, and it's for the children in impoverished mountainous areas. 1 million is not too much." Though he said it wasn't too much, he felt a pang in his heart. Damn, that much money could be used to find a few female celebrities in Hong Kong. "Thank you, Mr. Miao Dahu, president of Huaguang Real Estate, for your generous heart." Although Andrew was extremely unwilling to speak to someone like Miao Dahu, as the host, she couldn't lack the necessary etiquette. "It's nothing." When Miao Dahu went on stage to collect the painting, he intended to take the opportunity to shake that delicate little hand. But Jiruo cleverly avoided it after handing over the painting. Chapter 65. The protagonist's halo shines throughout the venue. Under the doubtful gazes of everyone, Su Heng smiled freely and said, "While charity should be done within one's means, seeing those lovely children on stage who urgently need help, we can still squeeze a bit from our usual spending." Saying this, he took out a bank card from his pocket, which had about slightly over 10 million in it. He couldn't remember the exact amount, but it wouldn't be less than 10 million. The black gold card from the People's Bank requires a minimum cash deposit of 10 million. Everyone present was well informed and recognized this card. No one doubted the young man's strength anymore. Miao Dao's face turned ashen, and his old face burned with shame. However, what shocked everyone even more was Su Heng's next words. "All the cash in this card, except for the 2 million auction fee, will be donated to the Hope Project." Boom! The scene was completely shaken. Such a huge donation was extremely rare, as everyone was stunned. It felt unreal that an unknown young man directly donated over 10 million. This was too stimulating for everyone's nerves. Miao Dahu's pain was replaced entirely by shock. His Huaguang real estate had opened a new project last year, and so far, the sales profit hadn't even reached 10 million. Chapter 66, The Child of Fortune. Regarding Su Heng's refusal, Mao Yuping had long been prepared and chuckled. It's okay, sister can teach you. Huh? Su Heng scoffed lightly, his expression somewhat cold. Who does she think she is to call herself sister in front of me? So far, only Su Yali had that privilege. Although the other party's self-designation didn't carry much significance, Su Heng still felt displeased. Oh, Mao Yuping was very perceptive and noticed Su Heng's unusual expression. Did she say something wrong? At that moment, a young, understated yet noble-looking woman approached. The woman exuded a gentle and elegant demeanor like a secluded orchid, but also radiated an aura of coldness that made her seem unapproachable, allowing only distant admiration. Seeing her walk towards him, Su Heng wondered if she was also coming to invite him to dance. No way. When did he become a killer of married women? Hello, Miss Song. Mao Yuping, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately retracted her smile, stepped aside, and respectfully greeted her. The beautiful woman merely nodded slightly, never glancing at Mao Yuping, and directed her gaze at Su Heng, saying, I would like to talk to Mr. Su. Mao Yuping, as if hearing an order, quickly bowed and left. Chapter 67, A Wealthy Family is a Wealthy Family. I am me. Su Heng learned that the Song family was a wealthy family from the capital and was somewhat surprised. Yet his reaction was very calm. His intention in saving someone was pure. He would deliberately try to curry favor just because the other party was from a wealthy family. Of course, if he encountered trouble in the future and they were willing to help, he wouldn't be stubborn enough to refuse. Why are you not reacting at all? Zhao Ming silently lamented, but found Su Heng as calm as water. Uncle Zhao thinks I should have some reaction? Su Heng smiled and countered. Zhao Ming opened his mouth and jokingly scolded. You're not a normal person. If you were normal, hearing that a wealthy family in the capital owed you a favor would stir some emotional waves, but you're just as steady as an old dog. If he didn't know Su Heng's background, he would even suspect this kid was also a rich young master. A wealthy family is a wealthy family. I am me, Su Heng said lightly. Such spirit, Zhao Ming exclaimed, and his impression of this young man instantly rose to another level. Then he said seriously, the first time I met you, I felt you were different. Your temperament and spirit are top-notch. However, while maintaining oneself, one should still borrow strength when necessary. Chapter 68. Dragon Group. Most people know of Song Ru's identity, the jewel of the Song family, one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital. Song Ru specializes in jewelry and luxury goods. Her jewelry company is the first luxury brand, Taiwan, to enter the domestic market and is the general agent in China. She is known as the queen of luxury goods in the business world. As everyone watched Song Ru publicly take Su Heng out, they were shocked and puzzled. They wondered what Song Ru wanted with that guy. Mao Yuping smiled on the surface, but felt very depressed inside. She sensed Su Heng's indifference and felt ignored by Song Ru, which deeply made her realize that she was just a social butterfly and was nothing in front of true power. This further stimulated her, since she couldn't change her identity. She would work hard to make money and become a truly wealthy person. Maybe they're discussing some business. Zhou Jingyi speculated casually. Mao Yuping shook her head and said, that's impossible. Song Ru deals in luxury goods, and that guy deals in home appliances. There's no intersection. What business could they possibly talk about? Then I don't know. By the way, you had some contact with that guy. What do you think of him? What do you mean, what do I think of him? Jingyi, are you jealous? Mao Yuping pretended to be angry and playfully nudged her husband, questioning him. Chapter 69. 2 Agreements. Su Yali increasingly felt that Su Heng was unfathomable. Su Heng first speculated on stock subscription certificates, then accurately entered and exited the stock market, making 2 earth-shattering moves. She only knew a rough outline of these 2 things. However, she personally participated in Dragon Electric. In less than 3 months, Dragon Electric went from establishment to nationwide fame, currently owning over 70 branches and expanding rapidly. This was something she never dared to imagine would develop so rapidly. And all of this was operated by the young man beside her, while she was just an executor. Additionally, this guy also ran a food factory with spicy strips that were wildly popular nationwide. Beep beep. As Su Yali pondered her thoughts, Su Heng's mobile phone rang. Su Heng pulled over to the side and answered the call. Yang Changqing's excited voice came through. Boss, The spicy strip factory will officially start production tomorrow. The orders we've received have scheduled production for 2 months later. Great, old Yang, you've worked hard, Su Heng replied, reminding again, I trust you to handle things. But I have one request. Even if the profit is a little less or none at all, you must ensure quality. Chapter 70. A Peerless Strongman Dad. Su Heng is here, Xiao Wan said happily as she saw him, clinging to him and playing in the yard. Song Ru returned to her room and dialed a dedicated line. A voice full of love, yet not lacking in authority, came from the receiver. Okay, he saved Xiao Wan. He is our Song family's benefactor. I have a meeting with some retired officials. Otherwise, I would have gone to Magic City to meet that young man. Song Ru smiled and said, he is indeed extraordinary. Dad, you won't be disappointed when you meet him. Song Chengping sighed. It's rare to find a young man praised by you. However, that guy speculated on subscription certificates and stocks and founded Drag Electric and a food factory. If he didn't have a master guiding him, he must be a once-in-a-decade talent. Song Chengping had just received a call from Song Ru last night, learning about Su Heng's general information. In just one night, he used his connections to investigate Su Heng thoroughly. One can imagine how deep the Song family's foundation is. Dad, let Xiao Wan recognize him as her godbrother, Song Ru suggested. This proposal essentially gave Su Heng a protective identity from the Song family, which was significant and could not be measured in terms of money. Song Chengping smiled and asked his precious daughter, Xiao Ru, how old are you this year? Chapter 71. The bold godsister Su Heng looked distressed. He really had no master, and he thought, you're so impressive. I want to take you as my master. Of course, he knew in his heart that his strong physique was unexplainable, which is why Yu Zhong concluded that he had received training from a renowned teacher. Besides intelligence and physical strength, he wondered if he would gain other benefits. Su Heng contemplated many things at once. Next, under Wen Xiao Wan's guidance, Su Heng quickly learned to operate the yacht, finding it easier than driving a car. The silver yacht rode the waves, startling seagulls to take flight as Wen Xiao Wan excitedly shouted. During this time, she couldn't go many places and could only stay at home. But now she felt like a bird set free. After playing for a full half hour, Wen Xiao Wan finally let the yacht dock. Su Heng intended to say goodbye, but Wen Xiao Wan held his hand with a reluctant expression, almost in tears. Alas, brother, I can't stay at your house. Su Heng felt a bit awkward, not wanting to upset the young girl, but he was also very busy. Brother Heng, I don't want you to go. Can you stay and have a meal with me before you leave? Wen Xiao Wan coquettishly shook Su Heng's arm, her pitiful look making it hard to refuse. Song Ru smiled and added, Yes, Mr. Su, I've prepared lunch. Please eat before you go. Chapter 72. Unexpected gains. This situation turned out to be him recognizing a godsister. Driving back, Su Heng felt a bit dazed. A few minutes later, he met Su Yali at a cafe. This morning, Su Yali did a bit of investigation on Shengshe real estate. Shengshe real estate indeed didn't have major problems. The main issue was that after Sheng Hongtao's stock market crash, all creditors lost confidence in it and were demanding early debt repayment. Without external intervention, the only path left for it was bankruptcy liquidation. I think we should acquire Shengshe real estate. Su Yali first expressed her views based on her investigation results. Su Heng thought for a moment and asked, Besides us, is anyone else interested in Shengshe real estate? Su Yali shook her head and said, In the eyes of outsiders, Shengshe real estate is just a big quagmire. No one would jump in. Even those who know the truth probably don't have the ability to take it over. Su Heng immediately said, Then let's wait a few more days. Wait a few days? Su Yali was quite puzzled. Shouldn't they take the opportunity to act quickly? She always thought Su Heng was decisive, and this wasn't his usual style. Yes, let's hold off for a few days and wait for Director Zhao's investigation results. However, you must closely monitor Shengshe real estate's movements to avoid being taken advantage of by others, Su Heng specifically instructed. He had deeper considerations. The reason for deciding to delay was to let the conflicts arising from Shengshe real estate intensify, preferably with creditors and home buyers causing more trouble, making higher authorities feel overwhelmed. By then, when he stepped in to clean up the mess, it would truly show his role and value. Perhaps he could also take the opportunity to propose some conditions that might be accepted. All right. Although Su Yali was confused, her intuition told her that this guy must have his own plan. After discussing Shengshe real estate, Su Yali went to settle the bill. Su Heng, used to mobile payments in his past life, had no habit of bringing cash. As Su Heng walked out, He noticed the beautiful waitress who was collecting money threw him a flirtatious glance. No, that was clearly a look of disdain. Damn. It seemed he was being regarded as a kept man. Su Heng understood and was not angry. Instead, he smiled at the beauty and asked, "Are you jealous?" Jiang Qing, who looked down on men who lived off women, immediately felt indignant for Su Yali. "Madam, you are so outstanding. There is no need to belittle yourself." Belittle myself? I'm not. Su Yali was taken aback, realizing what the waitress meant, and couldn't help but laugh, politely saying, "Thank you for your reminder." Then, with a playful glance at Su Heng, she held back her laughter and said, "I was just about to dump this scumbag." Jiang Qing nodded with satisfaction, feeling that she had saved a fellow woman's happiness. Su Heng was displeased and coldly said to Jiang Qing, "Little girl, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. Do you understand? If I end up a lonely person, just wait to see how I settle the score with you." Jiang Qing was not intimidated. Instead, she said confidently, "If you want respect from others, you should take on a man's responsibilities. How can a grown man spend a woman's money? Aren't you ashamed? What a straightforward girl." Su Heng intended to tease her and pretended to be angry, saying, "You've gone too far. You dare talk back to a customer? Where's your manager? I want to complain about you ruining customer relationships." Jiang Qing pouted slightly, although she really wanted to mock this kept man. She realized she was a service staff and shouldn't meddle in others' business. Su Yali turned to walk out, holding back her laughter and leaving behind a line. "Do you still want to eat soft rice? If you do, hurry up and come with me. I want to. Wait for me." Su Heng quickly followed out. Jiang Qing disdainfully pursed her lips. He had no backbone. Su Heng got into the driver's seat, and Su Yali couldn't help but burst into laughter, almost in tears. "Is it really that funny?" Su Heng started the car, looking at the beauty laughing so hard that she was shaking, thinking to himself that her sense of humor was too low. Chapter 73. Clinging to the big leg, Su Heng thought about the 10 bags in the trunk and brought them out for Su Yali to choose from. No woman can resist luxury bags, and Su Yali was no exception. Looking at the dazzling array of 10 exquisite bags, her beautiful eyes sparkled. "Wow. I just saw in a magazine that these are all the latest autumn releases. No wonder it's so easy to make money from women. Seeing these things makes their IQ drop." Su Heng sighed. These foreign luxury goods, relying on brand advantages, are making a killing in the domestic market. A single bag costs tens of thousands, while the cost is trivial. Meanwhile, a bag of spicy strips from his factory sells for just a dime. With a pure profit of only 5 cents, and the profit from over 1 million bags of spicy strips is still less than that of one bag. Although the calculations can't be made that way, Su Heng still felt a bit dissatisfied. "Wait, why would Song Ru give you so many?" Su Yali quickly realized something was amiss. Su Heng sighed, "Well, what can I do? Who told your husband to be so handsome and charming that I had no choice but to accept them? Speak plainly." Su Yali rolled her eyes, knowing Song Ru was not that kind of woman. "To be honest, right now, Song Ru and I have a relationship like brother and sister." Chapter 74. Acquiring Shengshu real estate, Su Heng painted a grand blueprint for the new employees, sketching an enticing prospect while wielding a stern stick. As the saying goes, both kindness and severity are necessary. He then arranged recent tasks, mainly to integrate Shenlong Electric and the Spicy Strips factory into the investment company in the form of shares, and to prepare for the acquisition of Shengshu real estate. The 5 male employees quickly entered work mode. After some hesitation, Jiang Qing came over to apologize to Su Heng. "Where did you go wrong?" Su Heng asked lightly. "I shouldn't have been so self-righteous and should not have made random guesses without understanding the situation." Jiang Qing reflected deeply on her actions in the cafe and said sincerely, "Actually, your character is quite good. What you need to do most is to keep your mouth shut, especially in the position of a secretary. You must be tight-lipped and know what to say and what absolutely cannot be said." Su Heng said quite sternly. Jiang Qing felt a bit embarrassed, but acknowledged that this was her biggest flaw. She held back her tears and said resolutely, "I'll remember. All right, go to work." Su Heng waved his hand as he saw the girl was about to cry. Chapter 75. Suffered a dark plot. Zhao Ming did not expect Su Heng to propose this condition, secretly lamenting that this kid had an acute eye and was well informed. As the news about the land being auctioned had not yet spread, this matter was beyond his authority, and he looked towards a middle-aged official. The middle-aged official then laughed heartily, warmly extending his hand to Su Heng, saying he had long heard from Director Zhao that you are a rare talent. And today's meeting did not disappoint. Zhao Ming smiled and introduced Su Heng. This is Mayor Qin. Indeed a big shot. Su Heng quickly extended both hands. Hello, my Yorin. Qin Shiming shook Su Heng's hand and said in a gentle tone, you helped the government resolve a mess. The government will not remain unresponsive. However, regarding the land you mentioned, I can only say that we will study it seriously, but we still have to go through the auction process. I cannot give you a response right now. Thank you, Mayor Qin. Su Heng knew that Qin Shiming's words were equivalent to a promise to lean towards him to some extent. At the very least, he had gained the qualification to participate fairly in the auction. This was the goal he wanted to achieve. As for directly giving him the land, that was impossible. Qin Shiming immediately asked Zhao Ming to notify Sheng Hongtao and others. Chapter 76. Striking with precision a few seconds later, Su Heng appeared on the 9th floor, shouting Su Yali's name while kicking open the door of a private room. One by one, the private rooms were kicked open, and before the diners inside could react, they found the person who kicked the door had already vanished. Soon, Su Heng arrived at the door of the room guarded by bodyguards. Get out of the way. Su Heng's voice was cold, his steps unwavering. Get lost. This is young Master Gao's room, not a place for you to act wild. The bodyguard thought mentioning young Master Gao would intimidate the other party. That's the beast I'm looking for. As Su Heng spoke coldly, he charged towards the bodyguard, his right hand shooting out like lightning, grabbing the bodyguard's thick neck, and with a loud bang, he crashed the sturdy room door open. The bodyguard let out a scream, blood pouring from his mouth, and his eyes rolled back as he fainted. Gao Jianhua had just kicked open the bathroom door, ready to enjoy his prey's deliciousness, when he suddenly saw Su Heng descending like a divine soldier, the bodyguard lying on the ground bleeding. He was startled. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Su Heng noticed Su Yali was unharmed, and his heart finally relaxed, but the killing intent within him remained undiminished. He looked coldly and steadily walked towards Gao Jianhua. Chapter 77. No leaks? It must be this car. The traffic police immediately surrounded the battered Mercedes-Benz after spotting it. They were well aware that anyone who could afford such a car was certainly not an ordinary person. However, the reckless driving on the streets was too outrageous and had to be dealt with seriously. Almost simultaneously, a fiery red Ferrari roared over, screeching to a halt. The door swung open, and out jumped Zhou Jingyi. Upon seeing that his hotel entrance was completely blocked by a car, he was instantly furious. Who the hell is so bold as to block my entrance? Zhou Jingyi cursed angrily and then shouted at the traffic police who had just stepped out of their patrol car. Are you going to let me do business or not? Move the car first. Damn it, several police cars were also blocking the entrance. Anyone who didn't know would think something was wrong with my hotel. This made Zhou Jingyi even more irate. Boss Zhou, we are in the process of apprehending a suspect and will leave soon, the leading traffic officer explained, then knocked on the window of the Mercedes, urging the occupants inside to get out. Su Heng ignored him. It was then that Zhou Jingyi noticed it was a top-of-the-line Mercedes. At that moment, Mao Yuping appeared at the door and briefed him on the situation. Chapter 78. Don't take offense when given face Su Heng. Are you going to be okay? Su Yali only knew that Su Heng had gotten into a fight last night, but was unaware of the severity of the injuries inflicted. Don't worry. I'm just doing the right thing. If the Public Security Bureau doesn't give me a banner, I won't leave them alone, Su Heng said with a relaxed smile. Su Yali shook her head with a smile, playfully saying, that's not a good place. You can't just stay there. After exchanging a few words, Su Heng drove to the Public Security Bureau. Su Yali had mostly recovered, and as soon as Su Heng left, she went to the investment company with Jiang Qing to take over Shengdao Real Estate. A little over 10 minutes later, Su Heng arrived at the Public Security Bureau and was called to the conference room by Han Yiping. Soon, two more people entered, Zhao Ming and Qin Shiming. Because Su Heng had just resolved a significant problem for the government, Qin Shiming held him in high regard and was very interested in this case. After exchanging greetings, Han Yiping spoke first. The injury assessment results for Gao Jianhua and his accomplice Liu Biao have come out. Liu Biao has a broken sternum and a ruptured spleen. He has just escaped life-threatening danger and is still in the intensive care unit. Gao Jianhua's lower body is completely shattered. As Han Yiping spoke, he secretly lamented the severity of the injuries inflicted by this kid. Chapter 79. The young are fearsome. This kid has some skills. He slammed the table and with just a few words took down Gao Kong. Zhao Ming, Qin Shiming, and Han Yiping were all taken aback by Su Heng's sudden and fierce strike, hitting Gao Kong right where it hurt. Han Yiping was once again dumbfounded. He was the head of the Public Security Bureau. How could this kid be playing even better than him? Following this, with the persuasion of Qin Shiming and others, Gao Kong conceded the fact. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Su Heng say, "Mr. Gao, the medical care in the United States is quite advanced. I suggest you send your son there for treatment. It would also allow him to leave this heartbreaking place, which might be more beneficial for his recovery." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Gao Kong almost exploded again, but upon hearing the last part, he realized that sending his son away might not be a bad thing. However, he did not show any reaction and strode out. The three public officials involved in mediating this case all let out a sigh of relief. In their eyes, such a result would be acceptable to all parties and would not cause social unrest, undoubtedly an ideal outcome. The young are fearsome. Qin Shiming patted Su Heng on the shoulder, his eyes and voice full of praise and encouragement. Chapter 80. Swift resolution. Su Heng didn't even glance at Sun Ku again, but asked, "Who is the accountant?" A middle-aged man, wearing glasses, stood up, slightly bending over as he said, "I am." Su Heng sized up the middle-aged man, noticing his honest appearance, and said, "Settle his salary." Zhao Dongsheng looked troubled, saying, "There are only 26 yuan in the account. So poor." Su Heng realized that Shengshe real estate was financially depleted, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. It seemed everything had been taken away by Sheng Hong Tao. Zhao Dongsheng had long wanted to resign, but due to the nature of his position, he had delayed until now. With a new boss suddenly taking over, he wanted to see how the new owner would handle things before making plans. "You calculate it first," Su Heng instructed, then immediately called the bank to have some cash sent over. Without a word, Zhao Dongsheng pulled out the ledger and an abacus from his bag and started calculating on the spot. He quickly figured it out and wrote the numbers down in a notebook. Sun Ke had initially looked down on Su Heng, but seeing that he was serious, he began to panic. "Who is Sheng Li?" Su Heng asked next. "I am," a heavily made-up young woman said lazily, not even lifting her head from the mirror. Chapter 81. An obligation. Zhou Zhengyi and Mao Yuping were not unknown figures in the Magic City. Now, their flagship Seasons Hotel was ordered to rectify under the scrutiny of the public. Zhou Zhengyi's face was grim. Mao Yuping protested urgently. "I refuse to accept this. Why should we be forced to close for such a long time?" It was the peak summer business period for hotels, and a month of closure would mean that the summer would pass, resulting in enormous losses. If you have objections to the punishment measures, you can request an administrative review. The enforcement officer explained coldly. With orders from above, the enforcement officers dared not be slack. Mao Yuping wanted to argue further, but was stopped by Zhou Zhengyi. He understood that since the police and the industrial and commercial departments were acting together, it indicated that the punitive measures from above were firm and protesting would be pointless. After the police and enforcement officers left, Mao Yuping angrily said, "Honey, are we just going to let them close the store?" Zhou Zhengyi replied with a bitter smile. "What else can we do?" Mao Yuping took out her mobile phone, ready to make a call, but Zhou Zhengyi stopped her again and advised, "It's useless. Those people you know can't help." Mao Yuping pondered for a moment, and then realized that the situation was far more complicated than she had thought. She let out a deep sigh and said, "What should we do? If we close for a month, not only will we lose a lot of profit, but it will also tarnish the reputation of Seasons Hotel, making it difficult for business to recover in the future." Chapter 82. All around suppression, they know each other. Su Heng was a bit stunned, thinking, could it be this coincidental? It turned out that Yu Zhong had been specially recruited by the military as a martial arts instructor for the Special Operations Team. And, at that time, Tai Jun was one of the Special Forces soldiers. Tai Jun had practiced martial arts since childhood and had performed exceptionally well during the training period, earning Yu Zhong's appreciation, who taught him many martial arts techniques. The master and disciple were very happy to see each other. The other 9 retired soldiers had all heard of Yu Zhong's great name, especially a few martial arts enthusiasts who knew this was a golden opportunity to seek advice directly. Yu Zhong looked at the eager faces as if returning to the passionate military camp, patiently answering everyone's questions and personally practicing with the team members. "Brother Heng, I've also learned martial arts from Grandpa Yu, and Grandpa Yu praised me as a martial arts genius," when Shaowan whispered mysteriously in Su Heng's ear. "Impressive. Shaowan will definitely become an unrivaled martial arts master," Su Heng casually complimented. When Shaowan smiled happily and nodded vigorously, "Once I become a master, no bad guys will dare to target me anymore, and then I will join you in fighting against the bad guys." "Good," Su Heng nodded seriously. Song Ru felt a bit helpless, as her expressive eyes seemed to say, "We came to congratulate." How did it turn into a martial arts exchange? Chapter 83. The greater the crisis, the greater the opportunity. Song Ru came from a top-tier wealthy family and had seen all kinds of people. During her school years, she was surrounded by top talents from the country and even globally. Meeting someone as exceptional as Su Heng was a first for her. His simple yet extraordinary 2 sentences were more valuable to her than any treasure. This made her recall the 10 designer bags she had given away, and compared to her godbrother's words, she felt a bit embarrassed, thinking her gifts were superficial and worthless. "Sister, I really want to thank you." Song Ru didn't know how to accurately express her feelings at that moment. "You're too polite. I just said a couple of casual words," Su Heng replied. But internally, he wanted to hear how his godsister would thank him. His 2 sentences were certainly not just casual remarks. They were a gift to his godsister, or, to put it bluntly, a way to establish a favor. If Song Ru, after his guidance, quickly expanded her market, she would inevitably reap huge rewards and truly become a leader in the luxury goods industry. If she remained unmoved, then jewelry merchants from Hong Kong, Europe, and America would soon enter the domestic market, at which point it would become a red ocean, and trying to seize the market would come at a heavy cost. Chapter 84. Mastering Kung Fu short selling $5 million in finish marks. Lena doubted she had misheard. The finish mark was merely a marginal investment currency, and trading was not active. She almost suggested Su Heng invest in yen or Hong Kong dollars, since both currencies were currently on a rise, making it more likely to profit. However, she quickly recalled Su Heng's earlier words about strictly following instructions. "Yes, Mr. Su." Lena snapped back to focus and quickly headed to the trading counter, operating skillfully. Foreign exchange trading, also known as margin trading, generally has a leverage ratio of 50 to 200 times. Under the effect of leverage, funds can be magnified 50 to 200 times. And with even slight fluctuations in exchange rates, investors can either earn huge profits or face liquidation. Su Heng chose a leverage of 100 times. Just as Lena finished her operation, the finish mark dipped slightly, and Su Heng's account showed a profit of over $30,000. It really dropped. Lena thought to herself, "This guy is so lucky, buying just as it falls." Su Heng showed no reaction. He knew very well that the official crash of the finish mark was still 10 days away, and by then, his earnings would not just be a few thousand pocket money. From now on, operate completely according to what I say, without any doubts or hesitations. Chapter 85. Do not spread the Tao. Lightly walking together, Su Heng and Lena attracted countless gazes, even being approached by talent scouts, inviting them to join a certain entertainment company as stars. "Get lost, I'm not interested." Su Heng, annoyed by the persistent offers, kicked them away. "You blind fools, I could easily buy your entertainment company and become a star myself." Just as the talent scout left in defeat, a group of colorful-haired youths dressed in eccentric outfits approached, exuding the typical vibe of gangsters. Seeing these delinquents reminded Su Heng of the popularity of the Young and Dangerous series starring Zheng Yijian, which had become a model for countless hormone-driven youths across the strait. "Let's go over there." Lena tugged at Su Heng's sleeve, wanting to change direction to avoid a confrontation. Before Su Heng could respond, a blue-haired guy spat out a cigarette, but then raised an eyebrow at Su Heng. "Hey kid, let me play with your code." "How much?" The situation in Hong Kong was still quite chaotic at this time. Lena felt insulted, but knew better than to engage. Otherwise, these people would stick to her like glue. She pulled Su Heng to leave quickly, believing that on the street, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Chapter 86. A falling leaf indicates the coming of autumn. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Su Heng was guiding Lena, the big brother phone he had taken from the gangsters rang. Upon answering, he was met with curses from the green-haired thug. Su Heng arrogantly interrupted. "Stop your nonsense. If you dare to target me, I'll bring people to chop you up. Tomorrow night, at this time, in Causeway Bay Plaza. Whoever shows up is a coward." After finishing his threat in one breath, he hung up without waiting for response. Damn it. Who is afraid of whom? He thought as he ended the call. The green-haired thug was about to speak, but realized the call had been disconnected. When he tried to call back, it indicated the number was unreachable. "Brother Chi, gather the brothers. We'll take him down tomorrow night," one of the younger thugs suggested. Damn it. The green-haired thug poked the young thug's forehead. "Do you have any brains? That kid was clearly just bluffing us. Then what should we do? He tricked us out of our money. And Brother Chi, your phone? Should we call the police?" The young thug stammered. "Call the police." The green-haired thug began to kick him. "Damn it. We're in this life. How can we call the police? If word gets out, we'll be done for. Only incompetent losers call the police. Chapter 87. Use your brain more. Use your fists less. This matter ends here. Do not mention it to anyone. Qin Shiming realized the seriousness of the issue and sternly warned Su Heng. Okay, Su Heng nodded. He wouldn't spread it around. He preferred to keep a low profile and make money. Zhao Ming also sensed something and was about to issue a gag order to Lu Zhuo when Lu Zhuo preemptively spoke. Director Zhao, rest assured, Mayor Qin. I absolutely won't say a word. It was clear that none of those present were fools. No way, I just casually mentioned a few things. And it turned so serious? Su Heng was a bit surprised and didn't think deeply about it, assuming that Qin Shiming and Zhao Ming were covering for him. Little did he know, Qin Shiming had already decided to report what he had just said to the higher-ups. As Su Heng exited the office building, he ran into Han Yiping. Just the person I was looking for. Come with me, Han Yiping said with a dark face. What's going on? Su Heng wondered. Why was it that after just one trip to Hong Kong, so many people were concerned about him? Following Han Yiping to his office, Su Heng learned that on the night he drove to rescue Su Yali, he had a few minor collisions with other vehicles. And Han Yiping asked him to pay compensation to those car owners. Chapter 88. Setting a small goal. First, it's just a car. What's so interesting about it? Come on, classmates, it's been a long time. Let's go to the restaurant and chat. Su Heng smiled and greeted everyone warmly. A classmate named Zhang Bing suddenly remembered. All right. Su Heng, I heard you went to Magic City recently, and this car has a Magic City license plate. You must have seen it, right? I'm quite familiar with it. Su Heng nodded. Yes, not only had he seen it, but he often drove it as well. TCH. Sure Tao had long been displeased with Su Heng and couldn't help but mock. Haha, it's just a car, easy for you to say. Su Heng, don't think just because you're a top student you know everything. Since you're so familiar with this car, do you know how many of these top-tier Tiger headbands cars are there in the country? I really don't know. Su Heng ganserdanistly. Definitely not more than 10. Only the absolute top elites can afford it. Seeing Su Heng admit he didn't know, Sure Tao's smug expression grew even prouder. It's indeed quite rare. Of course, this car costs no less than 3 million. Sure Tao emphasized the price of 3 million, and immediately, the surrounding classmates gasped in astonishment. 3 million is an astronomical figure for these usually broke students who seldom have 30 bucks on them. Chapter 89. The big shot toasts. Everyone could tell that Sure Tao's words were directed at Su Heng and Fan Qingyang. While Su Heng remained calm, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. No wonder they are from the experimental class of a key city high school. None of them are useless. Sure Tao at least knew how to use words to lower his competitor while raising himself, without mindlessly bragging about who his dad is or how much money his family has. Su Heng attended this gathering just to watch the show. His recent goal was to target the European currency and, after accumulating enough capital, challenge the super rich in Magic City and Hong Kong. Now, competing with immature high school students? What a joke. That would lower his status as a godlike figure. However, Wu Gang's loud voice rang out. Hey, Sure Tao. While we're still in the classroom preparing for the college entrance examination, Su Heng has already boldly entered Magic City, made a fortune, and come back. Isn't that stepping into society? Is that something a bookworm can do? He actually wanted to say that he had traveled extensively during the summer vacation, seen plenty of the world, and done many things they couldn't even imagine. His experiences kept him grounded. Sure Tao's expression froze. Damn, how did I forget about this? He mumbled, I wasn't talking about the same thing. Chapter 90. The greatest luck is meeting you. Did I see wrong? So many leaders collectively toasting Su Heng. Pinch me, I must be dreaming. The classmates instinctively couldn't believe it, but the evidence was right in front of them, and they couldn't deny it. They couldn't imagine so many high-profile figures, who were rarely seen, coming over to toast one of their classmates. This was truly nerve-wracking. Meanwhile, Su Heng's calm demeanor throughout the process amazed them. They imagined if it were themselves, they would definitely be so nervous they wouldn't know what to say. Although they usually talked big, looking down on everyone, when officials they often saw on TV suddenly appeared in front of them, it was a completely different feeling. They recalled how they had just been boasting about the student union. Now, the level Su Heng was interacting with was far beyond their reach, especially for Sure Tao and Fan Qingyang, who felt both shaken and ashamed. Sure Tao often boasted about his power and influence in front of his classmates. But any one of the more than 10 people who just toasted with Su Heng could easily overshadow his family and status. Originally, in his eyes, Su Heng was just a bit better looking and better at studying, which made him more appealing to women. while he believed his family background alone was enough to defeat Su Heng. But now, Chapter 91. Unexpected surprise, Su Heng parked his car outside the alley of Xia Zimo's house. And the two chatted a bit more about going to the capital for registration tomorrow. How are you going to the capital tomorrow? My dad is driving me. What about you? I'm driving there. Oh, then you must be careful on the road. Don't worry, my driving skills are great. By the way, the boss gave me a bag a few days ago. It's a women's bag, and I don't need it, so I'll give it to you. Su Heng took out the LV bag he had prepared in advance and handed it to Xia Zimo. Xia Zimo's beautiful eyes sparkled with brightness and shyness as she shook her head to refuse, saying, I can't take that. It looks expensive. Su Heng stuffed the bag into the little beauty's hands, smiled, and said, What does it matter if it's expensive or not? I didn't spend a dime on it. And if you don't want it, I'll have to toss it in the car. Well, okay then. Xia Zimo finally accepted it and looked at the night scene outside the car window, saying, I should go home now. Go back. See you at school tomorrow. Su Heng watched the little beauty leave. What he didn't see was that, just as he drove away, Zhouya happened to see her precious daughter getting out of a luxury car from another direction. Due to the angle, she didn't see who was driving. Isn't my daughter going to a classmates' gathering? Why is she coming back in such a nice car? Chapter 92. Blinded by your dog eyes after hanging up the phone. Su Heng turned the car around. A few minutes later, he drove to Xia Zimo's house. Originally, Xia Mingyu was a bit worried that Su Heng might bully his precious daughter in the car. Seeing another boy in the same car, he felt much more at ease. Tiger headbands. Soon, Xia Mingyu was attracted by the imposing luxury car. Uncle Xia, it's still early. Let's take a quick spin. Su Heng noticed the eager look in Xia Mingyu's eyes. What nice car. Just a quick spin will be fine, but you guys should set off early. Su Heng, drive slowly, safety first. Xia Mingyu really wanted to experience the charm of a luxury car, but he still politely declined and reminded them to be careful. He was worried about young people driving fast, especially with his daughter still in the car. Don't worry, Uncle Xia. I drive very steadily. Su Heng assured him seriously. However, hearing his future father-in-law remind him to drive slowly in front of his daughter always made one think otherwise. Dad, you promised to take me to school. Xia Zimo pouted her little mouth, looking a bit unhappy about her dad breaking his promise. Actually, she was quite happy inside. She didn't want her dad to take her anyway, and now she could go with Su Heng, thinking her dad's urgent matter came at just the right time. Chapter 93. Killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Oh, has my Gao Chongfeng fallen out of favor, or do new students now act so arrogantly? After Gao Chongfeng realized what was happening, his expression immediately darkened, and he stared coldly at Su Heng. He is a prominent figure at Tsinghua, and now, a small freshman actually publicly insults him by calling himself a dog. How can he stand that? At this moment, Su Heng's big brother phone rang, and when he took it out to answer, it was Zhao Ming calling. No wonder he's so arrogant. It turns out he's a wealthy guy. The onlooking classmates began to realize what's going on. I think you're the one getting too carried away. Su Heng answered the call with a faintly mocking tone. He knew very well that there were too many students from powerful backgrounds at Tsinghua, and many of these arrogant young masters would inevitably covet Xia Zimo's beauty. He also knew he wouldn't be at school for long, so he had already made up his mind to find an opportunity to play a game of killing the chicken to warn the monkey, declaring to everyone that Xia Zimo was his woman, and anyone who dared to lay a hand on her would pay a painful price. Unexpectedly, just after entering the school, someone came to him voluntarily. Moreover, the other party's identity was just right, being one of the top 10 figures in the school, heavy enough to deter others after being suppressed. Chapter 94. I have many strong points soon. The school leadership was alerted. Sun Keeman, the director of the security department, and Zhou Jing, the head of the student office, along with a group of student council leaders, arrived at the scene one after another. Su Heng couldn't be happier that the situation was escalating. The bigger the commotion, the more deterrent power it would have. He hoped everyone would see that whoever dared to set their sights on Xia Zimo would be the next one to suffer. After a hard round of persuasion, several leaders finally managed to suppress the anger of the freshmen. Su Heng, as the person involved, should have been taken to the office for investigation. However, the freshmen, led by the snakeskin bag boy, refused. It's not that we don't trust Tsinghua. It's just that the old students are too bullying and don't treat us freshmen as people. We asked the school leaders to resolve this on the spot. The boy's voice was very loud, second only to Su Heng's. Let's have the school leaders resolve this on the spot. If the school leaders can be fair, why not resolve it here? The other freshmen shouted in agreement. Zhou Jing was overwhelmed. She hadn't expected this year's freshman to be so difficult to manage. It goes without saying that the 4 or 5 student council leaders present leaned towards Gao Changfeng. Sun Keeman wore a serious expression. He had a good private relationship with Gao Changfeng, having shared a few drinks together. Chapter 95. This battle is a sure win, baby husband. Xia Zimo was confused by the sudden words that popped out of Su Heng's mouth. Immediately afterward, her charming face turned rosy with shyness as she glared at Su Heng playfully, saying, "Don't shout nonsense. It's so embarrassing." "What is there to be embarrassed about? Now the whole school knows you're my woman," Su Heng said nonchalantly. "I didn't agree to that." Xia Zimo flipped her beautiful long hair and walked ahead like a proud little princess. The two chatted as they walked to the registration office, paid tuition, and collected supplies, finishing registration as night fell. After the incident with Gao Changfeng, Xia Zimo relaxed a lot, no longer so reserved, feeling that with Su Heng by her side, Tsinghua was just fine. The school cafeteria was already closed, so they went to a small restaurant at the school gate and casually ordered some food. After dinner, Su Heng sent Xia Zimo back to her dorm early because she was very tired after sitting in a car all day. "Su Heng, I'm a bit worried about not getting along with my roommates." It was Xia Zimo's first time living in a group setting, and she felt a little nervous. "It's okay. You're so beautiful and lovely, with a good personality. To show your true self, and of course, don't let anyone bully you." Chapter 96. Important matters to report now. There are less than 30 million cash left, and the cash-burning war with Guangmei is about to begin. When Song Wei and his team arrive, they will also need money, and the land on Financial Street in Magic City requires a lot of money. The strike against the European currency a week later must not fail. Otherwise, everything will blow up. I must personally go to Hong Kong Island to oversee things. Su Heng's mind was racing with thoughts. He realized that after the official start of classes, there would be 45 days of military training, and he had no time to waste, so he needed to take a leave of absence. Tsinghua attaches great importance to military training and sports, making it very difficult to take leave. Moreover, having just stirred up trouble at Tsinghua, it would be unlikely for the leaders to let him off easily, and he doubted he could even ask for leave. As Su Heng was lost in thought, he entered the dormitory building and was startled. He saw the hallway on both sides packed with people. Seeing this scene made one wonder if an important leader was coming to inspect. "Su Heng, classmate." Su Heng is so domineering. Su Heng has brought great honor to us freshmen. The enthusiastic greetings rang out from around him. Su Heng was a bit confused. It turned out they had come specifically to welcome him. "Hello, classmates." Su Heng quickly regained his composure and smiled in response. Chapter 97. Having a platform director Fei. When everyone was questioning Su Heng, Zhou Jing, who had been silent, finally spoke. She approached Fei Xiaodong and lowered her voice. Fei Xiaodong's initially puzzled expression quickly turned serious. And finally, he looked extremely shocked. The others couldn't hear what Zhou Jing had said, but they noticed Fei Xiaodong's expression and were all puzzled. "Su Heng, classmate." Fei Xiaodong took a deep breath, and the look in his eyes towards Su Heng no longer held any disdain, replaced instead by shock and admiration, along with incredulity. "Director Fei, please speak." Su Heng responded politely. "Come with me to the principal's office." Fei Xiaodong smiled warmly, making one feel as if they were in a spring breeze. Everyone else looked dumbfounded, especially Sun Keeman. Going to the principal's office, could this kid really donate 100 million? How is that possible? And what exactly did Zhou Jing say? All right, Su Heng remained very calm. On the way to the principal's office, Su Heng thought that Tsinghua University was quite an impressive platform, gathering the country's top minds, and its vast network was densely intertwined with major economic arteries. To make good use of this platform, one must have a certain degree of influence. Chapter 98. Making a dazzling entrance about half an hour later, Su Heng and Zhou Jing left the office, and the two chatted briefly alone. Zhou Jing said, "Tomorrow is the freshman opening ceremony. You need to prepare to speak on stage as the freshman representative." She wanted to give Su Heng an opportunity to make an appearance, to boost his impression points and lay the foundation for his campaign for student council president, while also worrying that in such a large setting, he might mess things up, which would be counterproductive. "No problem. Thank you, Director Zhou." Su Heng thanked the beautiful director again. Zhou Jing briefly introduced the current situation of the student council before returning to her office to get back to work. Su Heng walked out of the office building with his hands in his pockets, humming a tune. 100 million to buy a student council president position was, for him, An incredibly worthwhile deal. The power of the university student council is significant, and for him, more importantly, it would facilitate his talent acquisition for his own use and conveniently build an impressive network of connections. By coincidence, on the road, I ran into Shun Xiao and a group of student council members. He wasn't expelled, and this kid seems quite pleased with himself. Most of these people looked at Su Heng with unfriendly expressions. Especially seeing this guy acting as if nothing had happened reminded them of the phrase, throwing caution to the wind. Su Heng, the junior, is so happy. It looks like something good has happened. Chapter 99. The hero's aura illuminates the scene. Su Heng. Xia Zimo was equally stunned, her beautiful eyes widening. Su Heng had just injured someone and was nearly punished severely by the school. How could the school allow Su Heng to represent thousands of new students on stage to give a speech? However, these thoughts quickly flashed through her mind, and her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the boy's figure, filled with pride and admiration. Zimo, your boyfriend is so handsome, a few of her roommates teased softly, their gazes lingering on Su Heng. Under the gaze of thousands, Su Heng smiled, walking steadily and powerfully onto the stage. He took the microphone from the beautiful host's hand and politely nodded. The host, named Wan Qian, was a broadcaster at the school's radio station with a beautiful face, a great figure, and a variety of talents. When the boy's smiling eyes fell on her, she felt her heart flutter. Such a feeling had only occurred once in her life, 3 years ago when she met her first love. Su Heng took the microphone, facing thousands of teachers and students, his steady, confident, and magnetic voice resonating throughout the venue. He was impeccably handsome, his voice incredibly infectious, and his stage presence as steady as a rock, showing no signs of stage fright. Respected teachers, fellow students. Chapter 100. Setting up a few chess pieces. Song Wei led 50 outstanding retired soldiers and 50 excellent employees from Shenlong Electric, renting an entire train car. When they got off the train, walked out of the station, and looked up at the magnificent capital city, they felt both excited and apprehensive. After Su Heng received them, he arranged for them to stay in the largest Sihiyuan courtyard house. He is our boss, so young. Most people were seeing Su Heng for the first time, and their first impression was that he was young and strikingly handsome, almost unreal. Over 100 people gathered in the spacious Sihiyuan, feeling no sense of crowding at all. Su Heng stood before everyone, his gaze slowly sweeping over each person until the scene fell completely silent. You are all talented individuals, carefully selected by Minister Song and Manager Song. I believe in your abilities and am confident that you will shine in the capital. Each of you has 30 seconds to introduce yourselves. Su Heng's brief and powerful 2 sentences ignited the passion of the 100 or so people. My name is Zhong Li, 21 years old. I have always followed Manager Song. I'm Bai Chui, 22 years old, also following Manager Song. Shi Hao, retired soldier, 27 years old, proficient in hand-to-hand combat. Since Su Heng had set a 30-second time limit, everyone spoke very concisely. Chapter 101. A new official's 3 fires in the main conference room of the Tsinghua Student Council. Almost all members of the leadership team were present, a total of 96 people. Among the crowd, those who had met Su Heng included Shin Xiao, the minister of the publicity department, and Wan Qian, the head of the internal liaison department and school radio station. Additionally, there was Shui Hanbing, the head of the external liaison department, who was very interested in Su Heng. The main leaders and members of the academic department, sports department, cultural exchange department, and student rights department were also present. There were also 6 vice presidents, among whom the loudest voice was Cheng Yiming, but after a conversation with Zhou Jing, he voluntarily withdrew from the election. Gao Changfeng, who had his head wrapped in bandages, was also there. He was the head of the student council's arts department. Surrounded by 8 or 9 people, he smirked and said, Changfeng, I heard that the new student named Xia Zimo applied to the arts department of the student council. That's just under your management. There are still opportunities. Li Lei, the minister of the student rights department and Gao Changfeng's best friend, said ambiguously. Gao Changfeng smirked coldly, imagining the pure girl who seemed so fresh, feeling like he had 7 or 8 little kittens scratching at his heart, making him restless. When Xia Zimo was mentioned, others also became interested. After Su Heng arrived at the school, he first went to Zhou Jing's office. Chapter 102. The young man jumps into the pit in the entire venue. Only Shui Hanbing responded to her own words. And only then did Su Heng take a careful look at her. with short hair that reached her ears and a hint of heroism in her brow. She dressed quite androgynously, the kind that only grows more appealing the more you look at her. Unlike some beauties who are stunning at first glance but seem ordinary upon further inspection, Su Heng was exactly the opposite. Su Heng withdrew his gaze and began a lengthy speech. I am honored, if we consider the student council as a team, to fully unleash the team's combat effectiveness. We must first ensure that all members share a common goal and vision. As stated in The Art of War, when the upper and lower are of one mind, victory is assured. This highlights the importance of unified thinking. Only in this way can we work together towards a common goal, ultimately forming a collective force. Otherwise, if the voices in the team are chaotic, the goals are not unified, and some want to go east while others want to go west. With even some secretly undermining the efforts, the results are predictable. Ideals are full, but reality is thin. As for Gao Changfeng, as everyone has seen, he constantly opposes me. If he remains in the team, he will undoubtedly become a destructive factor for the entire team. Additionally, the team must require all members to have positive energy. Individuals like Gao Changfeng, who spends all day driving luxury cars to flirt with beautiful girls and exude negative energy, will only bring negative influence to our entire team and tarnish the reputation of the Tsinghua Student Council. Chapter 103. I will tell you about my life's fortunes since entering the conference room. Zhou Yang and the other 30 new student representatives had been in a state of excitement. At the start of the meeting, they hadn't even realized that Su Heng had become the president of the student council. This made them feel it was unrealistic, too incredible. Shortly after, Su Heng swiftly removed Gao Changfeng from the student council, which made them cheer with excitement. Finally, Su Heng announced the establishment of a foundation. To be honest, Zhou Yang and others were also worried about whether Su Heng could raise 20 million in a month. But looking at Su Heng's calm and relaxed demeanor, it was clear he was already confident. Zhou Yang, you will be the vice president of the foundation. Select a few new student representatives majoring in law and finance to join. Within 2 weeks, complete the registration and establishment of the foundation. If you encounter difficulties, go find Director Zhou. I will greet her shortly. Su Heng said. Understood. Zhou Yang replied briefly, then couldn't help but ask, what about the 20 million funding? Su Heng smiled and said, of course, I will find a way. Zhou Yang nodded and then immediately selected 5 people from the new student representatives, clearly having a preliminary understanding of them. Su Heng assigned the remaining new students to various departments, with the department where Li Lei and others were located receiving the most members. Chapter 104. The Master is a living immortal. On September 9th, 1992, at exactly noon, Su Heng boarded a flight to Hong Kong Island. A few days ago, he had brought 2 out of the 4 retired soldiers he requested from Songwei, namely Shi Hao and Lei Zhan. 2 other people, Chu Ming and Pan Jiaoyang, were secretly arranged by him to join the foundation under the guise of security personnel, actually to protect Xia Zimo. Although it is relatively safe on campus, Su Heng does not allow any risks. At the Liyuan food factory, Su Heng has already arranged for more than a dozen capable individuals to ensure the safety of his parents. Those close to him must not encounter any accidents. On the day Su Heng flew to Hong Kong Island, the home appliance retail giant Guomei Electronics, based in the north, engaged in a confrontation with the rapidly rising Shenlong Electronics, officially igniting a battle in the Yinzhou region. It was proven that Huang Guangyu was far more decisive than Suning. When Suning engaged in a price war with Shenlong, it reduced retail prices by 20. Huang Guangyu directly cut prices by 30. Guomei has over 300 million in cash in its accounts, backed by a powerful commercial association. This is Huang Guangyu's confidence in winning this battle. As soon as the price war started, it entered a heated phase. Chapter 105. The dragon rises from the abyss. $200 million, converted to RMB, exceeds 1 billion. Su Heng's wealth took another significant leap. Looking at the balance in his account, he felt quite excited. Lena gazed at his tall, sword-like silhouette, shrouded in a mysterious and captivating glow from either the lights or the stars outside the window. At this moment, in the distant capital, Li Yuan was suddenly awakened from his sleep by the urgent ringing of his bedside phone. This was his work phone, which only rings for emergencies. He jolted awake and quickly grabbed the receiver. Editor Li, come to the newspaper office immediately. There's a huge news story. The European financial currency crisis has broken out. I'll be there right away. Li Yuan shook off his sleepiness and quickly got dressed and left. He is the editor-in-chief of the Economic Daily. the largest circulated financial newspaper in the country, since the next day's paper had already been laid out and the European financial currency crisis broke out in the early morning. Such major news must be reported immediately. Therefore, Li Yuan needed to rush to the newspaper office to relay out the paper. Similar situations occurred across major mainstream media in the country. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., as soon as Zhao Ming entered the municipal building, he was pulled into the office by the unusually serious Qin Shiming. Chapter 106. Victory is ours, Rain Ming. You go ahead. A classmate might need to talk to me. Xia Zimo noticed that Fan Qingyang was definitely waiting for her, so she let Zhang Yiming go upstairs first. Zhang Yiming glanced at Fan Qingyang, her gaze landing on Xia Zimo, and jokingly said, Zimo, don't blame me for not giving you a heads up if you're indecisive. I'll steal your Chairman Su. You don't have a chance. Hurry up and go. Xia Zimo blushed and pushed Zhang Yiming upstairs. Then, Fan Qingyang indeed walked over. Looking a bit shy, Qingyang, do you have something to say? In Xia Zimo's eyes, Fan Qingyang had always had a stable image, and it was the first time she saw him like this. Good morning, classmate Xia. After a moment of hesitation, Fan Qingyang said, the teacher from the student recruitment office who promised me to join the student council told me to talk to the new chairman. He paused, looking a bit embarrassed. Then you should go find Su Heng. Xia Zimo blurted out. As soon as the words left her mouth, she quickly realized why Fan Qingyang came to find her. Was he asking her to be a middleman? Realizing this, her face turned even redder, and at the same time, she couldn't believe Fan Qingyang would say such a thing because she knew he was also interested in her, and he actually wanted her to ask his rival for help. That kind of broad-mindedness was really shameful to her. If it were reversed and Su Heng asked her to seek out Fan Qingyang, she would definitely kick Su Heng far away. Chapter 107. Beautiful and capable at the Liyuan food factory. Su Heng and Zhang Ping were rare to be together in the office. Even though they worked in the same factory, they rarely saw each other because they were both too busy. Honey, can you spare some money to help our son in an emergency? Zhang Ping said with a worried face. Su Heng shook his head solemnly. If we withdraw more, the food factory won't be able to operate. We can't withdraw anymore. Zhang Ping sighed. There's still many goods owed outside. The factory absolutely cannot stop. Thinking of our son starting Shenlong Electronics, I just started to complain. That brat, keeping such a big matter from us. I said it was unusual when he transferred Song Jiaowei. It turns out he started Shenlong Electronics. That scoundrel. When he comes back, I'll definitely give him a good scolding. When he returns, will you really be able to? Su Heng rolled his eyes. Zhang Ping laughed. Of course I will. I'll beat him first, then make him something delicious. As she spoke, she shook her head with concern. Sigh. Our son has built such a big business and is still in school. He must have suffered a lot. We can't help much. Maybe we shouldn't beat him. Indeed, Su Heng was really struggling. Watching the bright and tempting flowers in front of him, he couldn't pick them, and it was tough to endure. Chapter 108. No selling cuties to the boss. Lena made tea for Su Heng and went back to change clothes. After this period of close contact, the two are now comfortable and tacit with each other. Su Heng has a deep understanding of Lena. She is independent, open-minded, intelligent, and visionary. In short, she's a very rare talent. After Su Heng left, just as he reached the entrance of the community, a black car slowly approached. Su Heng opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. The driver was Su Hao, with Lei Zhan sitting in the back. Su Hao was quite lively, often making jokes, while Lei Zhan was more reserved, the type who wouldn't speak unless necessary. Boss, are you out so soon? Su Hao asked casually. Su Heng looked at Su Hao. What do you think I should come out? The boss can come out whenever he wants. Su Hao rubbed his nose awkwardly. He felt that since arriving in Hong Kong, Su Heng had been staying in the office with that beautiful lady for 7 consecutive nights. He admired the boss's stamina. Not only was he not worn out, but his mental state was surprisingly good. Tonight, he was sure Su Heng would stay there overnight, but unexpectedly, he came out before 10, which surprised him. Did he finally give in? Chapter 109. Only real industry can prosper a nation at 3:30 p.m. Shuani Airport in the capital. Su Heng got off the plane, and just as he exited the VIP passage, a composed, middle-aged man walked toward him. Mr. Su, please. The middle-aged man said without any unnecessary words, gesturing for him to follow. Thank you. Suing nadi politely. They walked outside and got into a Hongqi sedan together. Su Heng noticed particularly that the driver was a young man with sharp features, his gaze piercing, and the backs of his hands were covered in calluses from gripping the steering wheel. The car started smoothly, but accelerated quickly. Su Heng was surprised. He also drove a luxury car, but sitting in this one felt incredibly steady and quiet, as if isolated from the world. Jiang Chengwen first made a phone call to his superior, then apologized to Su Heng. I haven't had the chance to introduce myself yet. I am Minister Wang's secretary, Jiang Chengwen, and the driver is Comrade Zhang Lang. Cockroach? Su Heng immediately thought of something else, but remained calm on the surface. So it's Secretary Jiang, and thank you. Comrade Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang merely nodded slightly and did not speak. Jiang Chengwen smiled and chatted a bit about everyday matters. In fact, Jiang Chengwen had been secretly observing Su Heng. With his extensive experience in reading people, he found the young man surprisingly composed, far beyond what one would expect at his age. Chapter 110. A minor which meets a major, which Zhou Yunchun heard the students' uproar and realized it was getting late. So he concluded his discussion with Su Heng and solemnly reminded him, Xiao Su, you must take some time to write down what we've discussed and your thoughts on economics and finance, and compile it into a booklet. Okay, Su Heng nodded in agreement. Everyone is very enthusiastic about you. Don't be too distant with your classmates. Go on. Zhou Yunchun kindly patted Su Heng on the shoulder. As soon as Zhou Yunchun left, the freshman rushed over with excitement, most concerned about the betting issue. President Su, did you really bet with those old guys in the student council? President Su, you have it tough. President Su, have you raised the funds? The students felt a bit sorry for Su Heng, although he had become the student council president. The burden on his shoulders was heavy. As fellow freshmen participating in military training on campus, they saw Su Heng having to run around everywhere. The funding issue is already taking shape, Su Heng said calmly. Alas, just a bit of shape, a sigh echoed around him. 20 million was an astronomical number that couldn't just be raised easily. Thank you for your concern. Everyone, please believe me, it won't be a big problem. Chapter 111. An epic price war, by the way. That kid is well-versed in the financial market. Why not ask him how to operate next? Xia Mingyu thought of himself and his business partners, who were currently deeply trapped in the stock market, and felt lost. After hesitating for a long time, he finally dialed Su Heng's number. Classmate Su Heng, may I ask you a question? Are you available now? Thinking that this kid had already become a billionaire, Xia Mingyu unconsciously changed his tone to be more formal and polite. Su Heng thought he had dialed the wrong number, wondering why Xia Mingyu, who usually called him Xiao Su, sound like a different person. Uncle Xia, is something wrong? Su Heng asked curiously. No, just a small matter. Xia Mingyu revealed his troubles regarding being stuck in the stock market. I see. Su Heng thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just a minor stock issue. He knew better than anyone that the recent sharp decline in the stock market was due to both environmental factors and institutional investors setting a trap to eliminate traditional big players. In fact, after this battle, traditional big players were severely weakened and exited the mainstream stage, marking the end of their era of calling the shots. Chapter 112. A sword to the throat, Su Heng specifically called Zhou Qi. After Song Jiao left, Zhou Qi was fully responsible for the yen Jiao market and was eager to prove himself, filled with fighting spirit. Boss, what instructions do you have? 2 points. First, all employees who wish to resign must have their wages settled and let them go. Second, all stores in combat with Guamei must fully follow up on the promotional efforts here in the capital. Yes, boss, I will arrange it immediately. Zhou Qi's voice trembled with excitement. Su Heng's intentions were clear. The crisis of Shenlong was a rare touchstone, and he wanted to take the opportunity to streamline the team, enhancing loyalty and cohesion. Employees who could withstand this test and stay to weather the storm with Shenlong would undoubtedly be heavily rewarded and utilized. He then called Huanjuan, who was far away in the Sujihanzhou area. Due to the battle between Shenlong and Guanmei, Huanjuan had already halted his expansion efforts. He was currently closely monitoring the movements of his old employer, Suning, wary of any potential backstabbing. Manager Hu, feeling a bit pent up? Su Heng asked as soon as the call connected. Huanjuan was pleasantly surprised to receive Su Heng's call and, upon hearing the question, replied gloomily, Yes, boss. There hasn't been any movement from Suning. Should I transfer to the capital? Chapter 113. Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers under the Student Council building at Tsinghua. It was brightly decorated. School leaders, including Zhou Yunchun, Fei Xiaotong, Zhou Jing, and main members of the Student Council, all gathered. Notably, reporters from the Capital Daily and even personnel from the Shanghai TV station were present to cover the event. Students and teachers surrounded the area, eager to witness this grand occasion. And Su Heng was undoubtedly the star of the day. The 120 million donation was pulled in by him from Shenlong Real Estate. Moreover, Shenlong Real Estate did not send anyone, instead fully entrusting Su Heng to complete the donation ceremony. Who else could it be? Shenlong Real Estate was Su Heng's. He could do whatever he wanted. Oh, this talented beauty is here too. Su Heng noticed Zhao, the star of Shanghai TV, in the crowd. She wore a sky blue trench coat, exuding both the stylish aura of city beauty and a vibrant youthful energy. The only downside was that her exquisitely beautiful face emitted a cold aura, giving off a sense of distance. When Su Heng's gaze lingered on Zhao, she smiled and nodded at him, her lively eyes clearly saying, "We've met again." Chapter 114. Weakness and Seeking Peace. An hour later, in the Student Council's general meeting room, Su Heng officially began the second full meeting of the Student Council that he chaired, except for a few who genuinely had matters elsewhere. None of the 9 who had bet against Su Heng, including Li Lei, showed up. At that moment, Li Lei and others were gathered in Gao Chongfeng's dormitory, closing the doors and windows, discussing something. Su Heng didn't care whether they were present and directly announced. Li Lei, Zhu Yuxian, Sun Qianfeng, and the other 9 not only evaded the work assigned by the Student Council, but also mocked and spread rumors privately, even defaming related leaders, seriously damaging the positive image of the Tsinghua Student Council. I declare that these 9 will be treated as voluntarily resigning. His righteous voice fell, and Zhou Yang and others applauded in agreement. Some of the older members looked a bit uneasy, but they had nothing to say because Su Heng was the victor. Li Lei and others have signed and sealed the documents, leaving no chance for a reversal. Moreover, the reasons mentioned by Su Heng are not fabricated. Li Lei and others indeed rejected the foundation's work at that time and privately spoke ill of Su Heng. Is there any dissent? Su Heng scanned the room and, finding no one responding, continued. Chapter 115. The Mysterious Gas. An outstanding talent from an university. A top student from Su University. Both Su Heng and Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Su Heng did not expect to be on the same flight as Zhao, and even more so, to be seated next to her. This was too coincidental. Zhao was originally scheduled for a flight tomorrow, but had to leave early due to urgent matters at the station, coupled with her strong curiosity about Su Heng. The two chatted very well, feeling as if they had known each other for a long time. As the plane slowly took off and gained speed, the intense dizziness made Zhao's pretty face pale, and her stomach churned. "Are you feeling unwell?" Su Heng asked with concern. "I'm just airsick, it's nothing." And Zhao managed to squeeze out a smile, holding back the urge to vomit, as she did not want to ruin her good image in front of the young man. Just as Su Heng was about to express his concern, a wisp of milky white gas floated in front of him. He was immediately stunned. Was he seeing things? His eyesight was unusually good. He couldn't be mistaken. Could it be mist? But where would mist come from inside the plane? Su Heng's mind raced as he quickly confirmed that he wasn't hallucinating. This wisp of gas was not ordinary mist. He stared at this mysterious gas, which seemed to have vitality, unsure of what it was, but sensing it was extraordinary and must have something to do with him. Chapter 116. Easy to ascend. Difficult to descend. The plane slowly landed at the airport in Magic City, and it was already 8 in the evening. The current security situation was quite chaotic, and Su Heng was worried about Zhao going back alone. Zhao was a well-known star at the Magic City TV station. She wore a hat and sunglasses, with a scarf covering her face to avoid being recognized and causing unnecessary trouble. After leaving the airport, Su Heng hailed a taxi. The driver was about 25 or 26 years old. He didn't look at Zhao, but occasionally sized up Su Heng. Magic City TV staff compound. Zhao told the driver. Okay. The driver finally withdrew his gaze from Su Heng. After about 10 minutes, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the staff compound of Magic City TV. Shall we go up for a cup of tea? Zhao smiled and invited. After chatting along the way, especially after some intimate interactions, she and Su Heng had unknowingly grown much closer. It's too late. Let's visit another day, Su Heng said, noting that it was getting late and the courtyard was busy, fearing it might be inconvenient. Be careful on your way. Zhao smiled and did not insist. Okay. Su Heng watched the beautiful woman walk into the compound before getting back into the car and leaving. I just remembered, you are the mysterious big shot who sold 3 subscription certificates that night. Chapter 117. Encountering Trouble. Su Heng could tell that Zhao Ming and Qin Shiming were taking this auction very seriously. They seemed a bit tense. However, he did not answer Qin Shiming's question, but instead asked, "What is the government's psychological price for this piece of land?" "Haven't I said it? 300 million. Qin Shiming replied directly. Oh, Su Heng understood, thinking that the Magic City government was quite sincere, with the auction starting at a price they could accept. At this time, the auction activity was very unregulated, and there was no experience. Everyone was feeling their way through the process. In fact, what Su Heng did not know was that the 300 million auction starting price was the result of multiple rounds of verification by relevant departments and expert groups, which had deemed it a sky-high price. The reason was simple. Although everyone was optimistic about the future of Pudong, at present, what was called Pudong was merely a patch of overgrown wasteland by the Huangpu River. At that time, a saying circulated, "Better to have a bed in Puxi than a house in Pudong," which made it clear that Pudong was not yet regarded favorably by the public. "Oh, what do you mean? Give us a hint." Zhao Ming became a bit anxious. Just then, footsteps came from the hallway and stopped at the door, followed by a knock. Chapter 118, Laying a Big Net. "Mr. Hu, are you interested in hearing a story?" Zhou Long asked again. Huan Juan was not in the mood for stories, but on the surface, he maintained a calm demeanor and was willing to hear more. Zhou Long sipped on Westlake Longjing tea and leisurely began his story. The gist was about a studious young man who, during his third year of middle school, on a rainy evening, encountered a group of delinquents while walking home with his childhood friend. The delinquents harassed the girl, and one of them knocked the young man to the ground. The young man picked up a brick and charged at one of the delinquents who was assaulting the girl, knocking him into the mud, which completely enraged the group. Someone pulled out a machete. Then, I ended up in a juvenile detention center, while that girl got into a prestigious high school and later successfully enrolled in a famous university in the capital. And I, however, ended up like this, Zhou Long said with a haunting voice, fiddling with the black ring on his finger, his piercing gaze fixed on the shimmering lake. Life is full of disappointments. Huan Juan sighed. Just then, his phone, which he had placed on the small table beside him, rang. He stood up to answer the call, but was stopped by two burly men. Huan Juan shot a cold glance at Zhou Long and sternly questioned, "What does this mean?" Chapter 119, Giving you opportunities, yet you dare not follow. 300,200,000. 300,300,000. Following me out a who. The other two local real estate companies that were merely there to accompany the bid quickly made their offers. Since notable names were present to support the auction, they had to make a bid. If they didn't bid at the beginning, they might miss the opportunity once the price went up. After the three real estate companies made their bids, the real competition had just begun. Huang Wei, the vice president of New World Real Estate, was the first to quote 300,010,000. 300,050,000. Du Daihui, the president of Zhongxing Real Estate, personally called out a price, directly raising it by 40 million, seemingly intending to shock the other competitors with his momentum. Tang Junian noticed his younger son was eager to try and slightly nodded. Tang Jiaqing immediately became excited. He had always wanted to regain the face he lost at the charity gala, and it was also significant that his father asked him to hold up the bidding card at such an important event, symbolizing that he was the heir of the Tang Group. Tang Jiaqing raised the bidding card high and loudly shouted, 300,060,000. At this point, except for Shenlong Real Estate, all bidders had made their offers. Su Heng remained calm and showed no reaction. 400 million. Du Daihui raised the price again by 40 million. After he confidently announced this price, he was prepared for it to be the last time he would bid, regardless of the outcome. Chapter 120. Expanding territory. Huang Guangyu felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, his heart racing. The hospitality from Shenlong Investment was impeccable. Jiang Qing brewed a pot of tea and brought over several newspapers to help him pass the time. Thank you, thank you. Huang Guangyu quickly stood up to express his gratitude, looking somewhat flustered. There's no need to be polite, Mr. Huang. Jiang Qing smiled as she set down the tea and newspapers. After leaving the reception room, she wondered why this bald man was so humble. Was he really the legendary retail giant in home appliances? Huang Guangyu had no mood to enjoy tea. He just wanted to see Su Heng as soon as possible to learn about his fate. Before coming to Magic City, he had already had an in-depth conversation with Brother Song. Brother Song was very straightforward, saying that any conditions proposed by Shenlong must be accepted, as long as it allowed Guame to keep alive. Although the auction in Pudong had concluded, its far-reaching impact was only just beginning. After the auction ended that day, Tang Junyan took the opportunity to fly to Hong Kong Island. Looking at his listless son beside him, he sighed inwardly. He didn't even feel like comforting his son. In the past, he believed his son was a rare talent, a dragon among men, and he had planned to cultivate him as his heir by first letting him take over the business in Magic City. Chapter 121, Unprecedented by Westlake. At the foot of Gushin, the century-old restaurant Lu Wai Lu. The best table in the restaurant, located by the window on the top floor, offered a view of the mountains and lake, capturing the beautiful scenery. Zhou Long, as usual, sat down here to dine. On the ancient wooden table in front of him lay the restaurant's signature dishes: Dompa pork, Westlake vinegar fish, and Longjing shrimp, among other exquisite delicacies. However, facing the delicious food, he had no appetite, frowning and puffing on a cigar. At that moment, a burly man rushed in and stood 3 meters away from Zhou Long, saying in a deep voice, "Brother Long, someone is definitely watching us, but the other side is too cunning. I brought a few brothers and didn't even catch a glimpse of them." Zhou Long took a deep breath of his cigar, slowly exhaling smoke. In the past couple of days, he had sensed he was being watched, but had no idea who it was, which made him a figure who walked boldly in Xiantang, quite unsettled and unable to eat or drink. "Brother Long, is it that group from before?" The burly man asked tentatively when he saw Zhou Long silent. "Impossible." Zhou Long firmly denied it. He knew who the burly man was referring to. It was that group of small-time thugs from 7 years ago, all of whom he had dealt with one by one. They couldn't possibly stir up any waves again. Besides, that group didn't have the capability to do so. Chapter 122. Some are happy, some are worried. Sigh. Tomorrow I have to go to the capital to meet the big boss. Su Heng was quite surprised to receive a call from Jiang Chongwen. At the same time, he suddenly realized a more serious issue. It was easy to explain being summoned once or twice, but if it happened frequently, it would inevitably raise suspicions among those with ulterior motives. How could a freshman like him understand so much? See so far? Be more impressive than professional scholars? For tomorrow's meeting, he had to prepare in advance because what he said couldn't be baseless. It must come with sufficient reasoning and evidence. Su Heng's mind raced. He glanced out at the night sky. The Magic City Library had already closed. After a moment's thought, he called Zhao Ming to see if he could help him gain access. For Zhao Ming, it was no big deal. He directly had his secretary fetch the key from the library administrator. Su Heng first took Su Yali home, then went to the library with the key. He found books on economics and eagerly began to read. He was amazed to discover that his reading speed and comprehension had significantly improved. He could finish a few 100-page professional book in an average of 10 minutes and grasp most of the content. He flipped through classic economic texts one after another: land economics, urban economics and real estate markets, methods and applications of real estate market analysis, principles of economics, stages of economic growth, imperfect competition economics, and so on. Chapter 123. So dominant, Su Heng looked at this absurd scene and couldn't help but think of the fairy tale The Emperor's New Clothes. Feeling like the child in the story, he believed that if he rashly went on stage to point out that Qigong was a scam, not only would no one believe him, but he would probably be booed off the stage. Facts speak louder than words. To successfully expose these frauds, he had to reveal their tricks on the spot. He didn't rush to the stage. Instead, he observed quietly and carefully. After the bird trainer stepped down, a master named Duan took the stage. This master Duan was even more impressive, bringing 20 disciples dressed in traditional martial arts attire. "I will demonstrate a Tai Chi internal technique, the 18 falls of clothing," Master Duan said, cupping his fist to the crowd. After striking a pose, he waved to his disciples. "Use everything you've learned to attack me." "Yes." The 20 disciples shouted in unison, their momentum astonishing, accompanied by a series of low growls. The disciples surrounded Master Duan and launched a fierce attack one after another. However, Master Duan's slender body remained unmoved. He simply waved his sleeve gracefully, and the disciples fell to the ground in all directions, howling in defeat. Good. The master has true skills. Chapter 124. The master lacks martial ethics. Su Heng once again proved with facts that the bird trainer master also knew nothing about Qigong and was merely performing deceptive tricks. Another fake master. How could that be? This master had even performed on television, yet he turned out to be a fraud. Chairman Su is amazing. He saw through it all. Of course. Who is Chairman Su? He is the pride of our new students. No, he is the pride of the entire Tsinghua. The crowd buzzed with excitement, questioning the masters while admiring Su Heng even more. Oh, so it was fake. Xia Zimo completely relaxed, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with tenderness as she gazed unblinkingly at the young man on stage. However, thinking about her earlier excited display, she felt a bit embarrassed. The bird trainer's face alternated between green and red, feeling as if he had been stripped naked in public. At this moment, the other 8 masters on stage were all on edge. 1 against 20, Master Duan, come out. Su Heng suddenly pointed to one of them and said with a faint smile, "Let me experience your 18 falls of clothing." What the heck? Chairman Su is challenging a Tai Chi master. The students collectively gasped. They had all witnessed Master Duan's extraordinary Tai Chi skills, where even 20 strong men couldn't get close. Chapter 125. Endless phone calls. Remember, safety first at all times. Su Heng reminded again. In fact, Su Heng had considered sending someone to protect Lena. Before returning from Hong Kong, he had asked Shi Hao and Lei Zhan if they were willing to stay, but seeing they weren't mentally prepared, he didn't push the matter. Later, after pondering for a while, he realized that sending someone to protect Lena would imply that she was very important to him, which would only make others more likely to target her. Ultimately, it came down to his own weak influence in Hong Kong Island. This incident made him decide to quickly develop enough power in Hong Kong Island. How is the acquisition of the listed company going? Well, after investigation and analysis, I think Hongmei Group is quite suitable, with a market value of about 30 million. I have already bought 30% of the shares. You handle it. But the main thing is to act quickly. Su Heng hung up the phone and was about to step down when he noticed Du Xiaojun following him. And he saw that the girl was holding a piece of paper, so he waved and said, "Give me the paper." Oh. Du Xiaojun quickly handed it over. She was still in shock and forgot to throw away the fake master's business card. She had already realized that Master Huang had ulterior motives, and fortunately, Su Heng had exposed him. Otherwise, she didn't dare to think about what terrible consequences she would have faced if she had gone to see Master Huang. Chapter 126. Who is the true hero? Xia Mingyu couldn't accept that his well-behaved, academically excellent daughter had only been in college for a month and was already with a boy. The shock he received was too great. Even so, he couldn't bring himself to scold his daughter over the phone. He silently hung up, took out a cigarette, and after several attempts, finally managed to light it. Although he was mentally prepared for his daughter growing up and falling in love, it was happening too quickly, leaving him unprepared. "Hey, Uncle Xiao, why is there no sound?" Su Heng was speaking when he realized the call had been disconnected. Xia Zimo had a sad face. "My dad must have misunderstood," she thought, recalling her father's disappointed expression. After hesitating for a moment, she mustered the courage to call back. At this time, Xia Mingyu had finished one cigarette and had calmed down a bit. Hearing his daughter's voice, he didn't know what to say. "Dad, I went shopping with Su Heng, and then it started to rain, so we didn't go back to school." "Don't misunderstand." Xia Zimo explained the situation and felt much lighter. "I believe you." Xia Mingyu's anger dissipated a little. It seemed that boy hadn't made any moves yet. However, he felt that if things continued like this, his daughter would eventually get into trouble. He had to remind her in person and also warn that boy not to mess around. His daughter was still in school, and what if something happened? Chapter 127. Easily winning over the future father-in-law Hai Yan was so polite, which surprised Su Heng. It was worth noting that Hai Yan was now a well-known figure with both fame and wealth in the capital. Ma Wei, Wang Shuo, Feng Xiaojing, Lu Jinyun, and others, who would soon be influential figures in the capital, all called him Big Brother Hai and often came to the restaurant to enjoy free food and drinks. This level of person not only brought 2 bottles of good wine, but also handed over his business card with both hands. Su Heng found it a bit unbelievable. Since he didn't have a business card, he wrote down his contact information by hand. Good. Hai Yan saw the carefree and unrestrained handwriting on the paper and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. In fact, after Kunlun Hotel took on a major contract from Shenlong Electric, he had inquired about Su Heng and found that this young man was extraordinary. Meeting him today only confirmed that this young man was indeed a dragon among men, and he was already inclined to befriend him. The two exchanged business cards, marking the beginning of their connection. After the banquet, the company organized employee representatives to visit major attractions in the capital. This was arranged by Song Jia and others. And Zhiruo hurriedly left after the banquet to sort out the materials from the day and produce a news program. Su Heng saw off Song Ru and her daughter, and in the hotel lobby, he encountered Hai Yan again, chatting a bit more and deepening their impressions of each other. Chapter 128. The Wild Subordinate. Let's talk when I arrive tomorrow. Su Heng was planning to make a trip to Hong Kong Island. Of course, The stock of Hongmei Group was being targeted by speculators, so it wasn't worth him making the trip personally. He needed to visit a big boss to resolve the transportation issues for purchasing raw materials from the international market. Master, you're coming to Hong Kong Island? That's great. Lena was pleasantly surprised to hear that Su Heng was coming over. The next morning, after greeting Xia Zimo, Su Heng called Zhou Yinshan. Principal Zhou, I'm going to Hong Kong Island today and plan to visit Mr. Dong as well. You brat, you're going to Hong Kong Island again. What big mood do you have this time? Zhou Yinshan guessed immediately. Su Heng casually replied, It's not a big move. Mr. Dong's shipping company is not doing well, and I'm bringing him some business. Zhou Yinshan thought to himself that this kid was indeed going to Hong Kong Island to contact shipping, which wouldn't be a small move. However, since it was a business matter, he wouldn't ask too much. He directly said, Mr. Dong's people are reliable, and you can also ask him for advice. When do you plan to visit? I'll call him in advance. This afternoon at 3 o'clock. Okay. After hanging up, he headed to the capital airport to catch a flight to Hong Kong Island. Chapter 129. It's not a matter of courage. Lena was cooking, and Su Heng couldn't help her, so he stood by the door watching. About an hour later, Lena finished several signature dishes: snowflake beef slices, eggplant fish pot, kung pao shrimp, shiitake mushrooms with cilantro, and a bowl of 3 fresh soup. Additionally, there were ready-made Hong Kong-style dim sum and fresh fruits, filling the entire table. Lena also took out 2 bottles of red wine from the wine cabinet. Master, taste how it is. If I weren't pressed for time, I could make many more. Lena said proudly, eagerly awaiting Su Heng's affirmation. Quite good. This is the first time I've had such delicious home-style dishes from Hong Kong. Su Heng tasted each dish and nodded in praise. Then you should eat more. Lena raised her wine glass and said seriously, Master, thank you for giving me the opportunity and teaching me the skills. 2 months ago, she was just an obscure intern at HSBC. Because Su Heng, this super big client, mentioned her name, she quickly established herself at HSBC. Moreover, she received a large commission, something she had never dared to dream of. Additionally, this young boss seemed like a star fallen to the mortal world, so dazzling and mysterious. As the two were enjoying their meal, Su Heng's phone rang. Chapter 130. One kick to kill. Chen Huiman hesitated a bit. He knew that Akuan had strong practical abilities and was ruthless, and he also wanted to take the opportunity to test this young man. All eyes turned to Su Heng, everyone watching with anticipation. In their eyes, this young man looked great and could easily defeat everyone present. But in terms of fighting, 10 of them wouldn't be Akuan's match. Under everyone's gaze, Su Heng remained calm, leisurely finishing his tea before standing up and saying lightly, I've never played in the ring before. Since someone is challenging me, I might as well experience it. He was very clear that in such a situation, there was no need to hide his talents. To earn the respect of these people, he needed to demonstrate sufficient strength. He believed that with his strong physical fitness and the techniques he learned from observing Yu Zhong and retired soldiers sparring, he could easily defeat anyone present, including Chen Huiman. However, as soon as he finished speaking, boos erupted around him. Chen Huiman did not expect Su Heng to agree, and his intuition told him that this young man was not simple, but he still favored Akuan more. So he reminded, Brother Su, wear your protective gear. Akuan, just go easy. Chapter 131. The arrogant young master Uncle Xia. You just focus on contacting suppliers for the raw materials. I will find someone to clean up here and build a shed to store the raw materials. Su Heng continued. This way, it would create the illusion of starting construction. Xia Mingyu was taken aback and suddenly realized something, his face filled with disbelief. A piece of land in Pudong was sold for a sky-high price of 10 billion a few days ago. Is this the one? Jis, Su Heng Nadif. Xia Mingyu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had already been amazed when he heard from his daughter that Su Heng had made 3 billion by trading foreign exchange in Hong Kong. And now suddenly there was a piece of land worth 10 billion. Thinking back to when he made 200,000 by trading subscription certificates, he was excited and couldn't sleep for several nights, especially remembering how he had shoved 50,000 yuan into this kid's hands at a restaurant in a magic city. Here he was, a millionaire, giving 50,000 to a billionaire. Just thinking about it made him blush with shame. This piece of land is idle anyway, Uncle Xia. Feel free to use it. Don't worry, I won't let you use it for free. I will charge you rent, Su Heng said calmly. Xia Mingyu felt bitter inside, thinking to himself that he was under a lot of pressure, feeling the weight of responsibility for his daughter, who was as innocent as paper. How could she handle this kid? Chapter 132. A visit as Zheng Tianhao became furious. His 4 bodyguards, having seen similar scenes many times, instinctively blocked Lena's escape route. What? What do you want to do? Lena was startled by the audacity of the other party and became tense. She had already observed that this area was full of greenery and sparsely populated. What to do? Of course, it's to make you comfortably call me Daddy. Come on, baby. Daddy loves you. Zheng Tianhao grinned like he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered, arms outstretched as he lunged forward. Help! Lena, an athlete, seized an opportunity and sprinted out with her long legs. The 4 agile bodyguards were a bit careless, clearly not expecting a weak woman to suddenly run out like a cheetah. One of them reacted quickly and instinctively lunged, grabbing Lena's ankle as she fell to the ground with a heavy thud due to her momentum. Ha ha ha! What a great move! The fierce tiger pounces on its prey. Good job. Hey Z, I reward you. Zheng Tianhao laughed excitedly. Thank you, young master. The bodyguard known as Hey Z stepped aside to let the young master enjoy his prey. The other 3 bodyguards quickly surrounded Lena tightly. Chapter 133. I'm not here to hear your misunderstanding. Dozens of well-trained security personnel, mostly elite members from the police force, had extensive experience in anti-terrorism and security. Wealthy tycoons in Hong Kong were keen on hiring police elites to serve them. Especially members of the Flying Tigers were particularly popular. Zheng Yutong set up such a large show of force to intimidate Su Heng. Su Heng and Lei Zhan closely followed Su Heng and Lena. Lena instinctively held Su Heng's hand, worry evident on her face. Being a native of Hong Kong, she knew the terror of the 4 major families well. The young boss risking himself for her made her feel touched yet anxious. Seeing his son beaten to a pulp, Zheng Yutong's expression darkened. Their essay saying, one shouldn't hit a person in the face, and one shouldn't hit a dog without looking at its owner. This mainland kid had beaten his son like this, which was a slap in the face to the Zheng family. However, when he saw the stunning Lena, he was immediately captivated, noticing her disheveled hair and dirt-stained clothes. And guessed at what had happened. Dad, he almost killed me. You gotta let someone kill these 3 mainlanders. Zheng Tianhao ran to his father, his arrogance immediately rising. Shut up. Chapter 134. If someone offends me, I will return the favor 100-fold. I'm not here to hear you talk about misunderstandings. Su Heng's cold voice fell, and everyone doubted whether they had heard correctly. The head of the Zheng family, one of the 4 major families of Hong Kong, was softening. This kid was still not done. How arrogant could he be? Lena's beautiful eyes lingered on Su Heng, looking at the young man's extraordinary face and his gaze that seemed to look down on the world. Her recently calmed heart began to ripple again. Su Heng and Lei Zhan, influenced by Su Heng's dominating aura, felt their blood boil. The Zheng family members, however, had a completely different expression. Zheng Tianhao was utterly enraged, shouting at the surrounding security personnel, "Are you all dead? Quickly throw this audacious mainland kid into the sea to feed the fish." These security personnel already looked down on mainlanders and were unhappy with this arrogant mainland youth. However, without Zheng Yutong's orders, they did not act. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. The heavens will rain down on the arrogant, and the arrogant will meet disaster. Zheng Yutong said coldly, word by word. He was genuinely angry. As the head of one of the 4 major families, he took the initiative to seek peace. And this young man still wanted to push it further. Chapter 135. He is not someone you can mess with, moreover. Su Heng had just started speaking when Zheng Yutong nearly exploded. He had already promised $2 billion in compensation and asked his son to apologize in writing. Yet this kid was still relentless, truly thinking the Zheng family was just a decoration. Don't be nervous, Zheng boss, Su Heng said with a faint smile. I'm about to start a business in Hong Kong, and I don't want my employees to encounter any accidents. What do you mean? Whether your employees have accidents is none of my business. Zheng Yutong snorted coldly. However, hearing that this kid wanted to start a business in Hong Kong made his heart stir. He knew better than anyone how deep the waters were in Hong Kong, cursing this arrogant mainland kid to drown. Since Zheng boss is pretending to be confused, let me be straightforward. You Zheng family should not lay hands on my employees. Su Heng said coldly. You're thinking too much. Since we're reconciling, our Zheng family won't do anything underhanded. Zheng Yutong said disdainfully, then changed his tone. What if it's normal business competition? Su Heng replied straightforwardly. As long as it's normal competition, it doesn't matter how it's done. Su Heng left the Zheng family with Lena and the others, and the 3 of them still felt unreal. Chapter 136. a night destined to be extraordinary. Sure, how? Go to the hotel and bring Lu Qi and the others here. Su Heng planned to let Lu Qi and the others come over to familiarize themselves with the situation. Yes, boss. Sure Hao responded and quickly left. Su Heng then said to Lena and Lei Zhan, Lena, let Lei Zhan go with you to buy some home supplies. Replace a few bedrooms first and also buy some good food. Don't save money. Lei Zhan nodded and turned to leave the office first. Su Heng was standing by the window, gazing out at Victoria Harbor. Soon, Sure Hao arrived with Lu Qi and others. It was their first time in Hong Kong Island, and they all had an unmistakable excitement on their faces. Boss, is this our office location? The five knew that this was the central financial district, and the rent must be astronomical. Yes, just bought it. Su Heng nodded. After a week of getting along, Su Heng and they had become quite familiar. Boss, the housing prices in Hong Kong are much higher than in Magic City, right? The five secretly clicked their tongues. They were in awe of the young boss's incredible learning ability, and even more shocking was the young boss's foresight and keen insight, which solidified their determination to follow him. Just arriving in Hong Kong Island, he actually bought a 3-story building in the precious financial street, which filled them with infinite hope for the future. Chapter 137. The trendsetter Su Heng left for Pulse Bay and first went to the financial street to meet Lu Qi and the others, then headed to Orient, shipping together. Lu Qi, in his 30s, was steady and dignified, originally working in the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation. After the great leader's speech during his southern tour, he was one of the many civil servants who entered the business world. These people broke away from their golden rice bowls and plunged into the historical tide of economic reform, some becoming trendsetters of the times, while more were drowned. However, it is undeniable that the rise of the Chinese economy has their blood and youth poured into it. The other four were Chun Hongmei, a top student from Beijing Foreign Studies University, fluent in English and Japanese, previously a translator for the overseas edition of People's Daily. Huang Xiaohua, from the law department of Pengqing University, well-versed in international economic law and fluent in spoken English. Jiang Siki, a graduate from Fudan University's School of Economics, fluent in English and Korean. Zhang Kun, a graduate from Fudan University's Chinese department, proficient in English with strong writing skills and excellent eloquence. Su Heng and the five arrived at Orient Shipping right at 8:30 a.m. Han Xue was already waiting at the door, and upon seeing Su Heng get out of the car, she warmly greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Su. Welcome, everyone. Han Xue smiled and shook hands with Su Heng and the others. Thank you, Assistant Han. Have the others arrived? Chapter 138. The martial saint of the era Nippon Steel and POSCO regard each other as their biggest competitors in the international steel market. The representative from Nippon Steel was quite arrogant, but they had the capital to be so, as their product quality was recognized worldwide. Before Su Heng could say anything, the representative from POSCO, Park Yoji, mocked, Mr. Kato, I think it would be better if you woke up before you spoke, otherwise you will make a fool of yourself. Saying this, he took out a stack of materials from his bag and threw them on the table. This is a testing report from an international authority on our products, with key data that is comparable to your Nippon Steel products. Comparable? Kato Reifu certainly wasn't really drunk and disdainfully said, that just shows there is still a difference. Do you dare to deny it? Our products fully meet international standards. There is definitely a difference. Park Yoji admitted this point as well. Su Heng had no time to listen to the two bickering and interrupted. Mr. Park, what is your lowest price? Park Yongji replied, $315 per ton, which is already below our cost price. $315, plus shipping and various other fees. When transported to the domestic market, it roughly converts to about 1,800 renminbi per ton. Chapter 139. The might of the dojo, Su Heng instinctively wanted to reject the invitation from Kato Reifu. However, he could see that Kato Reifu was very interested in him. Knowing the nature of the Japanese, he would definitely try to probe into his background. Additionally, he wanted to see what tricks the Japanese would play and intimidate them a bit. All right, Su Heng. Su Sang was straightforward. Kato Reifu grinned, looking quite excited. He greatly admired Su Heng's unexpectedly powerful strength and was very curious about the background of this young man from the East. Mr. Dong, I apologize for the trouble, but I would like to invite you to dinner tonight, if you have the time. Su Heng politely asked Dong Chenyu. Dong Chenyu smiled. Mr. Su, you are too polite. It should be me, the host, fulfilling my duties. Let us do it tonight. Just call me when you're done. As a middleman, he would definitely receive benefits for facilitating several super big deals from major sellers. Dong sang, Do you want to visit our judo dojo? Kato Reifu casually suggested. Dong Xinyu indeed wanted to see it, because he had a hunch that Su Heng was going to do something, but he still politely declined. Su Heng let Lu Qi and the others take Hao's car back to Financial Street first, while he got into Kato Reifu's Toyota Crown. Chapter 140. An inevitable adversary, Uncle Zhao. I'll take care of the reception for the delegation. I can handle the food and accommodation. However, I really can't be the team leader. You should find someone reputable. Su Heng knew he couldn't avoid this reception task, but thinking that there would definitely be many big shots in the delegation, it was really inappropriate for an 18-year-old boy to be the team leader. In fact, this team leader wasn't as important as you might think. It was just a nominal position. To put it bluntly, it was just a tour guide. All right, as you say, you take care of the reception work, and I'll let the organizing committee discuss the team leader issue. Zhao Ming readily compromised. When will Uncle Zhao come over? I will make good arrangements. Su Heng politely asked. Cough. We have to wait until after the return. Zhao Ming coughed lightly. Su Heng immediately realized that since Hong Kong Island hadn't returned, Zhao Ming, as a senior official from Magic City, had too sensitive an identity and definitely couldn't come over. After that, the two detailed their discussion about the composition of the delegation and the main tasks for this trip. You have big moves over there again? Finally, Zhao Ming couldn't suppress his curiosity. Yes, Uncle Zhao, our country is actively carrying out construction, and I'm helping to solve some raw material issues. Chapter 141. Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers. Mr. Dong, what is the background of those Japanese in the dojo? Su Heng casually asked. He believed that with Dong Xinyu's level, he would definitely know more about the insider information regarding the Black Dragon Society. Speaking of the Japanese, Dong Xinyu was quite moved. Those Japanese are supposedly from major financial groups, such as Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, Mitsui, and Nippon Steel, etc. In reality, they are very closely connected through the dojo, which makes the major financial groups in Japan as solid as iron. Not only in Hong Kong Island, but the situation is similar for the Japanese around the world. In short, the Japanese banding together is quite remarkable. Su Heng recalled a saying, 1 Japanese is a worm, 3 Japanese are a dragon. Although this saying is exaggerated, it also illustrates the strong team spirit of the Japanese, which should not be underestimated. Mr. Dong should know about the Black Dragon Society, right? After listening to Dong Xinyu talk for a long time, without getting the information he wanted, Su Heng got straight to the point. Dong Xinyu was quite shocked and asked, you know their identity? Su Heng nodded. Dong Xinyu sighed and said, due to historical reasons, there are many forces at play in Hong Kong, making it a mixed bag. Now, it has generally formed a relatively balanced state. Chapter 142. Coincidences make a story. What surprised Su Heng even more was that Enjurua had also come. The beautiful woman stood out like a water lily among the predominantly middle-aged delegation, particularly dazzling. Enjurua's beautiful eyes scanned the crowd and immediately spotted Su Heng, her delicate face lighting up with joy. The two couldn't communicate privately, so they exchanged greetings with their eyes. The welcoming ceremony organized by the Hong Kong Business Association was quite grand. A group of innocent and lively children presented colorful flower garlands to the guests. Most of the 50 delegation members were visiting Hong Kong for the first time, feeling excited inside, but trying to maintain a calm exterior. Welcome, Mr. Liu. It's great to see you again. Ms. Chun, Hong Kong is your second home. You should come back often. The welcoming staff from the Hong Kong Business Association were very enthusiastic. It was clear that Lu Chuanji and Chun Lihua were the core figures, also the most well-known individuals in Hong Kong. Lu Chuanji's Lenovo Group has an office in Hong Kong, and he frequently visits, establishing good relationships with many well-known entrepreneurs. Chun Lihua goes without saying. Chapter 143. Provoking the wrong people, I often go to Huadu and feel very close to you mainlanders. What's your name, beautiful? Where are you from on the mainland? One guy, with dyed golden hair and dressed in a hip-hop style, spoke with a flippant tone and a sense of superiority. His name was Huang Shengqiang, whose family was in the clothing export business. Initially, their business wasn't doing well, but since opening a clothing factory in the mainland 3 years ago, the extremely low labor costs have led to a windfall in profits. Another guy, who was drooling over the beautiful woman, was named Sun Zhao. His parents were in the import-export seafood business, and he came from a wealthy family. In their subconscious, those from the mainland were seen as unsophisticated bumpkins. Sorry, I don't know you. And Enjurua, encountering such a situation for the first time, could tell that these 3 flashy guys had ulterior motives. Hey, we'll get to know each other better if we go upstairs for a drink, Huang Xingqiang said. excited by Enjiruo's innocent appearance. "Get lost. Don't scare the beautiful lady." Zheng Tianhao pushed Huang Shengqian aside and said seriously, "The beautiful lady is here to enter the entertainment industry, right? I have connections. You must have heard of director Wang Jing. He's my buddy, and I can get him to arrange a role for you with just one word." Chapter 144. Conspiracy or Accident. Su Heng and Enjiruo took the elevator to the top floor. Coincidentally, they encountered the couple Tang Sung and his wife again. Moreover, there were two strong-looking men in suits in front of and behind them, clearly bodyguards. Su Heng remembered very well that he hadn't seen these four bodyguards when he got off the plane. It was obvious that this was prearranged by Chen Lihua. Chen Lihua signaled the bodyguards in front to step aside. Seeing Chen Lihua showing an ambiguous expression, Su Heng took the initiative to greet them. "Hello. I'm taking Miss In back to her room." This time, Chen Lihua just smiled and nodded, while Ji Chongrue chuckled. "You two don't need to feel embarrassed. We understand. Please come in." Su Heng stepped aside politely to let them enter the elevator. He didn't explain anything. Such things only make it worse. And there was no need for an explanation, just worried about affecting Enjia, knowing that this era was still quite conservative, especially regarding relationships between men and women. Finding Enjiruo's room, Su Heng helped open the door. "Thank you," Enjiruo said softly, then generously invited, "Come in and sit for a while." Su Heng walked into the room and asked with concern, "Can you still attend the dinner?" Chapter 145. A beautiful story. Lena sat in an inconspicuous corner of the airport lounge, wearing a sun hat and sunglasses. She had decided to leave. As boarding time approached, she suddenly felt nervous and restless, involuntarily glancing at the entrance of the lounge, both hoping to see that figure and fearing its appearance. If it were like a scene from a movie, if he suddenly chased after her and asked her to stay, she might not have the courage to refuse. After passing through security, the figure she had been longing for still did not appear. Su Heng returned to his villa in Shallow Water Bay, took off his damaged suit, enjoyed a comfortable hot bath, and called Zhao Ming to briefly report on the delegation's work. Unknowingly, he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon, and the sky was darkening. Remembering that the dinner started at 5, it was too late to go, so he decided not to attend. After getting dressed, he walked out of the room and stood on the super spacious balcony, gazing at the gradually descending sunset. At that moment, Hao came over quickly, head down, holding a paper bag. "Lena hasn't returned?" Su Heng casually asked. Hao said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, boss. Miss Lena asked me to give this to you after 5. Chapter 146. You are not alone. Just as Su Heng embarked on his journey to Cambridge, thousands of miles away in Hong Kong, Gao Kong quickly connected with Zheng Yutong. Ever since Su Heng had embarrassed him, Zheng Yutong had been plotting how to regain face through commercial competition. Meanwhile, Gao Kong, having been severely weakened in the battle with the dragon, had not yet recovered, primarily due to a lack of strong financial support. The two parties quickly hit it off. Gao Kong wanted to obtain funding from Zheng Yutong. Zheng Yutong planned to use Gao Kang's Suning Electric to undermine Su Heng, but more importantly, he wanted to learn from the dragon and take the opportunity to occupy commercial real estate while helping Suning open stores on a large scale. Additionally, Zheng Yutong had already discovered that Su Heng had invested a massive amount of capital in importing raw materials. He believed this was a great opportunity. As Su Heng shifted his focus overseas, there would inevitably be a void internally, and he could use Suning as a knife to stab hard at Dragon Electric. "I can consider investing in Suning, but with one condition," Zheng Yutong said, puffing on a large cigar, his posture and tone revealing an unmistakable arrogance. Gao Kong sat upright, his attitude very respectful. In his eyes, Zheng Yutong was the true top boss. "Please go ahead, Mr. Zheng." Hearing the other party agree to invest, Gao Kong felt a surge of joy, but he did not forget to emphasize his bottom line. "I must have control over Suning, and I hope President Zheng understands." Chapter 147. The protagonist shines on stage at 9:50 a.m. in the conference hall of the Hong Kong Chamber of Commerce headquarters. The hall, which can accommodate 1,000 people, was packed. In the front row, besides Hong Kong's top tycoons, there were representatives of entrepreneurs from around the world. On the podium, in the middle back seat, sat Lu Weiliang, a well-known host from Hong Kong TV. On the left side, in 3 seats, were Hua Jinting, Li Zikai, and Zheng Jiachun. It was obvious that, due to the sensitivity of this period in Hong Kong, top moguls like Li He and Zheng Yutong were not present and had instead sent outstanding members of the next generation. On the right side, There were also 3 seats occupied by Lu Chuanji and Chen Lihua, while the main seat remained vacant. Why is the main seat empty? In the eyes of the mainland delegation members, the person sitting in the main seat should be Lu Chuanji or Chen Lihua. It seemed the mainland delegation had arrived. Was there anyone else? Some people from Hong Kong were also a bit confused. Lu Chuanji knew. He had just received a call that today's protagonist was someone else. At 10 o'clock, as host Lu Weiliang was preparing to announce the start of the forum, he thought to himself, "It seems I arrived just in time." Accompanied by a magnetic and infectious voice, a tall and handsome young man, with a faint smile, confidently strode into the venue. Chapter 148 Joint Action sets up a fatal trap. What a fantastic speech. Truly exciting and inspiring. The members of the mainland delegation, the first batch of pioneers and risk-takers, possessed extraordinary vision and courage. Su Heng's speech was like a lighthouse, illuminating their clear view of an infinitely bright future. Even those from Hong Kong and foreigners who held many prejudices against the mainland were moved by Su Heng's words. The subsequent forum centered around Su Heng, and no one dared to provoke him. Instead, there was a tone of humility in seeking advice. Faced with thousands of big shots, Su Heng remained calm and composed. Speaking eloquently, topics such as the division and reshuffling of the international market, the international economic cycle, red ocean and blue ocean markets, etc. His extraordinary demeanor and eloquence, along with his impressive knowledge and forward-looking, innovative viewpoints, deeply shocked everyone present. The forum, originally planned for 2 hours, extended to over 3 hours. Remarkably, the forum turned into Su Heng's solo performance, with the other 5 guests becoming mere decorations. For over 3 hours, everyone listened to Su Heng bragging, and they were captivated, feeling they had gained a lot from it. Chapter 149, the billion-dollar ordering conference in the eyes of Qin Shiming and Zhao Ming. Su Heng's connection between population base and hegemony was not a trivial matter. Imagine if these words were taken seriously by countries with ulterior motives. Wouldn't that put China in a tight spot? It's all just my nonsense to fool foreigners. Seeing the 2 leaders serious, Su Heng casually explained, "I'm just afraid they might take it seriously." Qin Shiming shot Su Heng an annoyed glance. "No way." Su Heng exclaimed. "We only have $20 billion in foreign exchange reserves, and this year's GDP is barely $500 billion, while the U.S. reached $65 trillion last year. We're just a fraction of theirs. Will they take us seriously?" In fact, he wanted to say that in the eyes of Western countries, China is full of problems. And the narrative of a declining Chinese economy is quite common. If they heard him say that China would dominate the world, they would surely consider it a huge joke. Since I've said it, let's move on. Qin Shiming thought the same. China's economy is indeed too weak, and no one would believe such grand claims. Qin Shiming nodded, smiling, and praised, "Comrade Xiao Su, your speech at the forum was excellent. It did not betray our trust in you." Chapter 150 The biggest path to wealth with the big order in hand. Dong Mingzhu was very excited, feeling as if she were dreaming. She never expected that a small factory like Gree would be the first to receive an order from Shenlong Electric, and it was a super big order exceeding 1 billion. "Boss Su, can we take a look at the purchase contract first?" Finally, someone couldn't hold back. Everyone could take a look first. Su Heng signaled Jiang Qing to distribute the printed contracts. The conference hall quickly quieted down as everyone focused on reading the contract. The contract terms were very detailed, practically a textbook for appliance purchase contracts. After carefully reviewing the contract, everyone nodded in satisfaction, having no objections to the contract itself. What troubled them was that a price reduction was definitely required, but the question was how much, especially for air conditioning manufacturers. Gree had already taken the initiative to cut prices by 15. Would they have to be that ruthless too? Representatives from several air conditioning manufacturers involuntarily looked towards Cheng Gaosheng, the sales manager of Chunlon. Cheng Gaosheng crossed his legs and said arrogantly, "Boss Su, Chunlon Air Conditioning is the largest air conditioning manufacturer in the country, with high brand recognition." In his eyes, Chunlon was the leader in the air conditioning industry, and Chunlon would have to give them some face. Chapter 151 What's the point of bullying small fish and shrimp? Beep, beep, beep. Su Heng was chatting casually with Su Yali and Jiang Qing when his mobile phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the excited voice of Huan Jun, unable to contain his excitement. "Boss, there's news." "Go ahead." "I just received news that Suning is about to declare war on us Shenlong." Huan Jun was indeed quite excited. After graduating from university, He passed up a great job to join Su Heng. He never expected that after working hard for 2 years, he would be kicked out like a dog. For him, nothing was more exhilarating than fighting against Su Heng. It truly is Su Heng. Su Heng had a premonition. Since the other party had their funds held overseas, they would definitely coordinate with other actions, and targeting Shenlong Electric was undoubtedly a sharp move. Yes, I've heard that a Hong Kong giant is investing in Su Heng. Where did you get this information? Su Heng asked curiously. Huan Jun honestly replied, a marketing team leader from my time at Su Heng told me. Su Heng just held a mobilization meeting to declare war on Shenlong. Even if he didn't tell me, this news would spread quickly. I understand. You continue with the original plan on your side. Chapter 152, The Young Master is Mighty. Su Zong, this is the promotional activity that is about to be implemented. Familiarize yourself with it first, and then gather the store managers and key members from the various stores in Magic City for focused learning. Su Heng spent half a day preparing a brand new marketing plan, which could be said to be far ahead of its time. Good. Su Yali knew that when this guy got serious, the things he created were absolutely extraordinary, like holding a treasure in hand, carefully observing it. Jiang Qing. Su Heng called out, what does the boss want? Jiang Qing's bright eyes sparkled. It was the first time she personally received a task from the young boss, and she was very excited. Come over and take a look at this. Su Heng pointed to the colorful egg he had just drawn. Oh, isn't this a golden egg? Jiang Qing nodded to indicate she understood. That's right. You go contact a plaster factory that produces small toys and have them produce according to this design. Su Heng detailed the requirements for size, shape, color, and so on. Jiang Qing was afraid of making mistakes, so she picked up a pen and wrote everything down. Su Heng was very satisfied with the girl's work attitude. As long as she was serious and meticulously executed his orders, she didn't need to be particularly smart or forward-thinking. Chapter 153. Knowing the outcome as soon as the dragon makes a move. Zheng, long time no see. Su Heng walked over to Zheng Yutong, calmly sat down, and smiled as he greeted him. Mr. Su, you really have a good taste. It seems you're quite confident about the battle between Shenlong and Su Heng. Zheng Yutong intended to probe this kid's thoughts. Su Heng replied lightly, the price war is just a children's game. Let the others play it. Didn't you also not participate in the field yourself, Mr. Zheng? True, Zheng Yutong replied vaguely. While secretly admiring Su Heng's calmness and maturity, he also had some doubts. Was this kid really so calm because he had little capital, or was he hiding something? If this kid was just pretending to be calm, his acting skills would definitely earn him an Oscar. Zheng Yutong found it increasingly difficult to see through this young man. It seems today will once again be a contest between Shenlong and the giants of Hong Kong. Other bidders, seeing the two chatting and laughing, couldn't help but sigh secretly. At exactly 9 o'clock, the auction officially began. This time, they did not invite a professional auctioneer. The last auctioneer was too timid. So this time, it was hosted personally by the municipal official Qin Qiming. Zhao Ming was absent due to other matters. The official replacing Zhao Ming was Yu Deshui, the head of the Investment Promotion Bureau, whom Su Heng had dealt with before. He had participated in mediating the peace between Shenlong and Su Heng. Chapter 154. Pulling the little braid and shearing the sheep. Su sang, I have something important to tell you. Fujita Reifu said politely, but his tone carried a confidence and arrogance that suggested he was in control. Something important? Let me guess. Su Heng smiled coldly, without needing to say. It was definitely that the Zheng family had used some means to delay Shin Nippon Steel's delivery. Oh, Su sang, please guess, Fujita Reifu asked with great interest. He had just received news from headquarters that the company would delay delivery to the legendary company. Additionally, he had heard from rumors that several other companies also intended to delay delivery. He immediately realized that Su Heng was targeted by a conspiracy and that this was an excellent opportunity to win him over. It must be that your company has encountered some internal problems, causing you to be unable to deliver on time. Am I right? Su Heng's voice was very calm, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Fujita was slightly taken aback. He had just received the news and did not expect this young man from Huaxia to be so well informed. He quickly regained his composure and praised. Su sang is indeed extraordinary. That's right. Our Shin Nippon Steel has seen a drop in production due to the need to upgrade our production line. No need to make excuses. Everything should be done according to the contract. Su Heng was too lazy to engage in idle talk with the other party. He could hardly believe it was due to an upgrade of the production line. Chapter 155. Defeated before the war even begins. Su Heng had called Mitsumura Akio and had a clear mind. He roughly calculated that the contract amount with Shin Nippon Steel was $1.2 billion US, approximately 370,000 tons of crude steel. Given Shin Nippon Steel's terrifying production capacity of over 100,000 tons per day, it could be produced in just 4 days. Furthermore, considering the time needed for loading, shipping, reaching inland ports, and unloading, completing 2 transactions in a month was completely feasible. The price of crude steel had already begun to rise sharply. The $1.2 billion US principal plus the profits from 2 transactions would be enough to handle the current crisis. Su Heng felt relaxed. He first went to check the newly auctioned land, then accompanied his future father-in-law to dinner. In a fine little restaurant, they had 6 dishes and a bottle of Maodai. The two chatted and drank. Xia Mingyu quickly relaxed, no longer viewing this kid as a billionaire, but just as his daughter's classmate. Xiao Su. No one is bullying Zimo at school, right? Xia Mingyu clinked glasses with Su Heng and asked, "Don't worry, Uncle Xia. Even when I'm not at school, no one dares to have designs on Zimo," Su Heng said confidently. Xia Mingyu nodded. With Su Heng's words, he felt reassured. He then asked with concern, "Su Heng's momentum is quite strong. I heard they have support from a Hong Kong giant. Can you win?" Chapter 156. The mysterious old man Zheng Xiao. Don't be angry. After Gao returned from Hong Kong, he immediately made thorough preparations. If you want to blame someone, blame Shenlong for being too insidious. Who would have thought they placed so many orders? One of the executives, feeling uncomfortable from being reprimanded, spoke up in defense. Zheng Jiaqing became even angrier, pointing his finger at the executive's nose and shouting, "What do you mean by who would have thought? What have you thought of? You can't get the job done, but you're good at making excuses." He was determined to defeat Shenlong. He wanted to see the kid who brought shame to the Zheng family fall flat on his face to prove himself. He originally planned to wipe out Shenlong within a month. Just half a day into the battle, his side had already raised the white flag. Ironically, $2 billion in cash had barely been used. It was frustrating to have power, but nowhere to exert it. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Zheng Jiachuan's mobile phone rang. It was his dad calling, and he knew his dad was at the auction for a very important piece of land. "Dad, how's it going over there? Did that kid get it?" Zheng Yutong said casually, "No worries. That piece of land will eventually be ours. You will oversee the development then." "Thank you, Dad. I will not let you down." Chapter 157. No good deed goes unpunished. You can't escape. Su Heng called out coldly when he was about 5 meters away from the old man. Ding Baihuan stopped in his tracks, slowly turned around, and breathed heavily with a pale face, showing no trace of blood. Su Heng noticed the old man's murky gaze was like a venomous snake, making one shiver. "Young man, don't brag. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died at least 3 times already." Ding Baihuan's voice was weak, but particularly chilling. "With your weak appearance, you could have killed me 3 times? Old man, are you bragging?" Su Heng stared warily at the old man's every move, not daring to be careless. He knew that in this era, there were still many extraordinary individuals across Huaxia. Although this old man seemed frail, he might truly have terrifying abilities. At this moment, Zhou Yutong pushed open the car door and ran over, with Su Yali following closely behind. The two stood beside Su Heng. Ding Baihuan looked at Zhou Yutong. His gaze softened a bit as he nodded and said, 5 years have passed in a flash. The little girl has grown up. Zhou Yutong had calmed down from her initial fear and spoke crisply. "Brother Heng and Sister Yali are good people. They saved me, supported my education, and provided me with good food and clothing. Please don't harm them." Chapter 158. The wolf, the richest man, Li Xiang, couldn't understand what connections Su Heng had used to make the world-class company Nippon Steel change its mind. In business, he firmly believed in the principle of knowing oneself and one's enemy. If he couldn't figure this out, he wouldn't act recklessly. Moreover, he felt that there was no direct conflict with Su Heng, and it was far from a life-and-death situation. Beep, 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 as he was lost in thought. The phone on the table rang again. It was Zheng Yutong calling. Zheng Yutong had just flown back to Hong Kong Island from the Magic City. With confidence, he said, "Brotherly, I've given that piece of land in the Magic City to that kid. His appetite is too big. I want to starve him." The richest man, Li, sighed inwardly and said softly, "I'm just afraid he won't starve." Zheng Yutong didn't catch the hidden meaning in Li's words and sneered. "Even if he doesn't starve, that kid will at most be left with half a life, and then it will be easy to deal with him." Li, the richest man, shook his head in silence and revealed the truth. Zheng Yutong's reaction was even more intense than that of Li when he first received the call. How is that possible? How could that kid from the mainland have such power? The fact was as such. Zheng Yutong was left speechless. The news was too unexpected for him. Chapter 159. Legends take the stage. Su Yali's stepmother, Gao Qiufen, a minor shareholder of Su Heng, panicked upon learning that Su Heng was in dire straits. When she found Gao Kong in the president's office of Su Heng, he was standing by the window. "Brother, you must think it through." She thought her brother was contemplating suicide and rushed over, shouting, "I'm Yufine." Gao Kong turned around and slumped down on the sofa, looking dispirited. "Phew, brother. I'm glad you're okay." Gao Qiufen let out a long sigh of relief, looking at the middle-aged man with a weathered face before her, unable to believe he was once a prominent figure in the Magic City. She couldn't believe that Su Heng, once a leader in the home appliance retail industry, had suddenly found itself in a dead end. "It's all because of that wild kid who has pushed our Gao family to the brink," Gao Qiufen said fiercely. In her view, everything that had happened was Su Heng's fault. This time, it has nothing to do with that kid. Gao Kong waved his hand impatiently. He had come to terms with many issues, and, in comparison to the shameless tycoon from Hong Kong Island, he realized Su Heng wasn't so bad, especially since his son's illness had been cured, which also made their personal grievances dissipate. "Brother, think about it. Ever since that country bumpkin came to the Magic City, our Gao family has started to have bad luck. First, Jianhua and Su Yali's marriage fell through, and now Su Heng is bankrupt." Chapter 160. World-class business nation. With the assistance of two high-ranking officials from the Magic City, Su Heng no longer worried about sales and payment issues. If he urgently needed funds, he wasn't concerned. Once the crude steel from Nippon Steel arrived at the port, it could be used as collateral for a loan. With no worries about funding, Su Heng officially began the second phase of his layout: supermarkets and bottled water. The decision to open a supermarket was due to the fact that the domestic retail market was still very rough and low-end. Customers are king? Sorry. Now the seller is the master. Su Heng believed that when a new type of mall with a complete range of goods, innovative displays, open sales, free purchasing, smiling salespeople, and super cheap prices emerged, it would surely ignite the entire market. Additionally, like Shenlong Electronics, opening a supermarket was not only to make money, but also to take the opportunity to stockpile core commercial real estate. Because in the future, the industries Su Heng planned to enter would require significant capital, such as the internet, chips, new energy, biomedicine, and even advanced manufacturing industries like lithography machines and aircraft engines, which often required investments of hundreds of billions or even trillions. He had to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to lay out in the most profitable industries in advance, nurturing a group of golden egg-laying hens to support his grand plan. Chapter 161. Grant her a lifetime of glory. Su Heng had Zhao Ying drive Su Yali to a mall called Hongxing to take a look. Hongxing Mall had a sense of age. Overall, it was decent, though a bit small and needed significant renovation inside. Then they visited the nearby first department store. Upon entering, Su Heng's first impression was that it was very organized, exuding the rigor or perhaps rigidity left by the planned economy era. Furthermore, the space was enormous. After learning more, he found that the total operating area of the first department store exceeded 20,000 square meters. He continued to search for suitable locations, preferring larger spaces. Comparing the two, Su Heng immediately felt that the area of the recently viewed Hongxing Mall was too small, not even 1/10 of that of the department store. Is Hongxing Mall still participating in the bidding? Su Yali asked. Of course, it will be the first one to explore and summarize experiences before opening a super large store. In opening a supermarket, he had significant advantages: a forward-thinking concept and, more practically, Shenlong logistics. In this era, logistics were too backward. A product, from factory to consumer, had to go through many complex steps, taking a long time and incurring high costs. Chapter 162. Problems have solutions. When Su Heng and Su Zhiheng had an open conversation, a similar discussion was taking place in Su Wenxing's study. "Silly girl, it seems you've taken a liking to that kid." Su Wenxing looked at his granddaughter with a loving gaze, his tone tinged with concern. Su Yali lowered her blushing face, not daring to speak, effectively admitting it. "That kid is clearly a flirt. You need to be mentally prepared. If he has other women in the future, what will you do?" After hesitating for a moment, Su Wenxing ultimately decided to remind his granddaughter. Su Yali opened her cherry-red lips and gently shook her head, unsure how to respond. Her feelings for Su Heng had come too quickly and unexpectedly, leaving her unprepared. Many things she hadn't had time to consider or had been deliberately avoiding. Now, hearing her grandfather's straightforwardness, she had to seriously think about the issue. Sigh. Su Wenqing looked at his granddaughter's expression, recalling the past. A flash of anger crossed his otherwise calm face, and then, looking at Su Yali, his expression softened with more affection. Grandpa, what kind of person is my mother? Chapter 163. Glory returns. How long will you be gone this time before you come back? Su Yali has developed a psychological dependence on Su Heng. With the rapid expansion of her career and Su Heng not being around, she feels a bit uneasy, worried about managing such a large operation. Is there something going on? Su Heng asked. In a while, we'll be taking over the Sunning home appliance store. We need to replace a batch of people, and with the supermarket opening, we will also need a lot of manpower. So we must quickly recruit and train a group of new employees. What about the trading company? For now, we'll treat the trading company as a shell. And we'll discuss it again when Lu Qi and the others return from Hong Kong. The direct purpose of Su Heng establishing a trading company was to engage in international trade, which would be useful in the future, but for now, he needed to focus on the most pressing matters. Su Yali nodded and suddenly suggested, you should go back to Jiangzhou to discuss investments and take Jiangqing with you. Su Heng was taken aback and immediately refused. What would I take a little girl for? Isn't that just asking for trouble? TCH, always calling her a little girl. Su, don't forget you're only just 18 yourself. Su Yali rolled her eyes at him and said seriously, if you go back home to talk about investments and don't take a secretary, people will look down on you. Chapter 164. The stars gather around the moon and trouble park the car. Su Heng instructed Zhao Ying to pull over. The Tiger Head van came to a stop, and the police car escorting them also halted, including the Santana that Wang Chenglin was in. Wang Chenglin quickly walked up to Su Heng and awkwardly explained, the city's finances are really tight right now. We're trying to find a solution. Su Heng nodded in understanding. The teachers, upon seeing Wang Chenglin, rushed over, expressing their grievances about not having received their salaries for over 3 months, with many families struggling to make ends meet. Su Heng saw Su Jiming looking at the approaching young man, surprised and confused. What are you doing here? Aren't you a Tsinghua? The flow of information was quite slow at that time, and Su Jiming was fully focused on teaching. He had no idea that his student was not only a top scholar, but had also begun to make a name in the business world, accumulating a fortune of billions. Teacher, I'm back to check in. I'll return to school in a couple of days. What about you? Su Heng noticed Su Jiming was wearing a worn-out Zhongshan suit with heavily frayed cuffs, and his cloth shoes had cracks, indicating genuine hardship. Sigh. If there were a way out, the teacher wouldn't come here to lose face. Chapter 165. Strike first since deciding to enter the bottled water and beverage market. Su Heng had long viewed the two Lu as his biggest competitors. As for the many domestic beverage brands, while they seemed to be having a lively competition, in reality, they were all weak and not worth his attention. He remembered clearly that just 2 years later, in 1994, a fierce competition would erupt in the domestic beverage market. Encouraged by favorable policies, Coca-Cola and PepsiCo would acquire 7 beverage companies, including Beibinjiang, Qingdao Laozhan, Tianfu Cola, and Asia Soda. These 7 were considered the most famous domestic beverage manufacturers. They had hoped to expand their operations with foreign investment, but instead, they were shelved by the two Lu, leading to the collective disappearance of these 7 national brands from the market. For instance, after being acquired by PepsiCo, Beibinjiang was immediately shelved. And it wasn't until 15 years later, after lengthy negotiations and great costs, that the brand returned to the hands of the Chinese people and was able to see the light of day again. However, the market had already changed dramatically, and Beibinjiang found it difficult to regain its former glory. Time was of the essence. Su Heng was a bit surprised to have encountered Coca-Cola so soon. Watching the busy foreign workers made him feel a renewed sense of urgency. Chapter 166. Shining across the world, Mayor Deng. We at Legendary Investment are determined to acquire the land in Erlongshan. Of course, we won't put the city in a difficult position. We are willing to compete with Coca-Cola on fair and just terms, and even if we lose, we will accept it. Su Heng knew it was essential to express his firm determination to the two leaders. After hearing Su Heng's words, Deng Changsheng and Wang Chenglin both looked serious. They understood, well, that absolute fairness rarely existed. Even if Coca-Cola's offer was slightly less favorable, many would still choose them. However, since Su Heng had brought it up directly, Deng Changsheng couldn't avoid it. He could only state, Mr. Su, I will strive to have both your companies sit down together, clearly presenting your respective advantages and conditions, and then let the city leadership vote to decide. Wang Qinglin nodded in agreement. All right, then I won't disturb the two leaders any longer. Su Heng knew they needed to go to a meeting to discuss this matter, so he took his leave at the right moment. I'll notify you as soon as there's a result, Deng Changsheng said. Just as Su Heng and the two senior officials concluded their conversation at the foot of Erlongshan, 7 or 8 foreigners were about to explode with frustration. Damn. Chapter 167. Completely denying opportunities, Su Heng's words received applause from all around. Deng Changsheng and the other 10 leaders all showed expressions of appreciation. However, investment matters are complex and cannot be resolved merely with pretty words. Who can't boast? Hunter was not a fool and quickly countered. No matter how eloquent you are, it doesn't change the fact that our Coca-Cola company sells over 30 billion cans annually, while you haven't even produced a single can of beverage. Haha, it seems you still don't understand what I'm saying, or you're deliberately pretending not to. Su Heng smiled dismissively and said, in the first year of Coca-Cola's establishment, only 25 cans were sold, which was seen as a disgrace by your founder. Therefore, the important thing isn't the beginning, but the future. Since our legendary investment company has decided to enter the beverage industry, it will undoubtedly be with high investment, high starting points, high standards, and rapid development. Without waiting for Hunter to retort, Su Heng didn't want to continue entangling himself in trivial matters and directly asked the Jiangzhou municipal leaders, let's skip the small talk and get to the point. What conditions does your Coca-Cola company have? Hunter arrogantly turned his head aside, thinking, why should I answer your questions? Chapter 168. Back to King Weiwen next. Su Heng accompanied Zhou to the market, buying a base, a large rooster, 2 gene of pork belly, and several types of vegetables. Auntie, let me carry that for you. Su Heng kept calling her Auntie, which naturally brought them closer. After buying the ingredients and returning home, Su Heng didn't idle around, but helped in the kitchen. Xiao Su, you're amazing. You chop vegetables so quickly and well. If Zima were here, it would take her half a day to chop a potato. Zhou was astonished by Su Heng's knife skills and affectionately called him Xiao Su. Su Heng had actually noticed that ever since improving his physical condition, his hand control had become very steady and precise, such as when drawing mapping diagrams. It's something I practiced since childhood, Su Heng casually explained, then added, Auntie, chopping vegetables can be a bit dangerous. It's better left to us men. Zhou smiled and nodded. Yes, when your uncle is home, he usually does the chopping, and sometimes Zimo helps out. As long as we're careful, it should be fine. Xiao Su, I heard you became the student president. How is ZMO doing at school? Zhou shifted the topic to her precious daughter. Yes, Annie, don't worry. ZMO is doing well at school. Chapter 169. Important task, however, this was just the beginning. When the two entered the campus, an unbelievable scene unfolded before Zhou. The news of Su Heng returning to school spread like wildfire, causing a stir throughout the campus. Su Heng's reputation at Tsinghua was too prominent, and one more thing. In the eyes of his classmates, he was like a dragon that was rarely seen. Every time he came to school, he inevitably brought waves of excitement to the calm campus. Therefore, when everyone saw Su Heng suddenly appear, they instinctively thought, what big thing is he up to this time? Oh my, ISNT this guy just elected as the student council president? How can he be more popular than a celebrity? It's too exaggerated. Zhou was completely stunned. The extent of Su Heng's popularity exceeded her imagination. Su Heng's keen eyesight caught sight of 2 charming girls running hand in hand towards him. One of them, seemingly a fairy fallen to the mortal world, could only be Xia Zmo. Along with her was her good friend, Zhang Yumeng. Xia Zmo was actually pulled over by her friend, and upon suddenly seeing her mom, her cherry lips opened wide. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, suspecting she was seeing things. In her impression, her mom had a bias against Su Heng. Chapter 170. Dual line battle. The beverage industry is one of the most fiercely competitive sectors in the country, with many strong players led by the 8 giants, and 2 other companies eyeing them. What are your thoughts? Zhou Yinshun had a deep understanding of the beverage industry, and didn't he understand why Su Heng would tackle such a tough nut? Su Heng calmly replied, the so-called beverage giants in the country are, strictly speaking, all local brands with limited market share and competitive strength, and they generally lack the vision and capability to grow strong. The 2 companies have a history of over 100 years, with strong brands and ample funding, far ahead of domestic beverage giants in terms of management, marketing, etc. Currently, they are rapidly expanding their reach across the country, and once their layout is completed, they will inevitably target domestic beverage manufacturers. The conclusion is only one. Domestic beverage manufacturers will be defeated one by one. Su Heng's conclusion was still relatively polite. In fact, the domestic beverage giants were completely wiped out by the two companies, without even having a chance to resist, dying extremely humiliatingly. Indeed, Zhou Yunchun nodded approvingly and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Since you are well aware of the strength of the two companies, where does your confidence come from?" As soon as he spoke, he realized it was not appropriate to ask and waved his hand, saying, "Let us not discuss business secrets." Chapter 171. Campus Singer Competition Director Liang is not only a top expert in the food and beverage field, but his views on the beverage market are also incisive. Su Heng sincerely praised him, making it hard to tell it was flattery, and then said, "I will first allocate 500,000 for research funding, and after successful research, I will offer another 1 million as a reward for those who contribute." He understood that with great rewards come brave men. Matters regarding money could never be vague and must be presented clearly at the outset to stimulate the other party's enthusiasm. Sure enough, when Liang Qiushi heard the figure of 1.5 million, he was slightly flustered with excitement. The Food Research Institute had previously developed formulas for some beverage companies, generally charging over 10,000, with the most being around 20 to 30,000. Su Heng's offer of 1.5 million far exceeded market rates. Liang Qiushi was a principled and meticulous researcher. He secretly vowed to develop a formula worthy of this sky-high price. Rest assured, classmate Su Heng, I will personally take charge of the new formula, and I will immediately establish a research team to strive to develop a formula that meets your satisfaction as soon as possible, Liang Qiushi stated seriously. Zhou Yunchun looked relaxed, smiling as he patted Su Heng on the shoulder, saying, with Director Liang's words, "You can rest assured." Chapter 172. The Real Influential Figure Sorry. Senior Gao, President Su brought someone over temporarily, a leader from the student council explained in a low voice. Gao Changfeng didn't dare to respond, secretly hoping Gao Xiaosong could speak up for him. As expected, he was not overrated. She was stunning. Gao Xiaosong noticed Zmo and was immediately amazed, then turned his gaze to Su Heng, smilingly saying, "You are Su Heng? Nice to meet you. I'm Gao Xiaosong." Although he extended his hand proactively, appearing polite, because there were a few people between them, Su Heng would have to walk out to shake hands with him. Clearly, he was putting himself in a higher position. Almost everyone's gaze in the meeting room focused here. Gao Xiaosong, the top influential figure on campus, was once the most dazzling character in Tsinghua Garden. Su Heng, on the other hand, was at the peak of his powers. Everyone had a gut feeling that these two would inevitably spark some fireworks. However, Su Heng didn't even glance at Gao Xiaosong. This guy actually said in public that he came to see Zmo, putting on a posture of being the best in the world, simply unaware of his own weight. Gao Xiaosong's hand was left hanging in the air, directly ignored. This scene left everyone secretly astonished. President Su is amazing, even not giving face to Gao Xiaosong. Chapter 173. Crying without a door. Gao Xiaosong and Sun Qingzhong were the first to be cleared from the scene before Su Heng. Gao Xiaosong's face was very ugly, feeling that he not only lost face at Tsinghua, but also lost his dignity in front of a few friends from other schools. Did you guys experience that guy's arrogance? Gao Changfeng knew it was a good opportunity to fan the flames. Just then, a middle-aged woman with short hair and an excellent demeanor walked over. "Mom." Gao Xiaosong felt a surge of guilt when he saw his mom suddenly appear. After dropping out, he had been struggling in the South for a year and eventually ran back home starving. And he hadn't dared to return home these past few days. "Hello, Professor Zhang." Gao Changfeng and son Qingzhong recognized Gao Xiaosong's mother, Zhang Cocoon. They stepped forward to greet her respectfully and then appropriately left. Zhang Cocoon's family background was very impressive. Her father, Zhang Wei, was one of the founders of Pengcheng University, a dual academician of the Engineering Academy and the Academy of Sciences, and a foreign academician of the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Sciences. Her mother, Liu Shijia, was one of the founders of Beihang University and the only female student of the world-renowned Fluid Mechanics Authority, Professor Prandtl, as well as a Chinese overseas student. Her uncle, Shirling Mo, was one of the 4 famous doctors in the capital, a well-known modern Chinese clinical physician, educator, and reformer. Chapter 174. Returning to the Magic City, as Su Heng took the stage, the atmosphere in the venue reached a boiling point. The cheers and screams erupted, making one worry that the auditorium might collapse. Su Heng actually didn't need to do anything. Just standing calmly on stage was enough to make the girls scream in excitement. There's no way around it. His stunning looks and extraordinary temperament, combined with a dazzling protagonist aura, made him shine. When he stood on stage, looking down at the vibrant faces below, each pair of eager eyes shining with excitement. And the simple clothing characteristic of this era, he seemed to instantly blend into this ethereal age of flowing white garments. Once the applause subsided, Su Heng took the microphone handed to him by Wan Qian. Before he started singing, he emphasized this campus folk song was written by a wandering singer. At that time, he was singing on the streets, struggling to make ends meet, very down on his luck. I felt sorry for him, so I bought a few of his songs, and I think this one is quite good. I hope you all like it. Chairman Su, whatever song you sing sounds good. A girl shouted excitedly. Chairman Su, to stand on stage a bit longer. With such high looks, why even sing? Just stand there as a model for everyone to appreciate. In fact, the girls didn't have high expectations for Su Heng's singing. As long as he could stand on stage, they would be satisfied. Chapter 175. Miyamoto Sakura, thank you, Su Heng. Xiao Mingyu was waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing his lovely wife, his heart was filled with joy. He knew that his wife was there to accompany him because of Su Heng. Su Heng asked, Uncle Xia, how are the steel and aluminum markets? Xiao Mingyu gave a thumbs up, unable to hide his excitement. Steel prices have surpassed 3,000 per ton, and aluminum is even more exaggerated, nearly doubling. He followed Su Heng's advice and invested all his funds, $5 million, into steel and aluminum, and he's already made a profit of $1 million, not only recovering all his losses in the stock market, but also having a surplus. In his eyes, Su Heng was simply a living god. Is it really that much? Zhouya, though not very concerned about money, was also shocked and sincerely praised. Little Su is really amazing. Andy, please don't praise me anymore. You should go in and chat with Uncle. We have things to attend to, and we'll come back another day. Okay, little Su, go ahead with your business. The couple's attitude towards Su Heng was as if he were their son-in-law. Su Heng took Zhou Wei away, noting that there was still time before the Eastern shipping vessels arrived, so he decided to visit the city government first to chat with two leaders. Chapter 176. Not a good visitor, a mountain-like muscular man and a cultured middle-aged man, one civil and one martial, were guarding. This little Japanese girl has quite the background. As Su Heng became alert, he felt even more interest in the upcoming meeting with Miyamoto Sakura. This young Oriental man was very composed, with a somewhat arrogant demeanor. The middle-aged Japanese man was named Zhuo Qianrun, silently observing Su Heng. He previously couldn't understand why headquarters would send the esteemed Miss Sakura to China in person. But now seeing this extraordinary young man, he began to understand. Zhuo Qianrun led the way, and the muscular man, named by Ma Fuji, who was once the top sumo wrestler in Japan with an illustrious career, followed behind. At just 20 years old, he had risen to the highest rank in Japanese sumo. He walked behind Su Heng, unconsciously rolling his broad shoulders, brainstorming ways to subdue this young man. Soon, Zhuo Qianrun led Su Heng to a luxurious private room on the second floor. Su Heng's eyes brightened at once. There stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman, undoubtedly Miyamoto Sakura. She was dressed in traditional Japanese snow-colored attire and wore a black top hat, looking like a heroine from a comic book. Chapter 177. Not knowing one's own strength. Shaoshan Steel Structure, Qinglong Pipe Industry, and Dengzhou Machinery Factory were the first businesses to establish a connection. Su Heng took some time to visit the sales site, flipped through transaction records, and specially marked a few companies for Su Yali to follow up on. These companies would grow strong and successfully go public, becoming firms valued at hundreds of billions or even trillions. More importantly, he would need them for his future plans. For instance, the beverage factory about to start construction would require products from Shaoshan Steel Structure and Qinglong Pipe Industry. Okay, Su Yali nodded in agreement, watching the bustling sales scene, where representatives from various manufacturers were rushing to pay with boxes of cash. She was once again astonished. Your insight is truly accurate. On the way back, Su Yali noticed Su Heng's calm demeanor and couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, otherwise, in a vast sea of people, how could I spot someone as talented and capable as you, General Su? Su Heng said calmly. Su Yali felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. unaware that in Su Heng's eyes, she was indeed very capable, far more than just a privileged vase. Chapter 178. Turmoil at the exchange meeting. It would not be an exaggeration to say that once the remaining 3 batches of goods were all liquidated, the cash Su Heng possessed would be more than some giants in Hong Kong could muster at once. This was quite frightening, as cash in business warfare is equivalent to a mobile army, meaning Su Heng would have more maneuverability than his opponents, allowing him to seize the initiative. Moreover, the shopping malls under Shenlong Electric and the 2 prime sites in Pudong could be used as collateral for loans, providing him with a substantial cash flow. After selling the first batch of crude steel, Su Heng first settled the remaining payment of 700 million for the Pudong No. 1 land. With this, Shenlong Real Estate obtained full ownership of this prime land. This way, he could use this land to secure loans from the bank. The market price of the land had already appreciated to 1.4 billion, a 40 increase from the 1 billion at auction. Su Heng contacted Zhao Ming and the bank to easily secure a loan of 1 billion. The ease of this process was due to the land being genuinely worth more than its price, so the bank had no concerns about bad debts. Furthermore, the central bank had already loosened monetary policy this year, and banks were not lacking in credit funds. Chapter 179. Easily resolving. How outrageous. The Japanese are too arrogant. Chinese martial arts have a long history, and both your judo and karate originated from us. Now, the national pride of the Chinese people is very strong, especially when facing the Japanese, especially in their own territory. How could they allow the Japanese to insult them? The martial arts experts facing the Japanese are all masters and Qigong masters, appearing as if they are detached from the world, busy with their own affairs, disdainful of participating in worldly disputes. Don't talk big. If you have the ability, let's compare. The Japanese athletes noticed the strong reaction from the Chinese side and directly initiated a provocation. Let us compare then. Who is afraid of who? The Chinese martial arts experts, all passionate young men, stopped their practice to challenge the Japanese team. A friendly cultural exchange activity was about to turn into a physical confrontation. The Japanese team leader smiled as if he didn't see this scene. The Chinese team leader, a middle-aged female official from the city's cultural bureau named Huang Qiuying, worried about causing trouble and quickly stepped forward to calm both sides down. This is an event for friendly exchanges between the people of China and Japan. There is no professional arena here, nor are there referees present. As the saying goes, a punch or kick has no eyes. And it is not the purpose of this event to injure either party. Chapter 180. Ideas for making big money. I wonder if Su Heng can play table tennis? If not, it doesn't matter. Miyamoto Sakura smiled gently. I can play a little. Su Heng decided to play table tennis with the Japanese girl. As for the national sport, he could certainly play, although his skills were quite average. However, since the beautiful girl took the initiative to suggest it, it wouldn't be appropriate for him, as the host, not to join in. The table tennis setup was indoors, and others who wanted to watch felt embarrassed standing at the door. Thus, this session was completely a personal and private exchange. Miyamoto Sakura was dressed casually, wearing pure white sneakers, her long black hair simply tied up, exuding a charming youthful vibe. Miss Sakura is the guest, so you serve first. Being alone in a room with a stunning beauty, Su Heng found it hard to take his eyes off her. Thank you, Miyamoto Sakura smiled. My skills are average. I hope I don't embarrass you, Su sang. Su Heng humbly replied, we are alike. I rarely play. Miyamoto Sakura smiled lightly and served first. The small white ping-pong ball landed close, and Su Heng swung his paddle to return it. Suddenly, he realized he could hit the ball back purely by instinct. In the first rally, they exchanged more than 10 hits, but eventually, Miyamoto Sakura sent a low ball that Su Heng missed, mainly because he wasn't focused on the small ball. Chapter 181. Taking down the Hong Kong May Group. Entering the Hong Kong stock market would inevitably spark some friction with local giants. Su Heng still had a few accounts noted in his little notebook and was somewhat looking forward to extracting more blood from certain individuals. There was still some time before bottom fishing in the Hong Kong stock market, so he first calculated how much capital he could invest. After completely processing the goods from Baitop and the Peru Mining Company, it was conservatively estimated that he could net 400 million, adding the 500 million cost. The total capital would reach 900 million, which, converted to RMB, was about 5 billion. After paying off the remaining amount for the second plot of land in Pudong, additional funds of 300 to 500 million could be obtained through mortgage loans. Shenlong Electric earns at least 5 million daily, but that little money is not counted for now. The construction of the beverage factory would only require an initial investment of 100 million. The major expenses were still in Shenlong real estate. However, once the land was acquired, it could be used for mortgage financing. Overall, having 1 billion in cash flow would be enough to play around. At least 4 billion renminbi could be allocated to enter the Hong Kong stock market. Su Heng believed that with this 4 billion in capital, riding the crazy bull market in Hong Kong Island stock market, the speed of making money would be like rolling a snowball, multiplying several times easily, allowing him to engage in price wars with the two beverage giants. Chapter 182. The army moves supplies first. Before Su Heng set off for Hong Kong Island, the government of Magic City awarded him high honors. The reason was that the hundreds of thousands of tons of crude steel he imported alleviated the tight steel supply in Magic City and surrounding areas. It even helped curb the skyrocketing steel prices to some extent. The quick sales and returns of the two batches of crude steel from Nippon Steel and POSCO were also related to Su Heng's pricing strategy. Otherwise, he could have made even more profit. Su Heng arrived at the city government in the presence of many high-ranking officials. Zhao Ming personally presented him with a beautifully crafted certificate. Additionally, Su Heng was speechless to find a cash reward of 100,000 RMB. Am I someone who lacks this little money? Of course, he wouldn't take this money. Instead, he rounded it up and donated 1 million. After the award ceremony, Zhao Ming took Su Heng to his office. Xiao Su, when will the other two batches of goods arrive? Zhao Ming asked with concern. The successful sale of crude steel had strongly supported local construction. Meanwhile, copper and aluminum were even scarcer and had skyrocketed in price, with domestic market prices for these metals already more than double Su Heng's purchase price. The goods from Baitop would arrive in about 10 days, while those from the Peru Mining Company would take a bit longer, approximately 20 days. Chapter 183. Picking a little assistant. The next morning, Su Heng kissed Su Yali goodbye and boarded the flight to Hong Kong Island. To Su Heng's surprise, there were two acquaintances on the same flight, Zhou Jingyi and Miao Dahu. Su Heng recalled Su Yali's words. During the auction for the Hongqing shopping mall, Miao Dahu had been quite unhappy after losing, leaving with Zhou Jingyi. Zhou Jingyi and Miao Dahu were chatting happily, completely oblivious to Su Heng's presence. As they talked, the conversation turned to Su Heng. The reason they became close so quickly was also related to Su Heng. One could say he was their common enemy. Brother who? That little red-haired guy is quite arrogant. My Four Seasons hotel was shut down because of him suffering heavy losses. Zhou Jingyi spoke calmly, but his resentment was evident. Miao Dahu smirked, saying, he looks down on us big roughnecks. I thought he was a person of substance and wanted to befriend him. Damn! For a mere Hongqing shopping mall, he fought tooth and nail against me. That is a slap in my face. These two guys harbored deep grievances. Su Heng listened to their conversation without missing a word, not expecting that they would hate him so much. Chapter 184. Obedience. Russia now holds golden opportunities. Since the day he was reborn, Su Heng had thoroughly considered the biggest investment opportunities in today's world. He had certainly thought about Russia, but due to the abundance of opportunities around him, he had overlooked this distant country. Suddenly hearing Su Heng mention it made him realize that the huge opportunities in Russia were in these 2 years, and once missed, they would not come again. He must find some good things to bring back. Although Russia's economy is poor, as a former superpower that competed with the U.S. for decades, its light industry may be in shambles, but its heavy industry is very developed, rivaling that of the U.S. In Su Heng's view, Russia's most valuable asset is its high-end heavy industry, even if he cannot acquire it outright. Purchasing some key equipment could lay the foundation for his future entry into high-end manufacturing. Moreover, for Su Heng, Russia's true wealth lies in its world-class mathematicians, scientists, and other professionals. Russia is known as the kingdom of mathematics. How impressive are its mathematicians? Su Heng remembers that the president of Huawei once cited an example of how Huawei hired a young Russian mathematician at 5 times the salary. This mathematician worked quietly for over a decade, and just when everyone thought he was a disappointment, one day he presented his own algorithm, which was applied to the then-emerging 3G communication technology. After testing, it was a huge success, bringing Huawei's algorithm to the world's best level in one leap. Chapter 185. Freewheeling. Half an hour later, Su Heng returned to Repulse Bay with Jiang Siki, Shi Hao, and Lei Zhan, along with 10 recently transferred retired soldiers. We're all waiting at the entrance. Su Heng was already familiar with the information about these 10 individuals. After greeting them, Su Heng looked at the group of brothers and said to Su Heng with some difficulty, "Boss, they all insist on going." Since arriving in Hong Kong, these retired soldiers had been idle. Although they received high salaries, they were bored. Hearing about the opportunity to venture into Russia, they all wanted to go. However, Su Heng was in a dilemma because Su Heng suggested he take 3 or 4 people. All 10 of them looked eagerly at Su Heng. "You each talk to me about your views on Russia, as well as the potential problems you might encounter and solutions," Su Heng said after a brief pause. The 10 quickly understood that this was going to be an exam for them. Su Heng took half an hour to gain a more comprehensive understanding of each person and selected 4: Li Bing, Su Xian, Chen Guanbao, and Xiao Aihua. Su Heng also specifically mentioned some principal issues. First of all, you must always remember that safety comes first at all times. This point was particularly emphasized by Su Heng. Chapter 186. Overcoming hardness with softness. That afternoon, Su Heng brought Jiang Siki to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Su Heng opened 5 trading accounts, each with 20 million Hong Kong dollars in trading funds. The two went directly to the trading room and opened the trading equipment. Su Heng issued the operating instructions, and Jiang Siki took action. The two worked in perfect harmony, buying 568 lots of Leeson Development at market price, 259 lots of Jihao Holdings, 688 lots of Green Global, 525 lots of 4 States Properties, 616 lots of Jiuxin New Energy, and 729 lots of Honghai Limited. The stocks Su Heng chose were all small and mid-cap stocks that were set to surge in the coming year. The biggest drawback of these stocks was their limited capitalization, which meant that too many purchases would deter the market makers from entering for speculation. This was also why he was temporarily uninterested in the domestic stock market. Firstly, there were too few stocks, and secondly, the market caps of each stock were small, making it difficult for large funds to maneuver. It was easy for prices to rise, but selling was a problem. Su Heng instructed Jiang Siki to buy in small batches to avoid alarming the market while strictly controlling the purchase position, with each stock not exceeding 5 of the total share capital. Chapter 187. A genius among geniuses. What kind of brain do you have? Zhao Ming on the other end of the phone was impressed. "I just started to remind you, and you immediately thought of the problem." "Hey, Uncle Zhao, if you hadn't reminded me, I really would have overlooked it," Su Heng replied with a grin. "Since we're going to Russia for equipment and talent, we must have relevant experts accompany us to oversee things. Otherwise, how can we pick out the real treasures? I've already selected 2 candidates for you, both top experts in the domestic manufacturing industry, and they have dealt with Russia before, so they are quite familiar with the situation there. With their help, it will definitely be more efficient." Su Heng was truly grateful. Zhao Ming also mentioned another matter. Recently, Russia officially sought assistance from our country, looking for financial support. As you know, our country is currently in the early stages of rapid development, and everywhere is short of funds. Wanting to help them is really a case of wanting to, but being unable to do so. "Uncle Zhao, this matter doesn't really concern me, does it?" Su Heng was alert, knowing that Zhao Ming wouldn't bring this up for no reason. This was a matter between nations, and he was just a small wealthy man. Chapter 188. Officially becoming the richest Mr. Su. "What do you think about the international shipping industry?" Dong Liangshan asked quite modestly, even in a tone that suggested he was seeking permission. Su Heng thought to himself, "You really asked the right person." He clearly knew the trends of the international economy over the next few decades, and naturally could infer the rise and fall of the shipping industry closely related to the economic situation. Moreover, he also knew that the Dong family used to be one of the top shipping families in Hong Kong, although they were somewhat behind the chartering kings. The gap was not nearly as large as it is now, the reason being that the Dong family made a critical misstep. "Hasn't Mr. Dong already made a choice?" Su Heng responded with a smile. "Made a choice?" Dong Liangshan was somewhat puzzled, but he immediately understood the meaning behind Su Heng's words and brightened up. "Mr. Su is referring to the investment project of Dongfang Shipping in the capital?" "Yes." The reason why the Bao family was able to safely weather the international shipping recession was that they diversified and successfully transformed in a timely manner. On the contrary, Dongfang Shipping suffered a heavy blow precisely because they failed to adapt in time, which is why they have yet to recover. Chapter 189. Buying everything back. Holding a large amount of cash, Su Heng first settled the remaining payment of 800 million for the second piece of land in Pudong, then used that land as collateral to finance a loan of 1.2 billion. This way, he increased his net funds by another 400 million. Two elite real estate development teams sent to Pengcheng and the capital 2 months ago had already established a foothold locally and secured 2 plots of land. Su Heng instructed both teams to develop 1 property each, mainly to allow the team members to gain experience in real estate development and to observe them. The two teams, one in the south and one in the north, each received $100 million in development funds, with the same startup capital and comparable development areas. Both teams were working hard, inadvertently creating a competitive relationship, which Su Heng was pleased to see. Additionally, Su Heng transferred a total of 4 billion renminbi in cash to Hong Kong, allowing Su Yali to continue buying Hong Kong stocks. Another 1 billion was deposited in Huaxia Investment Bank, ready to be invested in Russia at any time. There was still over 300 million cash lying in the account. The profits of Shenlong Electric were soaring, and as the year-end approached, a buying frenzy began to emerge. Major appliance stores were experiencing severe shortages and were raising prices. Shenlong Electric didn't have to worry about supply issues and didn't take the opportunity to raise prices. They simply canceled promotional activities. Chapter 190. Are there many people named Su Heng? After clarifying the detailed address, Su Heng personally drove with the Iron Army to the location. About half an hour later, he arrived at a small fishing village on the outskirts of the city. Before entering the village, Su Heng heard intense shouting and cursing coming from a dilapidated courtyard. He saw 20 or 30 fierce-looking strong men waving steel pipes and sticks, loudly shouting threats. A solitary figure stood guard at the entrance. Although he was slender, he stood like a gatekeeper, causing the dozens of strong men to hesitate. Damn it, where did you come from? What do you want, Zheng Xiaojun? Zheng Xiaojun, you better think carefully about what to say and what not to say. Even if you don't consider yourself, think about your brother and parents. Several leaders intended to first ascertain the figure's background and warn Zheng Xiaojun not to speak recklessly. It was obvious that Miao Dahua secretly sent people to monitor Zheng Xiaojun. Upon seeing a stranger interacting with her, he immediately called in a large number of people. In the courtyard, a pale and delicate-looking girl sat in a wheelchair. In front of her stood her terrified parents. Zheng Xiaojun's mother desperately shouted at the shadow, "Our daughter has already suffered like this. It's our misfortune. We accept it. Please don't meddle." Then she turned back to urge her daughter, "Xiaojun, you need to make him leave our home quickly. He will harm your brother." Chapter 191. The fall of the tiger in the Magic City soon. Su Heng drove with Zhao Ming and Qin Shiming to the scene. On the way, Qin Shiming personally contacted the Coast Guard, requesting that they deploy helicopters and speedboats to ensure Miao Dahua was intercepted within the national borders. Su Heng jumped out of the car and rushed toward Zhao Ying and the others, urging, "Hurry to the hospital." "Boss, we really are fine. It was my carelessness." Zhao Ying was still feeling guilty. "You've already done very well," Su Heng said solemnly. After repeated urging from him, Zhao Ying and the others finally left. At that moment, Han Yiping had already had more than a dozen thugs taken away in police cars, and he accompanied two leaders with a serious expression. "Old Han, the timing of Miao Dahua's escape is very suspicious." Suddenly, Qin Shiming spoke coldly. Han Yiping looked even more guilty and nodded heavily. "I also suspect that Miao Dahua received the news in time." Qin Shiming said coldly, "We must get to the bottom of this." It was clear that Miao Dahua's sudden decision to abandon his vast enterprise and flee was due to having received accurate information about police action. Moreover, he managed to get this information almost immediately after the attempt to capture him, indicating that there must be an insider. Su Heng stood at a distance. Chapter 192. A soldier dies for a friend, although Miao Dahua was dead, and most of his gang members have been captured, with a few others either fleeing or hiding. Su Heng did not let down his guard. He ordered the two shadows and the Iron Army, along with Zhao Ying and the others, to remain vigilant against any desperate individuals who might suddenly emerge. Miao Dahua is dead. Su Yali arrived at the office and was shocked to hear the news. Equally in disbelief, she instinctively looked at Su Heng. Su Heng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Why are you looking at me? I didn't expect that guy to be a short-lived ghost. By the way, Miao Dahua had many desperate followers. It's impossible to catch them all, so you need to be extra careful in the future." I understand," Su Yali nodded. "There's one more thing. Continue to recruit talented individuals." Su Heng urgently needed a large number of high-level talents. The beverage factory required many production management and technical operation personnel, and preparations had to be made in advance. After bringing back the technical equipment from Russia, there would be an even greater need for corresponding senior management and technical talents. We are already recruiting. Su Yali had thought of this in advance. When it came to attracting talent, when the Shenlong investment company was just established, Su Heng had asked her to recruit a group of top talents through media and headhunting companies. At that time, she thought it was about hiring high-salaried, idle people, and these top talents did not play their expected roles. Chapter 193. A fortuitous meeting. Welcome, Mr. Ma, to become a part of Shenlong. Su Heng stood up and extended his hand to Ma Yun. Ma Yun hurriedly stepped forward, excitedly saying, "Thank you, boss. I will definitely give my all and live up to your expectations." Su Heng patted Ma Yun's shoulder, feeling as if he was patting a skeletal frame, and smiled. "We are all family. No need to be so polite." He then called Jiang Siki over to meet the new colleague. Jiang Siki was somewhat taken aback. She couldn't understand why the boss seemed to value this guy, who didn't look like a good person, so much. Next, Su Heng chatted casually with Ma Yun about various topics. Ma Yun gradually relaxed and was deeply impressed by the young boss's vast knowledge and exceptional insights. Secretly glad to have made the right choice. "Boss, what will my specific job be?" Ma Yun suddenly realized that after chatting for so long, he still didn't know what he was supposed to do. "You'll find your place soon," Su Heng said, then asked, "We're going to produce a new type of cola. What does Mr. Ma think an emerging domestic brand should do to compete with the two major international beverage giants?" Ma Yun replied, "To be honest, I haven't thought deeply about this issue, but I did work as a Coca-Cola salesman for a few months." Chapter 194. The recipe for herbal tea. Boss, that bald guy doesn't look like a good person at all. He seems so clueless. Jiang Siki couldn't help but complain. In her eyes, someone showing off in front of the boss was just a joke. The boss was incredibly handsome and wealthy, far surpassing any domestic tycoon. And that little bald guy still had the nerve to flirt with flight attendants in front of the boss. Wasn't that just a joke? "Your judgment is good. That guy's indeed a smiling tiger," Su Heng said lightly, then seriously added, "Remember this when you date someone in the future. Men who smile a lot are usually not good people." Huh? Jiang Siki was a bit confused, thinking to herself that the boss smiled a lot, and when he did, people could easily get dizzy from it. Su Heng stopped teasing the girl, took out his mobile phone to call Song Jia, and invited her out for a meal. The company had already given Song Jia a mobile phone, and when she received Su Heng's call, she didn't even change out of her work clothes and hurried over. She was a person who valued gratitude. After a busy day at work, she often thought about how she could have today and how her family had experienced tremendous improvements, all thanks to one person, Su Heng. In her heart, if it weren't for Su Heng, her brother might still be on the street, exposed to the elements while running a shoe repair stall, and she would likely only be able to get a meager and exhausting job. Chapter 195. Breaking records. Su Heng and Xia Zimo left Qinghua quite ostentatiously. Xia Zimo was extremely happy in her heart, yet also felt shy about the high profile. "Why didn't you call in advance?" Su Heng said softly. "I want to give you a surprise. Come on, let us go eat hot pot. I've already had dinner. It's cold, and digestion is fast. Come eat something with me." Okay. The two hailed a taxi to the Donglishan restaurant in Wangfujing. There's a saying in the capital, "Where to have the best lamb hot pot?" It's Donglishan. The cold winter is just perfect for enjoying hot, steaming lamb hot pot. Don't just eat cabbage, eat more meat. The lamb here is excellent. Selected Inner Mongolian castrated lamb, tender without any gamey taste, and rich in minerals. Su Heng said, while picking up a slice of meat as thin as paper, dipping it in the boiling broth for a couple of seconds, then feeding it to Xia Zimo. "It's no wonder it's an old brand. It's really delicious." The Donglishan of this era uses genuine ingredients, unlike those chain stores opened in later years, where the taste is truly hard to describe. Half an hour later, Su Heng had cleared the table of meat and vegetable vermicelli, and of course, he had fed Xia Zimo plenty as well. Two people walked out of the restaurant, just in time for 7:30. Chapter 196. The Song family on Xiangshan. This little girl is really clingy. After Su Heng finished his call, he smiled and shook his head. "Who called you?" Xia Zimo asked curiously. She vaguely heard a girl's voice and was particularly curious. "Oh, I was just about to tell you." Su Heng sighed and pretended to speak heavily. "To tell you the truth, she's my illegitimate daughter outside." Xia Zimo didn't react at first, but when she understood, she immediately laughed, lightly slapped Su Heng, and pouted. "Bad guy, tricking me again." In her heart, this was simply impossible. The two had spent 3 years together in high school, and it had only been half a year since they entered university. Even though Su Heng often went out, It was unlikely for him to have such a big, illegitimate daughter. After a brief thought, Su Heng said, "It's not convenient for you to stay in the school dormitory, and it's a pity to leave such a nice courtyard idle. How about this? You let Zhang Yumeng stay with you here, then you won't have to worry about how I might act in front of others, right? That seems inappropriate, right?" Xia Zimo hesitated a bit. "What's inappropriate? Am I not trustworthy?" Su Heng said domineeringly. Chapter 197. Heaven loves him too much. Doesn't President Su not recognize me? Shui Hanbing glanced at Su Heng, clearly aware that this guy was coming. How could that be? Minister Shui is here too. Su Heng greeted with a smile. Noticing that Shui Hanbing was wearing military boots, and, judging by her outfit, it was likely she drove the military jeep. He was increasingly convinced that this girl's family background was not simple. "I'm here to celebrate Grandpa Song's birthday. Can I come?" Shui Hanbing rolled her eyes at Su Heng. Su Heng could tell that this girl held a grudge against him, probably feeling that he had treated her like a servant. So he smiled and didn't respond. Entering the small courtyard, it was quite simple. Apart from a mostly wilted flowers and plants, there were no extra decorations. A small vegetable garden, about a dozen square meters of circular open space, took up most of the yard. Su Xiaoyu is here. At this moment, an old man appeared at the entrance of the villa, his voice quite loud and full of energy. Behind him, there was a pair of siblings just over 10 years old, curiously sizing up Su Heng, wishing Grandpa Song longevity and health. Su Heng was slightly taken aback, not expecting the old man to appear suddenly in this way, and judging by his attire, he looked like an ordinary farmer. However, the indescribable aura emanating from the old man made one instinctively feel smaller. Chapter 198. A smile that charms 100 beauties. About an hour later, the birthday banquet ended in a lively and harmonious atmosphere. The Song family was very warm and friendly towards Su Heng, treating him like one of their own. Su Heng himself was not restrained, and the meal was quite enjoyable. Mainly, the Maotai liquor was delightful, smooth and sweet on the palate, with a rich aroma and a lingering aftertaste. Of course, the most important thing was to have a super beauty like Song Ru accompanying him. And Shui Hanbing was also not bad. Shui Hanbing and the two female hosts drank a bottle of red wine, and a faint blush appeared on her pretty face, which in Su Heng's view added a touch of femininity to her. After lunch, they chatted over tea for a while. Su Heng sensed that Song Lin seemed to want to talk to him privately. "Brother Su rarely comes, the weather is nice, and the snow is beautiful. If you have no urgent matters, I can take you to see the snow scenery on Xiangshan." Song Lin enthusiastically extended the invitation. Sure. Su Heng was curious about what the other party wanted to say, so he readily agreed. At this time, the snow had stopped, and when Xiaowan and her older siblings were building a snowman in the yard, hearing they were going to climb the mountain, they excitedly pulled Su Heng's hand to join them. "Xiaowan." Song Ru felt a bit troubled. In fact, she also wanted to talk to Su Heng privately. Song Changping kindly said, "Xiaowan is clinging to her brother Heng, and since the snow has stopped, Xiaoru, why don't you take Xiaowan out for a stroll?" Chapter 199. Heart in Chaos. Su Heng was not surprised that Song Ru wanted to make cosmetics. Both jewelry and cosmetics are high-profit industries, and they look glamorous, making them well-suited for a delicate and fashionable woman like Song Ru. Su Heng had thought about this industry, but he did not plan to enter it himself. There are many profitable industries, and he couldn't possibly get involved in every single one. After chatting with his sister-in-law about cosmetics, Su Heng offered some views, mainly on finding the most suitable spokesperson and making television advertisements. Su Heng wanted to say that his sister-in-law herself was the best spokesperson, and there was no need to spend money looking for one. "Heng brother, is television not yet widespread? Will advertising have a good effect?" Song Ru raised her doubts. The current television penetration is low, but advertising costs are even lower. Moreover, there is a more crucial point. Families that own televisions tend to have a relatively good quality of life, and these families are the biggest potential users of cosmetics. Furthermore, as televisions quickly enter more households, it means that as long as you persist in making television ads, your cosmetics will also enter thousands of households. This is what is called Chapter 200, reluctant to let you feel empty, lonely, and cold. Su Heng not only understood the two wealthy districts that had already appeared in the capital, but also knew where the third wealthy district would emerge. This was his greatest advantage, which would undoubtedly be a dimensionality reduction blow to his competitors. Hearing Su Heng specifically ask about Bai Huiyuan, Zhang Tao seriously said, "High-end projects like Bai Huiyuan cannot be done without a strong background. As far as I know, several important shareholders of Baexianjuan are not simple, especially the major shareholder, who is very influential and ambitious. Boss, are you thinking of investing in Baexianjuan? At the end, Zhang Tao couldn't help but ask. He wanted to say that despite Shanlong Real Estate's powerful strength, it would be nearly impossible to squeeze into the top-tier real estate circle in the capital. Shanlong Real Estate will not invest in any real estate company. Su Heng said lightly and then continued with the main topic. How's the recent land auction situation in the capital? Zhang Tao immediately took out 2 folders, opened one, and said, the old office building of the Capital Daily on Chang'an Street is about to be auctioned, and we have already signed up to participate, but the competition will definitely be fierce. Get it? Su Heng replied with just 2 brief words. Chapter 201, Starting the Deception Mode. Mr. Su, you've worked hard. Song Lin came out early to welcome him with several important shareholders and senior management personnel. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Su and everyone. Su Heng first shook hands with Song Lin. Then Song Lin introduced the others one by one, and Su Heng shook hands with each of them. When it was Huang Guangyu's turn, he stepped forward eagerly, extending both hands, warmly and politely saying, Welcome, Boss Su. Thank you. Su Heng's expression showed no change. For him, the page of the battle with Guame had long been turned. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Song Lin and others surrounded Su Heng as they entered the luxurious conference room. Su Heng noticed that, apart from Song Lin and Huang Guanyu, the other shareholders appeared enthusiastic on the surface, but their resistance and wariness were quite apparent. In fact, these small and medium shareholders hoped that the project would proceed smoothly, but they were also worried that additional capital coming in would take away a portion of the profits they had already secured. Once seated, the host and guests arranged themselves without any so-called probing, and the meeting officially began. First, Song Lin asked his assistant, Sun Qing, to give Su Heng a detailed introduction to the Baihuiyuan project. Su Heng had long noticed Sun Qing, who was about 27 or 28, had an attractive figure, a face that was both sophisticated and appealing, and an air of intellectual beauty about her. Chapter 202, Speaking the Truth in Fact. Su Heng was able to negotiate a deal for 100 villas in Baihuiyuan at an average price of 7,000 yuan, mainly because of his status. Who is Su Heng? He is the most sought-after business genius in Huaxia. Additionally, his outstanding insights into the mainland economy and real estate market, which had been widely circulated after a few of his public speeches, had caused quite a stir. Therefore, when he elaborated at the negotiation table, Song Lin and others took him seriously, reflected deeply, and found increasing sense in what he said. It was his identity and strength, combined with his verbal charm, that allowed Su Heng to ultimately acquire 100 luxury homes in Baihuiyuan at nearly cost price, while making the other party feel they had gotten a great deal. Otherwise, if he had been an unknown figure and had quoted 7,000, he would have been thrown out by the Baihuiyuan representatives. Brother Su, let me drink with you again. Honestly, apart from Brother Song, I have never respected anyone else. You are the second. At the negotiation table, Wu Xianggui, who had been the most difficult for Su Heng, was brotherly and enjoying the drinks. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wu. Su Heng replied humbly and politely. Boss Su, I toast you a drink. Chapter 203, Sudden Summons and Task Gao Hong. Feng Hui, you two can choose any of these rooms. One of them is the kitchen, and you can buy ingredients and cook for yourselves. Su Heng was explaining to the 2 female security guards when his cell phone suddenly rang. He quickly answered it. It was Zhou Yunchuan's voice. Has the deal with Longting Driving School been finalized? Yes, thank you, Principal Zhou. I will trouble you again. Su Heng was very grateful because he still needed to obtain approval for commercial or residential land from the state-owned property department, which was the most troublesome part and required Principal Zhou's mediation. Just follow the procedures reasonably and legally. Pay whatever amount is necessary. As long as you don't think about taking advantage. How could I take advantage? Then the rest, no problem. The issue now is that you need to come to the school immediately. So urgent? Minister Wang wants to see you. Okay, I'll be there right away. Hearing it was Wang Zhongru, Su Heng didn't dare to delay. After hanging up, he tossed a set of keys to Gao Hong, briefly explained a couple of things, and hurriedly drove out. 10 minutes later, Su Heng arrived in front of the principal's office building, just in time to see a familiar red flag car slowly approaching, driven by the stern-faced comrade Zhang Lang. Chapter 204, a major undertaking Su Heng called Lena, who was far away in Hong Kong Island. Similarly, Lena was very surprised and worried when she suddenly heard he was going to Russia. Baby, can you exchange 10 million US dollars from the stock account and deposit it into my 2 Goldman Sachs accounts? Su Heng said immediately. Since he planned to undertake a major endeavor, he needed to prepare sufficient funds. Goldman Sachs has branches all over Europe, especially after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Goldman Sachs quickly established branches in Russia, Ukraine, the Czech Republic, and other countries. Depositing money in advance into his accounts at Goldman Sachs will be very convenient for use. In addition, Su Heng had already mobilized 300 million renminbi domestically, ready to invest in Russia through the National Bank at any time. Now, there was still 1 billion in cash in the account. Besides exchanging 10 million US dollars, Master, should the remaining funds continue to invest in stocks? Lena sensed that this guy's sudden decision to go to Russia must involve significant moves that would require a large amount of capital. Buy all the stocks as planned, Su Heng said. The surge in Hong Kong stocks was imminent. According to the rules of a bull market, the initial rise was the most intense, and he had to earn the first wave. Chapter 205. The beautiful night of Moscow, the feelings everyone had towards this country were quite complex. Once, the Soviet Union was Huaxia's best teacher. When Huaxia faced a global blockade and desperately needed help, they sent a large number of cadres, experts, and technical workers to assist us in various fields, from aerospace, machinery, chemistry, metallurgy, and electricity to education, healthcare, and even agriculture. Of course, in terms of territory and fundamental national interests, they also taught Huaxia profound lessons and inflicted deep wounds. They were both wolves and once the closest allies. Now, this land was scarred. This complexity of feelings was evident. However, as the plane flew over Lake Baikal, everyone's mood quickly brightened and even became excited as they enthusiastically discussed this journey to wealth. Most of these passengers were going to Russia to trade goods. Those capable of flying were all high-level traders, while the lower-level ones brought large bags and took the international train from the capital to Moscow. This train crossed 3 countries, covering 8,000 kilometers with a journey lasting a week, arduous and fraught with danger. Once this train crossed the border into the Far East region, it meant entering a lawless area where almost every train would be robbed, with some trains often experiencing multiple rounds of robbery. Chapter 206. The treasure girl, you want to build a car factory? And Shang Yi was shocked. It was he who initially suggested introducing a production line from the Volga automobile plant. His intention was to first bring the production line to the country and then sell it to domestic automobile manufacturers. Building a new factory to produce cars was a massive, systemic project, as a complete vehicle consists of over 20,000 parts, requiring a huge investment. Mr. Su, even if you bring back all the production equipment from the Volga automobile plant, you will not only need a large sum to solve the factory building issue, but also require many professional managers and technical experts, as well as a larger number of technical workers. And Shang Yi, while still shocked, expressed his views. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. N. I have considered these issues. You need not worry about the funding, and the necessary personnel will also be arranged, Su Heng said calmly and confidently. Since he decided to enter the automotive industry, he had reviewed a lot of related materials and had a certain understanding of the automotive industry. Furthermore, his biggest advantage was that he clearly knew that after decades of development, Huaxia's automotive industry still remained at a second or third-tier level. Where was its greatest shortcoming? Aging. We need to focus on introducing Russian automotive engine manufacturing technology, as well as onboard electronic and electrical equipment and control systems. I don't know the global standing of Russian transmission technology. If it's decent, we should prioritize that as well. Chapter 207. A fortuitous opportunity. Volga automobile plant. The convoy drove into the factory area and stopped in front of a massive building. Su Heng looked at the impressive factory area and couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. And Shang Yi deeply agreed. Yes, a factory as large as Volga automobile plant couldn't be built without $1 billion, and now it can only be sold as scrap. Cheng Dingsheng rationally said, this is also beyond the control of Volga automobile plant. The current Russian people's livelihood is in decline, and they can't even afford to eat, let alone buy cars. Su Heng smiled and added, moreover, top automotive companies from Europe, America, and Japan look down on the production lines here. The Russians want to sell but can't find buyers. Rather than letting it sit idle, it's better to sell it to us cheaply. That's right, the Russians think so too. We are essentially getting a great deal. And Shang Yi said. The few of them chatted while walking into the factory. Inside the 4-football field-sized workshops, about 500 Russian skilled workers were orderly dismantling the production lines. Additionally, there were dedicated staff numbering the components for easier assembly in the future. Not bad. Su Heng looked at the orderly working scene and was quite satisfied. Chapter 208, Crafting a Harvesting Scythe. Has the government been dissolved? Sophia had no reaction upon seeing this news. She was not at all interested in politics. Her only obsession was mathematics. And now, it was clear that something else had been added. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at the handsome young man beside her, who was lost in thought. And her heart fluttered again. Su Heng did not respond. He was contemplating and adjusting the upcoming plans when he heard Pan Yun, sitting in the front row, call out, "Boss, I've seen those 4 people. They are a gang that often appears at the open-air market, extorting protection fees with despicable means. For what I know about them, they are likely to cause trouble for that girl selling newspapers." After some hesitation, Pan Yun decided to remind Su Heng. He was conflicted because he feared that this small matter would delay Su Heng's important affairs. What made him decide to speak up was when he saw the girl selling newspapers, and he suddenly thought of his little sister. He could never forget that moment when he returned to his remote hometown after retiring, and his little sister, dressed in rags and looking malnourished like a little beggar, greeted him at the village entrance. From that moment on, he vowed to make money to improve his family's impoverished living conditions, which ultimately led him to Moscow in search of fortune, nearly costing him his life. Chapter 209, Can't Have It Both Ways, Charlie. You're a Cambridge graduate and a talent at Goldman Sachs Hong Kong branch. Su Heng first gave Charlie a compliment before getting to the point. What do you think of the current situation in Russia? You flatter me, master. Charlie humbly waved his hand. He had already considered Su Heng's question when he suddenly received the transfer order. Although Russia is fraught with crises, it also contains enormous business opportunities. He then asked, "You must have come for this reason, master?" Su Heng candidly replied, "That's right. I am planning to establish a financial institution, and as an expert in this field, I want to hear your opinion." Establishing a financial institution in Russia is no small matter. It requires bold and visionary talents, and he wanted to see if Charlie was suitable. "You are too kind, master." Charlie thought seriously for a moment and said, "With your capabilities, it is not difficult to establish a financial institution in Russia. However, foreign financial institutions are almost all from Europe and America, so you need to be prepared for fierce competition. Additionally, I wonder if you have prepared the corresponding professional talents? Master is never afraid of competition, only lacking talents." Chapter 210, Employees acting on behalf of Su Heng. Establishing a financial institution in Moscow is not difficult. The challenge lies in how to conduct business. You should know that the situation in Russia is far more complicated than it appears, especially since the Russian government has just been dissolved and the imperialist forces led by the United States are watching closely. Wang Xinchuan, with good intentions, explained to Su Heng the complex current situation in Russia, urging him to be mentally prepared. "Thank you for the reminder, Ambassador Wang. We will establish the financial institution in the name of an offshore company. Let the whites manage it. And we will act as low-key as possible to avoid touching the core interests of the Americans." Su Heng candidly played. He was very clear that he was too weak and unprepared to shake the fundamental interests of the Americans, which they absolutely would not allow. However, his greatest advantage was that he clearly understood how the Americans played this big game. He just needed to follow the trend, quietly follow behind the American financial giants, and make a fortune. "It seems Mr. Su has made thorough considerations. Well then, I will help you contact the head of the Russian Financial Services Management Bureau." Wang Xinchuan immediately stated and hinted to Su Heng not to forget to offer some benefits to the other party. Chapter 211, The Terror of Financial Warfare. Su Heng asked directly, "What is going on with that old building of the newspaper office?" Hearing this matter, Zhang Tao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Su Heng suddenly called from Moscow for something serious and said somewhat triumphantly, "It's like this, boss. I personally participated in the auction the day before yesterday. The competition was more intense than I imagined, and the bidding price far exceeded its actual value. As you know, the average price of buildings on Chang'an Street is around 4,000, and when the bidding reached 6,000, I decided to give up. In the end, a foolish woman bought it for a sky-high price of 7,000. Haha, she will surely regret it in the future." In his view, actively giving up was indeed a wise move, saving the company from a huge loss. Foolish woman. Su Heng laughed the Nanju. "Yes, boss, that woman is named Zhang Yan. She made her fortune in real estate in Cheongzhou and then returned to her hometown, seemingly having been deceived locally, losing 1 or 200 million, and only recently came to the capital. Zhang Tao said disdainfully again. This Zhang Yin probably still thinks the capital is like Qiongzhou. Hearing this, Su Heng remembered who this Zhang Yin was. This woman was not simple. Just as Zhang Tao said, she made her fortune in Qiongzhou and, like a smiling tiger, miraculously escaped before the real estate collapse in Qiongzhou. Chapter 212. The feast is about to begin. Su Heng returned to his room, took out a blank sheet of paper, and began to sketch ideas about the bank's decoration and operation. Additionally, he was considering whether to send a few groups of people to scout in countries like the Czech Republic and Ukraine, as there were also huge opportunities in those countries. He didn't sleep until late at night. When the sky began to brighten, he, with his keen senses, heard some noise in the yard. He quickly dressed and washed up. When he opened the door, it turned out to be Victor, who was wearing a training vest and was repeatedly lifting a large tire. The physical fitness of the old Russian is truly impressive. Su Heng looked at Victor's granite-like, muscular frame, resembling a humanoid monster. Soon, security personnel like Su Heng left the room, warmed up, and began sparring with Victor. They had been living together for nearly a month and were already very familiar with each other. Victor learned a lot of practical Chinese martial arts from Su Heng and the others. Similarly, Su Heng and his team learned many practical combat techniques. Charlie excitedly ran over to join the fun, but was met with unanimous disdain from everyone. Boss, come down and play? Su Heng noticed Su Heng and shouted. Chapter 213. Fate brings people together from thousands of miles away. Su Heng completed the bidding procedures in the name of the legendary investment company and transferred 1 million from the HSBC account as a deposit. After finishing the registration process, Su Heng and Shangyi drove to the Moscow industrial zone. It was essential to inspect the forge in person to have a clearer understanding. Although Shangyi had visited this forge a week ago, a lot could happen in a week, and it was possible that the forge had turned into an empty shell. Su Heng first went to HSBC to withdraw 100,000 in cash and wrote several checks ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 for emergencies. The convoy drove out of the city toward the Moscow industrial zone. The Moscow industrial zone is the largest and most advanced among the 4 major industrial zones in Russia: Moscow Industrial Zone, St. Petersburg Industrial Zone, Ural Steel Industrial Zone, and Novosibirsk Industrial Zone. This industrial zone mainly focuses on industries such as automotive, aerospace, rockets, steel, electronics, and high-end machinery manufacturing, serving as the base for Russia's military and heavy industry. About an hour later, the convoy arrived at the industrial zone. Su Heng was immediately struck by the grandeur of the park, feeling as if he had suddenly entered another world, a world of steel jungles. Chapter 214. Heartfelt efforts and deception. What does Mr. Su mean? Miyamoto Sakura asked softly. Su Heng said straightforwardly, "My meaning is quite clear. Miss Sakura, give up on bidding." Miyamoto Sakura's heart stirred, but she maintained her composure and asked, "Why should I listen to you?" "Because giving up the auction will be beneficial for your Nippon Steel and will bring no harm," Su Heng replied calmly yet firmly. At that moment, the Russian auctioneer grew impatient, and Su Heng raised his paddle and called out, 31 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room was stunned. In the eyes of many country representatives, China was synonymous with poverty, often unable to afford even $1 million piece of equipment. How could it suddenly produce tens of millions of dollars? Miyamoto Sakura hesitated. The psychological price for Nippon Steel was 50 million, including technical materials. And now that the technical materials were gone, the more critical point was that Su Heng gave her a mysterious feeling. Thus, her instinct led her to believe Su Heng's firm words. "Mr. Su, I can represent Nippon Steel to give up, but you owe me an explanation and a favor." Miyamoto Sakura decided to give up, but did not forget to propose corresponding conditions. Wow, this Japanese girl is really sharp. Chapter 215. Shocking intelligence work. The shock in Miyamoto Sakura's heart was indescribable. If the person sitting in front of her had been an older expert or scholar, she wouldn't have been so astonished. However, this was a young Chinese boy younger than her. How could he have such profound insights into the Japanese economy? Just then, a beautiful Russian waitress brought coffee and exquisite pastries. Su Heng took a sip of coffee and smiled at Miyamoto Sakura. "You must be wondering how I know so much, right?" Miyamoto Sakura instinctively nodded. "It's simple. In any era, there are always some geniuses who transcend their times. I might just be one of them." Su Heng said half-jokingly. Miyamoto Sakura smiled slightly. In her eyes, this guy had an amazing perspective, stunning looks, and unlike her country's peers, he wasn't so rigid. Unknowingly, she had developed admiration for this Eastern boy. Miss Sakura, you look really good when you smile, Su Heng said earnestly. There's a saying that girls who smile are always lucky. I suggest you smile more often. Mr. Su, you really know how to talk. Chapter 216. Indirect Tactics. Su Heng decided to personally visit Czechoslovakia right away. Technically, it should be called Czechoslovakia, since it was currently in the midst of a split and would soon become two countries, the Czech Republic and Slovakia. The bank was under renovation and wouldn't officially open for several days, so Su Heng decided to bring Charlie along. Having someone with a European face would facilitate things. After dinner, Su Heng gathered Cheng Dingshan, Charlie, Victor, and others for a meeting. Su Heng first asked, Old Cheng, I plan to acquire a few factories in the Czech Republic. You are a top expert in the machinery industry. How is your health? Cheng Dingshan interrupted with a smile. Mr. Su, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Su Heng nodded seriously, not wanting to be overly sentimental, and then said to Victor, Victor, as far as I know, you have a Czech named Sergei under your command. Ask him if he has any interest in going to the Czech Republic. Additionally, you should quickly recruit 3 to 5 security personnel who speak Czech, preferably Czech nationals. Victor ran a small security company with about 10 people, all from CS countries and veterans, and he had now been hired entirely by Su Heng. As long as there's money, it's easy to find people, Victor replied succinctly. Chapter 217. Just going through the motions from Su Heng's understanding of Zhonglang. He was a practical person whose actions spoke louder than words. Since he expressed himself so boldly, there must be considerable confidence and assurance behind it. Su Heng asked seriously, Comrade Zhonglang, do you have any insights? Specific actions still depend on Victor and the others, Zhonglang said first. Victor expressed no objections. After this period of contact, both sides had become very familiar, and he greatly admired and appreciated this Chinese colleague's business acumen. Zhonglang continued, on the day of the auction, we just need to cut off the phone lines of the Alkern Hotel and have Victor and the others pretend to be agents from the Czech security department, sealing off the hotel for a while under the pretext of searching for dangerous elements, preventing the personnel from the Lianhua company from arriving at the auction site on time. That's right, simple, direct, and effective. Su Heng nodded in agreement. After understanding the city during the day, he realized that the city had completely descended into a state of anarchy, with even the police on strike. A short-term blockade of the Alkern Hotel should pose no problem. Victor also nodded in agreement and added, we can create chaos at the Alkern Hotel the night before the auction, preventing the Lianhua company personnel from resting properly. Because the Alkern Hotel is less than 10 minutes away from the auction site, the 2 personnel who are short on rest won't depart too early, which will shorten our lockdown time at the hotel. Chapter 218. Money moves hearts. After successfully bidding, Sully immediately led his team to the Fulu juice factory with Novak. Cheng Dingshan was already stationed at the factory in advance. Additionally, under the incentive of a high remuneration, Novak had gathered about 600 technical workers to dismantle the production line and organize dozens of large transport trucks. Su Heng was initially worried that these Czechs might secretly sabotage or slack off. However, when he saw hundreds of Czech workers lined up in an orderly fashion in front of the factory, with not a single person making noise, like a disciplined army, he was filled with respect, just by observing the strong organization and discipline of these Czech workers. Su Heng could easily understand why this small country had such impressive industrial capabilities. On the eve of World War II, Czechoslovakia was the 7th largest industrial power in the world, surpassing Japan in industrial strength. After the war, its military industry, steel, machinery manufacturing, aerospace, and medical device industries were highly developed and held an internationally leading position. Congratulations, Mr. Su. Director Novak hurried over to greet him. He had already realized that this elegant young man from the East was the true mastermind behind the scenes. A young man from China managed to snatch the Fulu juice factory from 2 major international beverage giants, which greatly surprised him. He instinctively felt that this young man's methods and capabilities were profound and unfathomable. Chapter 219. Back to Moscow, the quality of your factory's workers is very high. I would like to hire them to help us install and debug the production line in China, offering each person a monthly salary of 500, and doubling the pay for management personnel and experts. For every successful referral, I will give you a 100 reward, Su Heng stated frankly. He greatly admired the work attitude and efficiency of Czech technical workers, and his yet-to-be-established beverage factory was in desperate need of professional talent. A monthly salary of 500 is indeed tempting. Although Novak was very interested, he did not agree immediately, as international labor issues involve too many risks that cannot be controlled. Director Novak, rest assured, we have prepared a detailed labor contract that will definitely protect the rights of your Czech workers. To alleviate Novak's concerns, Su Heng elaborated on the details of the cooperation. When he specifically mentioned hiring experts and technical workers from the Volga automobile plant, Novak's worries were completely dispelled. I can see that Mr. Su is a man of his word and generous in his dealings. Once the equipment dismantling is completed, I will immediately persuade the workers. I believe that with the high salary Mr. Su offers, many will be eager to join. Chapter 220. The sensational opening of Maya United Bank after a sumptuous dinner. Su Heng held a brief meeting. The dismantling and transportation work of the Volga automobile plant had been completed and all equipment was shipped. It would arrive domestically in about 40 days. Ivanov had already led the first batch of about 100 experts and technical workers to the imperial capital of China. They needed to carry out necessary renovations to the factory before the production line arrived, and also needed to build some supporting facilities to accommodate the installation and production of the production line. The dismantling and shipping work at the Victory Foundry was progressing in a tense and orderly manner. Su Heng had already made clear plans for the industries and technologies being introduced, and he was not acting blindly. First, the automotive and beverage industries were his main focus, as these two industries could quickly start production and generate profits. Second, special materials, optoelectronic equipment, medical devices, and electronic information were high-tech industries. The main goal was to establish a foundation, conduct some research and technical accumulation, focusing on investment in the short term without generating profits. Finally, for large equipment manufacturing, such as machine tools and foundries, he planned to operate through joint ventures or transfers to the state. Old Chung, our automobile plant, is under construction, and I would like to invite you back to the imperial capital to supervise and guide the establishment of the automobile plant and to scout for a group of professionals in automobile manufacturing. Chapter 221. Cooperation and trouble. The foot traffic on the first day of the bank's opening was better than Su Heng had anticipated. It was certain that, as the triadic advertising effect continued to take hold, foot traffic would experience explosive growth. The business hall was too small to accommodate the demand. Su Heng pondered whether to open more branches. Mr. Su has quietly established a bank in Moscow. What a clever move. Miyamoto Sarako gazed at Maya United Bank from across the window, her heart deeply stirred. Unable to imagine that this guy went to Czechia and immediately opened a bank upon his return. Su Heng humbly replied, "It's just a small endeavor, merely a plaything." Then he added seriously, "If I am stealthy, then Miss Sakurako knew the news firsthand. So aren't you even more formidable than a ghost?" Miyamoto Sakurako calmly responded, "I don't have such great abilities. I just happened to run into Mr. Su." Su Heng smiled. It seemed that their fates were destined. Miyamoto Sakurako had become accustomed to this guy's speaking style and naturally didn't take it to heart, turning her gaze back to the window. Soon, she noticed a strange phenomenon. Many poor Russians entered Maya United Bank, then came out joyfully holding bread. Chapter 222. A strange wind. Su Heng observed for a while and became increasingly certain that these white individuals were suspicious. However, he did not waste time dealing with these lackeys. His gaze returned to the entrance of Maya United Bank, where it was evident that law enforcement personnel from the Russian Financial Supervisory Authority were conducting a surprise inspection. On both sides of the street, local Russian security personnel or thugs were threatening to disperse the crowd. The enemy was attacking from both sides, using official power to create trouble while covertly preventing depositors from entering Maya United Bank. Su Heng sneered coldly and soon noticed a familiar black Mercedes-Benz. Then saw Miyamoto Sakurako get out of the car, stand by it for a moment, and then turn to enter the cafe across from the bank. "Don't expose yourself for now, and inform Victor not to act rashly," Su Heng instructed Zhang Lang before getting out of the car. About 3 minutes later, Su Heng arrived at the second floor of the cafe and saw Miyamoto Sakurako sitting by the window like a blooming cherry blossom. "Miss Sakurako, sorry to keep you waiting." Su Heng warmly extended his hand. Miyamoto Sakurako looked out at Maya United Bank and asked, "Aren't you going to handle it first, Mr. Su?" Su Heng dismissed it lightly, saying, "It's just a small issue. Cooperating with Miss Sakurako is more important." Chapter 223. Winning without battle. Reuben's expression changed slightly. In his view, this young Oriental had great talent, but was also rude, repeatedly mocking and questioning him. Don't think that just because you're a young boy, or even your entire country, it matters. Angered, he tore off his disguise, his demeanor turning arrogant and his tone disdainful. Mr. Su must be leaving the country for the first time, otherwise you wouldn't ask such a childish question. The conversation shifted abruptly as he continued to mock. But this is good. Young people need to be tempered by the market to truly mature. He nearly said outright, "You're too inexperienced, your strength is too weak. We can crush you and your Maya United Bank with just a little finger." Mr. Su replied bluntly, "I didn't come here to listen to your preachings, but to negotiate with you." "How to negotiate?" Reuben scoffed, muttering about the audacity. It seemed Mr. Reuben thought I wasn't qualified to negotiate. Su Heng coldly smiled and said, "Well then, let us talk about something else first." "Speak plainly," Reuben said impatiently, glancing at his Rolex. "Let us start with your so-called wisest president, Reagan. His brilliant strategy hastened the disintegration of the Soviet Union." Chapter 224. To the Water City, to meet someone. It's worth mentioning that all deposits at Maya United Bank are fixed term, especially bonds and large certificates of deposit, all exceeding 1 year. To obtain generous gifts, one must deposit for a fixed term. The higher the value of the gift, the longer the deposit period required. This was an additional condition set by Su Heng in advance. The benefits of encouraging Russian clients to make fixed-term deposits are obvious. Officially, it's to prevent clients from frequently depositing and withdrawing to obtain gifts, but in reality, the longer the deposit period, the more Su Heng can confidently utilize these rubles without worrying about bank-run risks. "Boss, was the daytime surprise inspection targeted at us?" Hulu and Charlie sensed something was off. "Yes, I've temporarily settled it, but I can't rule out that they might come back. So you and Charlie must pay extra attention to safety." Su Heng emphasized the safety issue again. "Understood," Hulu and Charlie replied in unison. Both were quite shaken. They knew that being able to mobilize people from the Russian central bank indicated that the enemy was very powerful, and Su Heng had managed to resolve the issue effortlessly without their knowledge. Charlie organized a few teams to proactively reach out to research institutions and enterprises for deposit work. For large group transactions, more benefits can be offered. Chapter 225. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The Americans still aren't giving up. Su Heng calculated that it had been 2 or 3 hours since he last called Reuben. Such a long time would have allowed the other side to issue orders to frontline operatives, so it was clear they weren't taking his warning seriously. Su Heng planned to handle the important matters first and then deal with these oblivious Americans. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the Mariinsky Theater. Su Heng and his party entered the theater smoothly after passing through security checks with their invitation letters. The theater is a historic venue and ballet theater in St. Petersburg, consisting of 7 levels, 4 above ground and 3 below. Upon entering the theater, Su Heng was immediately dazzled by the splendid decorations and felt the weight of history and rich artistic atmosphere. Guided by the staff, they ascended to the 2nd floor to take their seats. Suddenly, Su Heng spotted a familiar figure. It was Miyamoto Sakura. She hadn't seen him yet. It turned out her flight arrived 2 hours later than Su Heng's. She was there to finalize the site selection for financial institutions and to enjoy her favorite ballet, Swan Lake. "Miss Sakura." Su Heng couldn't help but walk over. Chapter 226. Making a big deal. Park Jing's sharp eyes discerned that this Eastern youth was not just a big talker like those in Europe and America. He genuinely wanted to accomplish this task, and he was determined to do his utmost to cooperate and ensure that the grain reached Russia. Next, the two exchanged opinions frankly on specific issues, such as grain prices and the materials to be exchanged, etc. Su Heng did not make exorbitant demands. The price for the grain delivered to Russia included the international grain price, transportation costs, and reasonable profits. The materials Su Heng proposed to exchange were all urgently needed industrial products in the country. Additionally, Su Heng tentatively mentioned wanting to exchange for a few large transport aircraft. But due to the complexity of the aircraft issue, Park Jing did not immediately agree, though he didn't completely refuse either. "Mr. Su, if possible, I suggest you bring some tobacco and alcohol." After discussing the grain issue, Park Jing proactively suggested tobacco and alcohol. Su Heng was somewhat surprised, thinking, "You Russians can't even fill your stomachs, yet you have spare money for smoking and drinking?" He quickly recalled that Russian men treat tobacco and alcohol as essentials. Their essay saying that Russians can endure hunger but without tobacco and alcohol, there will be trouble. Since Mr. Park has brought it up, I will do my best to accommodate. Chapter 227. A penny can hardly make a hero. Su Heng initially felt some sympathy for this suddenly collapsing empire. However, now, as he looked at the cultural treasures that should belong to Huagua in the exhibition hall, he became more acutely aware of what the jungle law is and what it means to be strong and weak. It was acceptable to be plundered and humiliated before due to weakness. The wheel of fortune turns. Now that he had the opportunity to take action, why should he be polite? Sakura, how much do you know about the artifacts of the Western Xia? Su Heng curiously asked. He knew very little about the mysterious dynasty of Western Xia, limited to what was in history books. In fact, the old Russians were searching for Heishui City to find the legendary treasure, Miyamoto Sakura said. What treasure? Hearing about the treasure piqued Su Heng's interest. The Mongolian general stationed in Heishui City was called General He. As his power grew, he declared himself king. The king of Western Xia sent a large army to surround him and cut off the city's water supply. General He ordered people to dig wells in the city. But even after digging 100 zhang deep, they couldn't find water. With no water source, it was a dead end. General He buried all his gold, silver, and family in that well, and led his remaining soldiers to break out, only to be annihilated outside the city. This treasure has never been seen again. Chapter 228. Heaven helps me. Su Heng was unexpectedly delighted that Pu Jing had actively helped him obtain a gun license and even gifted him 2 GSH-18 pistols and a box of bullets. Su Heng had learned that Russia had just relaxed gun control regulations, but the requirements for obtaining a gun license were very strict, especially for foreigners, making it extremely difficult to acquire one. Moreover, generally, only long guns were permitted. Handguns were considered contraband. In today's chaotic Russia, however, as long as one has money and power, anything can be arranged. Good gun. Su Heng fondled it lovingly. What man doesn't like playing with guns? Zhang Lang suddenly noticed the firearm in Su Heng's hand and was taken aback. Comrade Zhang Lang, do you want one? Su Heng noticed Zhang Lang's expression and tossed him one, casually saying, from now on, when I handle personal matters, you don't need to follow. Zhang Lang skillfully disassembled and reassembled the pistol, as if he hadn't heard Su Heng's words. Let us go outside the city to shoot a few rounds. Su Heng said. All right. Zhang Lang finally spoke. He drove to a forest on the outskirts, where the howling cold wind left no trace of life, not even a bird. Thomas had a gun permit. He was carrying a long gun, which he rarely needed and usually kept in the car. Chapter 229. Deception old who, this is 5 billion rubles from the commercial bank. You will transfer it to Ukraine in the name of the Asia United Bank through the Central Bank of Russia, and have team leader Yuan expedite the acquisition. Su Heng took out a few notes from the commercial bank. Hu Ludao hesitated to take them. 5 billion rubles equated to $300 million. This unconditional trust made him feel heavy, both shaken and moved. Su Heng's principle for employing people was, do not employ those you doubt, and do not doubt those you employ. Moreover, these rubles would become worthless paper if not spent. Make sure to pay attention to safety and take sure how or pan yun with you when you go out. Su Heng particularly emphasized this. Yes, boss. Hu Ludao accepted the notes with both hands and responded solemnly. Just as Su Heng was about to go downstairs, Charlie hurried upstairs. Upon seeing Su Heng, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, greeting him before urgently urging Hu Ludao. Old Hu, quickly bring out all the bonds of Shetter Steel. What's the situation with Shetter Steel? Su Heng interrupted Charlie, recalling that Gong Beningzi had mentioned that Nippon Steel was competing for this steel company, and the hopes were slim. Charlie quickly explained, Boss, Shetter Steel will decide its fate in a week. Right now, the US, Germany, and Japan are fiercely competing, all trying to acquire the bonds of this company at high prices. Chapter 230, Playing Bigger Missingzi. Su Heng smiled and extended his hand to Gong Beningzi, as if they were old friends. As she reached out her hand, Gong Beningzi instinctively felt that his sudden appearance meant there would be a spectacular show. Initially, she had little hope for Shetter Steel and only wanted to use her leverage to gain as many benefits as possible. However, Su Heng's sudden arrival instinctively rekindled her hope. Su Heng naturally sat down next to Gong Beningzi, and on her other side sat a sharp middle-aged Japanese man with a handlebar mustache. Across from them were representatives from U.S., Steel, and ThyssenKrupp, both of which were historically significant and powerful steel groups. Su Heng had already learned about Shetter Steel. Before the Soviet Union's collapse, the company produced 7 million tons of crude steel and 40 million tons of coal annually, with 200,000 tons of vanadium. During privatization, the company was valued at 1.3 billion rubles, having issued 130,000 bond with a face value of 10,000 rubles each, which, at that time's exchange rate, was approximately equal to $1 billion, a quite reasonable valuation. However, now the bonds had severely depreciated, worth less than 1/10 of their original price. Chapter 231. The charm of a rolling snowball. Su Heng mentioned the admiration Russians had for Europe and America, reflecting on the fact that they had been enemies for decades, and couldn't help but admire how effectively the U.S. had conducted its propaganda and brainwashing, successfully disguising its identity as a thief as that of a savior. President Peng. The St. Petersburg branch will be managed by you. Make sure to do one thing. Ruble deposits must be timely converted into bonds. If there's not enough time to convert, then go to the stock exchange to exchange for dollars or pounds. Su Heng particularly emphasized the most basic task for the branch to Peng Listen, then took out 2 pieces of paper listing the key acquisition targets. These were carefully selected state-owned enterprises, mineral resources, forests, research institutes, etc., totaling more than 100. If they could successfully acquire 20 or 30, Su Heng would be quite satisfied. I will do my best, Peng Listen promised solemnly. On January 19th, Ingmu Bank grandly opened. Ingmu Bank is a clone of Asia United Bank, the only difference being the name. The explosive business on opening day deeply shocked Gong Beningzi and the Japanese staff at the bank. This guy can do anything. He's simply a genius. Chapter 232. Opening a new chapter after dinner, Su Heng gathered Hu Lu Dao, Charlie, Shi Hao, and other core members for a meeting. Another core member, Lu Qi, the leader of the acquisition team, was currently stationed at the Dart's automobile manufacturing plant. Victor had initially gained Su Heng's trust, and he, along with Iron Army and others, were stationed at Asia United Bank. Another commander, Thomas, was stationed in St. Petersburg. Su Heng initially planned to take Zhang Lang back, thinking that since Zhang Lang served as a high-level guard, he rarely had the chance to go home, so he wanted him to return for a visit. However, Zhang Lang firmly decided to stay in St. Petersburg, as the recent work was very intense and busy. Su Heng briefly talked about the recent work arrangements and particularly emphasized safety before letting everyone go to rest. Just after the meeting dispersed, Sophia walked in holding a beautifully crafted lunchbox. Su Heng could tell that the little girl was somewhat downcast, so he jokingly said, "Who bullied our little ya? Tell your brother, and I'll take care of him." Not all. Sophia's cheeks flushed, wanting to say that her gloom was entirely because he was leaving. The smell was delicious. Let me see what good food you made. Chapter 233. A day apart feels like 3 autumns driving to Su Family Alley. Su Heng was taken aback to see a crowd gathered in front of his newly built impressive gate, with the 2 leading figures being his parents. Neighbors had come. It couldn't be this exaggerated. Su Heng felt a bit overwhelmed. At the same time, he couldn't help but reflect on the desolate scene when he first reincarnated and faced sudden family changes. Su Heng is back. Wow, what a high-end car. Upon seeing Su Heng, the adults beamed with warm smiles, while the children excitedly rushed to see the car, only to be held back by their parents. In this era, having a Santana was already rare, let alone such a powerful military vehicle. Su Heng parked the car by the side, got out, and warmly greeted everyone with calm enthusiasm. The crowd appeared somewhat flattered, showering him with compliments and praise, almost elevating him to the heavens. A group of children were very enthusiastic about the car, but were tightly held back by the adults, fearing they might damage such a fine vehicle. "It's fine. Let them touch and play. It won't break," Su Heng said with a smile. The parents then allowed their children to take a look, warning them not to mess around. "Jean Bao, your godfather is here. Hurry and call him godfather. Remember, your life was saved by your godfather. Quickly call him." Chapter 234. Life is like a white horse passing through a gap. Su Heng jumped out of the car and found a camera from the trunk, loading it with film. Xia Zimo danced in the woods like a little sprite, and Su Heng raised the camera, frequently pressing the shutter to capture beautiful moments. The 2 chased and laughed, walking out of the small woods and arriving at the foot of the mountain. Winter on Erlong Mountain was somewhat desolate, yet had a bleak beauty. Mount Erlong is less than 300 meters above sea level, with 2 mountain ranges interwoven, totaling about 30 kilometers in length, resembling 2 giant dragons lying across the land of Jiangzhou. The Tianquan River winds like a jade belt between the two mountains. After about half an hour, the two reached the summit. Looking down from the high vantage point at the rolling mountains, they felt a sense of grandiosity, as if the heavens and the earth were vast. Xia Zimo wasn't too tired, as Su Heng had carried her up the latter half of the mountain. At that moment, the two of them formed a world of their own, with only each other in their hearts, seemingly forgetting the passage of time. Su Heng, can you teach me to drive? Xia Zimo suddenly developed an interest in driving. Of course. Su Heng drove the car out of the small grove, found an open space, let Xia Zimo sit in the driver's seat, and then taught her the operating steps hand in hand. Xia Zimo could remember everything after one explanation and then simulated how to operate it in her mind. Chapter 235. Interrupted 3 times, Su Heng packed the gifts and noticed that Proda occupied most of the road. So he restarted the car and parked it beside Xia Zimo's small building. Proda's voice was loud, and upon hearing the noise, Xia Zimo was the first to run out, followed by Xia Mingyu and Zhouya, who also came out to greet them. Little Su is here. Why are you bringing so many gifts again? Zhouya smiled warmly, her gaze towards Su Heng resembling that of a mother-in-law, growing fonder the more she looked. Xia Mingyu was more direct. Why be polite at your own home? Xia Zimo appeared shy on the surface, but was delighted inside, as Su Heng had gained her parents' approval and affection, removing any barriers for them to be together. Uncle and Auntie, it's only because I'm in my own home that I didn't hold back. These things were all given to me by others. I didn't spend a penny. I'm just borrowing flowers to present to Buddha, Su Heng said with a smile. Come in and talk, it's cold outside. Zhouya noticed that Su Heng was dressed too lightly, fearing that her son-in-law might catch a cold. Su Heng acted completely at ease, as if he were at his own home, and the interaction was very harmonious. It was Xia Zimo, the little host, who appeared somewhat reserved, mainly because she was too shy. Sigh, my daughter looks so silly. She needs a man who can support her. Chapter 236. A hug is enough. When Su Heng packed the satellite phone into his bag, he noticed a savings book inside and suddenly remembered it was for Xia Zimo, which he had promised as her year-end bonus. Zimo, this is your bonus for this year. Su Heng handed the savings book to Xia Zimo. I don't need it. You keep it for yourself. Xia Zimo waved her little hand to refuse. I've kept most of your principal to continue investing for you. This is just a small bonus. Quickly catch it. Su Heng insisted on handing her the savings book. Xia Zimo finally accepted it without even checking the balance. Bonus? Xia Mingyu and Zhouya exchanged puzzled glances. Then Xia Mingyu said seriously, Little Su, Zimo is still in school. She doesn't work in your company. How can she receive a bonus? Zimo quickly returned the savings book to Little Su. Zhouya nodded in agreement. Although they had tacitly accepted their daughter's relationship with Su Heng, they hadn't married yet. If their daughter took money from Su Heng now, what would that mean? Su Heng smiled and explained. It's like this, Zimo lent me 3,000. She only needs to get back 2,000, and the remaining 1,000 I helped her invest. Xia Mingyu sighed in relief, taking the savings book from their daughter's hands, and, upon seeing the balance, exclaimed in surprise. This is 1 million. Chapter 237. Chain of events at a critical moment. I know that the Western Xia was a very mysterious dynasty, and there is very little historical material about it. Is all of this? Su Yali looked at the large wooden boxes piled up on the entire floor, imagining they were filled with precious ancient books, and was completely shocked. All of it. Su Heng nodded. All the Western Xia materials in our country combined amount to only a few dozen pages, and there isn't a single ancient book of substantial thickness. Up until now, Russia has only made 7 ancient books public to the world, and they're all of little value. Here, there are over 200 boxes, and each box contains hundreds of books. Heavens! Su Yali was overwhelmed. She quickly thought about how Su Heng had transported so many priceless treasures back from Russia and must have taken enormous risks. With that thought, her beautiful eyes were filled with concern and worry. Su Heng took out the satellite phone and called Zhao Ming. Within 10 minutes, Zhao Ming arrived hastily. He brought only a driver, who waited in the car while he went upstairs with Su Heng. Similarly, he was stunned into silence by the over 200 boxes filled with tens of thousands of precious Western Xia ancient books. Little Su, you brought the national treasures that were lost overseas back home. You are a hero of the Chinese nation. Chapter 238. Sudden chaos. The main reason Su Heng decided to go to Hong Kong Island as soon as possible was that the Hong Kong stock market had surged since the end of December last year, with the index climbing from a low of 4,900 points to above 5,800 points. Su Heng remembered that just recently, in the last 2 or 3 days, around the end of January, the first wave of the Hong Kong stock rise would officially come to an end, followed by a correction and consolidation. He planned to make some extra money through high selling and low buying of stocks. How is the Hong Kong stock market? Su Heng asked. Recently, the trend has been good. Master, you really have an eye for this. Whatever you buy goes up, Lena said with admiration. Are there any rumors about the Hong Kong stock market lately? He also remembered that Hong Kong Island was about to launch stock index futures. If stock index futures were launched, it would be like having a nuclear weapon for him. He could trade stocks in one hand and futures in the other, dominating the market and striking fear into the hearts of the Hong Kong tycoons. The stock index futures will officially launch on February 1st, which is the day after tomorrow. Additionally, there's been a noticeable increase in hot money flowing into Hong Kong Island. I feel the Hong Kong stock market will continue to rise, Lena said seriously. Your feeling is the same as my master's, Su Heng praised her. Chapter 239, My Carelessness After a Series of Buying and Selling Operations. The total value of the stocks held by Su Heng increased by about 40. This means that although the blue-chip stocks he held overall plummeted, the total market value did not decrease, but instead increased due to holding more stocks. Additionally, he also had an extra $1 billion in cash on hand. Sigh, I just wanted to make a profit from the price difference. Who was so kind to help me slam the market? Su Heng was not overly excited about the windfall, but was rather puzzled. What he did not know was that the ones providing him with the best assistance were the Hong Kong tycoons. Lu Jinxiong caused the Hong Kong tycoons to crazily suppress their own stocks, which accelerated the index's decline, helping him expand profits on his stock index future short positions, and ultimately allowed him to acquire enough cheap chips at a lower cost. These chips could be said to be blood-soaked chips, forcibly cut off from the Hong Kong tycoons themselves. Lu Jinxiong's actions were based on a wrong judgment. He mistakenly believed that Su Heng's stock index future short positions belonged to the richest people like Li and others. Assuming he knows that Su Heng has opened a short position, all he needs to do is take the opposite action, letting the major giants push up their own stocks while also going long on futures. With their absolute strength, they can easily force Su Heng to liquidate. Chapter 240, Quick Battle and Quick Resolution. Richest man Li and others decided to give up on targeting Su Heng in the stock market because they concluded that Su Heng's total funds had significantly increased. Coupled with the involvement of European and American capital, it was no longer possible to force Su Heng into liquidation by suppressing individual stocks and indices. The attack only lasted 1 day and ended in a disastrous defeat, costing the richest man Li and others about 10 billion yuan in total, along with a significant amount of valuable chips. At the Michelin restaurant in the Four Seasons Hotel, while Su Heng and Lena were enjoying their meal, a dozen well-dressed Westerners walked into the restaurant, immediately led by a staff member to a pre-booked private room adjacent to Su Heng's. Coincidentally, these people were the top traders from Europe and America who appeared earlier in the Goldman Sachs Investment Department's large client room. Soon, exquisite dishes and high-end red wine were served. After a few glasses of wine, these traders quickly opened up. The local bumpkin from Hong Kong is so self-important, daring to mess with our market. He is probably quietly wiping his tears right now, one of the white traders sneered. Ha ha ha, yes. The local bumpkin here should thank us for giving them a lesson, though the tuition is a bit expensive. Chapter 241. Reunion has its time in the 2 days since Su Heng arrived in Hong Kong. He has been nearly immersed in the stock exchange, achieving remarkable results. In just 2 trading days, his total profit reached 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. This windfall was primarily due to information asymmetry, catching the opponent off guard. With European and American giants moving in funds, there wouldn't be many opportunities left. Su Heng was very clear about this. He wouldn't waste time on minor investment opportunities in the financial market. This operation officially came to a close. The next most important tasks were the beverage factory and the automobile factory, which were his key focuses. Additionally, supermarkets would also be quickly launched when the time was right. Shenlong Electronics continued to maintain rapid expansion. Shenlong Real Estate would increase its land acquisition speed in key national areas this year. The layout in Russia was a relatively long-term process, and the entire operation would take about 2 to 3 years to complete. During this time, Su Heng needed to take time to inspect regularly. Time was tight, and the tasks were heavy. On the way back to Repulse Bay, Su Heng sighed. Lena and others noticed the change in Su Heng's expression. What's wrong? Aren't you happy after making so much money? Chapter 242. Enjoying the world's prosperity, you want to build a high-tech industrial park yourself? Zhao Ming looked shocked. He knew that when Su Heng took action, it would definitely create a big stir. For this reason, he had already had meetings with the municipal high-level officials to discuss that whether Su Heng's enterprise settled in an already established industrial park or chose a new site, the city government would do its utmost to cooperate. He didn't expect this kid to directly say he wanted to build a high-tech industrial park himself. I definitely can't do it on my own. We rely on our government to do the groundwork, such as relocating villagers, building supporting facilities, etc. Su Heng said modestly. Seeing the confident look on this kid's face, Zhao Ming nodded. It seems you have thought it through. Where do you plan to build the industrial park? While speaking, Zhao Ming walked to the map of the Magic City on the wall of the office. Su Heng pointed to the central part of Qingpu district. This is the location. From the map, although Su Heng's chosen location was away from the city center, it had great potential for future development. It was adjacent to Pudong International Airport, with 6 highways either already built or under construction passing nearby, along with the subway line 17, which is referred to as the lifeline of Qingpu's economic development, as well as scenic and cultural lines passing through here. Chapter 243. This game is big, comrade. Xiao Ma really knows how to talk. Su Heng silently gave Ma Yun a big thumbs up. Sure enough, and Zhuo, hearing what Ma Yun said, looked gratefully at Su Heng. Su Heng felt a bit embarrassed and said, Sorry, missin', I didn't let Olden go home to reunite with you during the spring festival. And Zhuo smiled and shook her head. My grandpa is a person who can't sit still. The last time I saw him, he was in better spirits than when he was idle. That's good, Su Heng nodded. The 3 of them chatted as they walked into the factory area. 2 security personnel at the entrance came out to salute and greet Su Heng, looking very formal. It was Su Heng's first time on site, and he observed very carefully. He couldn't help but compare it with the Volga automobile factory. The entire factory area was still a bit small and lacked that heavy industrial atmosphere. Su Heng knew that the latter had formed a kind of industrial temperament after decades of accumulation during the Soviet period. His side was just starting to build the factory and install equipment, and there was still a long way to go. However, his advantages were also very clear, which was that there was no historical burden, like drawing on a blank sheet of paper, allowing him to plan completely according to his own ideas. Chapter 244. Sudden cooperation at 10 o'clock in the morning. Su Heng drove the proto-military vehicle and arrived at the Song family's villa with ease. Oh, this girl is here too. From a distance, Su Heng saw a dark green Jeep, the same one that Shui Hanbing drove last time. Just as he parked, a small figure ran out, shouting, Brother Heng. Su Heng jumped out of the car and hugged the soft, milky-smelling little girl, feeling she had noticeably grown a bit. Xiao Wan has grown taller. Su Heng lifted the little girl and spun her around in the air. Brother Heng, you haven't come for a long time. Sister Hanbing took me to your school, but I didn't see you. When Xiao Wan pouted, her tone carrying a hint of questioning and dissatisfaction. At this moment, Shui Hanbing also came out. Su Heng gave the beautiful woman a glance. Sister Hanbing knows that I'm busier than anyone, and I came to see you as soon as I had time. Shui Hanbing seemed not to hear what Su Heng said, instantly attracted by the powerful military vehicle, focusing all her attention on it. This is a proto-military vehicle. Shui Hanbing circled around the proto, her eyes filled with joy and shock. She had learned from automotive magazines that this brand of military vehicle was a non-sale item in Russia, exclusively provided to senior officials of the Russian military. Chapter 245. Things aren't that simple. Okay, Songge, I'll take Xiao Wan to the temple fair and then come back. Su Heng said. When Xiao Wan heard it was her uncle's call and pouted unhappily. Uncle, we want to play for a long time before going back. Song Lin laughed, his voice full of indulgence. All right, Xiao Wan can play with Brother Heng as long as she wants. Uncle is not in a hurry. He then told Su Heng over the phone that there was no need to rush back. After hanging up, Su Heng finally found a spot to park the car. Then, Shui Hanbing and Su Heng each held one of Xiao Wan's small hands and walked towards the bustling temple fair. 2 adults and a child. Those who didn't know would think they were a family of 3, just that the parents were a bit too young. When Xiao Wan was extremely happy, her pair of lively big eyes couldn't take in all the new sights. Shui niece, did you bring money? Su Heng first noticed many food stalls and intended to buy something for Xiao Wan, but found only a $100 bill in his pocket. So he had to ask the beautiful woman beside him. Get lost, who is your niece? Shui Hanbing glared at Su Heng fiercely and huffed. I didn't bring any money either. When Xiao Wan, very understanding, said she didn't want anything, Chapter 246. The protagonist's halo is too dazzling. You have worked with Zhang Tao for a while. What do you think of this matter? Su Heng directed his gaze towards Sun Shaoan and others. Sun Shaoan and others had privately discussed Zhang Tao's situation, and he represented the group by saying, "Boss, we feel this matter is not simple, because Zhang Tao has not achieved remarkable results in the real estate industry before, and he was just dismissed when he was entrusted by Chang'an Real Estate, perhaps related to the auction of the old building of the Daily News." Clearly, Sun Shaoan and the others also suspected that Zhang Tao had colluded with Chang'an Real Estate in advance and intentionally gave up bidding at the auction. It was said that after defeating Shenlong Real Estate, Chang'an Real Estate was very proud. Su Heng's voice grew colder. Yes, Sun Shaoan nodded. Zhang Yan, the president of Chang'an Real Estate, made some remarks clearly targeting Shenlong Real Estate after successfully bidding. Su Heng had heard about this and casually asked, "What kind of person is Zhang Yan?" He knew that Zhang Yan would enter the cosmetics industry in the future and become the queen of hyaluronic acid, thus making her way onto the wealthy list. Besides luck, her personal ability must be very strong. He asked this to assess how much Sun Shaoan and others knew about their competitors. Chapter 247. Securing the Gonyuan No. 6 land. Mr. Su is truly a dragon among men. In just a year in the business world, you have achieved remarkable commercial success, which is admired by my peers and me. Zhang Yin was very modest and low-key. Originally, she didn't think much of Su Heng and always felt that someone was backing him. However, upon seeing him today, the brilliance he exuded made her instinctively feel that he was not just a name. Therefore, she lowered her stance to take the initiative to make amends for her arrogant words during the auction of the Daily News building. Our Shenlong Real Estate is developing very rapidly, continuously defeating Hong Kong capital giants in Magic City. Su Heng smiled lightly and then changed the subject, teasingly saying, "However, as President Zhang said, your Chang'an Real Estate is even better, defeating Shenlong Real Estate right away in the capital." Zhang Yan's smiling face suddenly looked a bit unnatural. Zhang Tao lowered his head even more, not daring to meet Su Heng's gaze. Both of them knew very well that they had won against Shenlong Real Estate using improper competition methods. "Mr. Su, I know you also have a high regard for the old building of the Daily News. Here is my business card. After the auction, if you have time, we can discuss cooperation." Chapter 248. Su Shenhao's working style. In Su Heng's eyes, Chang'an Street is completely irreplaceable, known since ancient times as the first street in Shenzhou, its symbolic significance outweighing its actual value. The old building project of the Daily News, located in the core area of Chang'an Street, is absolutely something that is hard to come by. Su Heng originally planned to buy it and build a modern office building to serve as a headquarters. Unexpectedly, a traitor in the company disrupted his plans. Now that he has the opportunity to take it back, he certainly wouldn't be stubborn and haggle too much with Zhang Yan. Spending a little more money doesn't matter. And as for the bill, there will be a chance to settle it later. "Mr. Su, we have invested a lot in this project." Zhang Yan was reluctant to give up this hard-won project. Su Heng stood up and casually said, "You came from Chongzhou, so you should know better than anyone how hot the real estate industry is right now. The upcoming price limit policy is enough to show that the country is going to take strong measures against the real estate industry. And I believe there will be more supporting policies coming out soon." Zhang Yan's heart sank immediately. Su Heng's words hit her soft spot. She wasn't afraid of any competition, just afraid of policy issues. "Since you see it so clearly, why would you still offer a higher price? Aren't you afraid of losing?" Chapter 249. The preheating work of the catering industry and the battle between the two. "Brother Su, your Gonyuan No. 6 and the project in Magic City are both to be built into luxury residences. We have accumulated some resources here, so if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask," Song Ling said sincerely. Su Heng humbly replied, "Thank you, Brother Song. I will definitely seek your advice in the future." Song Ling waved his hand. "We're family. Why say such polite words?" After discussing real estate, Song Ling turned his gaze to Huang Guanyu. Huang Guanyu sat upright in his chair, hands on his knees, listening attentively. Since losing to Shenlong Electric, Xiao Huang seemed to have lost his spirit in the home appliance retail industry. I find it hard for him to develop further. Song Ling raised the main topic. Huang Guanyu quickly took over the conversation, saying earnestly, "What Brother Song said is right. I would like to ask Mr. Su, besides the home appliance industry, which industry do you think I would be suitable for?" Su Heng was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the other party to see him as an industry mentor. However, He knew that a person like Huang Guangyu, no matter which industry he entered, would not settle for being inferior. This guy must feel unable to surpass Shenlong Electric, hence wanting to switch industries. You really don't want to do home appliance retail anymore? Chapter 250. Details determine success or failure. Su Heng ended the call with Zhou Wei, just putting his phone back in his bag when it rang again. It was Zhang Yin calling. Mr. Zhang, what have you considered? Su Heng asked Dandanda. Zhang Yin was silent for about 2 to 3 seconds and then said in a slightly low voice, Please, Mr. Su, come to Chang'an Real Estate now to sign the transfer agreement. Okay, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Su Heng didn't expect that this girl wanted to sign the agreement overnight. After hanging up, he called Sun Shaoan, asking him to bring the official seal and meet him at Chang'an Real Estate. Go to Chang'an Real Estate? Sun Shaoan was taken aback, thought of something, and couldn't believe it for a moment. Chang'an Real Estate has agreed to transfer the old building project of the Daily News. You just need to sign the transfer agreement with me. Su Heng said, Okay, boss, I'll go get the official seal now. It might take a little longer. Sun Shaoan was shocked and excited. He never dreamed that the young boss would quietly take back the old building project of the Daily News. 10 minutes later, Su Heng drove to Chang'an Real Estate, located on Financial Street. Chang'an Real Estate rented an office building here, and the entire company had only a few employees, almost like a shell company. Chapter 251, Increasingly Detailed Layout. Su Heng decided to visit Song Ru's house in the afternoon and then go to the hospital in the evening to discuss with Song Jia about going to Russia for surgery. After parting ways with Song Lin, Su Heng received a call from Zhou Wei, who had just landed and was on his way to take a taxi. After they met up, they drove to Jinghua Media Company. In the upcoming battle with two major beverage giants, Jinghua Media would play a crucial role. He wanted to check out the troops summoned by Jiang Siki to see if they had certain combat capabilities. Boss is here. Two security personnel stood at attention and saluted. Su Heng nodded slightly and walked into the lobby. A young woman sitting behind the reception desk heard the security personnel's voices and, upon seeing Su Heng enter, quickly stood up to greet him. Hello, boss. I'm the receptionist Wang Xiaodai. Call the others to the meeting, Su Heng said while heading towards the second floor. Okay, boss. Wang Xiaodai hurriedly stood up to call the other employees. About 3 minutes later, 5 employees gathered in the conference room on the second floor. Su Heng sat at the head of the table, with Jiang Siki and Zhou Wei on either side. The 5 employees were seeing Su Heng in person for the first time, their eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment at his youth and good looks. Chapter 252, The Circle, is truly chaotic. Su Heng arrived at the hospital with some cooked food and ran into Jiang Siki coming out with a water bottle. He didn't enter the ward. He was not used to the old man, thanking him repeatedly. And he also felt that showing too much concern might make the old man suspicious about his intentions towards his daughter. The boss is here, Jiang Siki exclaimed in surprise. Su Heng waved at her and sat on a long bench in the corridor. Did you tell Song Jia? Yes, Sister Jia agreed, but Uncle Song still has concerns, mainly about not wanting to go through the hassle and fearing costs. However, Sister Jia managed to persuade him. That's good. You go get some water and then bring Song Jia out. Okay, boss. Jiang Siki agreed and hurried off to the hot water room. Soon, she returned with water, and Su Heng handed her the cooked food. Jiang Siki quickly went back to the ward and soon came out with Song Jia. Manager Song, you and Siki will go tomorrow to get the visa for Russia, Su Heng said directly. Okay. Song Jia looked at Su Heng gratefully. In her heart, expressing gratitude felt too shallow. Nothing else. You go take care of your dad. I want to go in. Chapter 253, The Fruit Falls When Ripe. Su Heng had been here once before the Spring Festival when Gao Hong and Feng Hui were still around. He had let them go home for the new year and told them to come back when Xia Zimo started school again. Boss, Miss Xia, we brought some local specialties for you to try. Gao Hong, from Sichuan, brought 2 large pieces of cured meat. In this era, in remote mountainous areas, being able to eat meat during festivals was already quite remarkable. So these 2 large pieces of cured meat were definitely a significant gift. Feng Hui brought a big bag of walnuts and dates. Su Heng didn't say anything overly sentimental, as he was quite familiar with Xia Zimo, calling her sister affectionately. In the evening, Zhang Yimeng also came over, bringing some food from home. After sweetly greeting Su Heng, she pulled Xia Zimo into the room to whisper, as they hadn't seen each other for an entire holiday and seemed to have endless things to talk about. For Su Heng, any movement in the courtyard was not lost on him, but he simply had no interest in the private conversations of the 2 girls. I'm going out to buy some ingredients. Let us have dinner together at home tonight. Feeling bored alone, Su Heng decided to take a stroll. About an hour later, he returned with the ingredients, and the four of them were busy in the kitchen. Chapter 254, Even the King Can't Do It at That Moment. 3 black Mercedes slowly drove up and stopped near Miyamoto Kiyoshi and others. Su Heng noticed the 3 cars from afar, seeing the black background with white letters on the license plate, particularly eye-catching with the number 235XXX. It was the car of the Japanese embassy in China, proving that the Miyamoto family indeed had a significant background. Su Heng's heart stirred slightly. The doors of the 3 Mercedes opened simultaneously, and a Japanese man with a mustache quickly walked up to Miyamoto Kiyoshi, respectfully saying, "Chairman Miyamoto, please." "Thank you, Takizawa-kun." Miyamoto Kiyoshi nodded slightly and looked at Su Heng. "Don Bon Dao, please come with us, Mr. Su." There was no choice. This trip to China required Su Heng's cooperation. "You're too polite, Chairman Miyamoto." Su Heng smiled fondly. Although he didn't think highly of this old Japanese man, he had to give some face for the sake of Miyamoto Sakura. Miyamoto Kiyoshi gestured for Miyamoto Sakura to join him in the first car. His assistant and bodyguards got into the other 2 cars. The 3 cars quickly drove away, with Su Heng following behind in a military vehicle. About half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the Park Hyatt Hotel near the embassy area, a luxurious 5-star hotel mostly accommodating foreigners. Chapter 255, Noble Family. Arrangements summons after the exam. Su Heng was taken to the office by the Deng family to discuss economic issues, particularly the current national economic situation. This conversation lasted until sunset. When Su Heng left, the Deng family regarded him with warmth and admiration. As he exited the office, it was just the right time for school to end. Su Heng thought that since he had finally returned to school, he, as the well-known president of the student council, should take the opportunity to understand the situation within the council. Presidensu. Just as he was halfway there, Zhou Yang, Cheng Yaqiang, and others approached him. They had heard that Su Heng was coming back for a makeup exam and had come to find him instead of going to the cafeteria after class. "Let us go to the conference room." Su Heng waved his hand and said, "Do we need to notify the others?" "Yo Yang asket. No need. Just a casual chat with you guys." Su Heng knew that the student council was operating smoothly under Shui Hanbing's leadership, and there weren't any major issues. Upon arriving at the conference room, Su Heng first listened to some recent activities held by the student council. To him, these matters were trivial. "How is the foundation doing?" Su Heng asked Yo Yang. Just then, Shui Hanbing rushed in. She had planned to go home after school, but immediately came over upon hearing that Su Heng was at school. Chapter 256, Glory Bestowed. Then to Moscow in the first-floor conference room, 2 big shots, Wang Zhongru and Zhou Yunshun, discussed Su Heng's exam paper with him for over an hour on economic issues. Then they talked about Su Heng's trip to Russia. Finally, Wang Zhongru opened a drawer and took out a small red box the size of a palm. "Xiao Su, you are a meritorious minister of our country." Wang Zhongru personally handed the box to Su Heng, holding his hand seriously and solemnly. "I have only done a small part of what I should." Su Heng was somewhat flattered and curious about what was inside the box. "What you did is not suitable to be made public yet, and perhaps it will never be, but the country will not forget every person who has contributed." Wang Zhongru continued. Su Heng understood that it was because he had brought back tens of thousands of invaluable ancient books from the Western Xia dynasty from Russia. With Wang Zhongru's words, he felt reassured that he had not taken risks in vain. "I think that is our thing, and since we have the opportunity, we should find a way to bring it back," Su Heng said calmly. Wang Zhongru nodded in appreciation and said, "The country will soon organize another small team to go to Russia to alleviate your manpower shortage." Chapter 257, Playing with Guns. "You can't do it." Shun Long and Shun Dunzhang Yin stared blankly as 4 military vehicles drove into the large courtyard across the street. And it took a long time for her to come back to her senses, revealing a bitter smile. The 4 military vehicles entered the courtyard. And as soon as Su Heng got out of the car, Sophia, hearing the noise, rushed out of the room like a little bird. "The boss is here," Hulu Dao, Charlie, and others came out of the room to greet him warmly. Andreev and Anna stood outside the crowd, smiling. Everyone chatted and walked into the restaurant, where a sumptuous dinner was already prepared. Sophia and Jiang Siki hit it off immediately, with endless topics to discuss. Jiang Siki asked Sophia about the customs and culture of Russia, and Sophia subtly inquired about many things regarding Su Heng. After dinner, Su Heng held a meeting. While he was in the country, he would call Hulu Dao and others every day to stay updated on the latest situation here. So this meeting was mainly for casual chatting. The ruble is depreciating more and more severely. The former Russian president recently shot an advertisement for Chanel, causing quite a controversy. Hu Ludao remarked with a sigh, "How miserable." Su Heng did not expect the lives of the Russian elite to be so miserable. Although he was a former president, he was still Russia's face, one of the former superpowers, reduced to shooting advertisements for Western companies for bread. It was quite ironic. Chapter 258. Meeting top tycoons, Su Heng threw the gun to Avrora, casually saying he wouldn't take her sidearm. Avrora skillfully caught the sidearm and looked at the Eastern youth in front of her, no longer holding any contempt, but rather a hint of caution. She couldn't imagine that this Eastern youth could kill her with just an amateur interest in guns. His skills must be unfathomable. She really wanted to try to see how strong he was, but she had no confidence to do so. China is the birthplace of martial arts, and true martial arts are beyond the imagination of outsiders. Su Heng could see that Avrora was definitely a confidant of Pujing, which meant she would have considerable power in the future. He also sensed that the girl held a prejudice against him, so it was necessary to intimidate her and warn her not to have any ideas about him. "Mr. Su, could you show us a move?" Avrora asked politely. Su Heng replied seriously, "True martial arts are killing techniques, not for performance." Avrora nodded in understanding, feeling even more that this guy was mysterious. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. Soon, Pujing strode into the meeting room, warmly shaking hands and embracing Su Heng, then leading him into the office and closing the door. Chapter 259. With you, anywhere is the most beautiful scenery for Su Heng. Spending a little extra money was not a big deal. He was playing a game of empty-handed wolves in Russia. Moreover, if he could leverage this transaction to establish a relationship with the Russian military, it would be an invaluable asset. However, he couldn't let the other party see him as a fool. He could spend more money but had to be clear about it, ensuring they understood this friendship. Facing Graciov's aggressive gaze, Su Heng remained unperturbed and calmly expressed his reasoning and views. First, let's see which countries can afford to buy and which ones will buy. The United States is ruled out first. To put it bluntly, they don't even look at your aircraft carriers. Next are European countries. While the UK, Germany, and France have purchasing power, the EU and the US are militarily integrated, and their weapon systems are fundamentally incompatible with yours, so buying them back won't form effective combat power. South America and Africa don't even need to be mentioned. Not a single country has that strength. Finally, there's Asia. We first exclude the wealthiest Japan because it is a defeated nation from World War II, and international law does not allow it to possess aircraft carriers. Chapter 260. Underground Forces Hospitals. When the proto-military vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Moscow hospital, Sophia's pretty face showed a look of confusion. Su Heng smiled and said, "A family member of one of my employees just arrived from the country for heart surgery." Sophia nodded to indicate she understood. As soon as the proto-military vehicle entered the gate, an off-road vehicle rushed in like an arrow from the side, followed closely by two more off-road vehicles zooming past. Almost in the blink of an eye, the three vehicles came to a sudden stop in front of the hospital's comprehensive building. "Quick, doctor!" Soon, 7 or 8 Russians jumped out of the three vehicles, 2 strong men carrying a bloodied person, shouting as they rushed into the building, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. 4 others surrounded a fierce bald man, quickly following behind. Clearly, the bald man was the leader of these people. As Su Heng drove by, he happened to see the bald man's appearance, and his first impression was that this bald man was definitely a top gang boss. Almost simultaneously, the bald man's sharp gaze shot at him like a knife. What a wolf-like gaze. It was the first time Su Heng had seen such a ferociously wild look. If it were before his rebirth, he would have kept as far away as possible from someone like that. Chapter 261. Strike when the time is right. After Su Heng finished the call with Pujing, although he was basically relieved, he did not let his guard down. The security and defense work for the night continued as planned. His influence in Russia was still too weak. This situation left Su Heng quite helpless. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. He had brought over 40 security personnel from the country, and with Victor's men, the total was barely 100. Moreover, Victor's men could not be completely trusted. How could he fight against local gangs with tens of thousands of members, who had the advantage of local knowledge? He considered that developing business in Russia would inevitably involve dealings with local gangs. Su Heng thought silently for a moment, and then recalled the girl who answered the phone at Pu Jing's house. Was she Pu Jing's daughter? Her voice was quite pleasant. He knew that Pu Jing's two daughters had been hidden away since they were 4 or 5 years old, continuously changing names and identities, until they finally started appearing in the media 30 years later. What are you daydreaming about? The two princesses of Pu Jing are only 7 or 8 years old. Su Heng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Broter Su Heng. At that moment, Sophia walked in holding a steaming cup. What delicious drink is that? It smells so good. Su Heng pulled his scattered thoughts back and asked softly. Chapter 262. Single blade to the feast. Su Heng displayed his might, leaving not only Ivanov and all the Russian tough men dumbfounded, but also Zhang Lang, Shi Hao, and others whose emotions were like a roller coaster, first tightening their hearts and then showing shock on their faces. They had long known that Su Heng's skills were unfathomable, capable of taking on dozens of them alone. But that was in friendly sparring, unarmed. However, just now, Su Heng faced the ruthless Russian gangsters armed with axes. The scene of Su Heng charging into a flock of sheep like a fierce tiger was deeply imprinted in their minds. Is he that strong? Su Heng held the axe in both hands, surprised by his own extraordinary combat ability. The most ferocious and tough Russian gangsters were beaten down by him alone. More exciting than earning a fortune, wealth was external, but personal strength belonged entirely to oneself and couldn't be measured by money. Bang! He swung both axes, burying them deeply into the hard ground beside Ivanov's feet. The dull sound made Ivanov's eyelids twitch. He was the king of the streets in Russia, known for his iron fists and hard-earned reputation. Yet, the young Oriental in front of him made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness for the first time. Chapter 263. Testing after Ivanov had the butler take the suitcase out, his tone of voice didn't treat Su Heng as an outsider. Mr. Su, you also saw in the hospital yesterday that the one injured was my most loyal brother, but unfortunately, he died on the operating table. Su Heng was puzzled as to why the other party was telling him this, and pondered for a moment before saying, "It seems Mr. Ivanov has encountered a formidable opponent." That's right. Ivanov's eyes flashed with ferocity as he gritted his teeth. It's those Chechen dogs. I will take revenge myself. After saying that, he returned to normal and looked at Su Heng, asking in a consultative tone, "Mr. Su, you are the Eastern Dragon. I would like to ask you a question. Please go ahead." Su Heng was curious about what a gang leader wanted to consult him about. In Moscow, our biggest rival is the Chechen gang, a group of reckless wolves. May I ask if Mr. Su has any way to suppress them? Ivanov earnestly asked. Su Heng smiled bitterly. Mr. Ivanov, you are the expert on this issue. I am just an outsider. Ivanov said seriously, to be honest, I have done some research on you. Not only do you possess godlike skills, but you are also a business genius. In fact, there is competition among gangs too. I would like to ask Mr. Su, from your perspective, how do you view our competition with the Chechens? Chapter 264. Seeking help. Su Heng expressed, if feasible, spend more money to hire Russian icebreakers. That's great, Zhang Zhong said happily. In fact, our expert group has also considered this. Taking other routes may lead to being choked, but if we take the Arctic route, there is nothing to worry about. The habitual thinking of him and the expert group members was that the country was too poor, which instinctively led them to think about saving money. For Su Heng, having bought an aircraft carrier, why would he care about spending a little more on shipping? Upon getting off the plane, the scene of an icy wasteland greeted him, and the howling Arctic wind struck him like a knife. Su Heng felt as if he had suddenly entered a doomsday scenario, as this place was not only desolate, but in such a harsh environment that it was hard to imagine being suitable for human habitation. Russia's cities located in the Arctic Circle and Siberia were originally uninhabited areas where many concentration camps were established during the Soviet era, detaining over 10 million political prisoners and criminals, which gradually formed cities. Zhang Zhong sighed. Su Heng nodded, knowing that Zhang Zhong had not mentioned one more thing, that Russian gangs had emerged from these concentration camps. After standing in the cold wind for a few minutes, Zhang Zhong and the expert group members felt their bodies were frozen through. Chapter 265. A special night, the number of onlookers grew. Initially, those watching the commotion were nearby merchants, but soon they were replaced by more and more members of various gangs. Who would dare to provoke the battle axe people? They must be tired of living. The leader was a Chinese? This kid must be looking for death without realizing it. When these gangs found out what had happened, they all felt that Su Heng and his group were in big trouble. Su Heng stood calmly, ignoring the dense crowd of onlookers, as if nothing had happened. About 10 minutes later, a commotion arose outside the crowd. The crowd automatically parted to make way. Over 20 fierce, strong men strode into the crowd, their fierce and ruthless aura instantly overpowering all the thugs present. The battle axe people are here. The gang members watching the spectacle gasped and involuntarily stepped aside, retreating one after another. Boss! The thugs who had just been knocked down perked up, pointing at Su Heng and Victor, fiercely reporting. They were the ones who made the move, and they even claimed not to take the battle axe seriously. Get lost! The leading member of the battle axe gang pushed the thug leader aside and walked directly up to Su Heng, respectfully saying, Mr. Su, these blind fools have caused you trouble. Chapter 266. Recruiting 2 more generals. Although Su Heng did not know that Paris 6 University's mathematics department was currently ranked first in the world, he was very clear that the world's top talents would only increasingly gather in the United States, which was the true kingdom of mathematics. However, since Sophia had a special fondness for the 6th University, Su Heng naturally respected her wishes. All right, can you contact your professor? Ask about the enrollment. Su Heng said. Last year before the holiday, she told me that she could enroll without taking the exam, but Sophia wanted to say that her family conditions did not allow it. Although she had a mentor's recommendation and the 6th University offered a full scholarship, the round-trip airfare and necessary living expenses were burdensome for her family, especially since her parents were both unemployed at that time. So she had given up on the idea of studying abroad. What is that? If you're unwilling to leave your parents behind, then let them go with you. Su Heng said straightforwardly. Sophia said shyly, that would cost a lot of money. Su Heng sighed, thinking that with his status as a super-rich person, worrying about spending more money was unnecessary. How much could studying abroad really cost? After driving back to Moscow, he first found a well-known restaurant for breakfast, then went shopping at the mall. Chapter 267. Meeting the Iron Lady. Unfortunately, these world-shaking weapons were either taken away by Russia through deceitful means or were misled by the United States to meet their end beneath the giant shovels of excavators. Upon exiting the airport, despite it being the cold winter season, many young girls stood along the streets, wrapped in down jackets on top, while their long, snowy white calves were exposed below. With golden hair framing delicate, charming faces, they were filled with enthusiasm and anticipation, eagerly promoting themselves to the men coming out of the airport. In Moscow, Su Heng encountered such scenes several times a day and was no longer surprised. We have business to attend to. Su Heng skillfully took out 2 $10 bills and then strode away. Boss! Li Bing and Su Xin, 2 security personnel who came to pick him up, were accompanied by 4 Ukrainians. Li Bing and Su Xin were part of the earliest group that followed Sherha to Russia, concerned about the safety of the expert team members. Su Heng sent Li Bing and others to Ukraine as soon as he returned to Moscow from the Czech Republic. After greeting them, Su Heng and Victor got into the car and headed to the hotel. On the way to the hotel, Su Heng briefly assessed the situation. From the streets and the appearance and mental state of the locals in Kiev, it was not difficult to judge that the situation here was worse than in Moscow. A few minutes later, Su Heng met the legendary remarkable woman in the president's office on the 2nd floor. The room was decorated in a Western minimalist style, and behind a milky white desk sat a refined and capable young woman. She had an amazing figure. Seeing her in person, Su Heng found her even more stunning than the images he had seen in the media in his previous life. Kimoshenko was also observing this suddenly visiting Eastern youth and determined through her observations that he was extraordinary, definitely not an ordinary person. Hello, President Kimoshenko. After a moment of mutual gaze, Su Heng smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Su. Kimoshenko stood up, walked to the desk, shook hands with Su Heng, and politely expressed her admiration. Last month, I went to Moscow and happened to hear the name of Maya United Bank. I even specifically visited it, and it left a deep impression on me. I didn't expect it to be established by you, Boss Su. Su Heng was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect her to know about Maya United Bank. Moreover, her admiring tone gave him more confidence in establishing a friendly connection. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Su Heng waved his hand dismissively. He was very clear that Kimoshenko could at most be considered a small, wealthy person. She was far from reaching the level of top oligarch and still needed at least 3 more years to monopolize Ukraine's natural gas business. In his office, Pu Jing expressed his gratitude to Su Heng privately. As the leading Russian official in this grain trade, his reputation had greatly increased, and he had gained significant political capital. coupled with the 2 gold bars Su Heng had given him. It could be said he had gained both fame and fortune. Consequently, Su Heng's standing in his eyes had also risen significantly. "Mr. Su, how do you plan to sell that batch of tobacco and alcohol?" After some pleasantries, Pu Jing took the initiative to discuss the sales of tobacco and alcohol. Su Heng replied, "I plan to keep a portion for sale in St. Petersburg, and the rest will be transported to Moscow. We have already rented multiple shops in Moscow's open market and other commercial streets for unified sales." "Good." Pu Jing first expressed his agreement, then suggested based on Russia's national conditions. "I originally suggested that you bring in a batch of tobacco and alcohol to alleviate the demand of ordinary Russian people, to prevent illegal merchants from hoarding and allow every Russian to have the opportunity to purchase. I suggest you limit sales and require each purchaser to provide identification." It was clear he was worried that these tobacco and alcohol products would fall into the hands of gangs. "No problem." Su Heng agreed straightforwardly. "Is it you who sent the gunman? Who are you people?" Su Heng quickly calmed down, knowing full well that when dealing with such ruthless gangs, one must remain composed. "We are Chechens," Monkey straightforwardly stated, believing that since a transaction was to take place, his people must show themselves, so there was no need to hide. Additionally, it was a good opportunity to use the fearsome reputation of the Chechens to intimidate the Chinese. Indeed, they are Chechens. Su Heng's biggest suspicion was indeed the Chechens. To be honest, he was deeply reluctant to provoke them and just wanted to quietly make money in Russia, since they had taken the initiative to approach him. If he did not agree to cooperate, they would likely resort to underhanded tactics, targeting not the signboard, but rather the staff or people around him. However, even if he agreed to cooperate, he did not believe they would be content to do business honestly. Their appetite would surely grow larger. In an instant, Su Heng thought of many things. Since they wanted to cooperate, they should meet and talk. After a brief consideration, Su Heng decided to feel out their bottom line. "You want to talk to us in person?" Monkey asked incredulously, thinking that this Chinese youth had quite a bit of courage to personally step forward. Now is not the time to let go. Su Heng firmly refused, knowing he had no choice. After the gunman was brought to the manor, he was likely taken away by Afrolora's people for interrogation and probably tortured beyond recognition. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Su Heng immediately softened his tone and explained, "I am doing this out of necessity. After all, you Chechens are in the dark, and your strength overwhelms us. I must keep a backup plan. As long as you sincerely cooperate, I guarantee to return this gunman to you in one piece." Let him talk to me," Monkey said angrily. Su Heng forcefully interrupted, "You Chechens are so fussy. Rest assured, we will treat your gunman well. I want to emphasize again, we are here to make money, not to fight with you Chechens. My time is very precious. I have to go to St. Petersburg soon. Let's hurry up and discuss the deal." Monkey thought about it. If the Chinese were smart, they wouldn't make things difficult for their people. Mainly, he also wanted to finalize this deal quickly to make a big profit. "You better not play tricks," Monkey first coldly warned, then said, "Specific trading issues can be discussed over the phone. Meeting in person is just a waste of time and completely unnecessary. Our condition is that you deliver 200 tons of tobacco and alcohol every day, and we will pay for the goods immediately after selling them." Monkey did not suspect that something had gone wrong with the rear vehicle. Years of honing his instincts in dangerous situations made him feel that something was off tonight. He ordered the driver to circle to the front of the convoy, wanting to return to the base as quickly as possible. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, his satellite phone rang, and his sense of foreboding grew stronger. As soon as the call connected, amidst the urgent voices, there were also dense gunshots. "Boss, it's bad. We are under attack. Besides the Axe Gang, it seems there are official forces as well. We can't hold on. The brothers are almost all dead." After a scream, only sporadic gunfire remained on the line. Munkov's expression darkened instantly, and without bothering to think about what had happened, he immediately issued orders for everyone to abandon the big truck and switch to off-road vehicles. In his view, the base had been attacked, and it was highly likely related to tonight's deal. Returning with these trucks will be tantamount to seeking death. It seemed they had already been exposed. Su Heng suddenly noticed that the trucks in front had all stopped. He quickly accelerated and set up his sniper rifle. With a bang, the gun fired, and with a crash, the windshield shattered, creating a large hole. Immediately after, a Chechen man who had just jumped off the truck fell to the ground. Chapter 273. Noble Person, Farewell, Layout. Huge profits at 11 o'clock the next morning at the Pushkin restaurant, one of the most distinctive places in Moscow. Su Heng met with Zimoshenko. This restaurant not only served authentic Russian traditional cuisine, but also exuded rich culture. The two sat in an elegant private room, enjoying delicious food and melodious music, with a bookshelf against the wall displaying Pushkin's poetry collections. The indoor temperature was high, and Zimoshenko took off her beige trench coat, which Su Heng gentlemanly took and helped hang on a nearby coat rack. The two chatted like old friends, discussing a wide range of topics from literature, world economy, to international geopolitics, with conversations being both diverse and professional. They had exchanged ideas multiple times while in Ukraine, and each time Zimoshenko tried to probe this Eastern youth. But each exchange left her shocked, making her feel that this young man was profound and unpredictable. This woman truly deserved to be the Iron Lady about to ascend the throne of Ukraine. Su Heng also marveled at Zimoshenko's broad knowledge, quick thinking, and unique insights. After several exchanges, they developed a mutual admiration for each other. "Mr. Su, I came to Moscow this time to secure more natural gas import quotas. Do you have any good suggestions?" Chapter 274. Scenery more beautiful than scenery to outsiders. The profits from Su Heng's tobacco and wine business could only be described as average. This was because mainstream media in Europe and America, including the local Russian media they controlled, were loudly pessimistic about the Russian economy, resulting in the continuous devaluation of bonds. However, Su Heng understood the true value of these bonds. The rubles had all been exchanged for dollars, and after deducting a 1 million handling fee, a total of over 26 million was exchanged, with the bonds currently being sorted out. Lu Dao continued, "This tobacco and wine business has been very successful. Everyone has worked hard recently." Su Heng expressed great satisfaction with everyone's work. Zhang Yin asked eagerly, "Boss, are we still doing the tobacco and wine business?" "Better to take profits while we can." Su Heng shook his head in denial. The tobacco and wine business in Russia was originally controlled by major gangs. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Continuing would definitely provoke fierce backlash. Zhang Yin wanted to ask what they would do next, but held her tongue, knowing that the boss would speak when it was time. This tobacco and wine business allowed her to witness Su Heng's powerful influence and connections in Russia once again. After the meeting, Su Heng let everyone rest early. Chapter 275. Threat, Special Gift, Journey Home. "Good morning, Mr. Su, this is Ruben." As soon as the phone rang, Ruben introduced himself. "Oh, it's Mr. Ruben. What can I do for you?" Su Heng frowned slightly, wondering what this old fox wanted. He only wished to keep a low profile and avoid entanglements with the Americans. "I'd like to take up a bit of your time to discuss something in person. What can't be discussed over the phone?" "About the bonds." 20 minutes later, at the same cafe as last time, Ruben hung up. Su Heng's expression turned somewhat gloomy. He had to be cautious in responding to the mention of bonds. After leaving the embassy with Lu Dao, they drove back. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the Maya United Bank. Su Heng noticed two specially made black Mercedes parked downstairs at the cafe across the street. Without a doubt, Ruben had already arrived. Su Heng instructed Lu Dao to return to the bank, and then walked into the cafe alone. A bodyguard-like white man approached him and gestured for him to go upstairs. Su Heng went to the second floor, to the same private room, where besides Ruben, there was also the middle-aged white man he had met last time, the head of the CIA's Moscow branch. Chapter 276. Beautiful scenery and beautiful people, small goods and big markets. Su Heng met up with Miyamoto Sakura, who was waiting for him at the airport. Along with Miyamoto Sakura were her assistant and 4 tough bodyguards, who were already well aware of Su Heng's presence. This passenger plane had been chartered in advance by Miyamoto Sakura, and the pilot was a Ukrainian with over 1,000 hours of flight experience. The plane took off steadily, flying through clouds and fog directly towards Lake Baikal. Miyamoto Sakura opened her briefcase and took out a large stack of documents, mainly ownership certificates for various minerals, forestry, and pastures in the Siberian region. Russia practiced privatization, and obtaining ownership of these resources essentially meant permanent possession, unless political risks occurred and they were nationalized. But that couldn't be helped. There were a total of 68 property rights. Su Heng couldn't believe that he had exchanged just 10,000 tons of tobacco and wine for such massive resources. He roughly calculated that the total area of all the properties combined reached 3,000 square kilometers. Indeed, that large. However, while the area sounded intimidating, due to inconvenient transportation and high mining costs, to outsiders, these places were considered worthless. Chapter 277, Great Deception, Royal Mansion, captivating the capital the next morning. Su Heng awoke to the pleasant sound of reading coming from the courtyard and slowly opened his eyes, feeling exceptionally refreshed in both mind and body. After dressing, he got out of bed, opened the door, and stepped into the courtyard. Xia Zimo and Zhang Yuming saw Su Heng come out and stop reciting their English texts. Zhang Yuming eagerly approached him, asking all sorts of questions, curious about his experiences and observations in Russia. Not much to say. I was so busy in Russia that I didn't even have time to shop. But one thing, Russia is really beautiful. I'll take you around when I have time, Su Heng casually replied. Xia Zimo's pretty face showed concern, thinking about how she and her classmates were sitting peacefully in school while her boyfriend was struggling in a distant and dangerous foreign land. That's great. Zhang Yuming excitedly linked arms with Xia Zimo, but then her expression drooped, and she sighed, "Alas, I can't always rely on Zimo to take advantage of you. I need to make money too, so I can spend my own." Ambitious. Su Heng gave the little beauty a thumbs up and then shifted the topic. Any news from school lately? Nothing has changed. Our school has just finished building the campus network. Campus network. Su Heng knew that there was no real internet in the country yet. They would have to wait until next year, on April 20th, 1994, when Huagua would connect to the international internet via a 64K international line, officially recognized by the international community as a country with full internet capabilities, marking the official start of the internet era. Chapter 278, Arranging Work, Great Benefactor, Scammers Invoke Trouble Dam, Driving a Broken Santana, and Acting So Tough. After a moment of surprise, the two motorcyclists accelerated to chase. Su Heng sighed again. It's still better in Russia. If he encountered these clueless thugs there, he wouldn't even need to say anything himself. The security personnel would rush in and beat them up first. Just as Su Heng was about to speed away, he noticed a black Hongqi sedan parked at the street corner with its hazard lights flashing. He recognized the car. It was the one that Zhang Lang used to drive. He slammed the brakes beside the Hongqi sedan, causing the two chasing motorcycles to nearly collide. The two riders pulled out steel pipes and cursed as they approached the Santana. The window of the Hongqi sedan rolled down, and a hand emerged holding a black box. Su Heng noticed that the box was handed to him by a young man with a buzz cut, sharp facial features, and piercing eyes. He took the box, and the Hongqi sedan quickly drove away. What could it be? Is it some kind of labor medal? Su Heng felt the weight of it and curiously opened it, his heart racing. The two motorcyclists were very close, and when they saw the item inside the box, they were so shocked they gaped in silence. Why aren't they smashing it? Chapter 279, Multi-Pronged Approach, One Strike to Kill. Wang Hongsheng splashed dirty water on the reputation of Shenlong Investment, effectively tarnishing its brand. Su Heng decided to take action, especially when he saw so many big shots being deceived. It was clear how deeply this scam had harmed the country. He resolved that since he was going to act, he must ensure he could strike the scammer down decisively, leaving him no chance to recover. After getting off the plane and leaving the airport, Tai Jun drove to pick him up. "Boss, there are quite a few protesters outside the company, protesting that we injured Wang Hongsheng and calling us a company without social responsibility." Tai Jun reported honestly, so Su Heng could prepare himself mentally. "They actually came to our doorstep, forcing us to take action." Swing Chakid Goldie. Jiang Siki's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Thinking about bringing down the famous Master Wang was definitely not an easy task. However, she had unconditional trust in her boss and silently looked forward to participating in this anti-fraud campaign. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Shenlong Investment. As expected, there were hundreds of people gathered outside, of all ages, dressed in a variety of clothes, with some even holding signs with extreme slogans. Chapter 280. All set. Su Heng was a bit curious about what the strange old man had left behind. Was it something like a chemical experiment? It couldn't be explosives, right? If it were, he would have to guide the young girl. Gasoline. Su Heng's keen sense of smell detected the scent of gasoline, reminding him of the water-to-oil transformation, further solidifying his resolve to go in and take a look. He quickly came up with an idea to conduct a water-to-oil experiment. "Yuding, go get the gasoline. We're going to do an experiment." As soon as Su Heng finished speaking, Zhou Yuding rushed into the room and pulled out a small bucket of gasoline from under the bed. Su Heng felt a rush of fear. This girl was really bold. Hiding gasoline under the bed was extremely dangerous. He sternly advised her that flammable and explosive materials must be kept outside in the yard. Suyali was also very curious and interested in the experiment. Next, the three of them conducted the experiment in the yard. This kind of experiment was only at the difficulty level of middle school chemistry, not needing much effort at all. Following the approximate ratio from Su Heng's memory, they conducted the experiment with a 1:3 ratio of oil to water, and on the first try, they successfully evaporated 3 times the amount of water, effectively completing the water-to-oil experiment. Wow, we did it! Chapter 281. A spectacular show unfolds. Wang Hongsheng had made ample preparations for this public demonstration, not only preparing a large quantity of Hongsheng-based liquid, but also inviting many brainwashed fans, including hundreds of entrepreneurs, officials, and professors. Additionally, he specially invited familiar media to report and promote the event. He aimed to leverage the grand stage of Magic City to attract more attention to his water-to-oil project and secure more investments. Furthermore, he wanted to take this opportunity to make Shenlong investment pay for humiliating him. Su Heng had already made meticulous preparations. Around noon, the shadow appeared as scheduled and handed over the harvest to Su Heng. To Su Heng's surprise, the shadow had actually obtained a bottle of Hongsheng-based liquid. Although this bottle of liquid was not labeled, Su Heng could easily identify it from its color and smell as the key technology for Wang Hongsheng's water-to-oil invention. Good. Su Heng nodded in satisfaction, putting down the bottle and picking up an envelope. He pulled out a stack of photos that nearly blinded him. They showed a greasy middle-aged man playing a risque game on the bed, totaling dozens of photos with dizzying poses and a variety of styles that were quite shocking. Chapter 282. After defeating the scammer, engage in financial warfare when about 8 tons of water were poured into the cement pool. Wang Hongsheng instructed the fire truck to stop the water supply. He also specifically invited guests to inspect the water in the pool. The tall director of the sports committee, Wu Xiaozhu, stood up, took a glass, and in front of everyone scooped a cup of water from the pool and drank half of it. It's good. It tastes like plain water. Wu Xiaozhu nodded, showing the cup to those around him. A few others tasted it as well, confirming it was plain water. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, their emotions fully stirred up. Wang Hongsheng had his assistant pour 5 bottles of Hongsheng-based liquid into the pool under everyone's watchful eyes. Then, the assistant took a long stick and stirred it in the pool. In fact, no matter how he stirred, the base liquid would float on the surface. The production cost of 5 bottles of base liquid was about 100 yuan, enough to completely convert 10 tons of water into oil. Everyone could do the math on how much cost would be saved. Wang Hongsheng raised the empty bottle, his voice passionate. Currently, the price of gasoline is about 1 yuan per liter. 10 tons calculated as 10,000 liters equals 10,000 yuan. A cost of 100 yuan for a return of 10,000 yuan. Chapter 283. A good man needs 3 helpers. Cultivating a batch of capable henchmen, quickly close the futures positions, then sell the stocks. The operations must be decisive. Don't worry too much about the profit margins. Su Heng proposed specific operational suggestions and continued. Additionally, use your personal information to register an offshore company based in the Cayman Islands. Okay, master. What kind of investments are we going to make next? Lena couldn't help but ask. Her curiosity piqued. Su Heng casually explained. I just saw a piece of news. The U.S. economy is sluggish and the trade deficit has surged by 38, reaching 185.8 billion, while the trade deficit with Japan exceeds 80 billion. Based on my understanding of Americans, they will definitely exert pressure on Japan, and the yen is the best target. If I'm right, the yen will be forced to appreciate. Su Heng often speaks a bit more because he can achieve precise strikes in the financial market every time. Without sufficient and reasonable analysis, he might be seen as a monster. Indeed, next, he plans to make a move on the yen in the international financial market. In 1993, aside from the Hong Kong stock market entering a bull market for the whole year, the Southeast Asian stock markets were also experiencing a strong surge. However, Su Heng withdrew his funds from the Hong Kong stock market and would not invest in the relatively smaller Southeast Asian markets. Chapter 284. Throwing a smoke bomb. Heading to the main battlefield, this mainland guy has always been decisive in his investment style. Zheng Yutong muttered a complaint and then looked at Lu Jinxiong. Big Lu, you're a professional in the stock market. What do you think of this mainland guy's selling behavior? Is the Hong Kong stock market going to weaken? Lu Jinxiong was also pondering this question. He had been trading long in stocks and stock index futures recently and was quickly recovering from previous losses. In fact, after learning about Su Heng's apparent sell-off, he began to doubt whether the Hong Kong market had peaked. Others also looked over, wanting to hear his thoughts. Su Heng's sell-off triggered such a sensitive reaction from the big shots present, which was quite exaggerated. This was primarily because since Su Heng's debut, a series of precise operations had led these Hong Kong big shots to unconsciously regard his actions as a barometer. In the past 3 months, the Hong Kong stock market had risen significantly, and the market could end at any time. Lu Jinxiong shook his head uncertainly. He had already made up his mind to control his position or possibly go short. The richest man, Li, nodded and spoke, "Don't mythologize him. He can't always bet right. Since he withdrew funds from the stock market, he must have other plans. What we need to do is closely monitor his capital movements." Chapter 285. Navigating the Tokyo foreign exchange market by moving the main battlefield to Tokyo. Su Heng also gained the objective advantage of being able to operate his funds more secretly, unlike in the European and American markets, where they were almost completely exposed to American surveillance. About 4 hours later, the plane slowly landed at Tokyo International Airport. Wow, so prosperous. Except for Lena. Everyone was shocked by this modern metropolis filled with dazzling lights. Although Jiang Siki and others had lived and worked on Hong Kong Island for some time, the island was too small and its urban development could not be compared to Tokyo. In 1992, China's GDP was about 271 trillion renminbi, while Tokyo's GDP exceeded 700 billion US dollars, which, according to China's official exchange rate, was close to 40 trillion renminbi. In the same period, the GDP of Shanghai was about 20 billion US dollars. Comparing it to Hong Kong Island, its GDP was around 100 billion US dollars, and even its per capita GDP was less than 1/3 of Tokyo's. It's hard to blame them for admiring foreign cultures. The gap is just too vast. Additionally, the service staff in Japan are very polite, making Jiang Siki and others feel a bit embarrassed. Don't take their bows too seriously. It's just a deeply ingrained cultural norm for them, and doesn't necessarily mean they respect us more. They might be smiling on the outside, but could be looking down on us inside. Chapter 286. Money is just a symbol. Layout in the chip industry less than half an hour after the market opened. The yen surged to 120.5860, appreciating about 36 from the previous day's closing price of 125.1256. With a 50x leverage calculation, it skyrocketed 18 times, and Su Heng's total profits across all accounts exceeded 5 billion US dollars, with total assets surpassing 8 billion US dollars. With a principal of 2.7 billion, he made over 5 billion in just 1 week, which also meant his opponents lost 5 billion. Heavens, this is too crazy. Lena, Jiang Siki, Zhang Kun, Chun Hongmei, and Huang Xiao were all excitedly watching the constantly rising balance on the computer screen, their hearts racing, while they regarded Su Heng as a god. Su Heng remained the calmest. He knew that profits in foreign exchange futures were ultimately just paper wealth unless they were realized. He quietly observed the market, calculating silently that with such a large gap in the yen's jump, the Bank of Japan would definitely intervene. And the simplest and most effective measure would be to sell yen and buy USD. At exactly 8:30, the yen's upward momentum slowed and quickly stagnated. Su Heng judged that the Bank of Japan must have started selling yen. Chapter 287. Betting Agreement. Glorious results. Lu Jinxiong even considered following Su Heng to make a move on the yen, but ultimately gave up. Firstly, the short-term rise of the yen was too large, and joining in now would be too risky. Secondly, he was self-aware. He knew his strengths lay in the Hong Kong stock market and was not proficient in foreign exchange. As March approached its end, the upward trend of the yen remained unchanged. Although the Bank of Japan sold a large amount of yen under the strong attack of international capital, it merely delayed the appreciation of the yen. Su Heng enjoyed the continuous increase in his account funds, accompanied by the two beautiful women, Lena and Miyamoto Sakura, living a carefree life. During this time, he did not stay in Japan all the time and took a trip to New York to open multiple trading accounts, including stocks, foreign exchange, and various futures trading accounts, primarily focusing on gold futures. He had quietly prepared to enter the gold market at the beginning of April. Additionally, to keep his funds more hidden, he specifically opened several accounts at Switzerland's 3 major banks, UBS, Zurich Bank, and Geneva Bank. He initially planned to put a small portion of funds in plain sight while hiding the vast majority. After the market closed that day, he was about to take everyone out for a big meal when he suddenly received a call from Miyamoto Sakura. Chapter 288. Encountering a superstar, capital increase and expansion. Gold futures. If Su Heng were to be ranked on the global rich list, he could easily place among the top few, and he might even contend for the title of the richest. However, he was very clear that the rich list is just for show. The true powers or wealthy families in the world would never appear on such a list. For example, the well-known Rothschild family has assets conservatively estimated to exceed 50 trillion US dollars. Even more terrifying is that this family has a deep global footprint, influencing the development of European and even world history. Just to give two examples, the Strait of Malacca and the Suez Canal were initiated by this family, and the world's major gold markets are also controlled by them. The Rockefeller family, as early as the 1980s, had wealth equivalent to trillions of today's dollars, surpassing any billionaire on the list. This family is not only an oil magnate, but also invests broadly in insurance companies, banks, minerals, etc., with the most famous being their iron ore business. The Rockefeller family's deep imprint can be seen in modern and contemporary American history. Standard Oil Company, the beginning of the American oil industry, J.P. Morgan Chase, the Museum of Modern Art, the University of Chicago, and the World Trade Center. The DuPont family is the world's largest explosives and munitions dealer and is one of the oldest, wealthiest, and most unique families in the United States. Chapter 289. The world's richest man. The next morning after Guame was transferred, Su Heng arrived at the office building located on Central Financial Street. Boss, gold has gapped up high. The current price is $35,187, an increase of 25. As gold futures trading opened, everyone stared at the price chart, unable to contain their exclamations. With a cost price of about $326, the increase of 25 corresponds to a rise of about 76. The leverage ratio for gold futures is 715, and Su Heng chose the highest tier of 15. A rise of 76 is equivalent to a doubling in value. Roughly estimated, his total assets reached 50 billion. Besides Lena, no one else, including Jiang Siki, knew how many accounts Su Heng had or what his total assets were. However, the funds in the accounts operated by Jiang Siki and others were enough to leave them astounded, amounts they could hardly imagine. This guy is definitely the richest man in the world. Lena looked at Su Heng with starry eyes, memories flooding back as she recalled how she immediately recognized this young man was extraordinary, yet she never dreamed he would be so stunning and exceptional. Facing everyone's astonished gazes, Su Heng calmly said, "It's just a number. Don't pay too much attention to it. Futures are just paper wealth. What is yours at this moment may be gone in the next second." Chapter 290. Accidental praise. After the acquisition was completed, the Guame brand would continue to be retained, and the management team would not be significantly changed, aiming to maintain the stable operation of Guame Electronics. Su Heng specifically mentioned that the reason for this was that he could not find enough management personnel for the time being, and a large-scale replacement would require a long acclimatization period, inevitably causing chaos and turmoil for Guame Electronics. It was better to stabilize operations first and gradually implement reforms later. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Huang Guangyu was overjoyed. Guame was his hard work, and being able to retain the brand was something he greatly desired, especially since he felt most guilty about the management team that had fought alongside him. Su Heng's promise not to make drastic changes to the management team was like lifting a psychological burden off him. "Do you have suitable managerial candidates?" Su Heng asked. "Chen Xiao," Huang Guangyu blurted out, then detailed Chen Xiao's strengths. "All right, let him continue as general manager." Su Heng knew that although Chen Xiao had a rebellious nature, he still had abilities, and if used properly, he could be a capable talent. Su Heng, Sun Lin, and Huang Guangyu finished discussing Guame Electronics and then continued to chat with Song Ru about the advertising spokesperson and shooting issues for cosmetics. Chapter 291. Dare to venture into the Dragon's Den. The moment Su Heng stepped through the door of the nightclub, a wave of heat hit him. With the exhilarating DJ sounds, suggestive lighting, and wildly dancing men and women. At dawn, the nightclub was at its liveliest. When Su Heng and the others appeared, the frenzied crowd showed no reaction, clearly used to such scenes. Suddenly, a group of strong men ran down the stairs, with the leader dressed in shorts. Looking particularly robust and fierce, his explosive hairstyle dyed golden, reminiscent of a lion. At the same time, the strong men gathered outside followed in, blocking the entrance completely. 16 security personnel quickly formed a combat formation, ready to take action. Are you here to redeem someone? The golden-haired man coldly scanned the security personnel, sensing that these people were not simple. Yes, where's my friend? Su Heng asked calmly. Oomph. The golden-haired man quickly calmed down. He had over 200 thugs on his side, and no matter what, he could overpower the others. He snorted coldly, staring at the security personnel behind Su Heng and waved his thick arm, cursing with so many people, you'd think you're here to smash our place. Damn it. Just as he finished cursing, Su Heng swiftly slapped him. The golden-haired man had no reaction and was spun around 3 times, blood spraying from his mouth and nose, before he collapsed to the ground, convulsing and unconscious. Chapter 292. If one offends me, I will offend back. While Thomas was adjusting the jammer, the others quickly dispersed, using various devices to conduct comprehensive reconnaissance of the Lee residence. About 10 minutes later, the 8 of them regrouped and quietly exchanged the information they had gathered, discussing action plans. Due to their rapid speech and the use of many technical terms, Su Heng only caught the gist of it. In the mansion's yard, there were 7 security personnel they could detect, and for Thomas and the others, dealing with these 7 was a piece of cake. The problem was that the situation inside the building was unclear, especially regarding which room the richest man, Lee, was in. Su Heng was very clear that rich man Lee had deep roots in Hong Kong, with extensive networks in both business and official circles, and he could not confront him directly for the time being. What he needed to do tonight was to take control of the entire Lee residence without anyone noticing, ideally appearing in front of rich man Lee to intimidate him. After Thomas and the others finished discussing, Su Heng continued, you take care of the personnel in the yard, and I'll enter that building. Looking at the group of fierce Russian men, Su Heng reiterated, remember, I'm here to have a good chat with the owner here, not to kill anyone. Chapter 293. As overbearing as ever as Su Heng was about to confront the big shots of Hong Kong Island, Song Lin and the others boarded a flight to the capital, still shaken from the intense events of the previous night. Heroes emerged from the young. Su is incredible. They never expected Su Heng to be a martial arts master. Last night's scene was too imposing. Discussing the events of the night, Wu Xianggui and others were all excited. Song Lin thought of another matter and sighed. What you saw was just the tip of the iceberg of Su Heng. There is something else you should know, but must not spread. What is it? Brother Song, you say it, and we want to leak a word. Last year, 10 renowned masters went to Tsinghua to perform, and Su Heng exposed their scam on the spot. Also, the recent uproar over Wang Hongqing's water-to-oil scam. Su Heng was present at the scene and should have been the mastermind behind it. Yes, I remember Wang Hongqing attacked Shenlong Investment in the newspaper. Su Heng is indeed a vengeful person. Su Heng is truly remarkable. In reality, Su Heng's display at the Shengtang was not only to intimidate those at Shengtang, but also intentionally to impress Song Lin and the others. He understood very well that Song Lin, Wu Xianggui, and others had deep backgrounds in the country. These people were flamboyant and had high opinions of themselves. Only by appearing sufficiently mysterious and unpredictable could he manage this group. Chapter 294. A setback, tremors from all directions suddenly. A sharp phone ring sounded. It was Su Yali's cell phone ringing. Yali, come to People's Hospital immediately, your grandfather. Just as she pressed the answer button, her father's anxious voice came through, and her heart sank. Her previously rosy face turned pale. Dad, what happened to Grandpa? Su Yali asked, her voice trembling. Recently, Grandpa's health has not been good, and when Dad suddenly called, she couldn't bear to think about it. 3 to 4 minutes later, Su Heng drove Su Yali, speeding out of Dashing Hutong, heading straight for the People's Hospital. It was less than 500 meters to the hospital, and they would arrive in a few minutes. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Su Yali pushed open the car door and jumped out. Su Heng sighed. He knew that Su Yali was very close to her grandfather, and any comforting words he could say would be unnecessary. He could only silently pray that the old man could hold on. After parking the car, Su Heng followed Su Yali to the intensive care unit. Grandpa! Su Yali half squatted at the bedside, holding her grandfather's withered hand, tears streaming down her face. Su Heng looked at the frail old man and couldn't believe that this was the once-spirited old artist. How had he suddenly changed like this? Chapter 295. Those who do evil will perish. The little overlord of the Magic City. I just returned to the Magic City and planned to visit your dad. And he also came, so I will pick you up at the airport tomorrow, and we can go together. Su Heng really missed Xia Zimo a bit. Xia Zimo held a special place in his heart, embodying all his beautiful imaginings of youth. My flight is at 7 in the morning. I should arrive around 9. Xia Zimo was full of joy and anticipation. In fact, she was using the excuse of visiting her parents in the Magic City, mainly to see Su Heng. Su Heng specially reminded her, "Make sure Gao Hong and Feng Hui go with you." After hanging up, Su Heng checked the time and dialed the phone number of the richest man, Li. "Mr. Li, how are the arrangements on your side?" Su Heng asked straightforwardly. At that moment, Mr. Li had just learned from internal police sources that the forensic experts still could not determine how He Kuan died, initially suspecting it was an assassination using an extremely sophisticated method. The more mysterious He Kuan's death was, the more anxious Mr. Li became, and the more wary he was of Su Heng. "I have instructed the person in charge in the Magic City. Mr. Su can sign the transfer agreement at any time," Mr. Li said helplessly. "All right, I have time now. Please have the project team bring the relevant documents to our investment company, and let's sign the agreement first." Chapter 296, A Sinister Scheme. With a principal of 2 million, earning over 10 million in a month, Xiao Su is truly an investment genius. Zhou Yamei's eyes sparkled. The more she looked at Su Heng, the more she felt like she had struck gold. She couldn't help but glance at her husband, her eyes clearly saying, "Honey, let's stop working hard to start business. Let's give all our funds to our son-in-law to invest. We can travel the world together." Xiao Mingyu understood his wife's thoughts, but he believed he needed to have his own career. It was a matter of his dignity as a man. "Auntie, we have conservatively estimated to have made 30 million now." As soon as Su Heng's voice fell, the couple was once again left speechless. But then they heard Su Heng continue, "Investments come with profits and losses. Recently, the Japanese yen has risen sharply, and such good opportunities won't always come. Losing money is also a strong possibility. We understand. Xiao Su, don't feel any psychological pressure. Profits and losses are fine," the two said in succession. They had unconditional trust in Su Heng's business acumen. When it came to losing money, they simply didn't believe it. "This is Zimo's stock certificate." Su Heng took out a small booklet from his bag and handed it to Zhouya. "Zimos?" Zhouya took it and noticed the investment amount of 5 million. She could no longer maintain her composure. Her husband's 2 million had turned into 30 million. With their daughters of 5 million, wouldn't that total over 70 million? Chapter 297, Learning a New Skill, Being Tracked, Staying Away from the Magic City. After dinner, Su Heng first took Xiao Mingyu and Zhouya to the building materials factory. Because the accommodation conditions at the factory were limited, Su Heng took Xia Zimo and Zhang Yameng to a hotel to check in, and of course, he stayed there as well. It was a rare opportunity to be close to his girlfriend, so he couldn't miss it. Su Heng specifically booked 3 rooms, and Zhang Yameng rolled her eyes, knowing full well the guy's intentions. Su Heng first made a few work-related phone calls from his room. The main issue was about the advertisement shoot. The first call was to Zhou Wei. With only a few days left until the end of the month, Nongfu Spring was set to officially launch at the beginning of next month. The advertisement had to be shot and then placed in major media before that. "Boss, the team from Ogilvy is ready with a top-notch shooting team and can come over to shoot at any time. Have them come right away and shoot a cosmetics advertisement first." Cosmetics advertisement? Zhou Wei thought he misheard, wondering why they were suddenly doing cosmetics instead of beverages. "It's a friend's company." "Okay, I'll communicate with Ogilvy immediately. Add more to the budget. They won't quibble over money." After finishing the call with Zhou Wei, Su Heng called Gongbin Ingzi to ask when the beautiful model would be available for the shoot. Chapter 298, Embarking on the Journey to Find Relatives, Settling Scores, Coincidence. Su Yali dreamed of her mother, a woman as beautiful as a fairy, and then dreamed of herself. When she opened her sleepy eyes, the room was already shrouded in the night. Had she slept this long? She turned on the light. It was already 5 in the morning, and she didn't expect to have slept for more than 10 hours straight. When she put on her clothes and got out of bed, she saw the boys sleeping soundly on the sofa, and her heart was immediately filled with emotion. Memories floated back. Their journey from acquaintance to understanding had been so quick that it felt dreamlike and unreal. However, the past year had been the most fulfilling and colorful year of her 22 years of life. Having such a brilliant time in her life, she had no regrets. "You're awake." Just as she was lost in thought, Su Heng sat up from the sofa, joking around. "Why are you sleeping here? It's so uncomfortable." Su Yali said with concern. "It's fine. You wash up first. I'll go buy some breakfast." Su Heng said as he walked outside. He found a breakfast shop, a couple-run establishment known for its authentic flavors, and locals loved to dine there. Su Heng stood in line for over 10 minutes and bought 2 baskets of pan-fried buns and 2 cups of salty soy milk. Chapter 299. A Toad Wanting to Eat Swan Meat. Su Heng first took Zhuo back to the television station, then made a few work-related phone calls, as he needed to adjust his recent work since he was going to the capital tomorrow. First, he called Song Ru and told her to come to the Magic City as planned tomorrow and to coordinate with Sakai Izumi to discuss the advertisement shoot. Then he called Zhou Wei and told him to bring the shooting team to the Magic City tomorrow. Around 5 in the afternoon, Su Heng led a team to the airport to welcome the arrival of Gongbin Ingzi and Sakai Izumi with high standards. In fact, Sakai Izumi had only just risen to prominence in Japan last year, and this year was her breakout year. At this time, her popularity in China was not high. Gongbin Ingzi traveled light, bringing only a female assistant and 4 bodyguards, while Sakai Izumi had no one, not even an assistant. She was dressed simply and casually in denim, a white shirt and sneakers. Her hair was simply tied up, and her pure and charming face, which never wore makeup, did not require any image designers or makeup artists. Su Heng looked at the 2 strikingly different, beautiful women from Japan. One was plain like the girl next door, reminding him of Song Jia, while the other was noble, exquisite, and elegant, making him involuntarily think of Song Ru. Chapter 300. Gathering of Big Shots. Supercon artists arrive. Su Heng lay back in a seat, closing his eyes to rest, but his mind was busy pondering what to say at the symposium. Alas, he had no choice. He had to represent the outstanding young entrepreneurs from the mainland to speak. Try this on. It will help you rest better. Jiang Siki took out an eye mask from her bag and kindly helped Su Heng put it on. Click. Just then, Lu Jun pressed the shutter of his camera, capturing this moment. He then naturally aimed the lens at others to take photos, explaining politely that it was part of his work and no one paid much attention. However, Su Heng knew this kid had ulterior motives. He wanted to see what tricks Lu Jun and Yu Desui were playing. About 2 hours later, the plane slowly landed at the airport in the capital, and then they took a special bus to a hotel near the conference hall. After a short rest at the hotel, they would head to the conference hall at 2:30 p.m. to attend the symposium. Su Heng noticed that Yu Desui's secretary trailed Sun Zhengshou into a room. Lu, you don't need to attend the symposium. Go to Tsinghua immediately and check on that guy's school romance and girlfriend situation and document it in a pictorial format. Chapter 301. People-oriented business philosophy from the high-level attendees. The specifications of this symposium were exceptionally high. The first segment was the leader speeches. The leaders warmly welcomed entrepreneurs from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan and expressed their intention to provide the most favorable policy support. After the leaders finished speaking, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. The core of this symposium was to alleviate the concerns of entrepreneurs from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, allowing them to confidently invest more real money in the mainland. These entrepreneurs were naturally aware of this, and their goal was very clear: to secure as many favorable conditions as possible. Now let's welcome Su Heng, the leading figure among young entrepreneurs from the mainland, to give a speech. Before stepping down, the leader played the role of host, smiling at Su Heng in the front row with approval and admiration in his gaze. Su Heng was surprised to be the first to speak, and others also looked somewhat astonished. Although Su Heng had achieved remarkable business success in the past year, it could be described as miraculous. There were still too many well-qualified top figures present. Under everyone's gaze, Su Heng quickly calmed down. The bigger the occasion, the more composed and steady he became. As he stepped onto the stage, he first nodded in thanks to the leaders who had returned to their seats, then faced the audience, his gaze slightly looking down as his calm and clear voice began. Chapter 302. Tianfu Kola. Impressive Su Heng's speech greatly stimulated everyone present. They all knew that the industries under Su Heng's leadership were developing rapidly, but they did not expect him to bring out dozens of millionaires, even billionaires. In an era where the average salary was only 200 yuan, it was astonishing that a management staff member from a private enterprise could earn $1 million or even tens of millions a year. Just how rich was this kid? Yu Desui felt a surge of jealousy, thinking about how he worked tirelessly, cautiously, and calculated every move, yet ended up with such a meager salary, not even comparable to an ordinary manager from Su Heng's company. Especially when he thought about how young Su Heng was, having amassed incredible wealth in just a year of entrepreneurship, surrounded by beautiful women. It made him feel even more discontented. After Su Heng finished his speech, the next to speak were the richest individuals like Li. At this time, outside the gates of Tsinghua, Lu Jun, wearing a press badge and holding camera, registered at the gate before stepping into Tsinghua Garden. 3 spirited students approached him. One of them was Zhou Yang, while the other 2 were also members of the student council, both of whom Su Heng had personally promoted. "Are you Lu Jun, the reporter?" Chapter 303. A different kind of action. A few minutes later, Yu Desui dressed and stumbled out of his room. A black sedan parked in the yard opened its door, and Sun Zingshou jumped out, hurriedly going to the other side to open the door for Yu Desui. At this moment, Su Heng's car was parked on the other side of the alley, and Shadow was also sitting in the car. Shadow had already recorded audio and taken photos, using the state-of-the-art equipment that Su Heng had specially obtained through Victor. "That girl has it tough too," Shadow suddenly said softly. Su Heng was slightly taken aback. In his impression, both Shadows were quiet individuals. Did this kid develop a sense of empathy? "There are many who find it tough in this world, but that's not a reason for her to fall," Su Heng replied calmly. Shadow nodded and said nothing more. As a reborn individual, Su Heng had seen and heard similar situations many times, and his heart was already devoid of any waves. However, his goal this time was very clear: to take down Yu Desui while minimizing harm to the innocent. "Do we still need to continue tracking?" Shadow asked. "There must be a financial backer behind Yu Desui. Try to dig that out and check on the situation of this courtyard house as well." Chapter 304. Incubation Fund. There's danger regarding Su Heng's massive donation. Aside from the strong shock, there were certainly those who thought he was foolish, believing he was just a young person wanting to show off. Alas, fame isn't bought this way. It's such a waste. Even Muo Qi, who was busy seeking investments, felt a bit pained, thinking this young man was too reckless. With so much money, why donate? Investing in his man's holy project would be much better. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? They did not know that what Su Heng lacked the least was the ability and means to make money. It could be said without exaggeration that the international financial market was his super ATM. What he truly lacked was depth and influence. Just during the 2 days he was attending the conference, gold futures continued to soar, and his gold futures positions had already made over $1 billion in profit. After the charity event concluded, there was a grand banquet. By the time the banquet ended, it was already evening. After the leaders left, Su Heng couldn't find an opportunity to chat with Enjurua for a few words, so he hurriedly left the venue. As he walked out of the hall, a woman approached him quickly. Su Heng reacted swiftly, sidestepping, but the woman was startled, dropping the documents she was holding all over the ground. "I'm sorry. It was my fault." Chapter 305. The outbreak happens in an instant, Mr. Su. Please don't rush. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Here's the situation. At 7 o'clock tonight, I and Sister Joel were called to dinner by the leaders of the TV station. A few more people arrived midway, and I felt like they were trying to target Sister Joel. "Is there Yu Desui?" Su Heng interrupted Dong Qing, asking directly. "Yes." Dong Qing's heart stirred. During the dinner gathering earlier, she sensed that Yu Desui's gaze towards Enjurua was quite inappropriate. "Where did you gather for the meal?" "Im Sadi, Bosu." "I'm not familiar with the capital. I only know the general direction. I'm at the Gongju Fen bus stop right now. Please wait for me a moment. I'll be there soon." Su Heng immediately responded. "Okay, boss Su." Dong Qing replied, feeling secretly pleased. In fact, she remembered the gathering location very clearly. But the reason she didn't say it was quite obvious: to create an opportunity to connect with Su Heng. After hanging up the phone, Su Heng quickly said to Xia Zimo, "A friend of mine might be in trouble. I'm going to check it out. You all should go to bed early and don't wait for me." As he spoke, he walked briskly towards an off-road vehicle in the yard, and Gao Hong ran over to open the gate. Su Heng started the vehicle and zoomed out of the yard. Chapter 306. Giving you a chance to retreat safely, Su Heng. I plan to study abroad. And Enjurua suddenly said, "Why the sudden decision to study abroad? Is it because of those few losers?" Su Heng felt a chill in his heart and asked, "No, actually, I made plans to resign last year. Moreover, I just passed the admission application for Harvard University and was preparing to resign." Enjurua said softly, then raised her head to look at Su Heng and said, "Su Heng, I don't want to pursue yesterday's matter anymore. Please don't let it affect you because of me." Su Heng calmly and firmly said, "This is a matter of principle. No matter what, I will make those losers pay the price they deserve. Don't worry, I have 100 ways to deal with them, and I will definitely not get myself into trouble." Su Heng reassured her. And Jirua's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration and trust, with no trace of worry left. Yu Desui, heavily injured, had undergone examinations in the hospital. The physical pain and psychological trauma were pushing him to the brink of explosion. I want that BTCH to suffer worse than death. He roared lowly after the doctor left. Sun Xingqiu and Zhang Tao, the director of Magic City Television, both lowered their heads and remained silent, each pondering their own thoughts. They were just afraid that Enjurua would escalate the matter, making it difficult for them to handle. Chapter 307. Raising a good dog. As long as Mr. Su doesn't hold grudges, I can overlook the personal injury caused by missing. Yu Desui breathed a sigh of relief. Based on his understanding of Su Heng, he knew that this young man was not a ruthless person who would go to extremes, as evidenced by the outcomes of Su Ning and Guan Mei after their defeat. As for Miao Dahu, that was an accident. Su Heng detected the threat in Yu Deshui's words and thought to himself that once you step down, we can have a good talk about how to settle scores. Su Heng understood that, as an entrepreneur, if he were to ruin someone like Yu Desui, it would be somewhat taboo. He needed to make Yu Desui take the initiative to step down, becoming an ordinary citizen. At that point, Yu Desui would be at his mercy, and he could deal with him however he wanted. Director Yu. At this moment, Sun Xingqiu became anxious. He still wanted to rely on Yu Desui to rise to prominence. But now that Yu Desui was suddenly stepping down, what would he do? You can also step down and follow me, Yu Desui said expressionlessly. Sun Xingqiu's face turned pale. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. He had always dreamed of making a name for himself in his career and bringing glory to his ancestors. Now, suddenly resigning with his superior meant giving up a stable job and a privileged status to venture into an uncertain business world. Chapter 308. Fighting to sustain the fight, Su Heng once again raised the issue of international students and emphasized that he would voice his stance through the student council, making it a serious and earnest declaration of his attitude. If an ordinary student council member proposed such a suggestion, it could only be seen as naive and ridiculous, and it wouldn't change anything. However, Su Heng had already gained a certain weight and influence. Zhou Yinshun was well aware of this, and he would take Su Heng's proposal seriously. I certainly understand your thoughts, and I personally agree very much. However, the matter of international students is not just our Tsinghua's business. It involves a wide range of issues. Zhou Yinshun sincerely expressed his concerns, worried that Su Heng might escalate the matter, and said tactfully, "How about this? You let the student council propose the suggestion to the school first, and at the same time, initiate a discussion among teachers and students in the school publication." Okay, Principal Zhou. Su Heng could tell that Zhou Yinshun was beginning to waver on the issue of international students. Zhou Yinshun nodded and changed the subject. I saw in the news that your beverage factory is about to start production. Why isn't there any cola? We'll first produce Nongfu Spring, then herbal tea, and finally cola, Su Heng replied briefly. Chapter 309. The wolf is coming in the meantime. Su Heng received phone calls from Zhou Wei and Song Ru, both asking when he would return because he had specifically instructed to personally oversee the advertisement shooting. And the advertising photography team from the United States had become impatient. Additionally, Gong Beningzi and Sakai Izumi were also waiting. The next morning, Su Heng dropped Enjurua off at the Automobile City on his way, with top automotive expert in Shangyi providing guidance and the highly capable Ma Yun organizing activities. The two, one handling internal matters and the other external, worked in perfect harmony, accelerating the construction progress of the Automobile City. The production equipment from the Volga automobile factory had already been installed and debugged, and using parts brought from Russia, they had assembled over 100 vehicles, some of which were undergoing testing. The installation work for the production lines of Dart's Automobile Factory and Kambat Automobile Factory was also nearing completion. As the factory buildings continued to expand, various part suppliers were gradually moving in, and Shangyi was entirely focused on the Automobile City and didn't think much of the sudden appearance of his precious granddaughter and Su Heng, not even noticing her unusual behavior. After chatting with Shangyi for a few minutes, Su Heng found Ma Yun to discuss matters. Chapter 310. Advertisement shooting Qianao Lake recently. During his time in Hong Kong and Japan, Su Heng took the opportunity to learn about cutting-edge advertising shooting knowledge. When communicating with experts like Peter, he had no issues at all. Soon, Peter and others were impressed by Su Heng's professionalism and unique, deep insights into the advertising industry. To create a classic and enduring advertisement, it must align with the local national conditions. And the most basic requirement is to ensure that local consumers can understand and accept it. Su Heng was very clear that it wasn't enough to just replicate a classic advertisement. For example, L'Oreal's classic advertisement, "You Deserve It," featuring Fan Bingbing, has a powerful and queen-like style, which is quite bold. However, since the current Chinese audience tends to be more reserved and conservative, if this advertisement were aired now, it would be hard for consumers to accept. On the other hand, Sakai Izumi's temperament is gentle, pure, and beautiful, subtle yet introverted, which aligns with the aesthetic preferences of the Chinese people and can resonate with them. After sufficient communication, the professionalism of the American team was fully unleashed. Half an hour later, the official shooting began. Sakai Izumi appeared in her natural state, without makeup or special clothing. Chapter 311. Leveling the ground, a burly man driving a speedboat noticed a beautiful woman on the shore and accelerated towards her. As he neared the shore, he made a sharp turn, causing the speedboat to spray water towards the crowd. The man laughed heartily and provocatively raised his pinky finger, showing an extremely arrogant attitude. Zhang Yin and other management personnel, especially the security staff of the beverage factory, were infuriated by this scene. The 10 elite security guards brought by Su Heng quietly clenched their fists. "Boss, their travel company is nearby." Zhang Yin felt the chill from Su Heng and knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer. So she pointed in the direction of the departing yacht and said, "Let's go take a look. Have someone drive that bulldozer over." Su Heng noticed a large bulldozer parked in the factory and coldly waved his hand. The security captain of the beverage factory, Zhao Changjun, immediately ran to operate the bulldozer. At this moment, everyone showed excitement, knowing that the young boss was serious. However, Peter and the American team were completely confused, not understanding what was happening. Su Heng let them rest in the factory first. However, Peter realized there was some excitement to watch and insisted on following. A few minutes later, Su Heng led everyone to the entrance of the travel company with great momentum. In his view, the travel company was very shabby, with only a dozen simple board houses. What he couldn't tolerate was that 5 small wooden houses had actually been built in the shallow water near the shore, with floating garbage on the lake surface. Chapter 312. Properly resolving trouble, working a lifetime, overnight on the boat. The boss is truly domineering. So satisfying. Zhang Yin once again witnessed Su Heng's decisive and domineering methods, feeling increasingly that she had not made the wrong choice. She imagined that if it were her, she would definitely have swallowed this humiliation. The management personnel of the beverage factory were also extremely pleased. Because this travel company was located near the beverage factory, it discharged pollutants into the lake every day, making it disgusting like flies. Today, with a command from the young boss, the thugs were beaten into silence, and the buildings were leveled to the ground. "Zhang, let Fong Bing follow you to the county town, coordinate with evidence to explain the situation to the county committee leaders, and be a bit tougher. Just say that if the local government cannot provide us with a good operating environment, we will reduce the employment of local workers and consider scaling back investments, or even withdrawing our capital." Su Heng called Zhang Yin and Fong Bing over and gave specific instructions. Hitting the thugs isn't enough. They must report as victims. To be honest, Su Heng did not expect much help from the local government. As long as they didn't secretly sabotage him, he would be grateful. "All right." Zhang Yin expressed her understanding while admiring Su Heng's dominance and strategic thinking, giving people a sense of confidence and calmness that everything was under control. Chapter 313. Black Umbrella Boat. Farmer Spring Water is a bit sweet as dawn broke. Everyone woke up early due to the tight filming schedule. Today's advertisement shooting had very strict time requirements, needing to be completed within the brief half hour before the morning sun rose. Fortunately, the weather was favorable, with a few remaining stars in the sky, indicating it would be a good day. Peter and the others were also well prepared. Sakai Izumi, as usual, was dressed simply yet elegantly. In fact, Sakai Izumi's clothing wasn't that plain. It just appeared simple in Su Heng's eyes. In today's environment in Huaguo, it was definitely fashionable and appropriate. Upon reaching the largest small island, Peter checked the filming equipment again to ensure everything was in order. The other team members methodically set up various professional equipment, such as placing special materials that concentrated or diffused light in key locations. Filming is merely about precise control of light and shadow and the application of camera lenses. Once all preparations were complete, everyone took their positions, waiting for the best shooting opportunity. During this time, Su Heng communicated with Peter. At 6:15, as a red sun jumped out of the horizon, filming officially began. Chapter 314. up.What chicken, recruiting, New York indeed, you must persist in learning. Knowledge is power. Su Heng gave the little girl a big compliment. While speaking, he quickly read through the letter, unable to suppress a sigh. In fact, he had been keeping in touch with Su Yali over the phone recently and could clearly sense a faint distance from her. I will keep studying until I graduate from university, Zhou Yutong said firmly, then asked gloomily, Brother Heng, why did Sister Yali suddenly go to Pengcheng? Did you upset her? It's nothing. Your Sister Yali just wants a change of environment. Su Heng replied sternly, children shouldn't worry about adult matters. Your task now is to study hard. Brother Heng, I've grown up. Zhou Yutong pouted, dissatisfied with being called a little girl. All right, I know you're a big girl. Don't make that little face. I'll take you for a big meal. Su Heng said with a smile. I want to eat up.What chicken. Hearing about a big meal, Zhou Yutong's face blossomed with a smile. Why not eat Western chicken and switch to domestic chicken? up.What chicken tastes even better than KFC. And it's chicken from our own country. Chapter 315. Worth billions, looking down on others, Su Heng planned to liquidate 10 to 20 billion worth of chips every day, aiming to sell off everything within about a week. A daily turnover of 10 to 20 billion is no small amount, but when spread across the three major exchanges in New York, London, and Zurich, the average transaction volume at each exchange would be only several $billion dollars, and further spread across multiple accounts, making it insignificant compared to those large financial institutions and gold merchants. A few minutes later, the two entered the gold futures exchange. The exchange was bustling with people, and the deafening shouts echoed, indicating how hot the gold futures trading had become recently. The shouting came from professional traders in red vests. These traders exaggeratedly waved their hands, shouting out prices, allowing the traders sitting in front of computers to know and delegate trades based on their gestures. Once completed, they threw the little paper slips recording the required prices and quantities all over the ground like snowflakes. This is a type of shout trading that has formed a unique culture and habit in the U.S. over hundreds of years. It was truly lively and exciting. Seeing this scene, Su Heng completely relaxed. The hotter the market, the easier it would be to liquidate. Chapter 316. Su Heng values his reputation, of course. Su Heng was very clear that persuading Ivanov to his side would be very challenging. He understood that for a figure like Ivanov, to be useful to him or to deepen their cooperative relationship, he must be lured by benefits. Political protection offered by Pu Jing was something he could not compare to. However, he also has his own advantages. Firstly, his ruthless methods displayed in the past have made Ivanov both in awe and admiration of him. Secondly, and this is crucial, he possesses advanced information that can guide Ivanov and help him avoid fatal dangers at critical moments. Is there any way to contact Ivanov tonight? I want to meet him alone, Su Heng said to Carls. Okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away. Carls nodded respectfully in response. That night around 8 o'clock, Su Heng met Ivanov on the top floor of a bar in the suburbs. Ha. I didn't expect to see Mr. Su here. Ivanov was as enthusiastic as ever, laughing heartily and giving Su Heng an exaggerated hug. In fact, he was quite shaken inside, as his trip to the United States was extremely secretive, and even within his gang, very few people knew about it. Chapter 317. Reconciliation. Heading to Zurich, Ivanov never dreamed that Su Heng would take control of the situation so easily and subdue the unruly leader of the American-Russian mafia, Lermontov. As for how to deal with Lermontov, he planned to try to win him over, as Lermontov had significant prestige. If he were to kill him rashly, it would undoubtedly lead to greater internal strife, posing a huge obstacle to his unification efforts. If you dare to act, I guarantee none of you will walk out. Lermontov, though captured, showed no fear on his fierce face. Ivanov released Lermontov and returned the handgun. Then, under Lermontov's puzzled and vigilant gaze, he patted the other man's shoulder and sighed. We have all come out of inhumane concentration camps. We cannot continue to be disunited and kill each other. That will only make the Americans laugh at us. We must unite to maximize the fighting power of us Russians and establish a foundation in America. Lermontov's expression gradually became serious, clearly touched by the words. After half an hour of negotiations, both sides finally reached a reconciliation. Lermontov nominally accepted Ivanov's leadership while maintaining considerable independence. Chapter 318. Establishment of Shenlong Airlines. Switzerland is a small country with a population of only 7 to 8 million. Located in the heart of Europe, known as the Garden of the World and the Roof of Europe. When we mention Switzerland, we generally think of the world-famous Swiss Army knife and watches, as well as its status as a permanent neutral country. Switzerland is a highly developed capitalist nation, one of the wealthiest, most stable, economically advanced countries with the highest living standards in the world. Notably, Switzerland ranks first in the Global Innovation Index, with over 10 companies listed in the Fortune Global 500, including the famous Nestlé, Zurich Insurance Group, Glencore, UBS Group, and Credit Suisse. In fact, Su Heng decided to establish several companies in Switzerland mainly for three reasons. First, Switzerland has a very secure financial system and banking secrecy laws, making it a safe haven for tax-evading investors. A quarter of the world's private deposits are in over 100 Swiss financial institutions. Second, Switzerland is also a highly globalized country, with a quarter of its population being highly skilled immigrants, making it easy to find high-quality talent with a global perspective. Chapter 319, Beautiful Scenery and Cuisine, heading to Paris after leaving the exchange. Su Heng and his companions were just in time for dinner and planned to taste the local cuisine. Zurich is renowned as a city of world cuisine, with over 1,000 restaurants offering every imaginable kind of food, including French cuisine, Mediterranean snacks, Chinese dishes, and Japanese cuisine. Let's try the local food, Su Heng said, asking Lena and the others to lead the way to an authentic local restaurant. The restaurant's most famous dishes are cream-cooked beef and cheese fondue. Cream-cooked beef is a representative dish of Zurich, where tender beef is sliced thinly and cooked in cream. Su Heng tasted a few pieces of beef, which had a unique flavor. However, to be honest, it was fine to try occasionally, but he could not stand eating it frequently. The cheese fondue was even more eye-opening for him. The chef first added 4 or 5 kinds of cheese to a stainless steel pot, then heated it with white wine until it melted, and diners could dip slices of bread into the melted cheese. Su Heng truly found it hard to get used to. Besides Lena, who had lived in the West for many years, Chen Hongmei and the others also did not enjoy the food. Chapter 320, Fashion Capital. Nongfu Spring goes public. Su Heng stood under an ancient sycamore tree in front of the teaching building, waiting for about 10 minutes until the melodious and ceremonial bell rang, signaling the end of class. From the vibrant youth crowd, Su Heng quickly spotted a charming figure. Sophia, tall and with exquisite features, was truly eye-catching. Even among a group of handsome men and beautiful women, she was the most dazzling and striking one. Such beauty and math seem a bit mismatched. In Su Heng's impression, those with high mathematical talent were often a bit eccentric, but Sophia was just like any ordinary girl. Sophia was conversing in slightly awkward French with a few classmates, including a couple of blonde boys. Su Heng noticed that not only the two boys, but also more surrounding males were intentionally or unintentionally looking at Sophia. Beautiful girls are always the focus of men's attention. Su Heng was mentally prepared for this situation. If Sophia was surrounded by several boys, that would have been abnormal. Suddenly, Sophia stopped, her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief, and only when she heard a classmate's voice did she come back to her senses and run over joyfully. Chapter 321. Ambushing several special troops in advance recently. Hong Kong Island, just like the entire 1990s, remains in a tumultuous situation. Under Su Heng's orders, Thomas is secretly gathering strength and is experiencing a vigorous upward momentum. Some time ago, the strange death of He Kun, the leader of the Shungtang gang, left the police without a conclusion, causing a stir among major gangs in Hong Kong Island and even many business tycoons. Recently, what shocked the tycoon Lee and others was Su Heng's transfer of $10 billion to Hong Kong Island. This was all they could monitor. What left Tycoon Lee and others feeling despondent and even desperate was that Su Heng had grown wings and rapidly evolved into a giant. He was no longer someone who could be easily eliminated. In fact, in Su Heng's eyes, he no longer regarded these so-called bigwigs on Hong Kong Island as competitors, as Tycoon Lee and others were no longer qualified to be his rivals. To put it poetically, Su Heng's current goal is the stars and the sea. To put it bluntly, Su Heng's current goal is to become the true world's richest man and one with sufficient self-defense capabilities. After returning to Repulse Bay, he had a simple chat about work after dinner. The next morning, Su Heng had Lena summon Chen Hongmei, Huang Xiaohua, and Zhang Kun among others. Chapter 322. Luring the snake out of its hole, Su Heng answered the call. It was Nikolai, the action team leader who was infiltrated in Japan. This person was a typical Slavic individual, rugged in appearance but meticulous in thought. A few days ago, Su Heng specifically instructed Nikolai to secretly protect Gong Beningzi. He suspected that Nikolai's call was related to her. Sure enough, after receiving Su Heng's orders, Nikolai quickly discovered that someone was following Gong Beningzi. What is the identity of the other party? Su Heng asked in a deep voice. We just found out it's members of the Black Dragon Society, Nikolai replied. The Black Dragon Society. Su Heng's expression turned cold as he quickly recalled Kato Reifu, the sales representative from Nippon Steel stationed in Hong Kong, who was indeed a member of the Black Dragon Society. Moreover, Gong Beningzi had once served as a confidential secretary at Nippon Steel. He quickly deduced that it was either Nippon Steel or someone from the Gongben Yashiki faction, with the latter being the most likely. Nikolai spoke honestly. Yes, boss. The Black Dragon Society is vast and filled with experts, and we cannot easily expose ourselves, making it difficult to ensure Gong Beningzi's safety. Su Heng thought about it. Although Nikolai and his team's strength was formidable, their obvious physical characteristics were not conducive to hiding and acting. After a brief consideration, he concluded that rather than passively defending, it was better to take the initiative. Chapter 323. I'll handle your trouble. Face competition head-on. The next morning, Su Heng received a message from Thomas, confirming that an assassination team was planning to target Gong Beningzi. Shortly after, Nikolai called to say they had locked onto Gongben Yashiki. It is now fully confirmed that Gongben Yashiki is cornered and has sent an assassination team that followed you to Hong Kong Island yesterday, Su Heng said after ending the call. Gong Beningzi was shaken. She had not expected Gongben Yashiki to actually send killers, nor did she anticipate Su Heng's intelligence capabilities to be so strong. She knew Su Heng had a plan, but she felt this was an internal struggle within the Sakura Corporation, especially since it involved the Black Dragon Society, and she didn't want to drag Su Heng into it. I will be careful and handle this matter properly, Gong Beningzi said, feigning ease. How will you handle it? Su Heng interrupted before she could respond, saying in a serious tone, the enemy's knife is already at your throat. How can your husband just stand by and watch? From what I understand of you Japanese, your current situation requires a desperate counterattack. You must show your iron-fisted means and ruthlessly eliminate the enemy to ensure that those who support you become even more resolute, and to bring those who waver into your camp. Chapter 324. Subtle changes. Executives of Ely Mineral Water gathered together, all with serious expressions. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat oppressive. Everyone had a rough idea of the situation with Nongfu Spring. This was a competitor more powerful than they had imagined. Li Yixing scanned the room and said in a low voice, let's hear everyone's thoughts. What good ideas do you have? Facing Li Yixing's gaze, the executives avoided eye contact. They had no good ideas. Since Ely Mineral Water was founded, it had developed smoothly due to the lack of competitors. Now, as they sought to expand northward, Nongfu Spring had suddenly invaded their territory, and its rapid rise far exceeded their expectations, leaving them unprepared. Finally, Li Yixing's gaze landed on a middle-aged man, the marketing manager, Cheng Guangsai. Cheng Guangsai stood up and said, I've studied this over the past few days. Nongfu Spring's advertising is excellent, and their choice of spokesperson is brilliant. Their marketing strategies are also varied. Now, consumers have formed a consensus that Nongfu Spring is more high-end than our Ely Mineral Water. He paused for a moment, then shifted his tone. However, our retail price is only 0.5 yuan lower than theirs, which is too little of a difference. Given that they hold a comprehensive advantage, consumers are more likely to choose Nongfu Spring. Therefore, I suggest we lower our retail price. Only by widening the price gap with Nongfu Spring can we attract consumers and reverse our unfavorable position in competition. Chapter 325. Supply cannot meet demand. Organizing a team to Wall Street at the center of Shenlong Pengcheng, there were about 40 to 50 employees. After Su Heng met and briefly spoke with everyone, he took the elevator to the top-level chairman's office. This office was specially prepared for him, decorated simply yet elegantly with mahogany furniture, genuine leather sofas, and all necessary office equipment like telephones and computers. Additionally, it included a temporary rest suite, essentially a simple bedroom. Not bad, quite user-friendly. Su Heng was satisfied with the bedroom. Boss, do you need anything else? Jiang Siki asked. Get a set of high-end tea utensils, Su Heng replied. He didn't have a habit of drinking tea, mainly using it to entertain guests. Speaking of tea utensils, he recalled the exquisite purple clay tea set by Master Gu Jingzhou he had seen at the Japanese judo dojo on Hong Kong Island. So he said to Jiang Siki, "Find a way to get several sets of Master Gu Jingzhou's tea utensils. Don't worry about the price." "Okay, boss, anything else?" Jiang Siki silently noted down the name Gu Jingzhou. "Please have Su come over," Su Heng said. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yali appeared at the door. Jiang Siki smiled slightly and exited the office, kindly closing the door behind him. Chapter 326. Clumsy Trap. After the full meeting, Su Heng kept Jean Leshan behind to give specific instructions, mainly regarding points to pay attention to when operating in the U.S. stock market. After arranging the work for the investment company, Su Heng considered buying into the U.S. stock market. He had plenty of funds, but could not intervene on a large scale. The reasoning was simple. Although the U.S. financial market was highly developed and free, if he were too ostentatious and touched upon fundamental U.S. interests, he would inevitably face sanctions. And with the upcoming internet wave bringing enormous investment opportunities, he was unwilling to settle for small gains. He needed to be deeply involved. So, he dialed Gongbin Ingzi's phone again. "How are things on your side?" Su Heng asked with concern. Recently, he had been closely monitoring the movements in Hong Kong Island and Japan, worried about what Gongbin Ingzi's competitors and the Black Dragon Society might do next. "Don't worry, everything is fine," Gongbin Ingzi replied casually. Her biggest competitor, Gongbin Yashiki, had died mysteriously, inevitably causing internal turmoil within the Sakura Corporation. In fact, many people suspected this incident was related to her, as Gongbin Yashiki died strangely right after she left, leading people to suspect she was deliberately avoiding suspicion. Chapter 327. Easily resolving. Vice President of the Entrepreneur Association hit him. "Didn't you come here to get beaten up and then seek credit and rewards?" Su Heng asked teasingly. Liu Ba's fierce face flashed with embarrassment again. In front of this enigmatic youth, he felt increasingly insecure. Xia Mingyu noticed Liu Biao's change in expression and realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. "Let's go." Liu Ba waved to signal his brothers to retreat. He was very clear that the other party would certainly try to obstruct them, leading to a conflict that would escalate the situation. However, what made him feel humiliated was that his subordinates were cowering 3 meters away from the security personnel and did not dare to rush out. "Damn it, charge!" Liu Ba, furious and ashamed, rushed towards a smaller security guard. However, the seemingly frail guard stepped forward, and Liu Ba was caught off guard. His right arm twisted and immobilized without any reaction. Almost simultaneously, other security personnel surged forward, swiftly taking down and controlling the group of thugs. "First, take them into the factory." Su Heng waved his hand. Soon, more than 20 thugs led by Liu Ba were brought to the courtyard of the building materials factory. Liu Ba was taken into the warehouse alone by Su Heng. Chapter 328. The early start of the money-burning war, with 2 beverage giants hearing about recruiting senior talents. Song Wei showed a troubled expression. "Boss, for the frontline market expansion personnel, they mainly come from retired soldiers, which I can handle. But I can't really judge the quality of the senior talents you mentioned. Manager Song, your work has always been outstanding. Shenlong Logistics has rapidly developed under your leadership. Step by step, you need to have enough confidence," Su Heng particularly reminded him. "It's mainly because you command it well," Song Wei stated honestly. "Don't flatter me. I'll personally take charge of the information department." Su Heng, considering the critical importance of the information department, decided to personally get this department started. Su Heng understood the extreme importance of informatization. For example, the global retail giant Walmart had a revenue of $67 billion in 1993, ranking 4th on a list of the largest companies in the United States. It is not an exaggeration to say that one of the most important reasons for Walmart's success is that it elevated informatization to a core strategic position. Walmart's founder, Walton, served in the U.S. Army Intelligence Corps. He placed great emphasis on communication of information and the construction of information systems. Chapter 329. Enliganing Yo Yang. Milk tea project in the evening. Su Heng left the Auto City and arrived at Tsinghua. As usual, he first went to the principal's office to chat with Zhou Yunshan. The two talked for about an hour, mainly concerning the incubation fund for entrepreneurial students and the issue of international students. The school generally encourages and supports entrepreneurial activities for students, but there are also concerns that a strong business atmosphere might make students restless, which would harm the academic atmosphere of Tsinghua, a first-class university. Regarding the issue of international students, Su Heng's opinions and reasons while not fundamentally changing anything, still had some effects. The issue of international students should have deeper considerations from higher authorities. Zhou Yinchun, fearing Su Heng might be disappointed, patted his shoulder to offer comfort, and then stated, "I can only say that at Tsinghua, the leadership will introduce corresponding measures to ensure that international students and local students enjoy the same treatment." Su Heng was mentally prepared for this and calmly said, "Okay, Principal Zhou, I actually just feel that we are a dignified, great nation that has already stood up and should not let certain foreigners enjoy supranational treatment on our land." Chapter 3:30, a test of skills, boating, and an encounter early in the morning. Zhang Yumeng was the first to wake up. Today is the weekend. After breakfast, Zhang Yumeng and Xia Zimo went to find suitable storefronts for their milk tea project. Su Heng pointed them in the general direction, deciding not to participate in the milk tea project any further and essentially leaving it to them to manage. Of course, he wouldn't stand by if they encountered any abnormal troubles during their operations. Beep, beep, beep. Around 10 o'clock, Su Heng was preparing to visit Jinghua Media when he suddenly received a call from Shui Hanbing. "Do you have time? I want to talk to you about car distribution." Shui Hanbing said directly, "Since you mentioned it, even if I don't have time, I will make time." Su Heng chuckled and replied, "It's been a long time since I've seen Xiaowan. Let's take her out for a stroll and discuss car sales by the way." "Okay, I'll wait for you at Xiaowan's house," Shui Hanbing immediately said. Su Heng hung up the phone and called Song Ru, learning that his sister was just at home. He found that although Song Ru was very busy with work, she generally stayed at home during holidays, not to mention spending time with her daughter. After the call, he picked 2 gifts from his storage room and drove to Xiangshan. On the way, he made several work-related calls to Zhou Wei, Zhang Yin, and others, instructing them to prepare for the launch of Coke. Chapter 3:31. Just needs a cleanup, brother or master. What happened at school? Shui Hanbing frowned slightly as she listened to a brief overview. This morning, she had left the school after arranging the reception activities to discuss car sales with Su Heng. The foreign guests invited by the school are enjoying the host's warm hospitality, yet they are humiliating the host. "What do you think should be done?" Su Heng said calmly. "Disgraceful," Shui Hanbing exclaimed angrily, but she did not answer Su Heng's question. Although she detested evil, she had not lost her rationality. Those foreigners were invited to the school with very high standards and courtesy, and, if not handled properly, it could harm Tsinghua's reputation and possibly lead to international disputes. "Stop being disgraceful. Let's go check the school first," Su Heng said very calmly. Wen Xiaowan quietly listened to their conversation and, realizing there was excitement to see, clapped her hands and wanted to join. 7 or 8 minutes later, the 3 drove back to Tsinghua, heading straight for the grand auditorium. The large auditorium, which could accommodate over 1,000 people, was packed. The foreign participants in the exchange activities included representatives from prestigious schools, such as Harvard and Yale, as well as officials from European and American chambers of commerce and foreign embassies in China, totaling about 200 people. Chapter 3:32. Meeting the little princess, however. The members of the foreign delegation were not focused on the exchange activities organized by the school. They were all inquiring about Su Heng, wanted to learn more about this extraordinary young man from the East. In particular, foreign media requested to interview Su Heng from the school leaders present. Zhou Jing and others understood that Su Heng was not an ordinary student, so they did not hastily agree. He must be the legendary reclusive expert from Huaxia. Charlotte silently resolved to find a way to befriend that mysterious young man. She stepped out of the grand auditorium, followed by a capable-looking middle-aged woman and 4 burly men who resembled bodyguards, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, surrounding her. If Su Heng were present, he would certainly notice the arrangement. The positions of the 4 bodyguards effectively sealed off all potential points of danger. "I want to talk to that young man face to face." Charlotte's calm and composed voice carried no hint of a command, yet it was undeniable. "Yes," the middle-aged woman replied succinctly. From their brief exchange, it was clear that this was merely a simple task for them, indicating Charlotte's extraordinary status. After the brief conversation, the group hurriedly got into their vehicle and left. Chapter 3:33. Early layout in New Energy. Friends Logistics Company got closed. Su Heng knew that the 2 girls were busy looking for a store, and he didn't plan to interfere, so he didn't ask for specifics. With Gao Hong and Feng Hui, 2 security guards accompanying them, he didn't have to worry about their safety. "Take it slow. No need to rush. Let's go eat first." Su Heng called the 2 of them to get in the car. Once in the car, Xia Zimo looked troubled, while Zhang Yumeng took the initiative to talk about finding a store, chattering nonstop. After dinner, they drove back to Jiao Pavilion. When Xia Zimo was alone with Su Heng, she couldn't help but ask, "I heard from classmates that you took a little girl to the auditorium." Su Heng replied softly, "You couldn't hold it in anymore, could you?" "I knew you would ask. It's actually nothing much. The little girl is named Wan Xiaowan. I rescued her from a human trafficker. President Shui just happens to have a family background with her." Su Heng explained briefly. "I'm sorry, Su Heng, I was just curious," Xia Zimo said, her pretty face showing a relaxed smile, clearly embarrassed by her misunderstanding. The next morning, Su Heng took the opportunity to fly to Spring City. The reason for going to Spring City was that his trip to the capital was successfully concluded, and also because one of the two investment companies he established in Switzerland a while ago, called Psych, had its head closer arrive in Spring City to report on work matters. Chapter 334. Easily settled. Warehouse center so domineering. As onlookers watched the student council vice president Zhu Wenhua being slapped, and also heard that his father had to come to resolve the issue, everyone was shocked and secretly gave a thumbs up. "Which school are you from? How can you hurt someone?" asked a student council officer who came with Zhu Wenhua, coldly reprimanding. After all, they were both student council officers, and they felt embarrassed by Zhu Wenhua getting slapped. Because he deserved it, Su Heng said dismissively. Zhu Wenhua finally came to his senses, one hand covering his stinging cheek, and the other pointing at Su Heng and Wu Gang, threatening through gritted teeth, "You're dead." Su Heng impatiently replied, "I don't have time to waste on ants like you. Hurry up and notify your dad. Should I lend you a Big Brother phone for a moment?" Su Heng waved his hand, and a security guard handed a Big Brother phone to him. This scene once again shocked everyone present. In the eyes of the students, anyone who could afford a Big Brother phone was either rich or noble. Moreover, he had two capable followers with him, leading everyone to conclude that this elegant young man was definitely not an ordinary person. Even Zhu Wenhua was feeling anxious, despite his usual bravado at school. He knew very well that his dad was just a minor official and couldn't compare to real big shots. Chapter 335. As long as money can solve it. It's not a problem. When Su Heng left the municipal government, the lights were already brightening. He then strolled and chatted with Wu Gang. After the events of the day, Wu Gang had also become a celebrity at Jiangdong University, and Tongda Logistics was gaining more attention, with many students actively asking if they were hiring part-time workers. "Brother Heng, you're too amazing," Wu Gang marveled, as his friend's capabilities constantly refreshed his understanding and made him feel increasingly in awe. "Not enough yet," Su Heng said calmly. Although his net worth was over $100 billion, in front of those hidden aristocratic families, this amount was not considered particularly significant. However, he was very clear that what he lacked the most was foundation, true power, and influence. Only when such soft power reaches a certain height could one possess strong self-protection capabilities. Wu Gang sighed inwardly, filled with anticipation, and said, "I look forward to how big and strong you will become in the future, Brother Heng. Don't get ahead of yourself. Let's talk about serious matters," Su Heng said earnestly. The incident with Zhu Wenhua presents a development opportunity for Tongda Logistics. You need to seize it and strive to establish logistics points in all higher education institutions in Jiangdong province before the end of the year. So soon? Chapter 336. Acquiring Ely. Heading to Australia, Zhu Biao saw that the situation was irreversible and left the wool spinning factory with a gloomy face. The thugs he had hired to create trouble followed closely behind. Su Heng then had a private chat with Zhang Wei, discussing enterprise management issues in light of the wool spinning factory's bankruptcy. Su Heng discovered that this person was a rare management talent. Because Zhu Biao ran a one-man show, Zhang Wei, as the deputy factory director, had no room to exert influence. "Director Zhang, are you interested in joining us?" Su Heng asked directly, intending to recruit him. "Me?" Zhang Wei was taken aback. He was lamenting the bankruptcy of the wool spinning factory and did not expect Su Heng to offer him a job. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly calmed down and shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Su, but I know nothing about the logistics and warehousing industry. I'm afraid I can't meet your requirements." Su Heng spoke calmly and firmly. "You have rich frontline management experience, and management work is interconnected. Moreover, our Shenlong group is not just about logistics and warehousing. We have many other industries, such as Shenlong Electric, Shenlong Real Estate, Shenlong Beverage Factory, and Green Source Food Factory, etc. You don't need to rush to answer. Think it over." Chapter 337. Easily defeating giants. successfully completing the acquisition. Australia has a land area of 769 million square kilometers and a population of only over 20 million. It is the world's fourth largest exporter of agricultural products, with various mineral exports ranking first in the world, hence being called the country sitting on a minecart. It is also the country with the most free-range sheep and wool exports, thus being referred to as the country riding on the back of sheep. After Su Heng got off the plane, he contacted Closer, who had arrived early. About 10 minutes later, Su Heng met Closer at a high-end hotel in Sydney. "Boss, what instructions do you have?" Closer was very clear that the young boss's personal visit indicated that he attached great importance to the acquisition of Taliesin. First, provide a detailed introduction to Taliesin's situation, mainly its equity structure, Su Heng said. Closer took out the information he had gathered in advance from his bag and handed it to Su Heng while explaining, Taliesin's net assets are about $300 million. Last year's operating income was $1.2 billion, and the net profit reached $50 million. Its equity is very dispersed. The largest shareholder holds 26 of the shares. The second largest shareholder holds 9, and the other shareholder stakes do not exceed 1. Chapter 338. Detailed Arrangements. Very happy production. The smooth acquisition of Taliesin was both beyond and within Su Heng's expectations. Before the acquisition, he considered each step from a most challenging perspective and made necessary and adequate preparations. The fundamental reason was that the extreme importance of lithium in today's world energy market had not yet become apparent, and prices had remained relatively sluggish. Coupled with personal reasons of Taliesin's major shareholder and the arrogance of Lockwood Company, this allowed Su Heng to acquire Taliesin very smoothly and quickly. After the share transfer agreement was signed, Su Heng held a total of 814 shares through various affiliated companies, while the remaining small portion of shares belonged to small retail investors in the secondary market. The next task was to take over Taliesin Company. Australia is a highly developed capitalist country with a very sound market environment and legal system. The acquisition process only needs to follow the legal procedures, and there are basically no problems. Similarly, to ensure everything goes smoothly, Su Heng temporarily lets Gongbin Ingzi take the lead. Having a Japanese person as the controller of Taliesin will not raise any concerns from the Australian side. Back at the hotel, Su Heng gave some instructions to Gongbin Ingzi privately. Chapter 339. Taking the initiative to seek a slap in the face. Lashunda Hotel at 9 o'clock in the morning. Song Wei announced the official production launch with calm and strength. The production line had already been debugged, and all the various ingredients were fully prepared, with technical experts and frontline workers all in place. Buzz. The production line started, officially beginning to operate. Just then, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared at the factory entrance, about a dozen people, all dressed in uniforms with the Coca-Cola logo. People from Coca-Cola. Everyone instinctively felt that these people were not here for a good reason, especially when they noticed 2 employees pushing a cart neatly stacked with boxes of Coca-Cola. Were they here to congratulate or to challenge? The city leaders were the first to greet the Coca-Cola personnel warmly. For the local government, Coca-Cola is a major taxpayer and a god of wealth that must be well served. The representative from Coca-Cola, Wilson, the head of the Tianjin branch, was blonde and blue-eyed, dressed casually, with an expression of unique American arrogance on his face. After greeting the city leaders, his sharp gaze quickly locked on his Su Heng from 7 or 8 meters away, extending his large palm. Chapter 340. If you don't abandon me, I will follow you to death. Su Heng could easily guess what Su Heng and Gao Kong were looking for him. After the 3 took their seats, Su Heng had no time for idle chatter. His elder sister was still waiting, so if the 2 had something to say, they should speak directly. Su Heng looked a bit awkward, recalling that this hottest new tycoon in the Chinese business world had at least pretended to be respectful and polite to him at first. However, ever since Su Yali's relationship with him soured, the young man's attitude had turned very cold. Su Heng was very clear about Su Heng's working style, which did not favor beating around the bush, so he got straight to the point. Mr. Su, I have an ungrateful request. I hope you can acquire brilliant real estate, or at least give me some advice. He had gone to great lengths to acquire brilliant real estate, thinking he had made a good deal, only to find that after taking over, the company faced constant crises, with various problems arising, the biggest being a sudden emergence of huge hidden debts. To make matters worse, Miao Dahu's widow was constantly causing trouble with the support and encouragement of some people. He just wanted to get rid of this mess, but he couldn't find anyone to take it over. From any angle, I have no interest in brilliant real estate. Chapter 341. Brand is Soft Power. Treasure Appreciation Conference around 6 o'clock. Su Heng left the beverage factory and returned to the Lashunda Hotel, where he had Jiang Siki also book a room. As soon as he walked into his room, the room manager, Xiao Yujuan, respectfully knocked on the door. "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Su. Here is the ticket for the annual Treasure Appreciation Conference organized by the Tianjin Collection Association. If you have time, you can come and see the excitement tomorrow." As she spoke, Xiao Yujuan handed him a golden card. Treasure Appreciation Conference. Su Heng was not particularly interested in such activities. According to his plan, he would head to the capital early the next morning. "Yes, I heard that there will be a heavyweight treasure unveiled at this conference, and the tickets are very hard to come by. This is a small benefit we prepared for our most distinguished guests," Xiao Yujuan explained with a smile. "Okay, if I have time, I'll go take a look," Su Heng casually replied. Xiao Yujuan nodded and asked thoughtfully, "Does Mr. Su need any other services?" "Other services? What do you mean?" Su Heng asked playfully. Xiao Yujuan realized the implication of Su Heng's words. Her pretty face flushed slightly, but she quickly composed herself and smiled. "Mr. Su misunderstood." Su Heng smiled and interrupted. "I didn't misunderstand. You thought too much. Please help me get a few cans of Coca-Cola." Chapter 342. Premium Ambergris. Nine Heavens Pendant. However, Song Ru was very clear that she had no chance of acquiring the Nine Heavens Pendant because her fund were almost entirely invested in the cosmetics company and Su Heng's fund company, leaving her with very limited capital to mobilize. After chatting with Ma Wei for a few moments, Su Heng began to observe the treasures on the stage. He had admired over 10,000 artifacts at the British Museum in London and had also visited local museums while dealing in Japanese yen. He had an astonishing eye for detail, able to notice things that ordinary people could not. It could be said that apart from lacking theoretical knowledge, he was already a super appraisal expert. His gaze stopped at a bronze ding, and he quickly realized that it was a deliberately aged imitation, not a genuine Western Zhou bronze ding at all. Next, he noticed an ancient painting. With his meager knowledge of paintings and calligraphy, he couldn't judge its authenticity from the technique and style, but he could determine that the paper and the color of the signature and seal were from the same era, meaning it was likely genuine. Suddenly, Su Heng's eyes lit up, not because he discovered an astonishing treasure, but because he was drawn to an unremarkable piece of pottery. Chapter 343. Treasure. Su Heng did not call out a price, but signaled for Song Ru to sit in the back row, appearing relaxed and waiting for the final bid. At this point, only Guo Qingsong and the man referred to as Mr. Hua were bidding. All eyes were focused on these two. "That Mr. Hua is a collector from Hong Kong, right?" Su Heng asked casually to Song Ru. "Yes." Song Ru nodded and briefly introduced. "This person is named Hua Zhantong. He is the most renowned collector in Hong Kong. Back in 1970s, at an auction, he outbid a Japanese competitor with a price of 10 million, successfully acquiring a piece of yuan blue and white porcelain, and was hailed as a hero against Japanese aggression by the media at that time. Impressive. Being able to spend millions on collecting as early as 20 years ago," Su Heng said, though his expression remained calm. "Are you interested in this Guqin?" Song Ru couldn't help but ask. "Not particularly interested. Since I encountered such a precious treasure, I might as well buy it," Su Heng said casually. Song Ru smiled, thinking that it was indeed someone with deep pockets who could say such things. She knew that no matter how high Guo Qingsong and Hua Zhantong raised the price, it would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket for Su Heng. Chapter 344. Internal Cultivation Method. Milk tea recipe. Su Heng initially thought of giving the Nine Heavens pendant to Song Ru for safekeeping, but she politely declined, and he did not insist, as it would not be appropriate to give such a valuable item given their relationship. Song Ru only accepted the ambergris, emphasizing that it was an acquisition in the name of the cosmetics company, meaning it would be reimbursed to Su Heng. When Su Heng and the security personnel drove back to the courtyard, Song Jia was leading a dozen employees who had already cleaned the rooms and courtyard. "The boss is here." When Song Jia and the others saw Su Heng, they were enthusiastic and excited. In the minds of the employees, Su Heng was like a myth. Seeing the real person was even more dazzling than they had imagined. How could they not be excited? "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." Su Heng smiled and greeted them, noting that it was getting late and urging the employees to rest early. His gaze lingered on Song Jia for a moment longer. Every time he saw her, he couldn't help but recall their first meeting. The young girl was so pure and shy. In just a year's time, She had undergone a tremendous transformation, almost like a different person. The current Song Jia was confident, sunny, and poised, a quintessential urban white-collar beauty. In Su Heng. These changes were not the most important. What was most precious was that Song Jia still retained her simplicity. Chapter 345. Let's drink speak well. We've already negotiated with the landlord. The annual rent is 30,000 yuan. But can't we buy it with full ownership? Su Heng casually asked. In his eyes, the current housing prices were dirt cheap, especially for shops right by the Tsinghua University gate, which were in prime locations with incredible potential for appreciation. If they could, like Shenlong Electronics, leverage the milk tea shop to open a chain and inadvertently acquire a large number of properties in the core urban areas. Even if the milk tea business ultimately failed, the fully owned shops would still be a significant profit. It's possible, but the price is too high. The landlord is adamant about 900,000 yuan, which both Zimo and I think is too expensive. Zhang Yimeng quickly replied. Xia Zimo nodded. Although she was a super rich person, the sky-high price of 900,000 yuan was still too immense in her subconscious. Then let's buy it. Zimo has money after all, Su Heng said immediately. While speaking, the three entered the dining room, ordered a table full of delicious food, and enjoyed their meal. After eating, Zhang Yimeng first contacted the landlord by phone, mentioning the intent to purchase the shop for cash. The landlord readily agreed, but was somewhat skeptical because he didn't believe that two schoolgirls had such financial power. Even if their families were wealthy, they wouldn't allow them to act recklessly. Chapter 346. Biopharmaceuticals. Old Flame's Su Fan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she noticed that Su Heng was ignoring her. She took the initiative to step forward, smiling broadly, and said, Hello, Boss Su. At the opening ceremony of the Seahorse Dance Hall, I even took a photo with you. You're so busy, you must not remember me. Feng Xiaojiang, seeing the woman he had finally pursued being so cordial to another man, felt uncomfortable inside, but didn't show it on his face because he knew very well that this young man was a super big investor. If he could get in his good graces, his future would be bright. Su Fan had the same thoughts. She was a top student from the Central Academy of Drama and now graduated. She was very familiar with the entertainment industry's unspoken rules. She understood that to gain valuable resources, one must pay the corresponding price. Otherwise, how could so many young, beautiful, and well-educated girls catch the director's eye? How could they satisfy the investors? Miss Su is looking even more radiant today, Su Heng casually complimented. Thank you, Boss Su. Su Fan said, her pretty face showing a hint of embarrassment. Then she shifted the topic to Xia Zimo. No matter how pretty I am, I'm not even 1/10,000th as good as Boss Su's girlfriend. Chapter 347. Planning, amazing profits, new developments back at the courtyard. Su Heng persuaded Song Ru to take the Jiuxiao Huaipei away. His reason was that such a precious item had no place for him to store, and he couldn't always carry it with him. So, it was better for Song Ru to take it, effectively providing free custody for him. In the following days, he continued to stay in the capital, maintaining contact with the management personnel of various branches, while quietly observing Xia Zimo and Zhang Yimeng busy with the milk tea shop. He just helped import a batch of the most advanced ice-making and cold drink equipment from abroad. On June 6, 1993, Su Heng convened a meeting in Beijing with Song Wei, Song Jia, Zhang Yin, Ma Yun, and key marketing department members Shi Dongsheng, Lu Jun, and others. Since its launch, Feichong Kale had basically covered all levels of the national market. Not only was it engaged in fierce competition with the two major cola brands in major cities, but it also directly confronted local domestic cola giants like Laozhan Cola and Tianfu Cola in places like Qingdao and Chengdu. With the emergence of Feichong Kale, it ignited fierce competition across various locations, marking an unprecedented momentum in the history of beverages in Hua country. Similar to Ely mineral water, the domestic cola giants had never experienced such intense market competition. Chapter 348. Returning to Moscow, parting for a better encounter by the way, boss. Ruben called this morning and expressed a desire to meet with you for a detailed discussion, Hulu reported after finishing the work issues. That old fox can't hold back anymore. A chill rose in Su Heng's heart. Without needing to think, he could guess that Ruben was definitely eyeing the bonds. Yes. As the bonds in the market become fewer, the ones we hold will inevitably attract attention, Hulu said, his voice slightly serious. He personally delivered cash and bonds to the embassy every day, and recently, the security personnel accompanying him, Zhang Lang, had discovered that mysterious individuals were following them in the shadows. Charlie had once gone to a major client's house to retrieve bonds and was robbed on the way back. Although he was unharmed, hundreds of bonds were stolen. Even ordinary employees working in banks were under pressure from various sources. However, he didn't plan to tell Su Heng about these troubles because working in chaotic Russia meant risks and troubles were commonplace. If he had to report and seek approval for such minor issues, he might as well pack up and leave. "I'll talk to you when I get there," Su Heng said. Chapter 349. A forceful move to deter the old fox. Su Heng noticed that this deep mansion was heavily guarded, with surveillance equipment densely spread along the tall walls surrounding it, and at the high points within the estate, security personnel with Caucasian features stood ready. The electronically controlled iron gate slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes, who made a gentlemanly gesture and respectfully said, "Mr. Su, please." Su Heng nodded slightly and, along with Zhang Lang, followed the middle-aged man deeper into the estate. Directly opposite the main gate was a sculptural fountain, behind which was a neatly trimmed lawn. Su Heng paid special attention to the key positions where agile security personnel stood, including several with Russian features, with at least a dozen visible in plain sight. Moreover, he could clearly sense that hidden dangers lurked within the ancient castle. Zhang Lang took half a step forward, a reflex of his professional training, ensuring he could protect Su Heng in the moment of crisis. At that moment, Reuben was behind a window on the second floor of the castle, holding a coffee cup, his piercing gaze fixed on the increasingly clear face of the Eastern youth. In the shadow behind him stood Charlie, the highest-ranking FBI official in Russia. This Eastern youth is bound to be our great enemy. Chapter 350. Viewing Problems from a Development Perspective. On June 12, 1993, at 10 o'clock a.m. Moscow time, Su Heng arrived in St. Petersburg with Zhang Lang and others. Jiang Siki did not follow. Su Heng instructed her to lead 15 statisticians to stay at the embassy to count and organize cash and bonds. Peng Lishan, the head of the St. Petersburg branch of Maya United Bank, personally led a team to the airport to welcome them. Peng Lishan was in high spirits. Dressed in an expensive Armani suit, with a diamond brooch on his blue tie, exuding a high-end gold collar image, he warmly and respectfully extended his hands to greet the boss. 6 security personnel stood in a line behind him, 2 of whom were arranged by Su Heng, while the other 4 were locally hired by Peng. Indeed, he had the demeanor of a bank president. Su Heng smiled and nodded, looking at Peng Lishan's current appearance. He couldn't help but reflect on the man's humble beginnings in cheap suits when he first arrived. The contrast made him sigh. The environment truly has a significant impact on a person's change and influence. Of course, he did not hold any prejudices against Peng Lishan's drastic transformation. On the contrary, he had specifically instructed Lu Dao and Peng Lishan to dress more ostentatiously to match their identities, which would be beneficial for their work. Moreover, with the high salary and bonuses Peng Lishan received, he could certainly afford it. Chapter 351, Another Trap. At 3 p.m. on June 13th. To facilitate the transportation of cash and bonds, Su Heng specifically arranged for a plane. The flight from St. Petersburg to Moscow takes only about an hour. It doesn't cost much, especially since Su Heng had plenty of money. Accompanying him was Miyamoto Sakura. And the bonds from Sakuraji Bank's St. Petersburg branch were also packed to be transported back to Moscow. At 4 p.m., the plane slowly landed at Sheremetyevo Airport. Victor had arrived early with a large number of security personnel and a convoy to pick them up. There were 10 large boxes filled with cash and bonds, loaded onto 2 military SUVs. On the way back, Victor made thorough arrangements, just in case, as the vehicles were carrying a large sum of money that could tempt criminals. They smoothly entered downtown Moscow, and Su Heng drove the 2 SUVs into the embassy, transporting the 10 large boxes to the underground vault. Jiang Siki was busy and organized with her 15 employees. "Everyone has worked hard. How is the progress?" Su Heng asked. "At the current speed, we should be able to finish everything in about 4 days," Jiang Siki replied, then looked at the 10 large boxes just brought in and shook her head, saying, "If they keep coming in like this, then it's hard to say." Chapter 352, A Global Perspective, Just More Money. In the end, Miyamoto Sakura successfully secured a loan of 5 billion rubles, approximately worth $200 million from the commercial bank, with a loan term of 1 year and an annual interest rate of 36. From the perspective of the bank's executives, this deal was very profitable, as they attracted deposits from Russian savers at a maximum interest rate of 20, effectively earning almost double the difference. Although the commercial bank also anticipated a depreciation of the ruble, they couldn't determine how deep the fall would be, nor could they predict whether the Russian central bank would implement intervention policies. It was precisely due to these unknown factors that the commercial bank decisively lent rubles to Miyamoto Sakura. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Sakura notified core members of the Sakuraji Bank branches to borrow rubles in large amounts from the local commercial bank branches. That night, Su Heng suddenly received a phone call from Ivanov. "Mr. Su, I've picked out what you need. Just give me an address, and I'll deliver it to you." "Mr. Ivanov, I said it's unnecessary," Su Heng replied, feeling quite frustrated. Before he could finish, Ivanov interrupted him, insisting on making the delivery. "That it's better to comply." Su Heng thought for a moment and agreed, providing the location of the estate. Chapter 353. The world is busy for profit. The biggest concern for Timoshenko was funding. When she heard Su Heng casually offer to provide funding, she was incredibly excited. However, she quickly suppressed her excitement and said frankly, "You have given me too much help. For our friendship and cooperation to last, one side cannot always bear the cost. If you are to invest, I cannot let you suffer a loss." "All right. Can you estimate how much funding you'll need?" Su Heng was very satisfied with Timoshenko's attitude and asked directly. "Mr. Su, let me first introduce the general situation of this project. The oil and gas pipeline starts from the Tyumen oil field in Russia, passing through Russia, Ukraine, Germany, and other countries, with a total length of over 500 kilometers and a total investment of about 70 to 80 billion USD. The Ukrainian side is responsible for the construction of 400 kilometers of the pipeline, which will require about 15 to 20 billion USD, based on a maximum of $2 billion US. The initial funding needed would be around $3 billion US. If the funds are sufficient, how long will it take to complete? Su Heng asked. If all goes smoothly, it would take about 2 to 3 years, Timoshenko said, then added, natural gas exports are Russia's most important source of foreign exchange. Russia's natural gas production and export account for over 20% of the world market, with 80% of it exported to Europe, making up 1/3 of Europe's total demand. Chapter 354. Empty-handed to snatch the wolf. Pukin was very satisfied with Su Heng's attitude and expressed his gratitude solemnly, also emphasizing sincerely, "Mr. Su, please negotiate the specific cooperation conditions with Sobchak. You two should discuss this in business terms. Don't worry about my face. Feel free to propose any conditions." "All right, Mr. Pukin." Su Heng agreed verbally but secretly smiled to himself, thinking, "Old Pukin, what are you joking about? How could I possibly ignore your imperial face? Sobchak would be in Moscow this afternoon. When would you be available to contact him?" Pukin provided Su Heng with Sobchak's contact information. Sobchak and Pukin were childhood friends who grew up in the same neighborhood and had a very close relationship. Notably, they both underwent training at the Soviet KGB together. Sobchak's rise came after Pukin came to power. Without Su Heng's intervention, Sobchak would not have become a Russian tycoon for at least another decade. He was currently just a small contractor. In fact, for a large project like the oil and gas pipeline, Sobchak wouldn't have dared to dream of participating because his total assets were only a few $100,000, making him completely unqualified and incapable of being part of such a massive project. Chapter 355. Dividing the cake. Su Heng and Sobchak finalized the loan agreement, and Sobchak believed he had gained a tremendous advantage, attributing this to Pukin's influence. Satisfied, Sobchak left, confident that with sufficient funding and Pukin's connections, he would likely secure the oil and gas pipeline project and soar to new heights. Su Heng left the cafe and then went to the hotel to meet with Miyamoto Sakura. The bonds and cash from Sakuraji Bank had been sorted out, totaling approximately $1 billion when converted to USD, with bond amounting to 900,000 pieces. Su Heng and Sakuraji Company each held 50 of the shares in Sakuraji Bank, but the management rights were entirely in Su Heng's hands. The Sakuraji Company was completely controlled by Miyamoto Sakura, who was obedient to Su Heng. So it could be said without exaggeration that Su Heng could handle the cash and bonds as he wished. However, he would fully respect Miyamoto Sakura's opinions. There's a saying in our Huaxia culture, even brothers must be clear about accounts. You have half the shares in Sakuraji Bank, and while cash is fine, the main concern is the bonds. I plan to handle them uniformly, and I will provide you with a reasonable valuation at that time, Su Heng said calmly. You don't need to explain, just go ahead and do it, she replied. Chapter 356. A sudden decision to acquire oil giant Norse mining. Crazy. Quickly check if we have the bonds they need. More people spoke excitedly, with Victor and Miyamoto Sakura consecutively throwing out hundreds of bonds from two major heavyweight enterprises. The atmosphere in the room instantly heated up. The bonds collected by various financial institutions were very diverse. Just like Su Heng's two banks, almost every company's bonds were present. But the issue was the quantity. Four financial institutions at the scene held the most bonds from Luke Oil Company, and all four were interested in acquiring Luke Oil Company. Luke Oil Company issued a total of 10,000 bonds. Among them, Blackstone Group held the most, with 500 pieces, while the other three were relatively evenly distributed, with about 1,000 each. Su Heng held 586 bonds, accounting for about 6, which was still a considerable share. Other financial institutions present had varying amounts of Luke Oil Company's bonds, with the most being a few hundred and the least just a dozen, making it nearly impossible to gain control. So this part of the financial institutions gave up on competing for control and decided to transfer the bonds. After a tense tally, including Su Heng's, there were over 800 Luke Oil Company bonds to be sold. Chapter 357, Detailed Arrangements, Extreme Reversal. After the transaction ended, Su Heng gained immensely. In addition to acquiring the invaluable Luke Oil Company at a bargain price, he also successfully exchanged over 30,000 bonds and sold more than 20,000 bonds at an average price of $5,000 each. Su Heng had about 3 million bonds in total, with approximately two-thirds planned for trading and sale, that is, 2 million bonds. Based on an estimate of successfully trading 50,000 bonds each time, it would take about 40 transactions, not counting the fact that the two banks were still continuously absorbing bonds. It was indeed a time-consuming and labor-intensive project. Su Heng was psychologically prepared for this. He could only occasionally spare time to attend a trading meeting, and Miyamoto Sakura had more important things to do, so he could only assign capable subordinates to oversee the matter. As Su Heng was leaving with Miyamoto Sakura and Victor, Ruben hurried over. "Congratulations, Mr. Su," Ruben said with a forced smile. Just now, he had intentionally introduced Su Heng publicly, aiming to expose him, but when he noticed Su Heng's cold gaze, he feared that this guy would hold a grudge against him, so he came over to make amends. Su Heng stared at Ruben indifferently and mocked, "Mr. Ruben, you are a smart man. You should refrain from engaging in those underhanded activities." Chapter 358, Parting is for a Better Reunion. After careful consideration regarding the bond trading, Su Heng decided to hand it over to Lu Dao, with Victor responsible for security issues. Before leaving, Su Heng had an in-depth conversation with Lu Dao. "Old Hu, you'll have to work hard. It's fine. The bank's business is already on the right track, and I can completely spare time to trade bonds. If you encounter any trouble, contact me in a timely manner. If you can't reach me, you can contact Miss Afuela or Ivanov." Good. After finishing the conversation with Lu Dao, Su Heng made detailed arrangements for the upcoming work. He then went to the embassy to chat with Ambassador Wang Shimin. Su Heng booked a flight back home for the next day, and coincidentally, Putin was in Moscow for business and contacted Su Heng for dinner after finishing his work. When Su Heng arrived at the restaurant, he found Solzhenitsyn and Ivanov were also there. It was obvious that Putin and Solzhenitsyn had specially set up the banquet to thank Su Heng. Putin was dressed casually in a leather jacket and jeans, looking exceptionally sharp and capable. Solzhenitsyn had a rugged appearance, like Victor, and both were meticulous thinkers. First, let us toast to our brotherly friendship. Chapter 359, Zingpiopio Milk Tea Shop. When the Boeing 737 landed at Capital International Airport in Shuni District, the lights were already bright. After passing through the VIP channel to the parking lot, the security personnel's convoy was waiting here in advance. Because it was too late, Su Heng did not let the convoy go to the Auto City, but returned directly to the city center. First having a simple meal, and then going to a courtyard where Jiang Siki led 7 Russian girls to settle in. Today is June 26, 1993, which happens to be a Saturday. After arranging Jiang Siki and others, Su Heng drove to Juya Pavilion, eager to see Xia Zimo. Why hasn't she returned yet? Just as Su Heng was planning to surprise his girlfriend, he found the door tightly shut and locked. Taking out his satellite phone, he contacted Gao Hong and learned that Xia Zimo and Zhang Yelmeng were at the milk tea shop. When he arrived at the milk tea shop, the sign had already been hung up, with Zingpiopio written in fashionable artistic fonts, paired with a bright yellow background, which was particularly eye-catching. Grand opening. Buy one, get one free. Below the sign, there was also a red banner. Su Heng nodded in satisfaction. Just looking at the shop's exterior, it was quite presentable. The decorations and furnishings inside were impressive. Of course, this so-called impressive was relative to other shops, and it was very fashionable and fresh. The entire decoration style was simple, generous, stylish, and bright, with clean white tables adorned with green plants, accompanied by soothing music, creating an atmosphere that was very attractive to young people, especially student consumers. Chapter 360. Grand Opening Arrangements. Since it was the weekend, the streets were filled with people mostly out for morning exercises or shopping for groceries. Li Mei stopped an older woman and patiently explained, "Milk tea? This is the first time I've heard of it. How much is a cup? I want to buy a cup for my granddaughter to try. Our milk tea shop is the only one of its kind in the country. The normal price is 2 yuan per cup, and today for the grand opening, it's buy one get one free. You're robbing us. I just bought eggs for only 1 yuan a pound, and you want 1 or 2 yuan for a cup of milk tea? How could you be so heartless?" The older woman immediately exploded at the high price, not only refusing to buy, but also scolding Li Mei. In an era where the average monthly living expense was only tens of yuan, a cup of milk tea costing 2 yuan was definitely a luxury for the frugal elder. Li Mei, feeling embarrassed, turned red and was at a loss for words. Fortunately, the older woman said a few words and angrily left with her eggs and breakfast. "It's okay. Being rejected is normal." Zhang Yumeng comforted and encouraged Li Mei. Li Mei quickly adjusted her mindset and continued to promote to the passers-by. However, the effect was not good. The vast majority of people shook their heads as soon as they heard the price. The few young girls were busy and sweating. They had never done this before, and, as the pride of heaven, they mustered a lot of courage, but the results were not satisfactory, leaving them a bit disappointed. Chapter 361. Deeply scheming people. Su Heng's layout in the industry places high-tech industries like chips in the Magic City, high-end manufacturing, and our D bases led by the Auto City in the Imperial Capital, and biopharmaceuticals in Pengcheng. Additionally, with Huagua officially connecting to the international internet this year and the rapid development of information technology, personal computers and mobile phones will quickly become popular. The internet industry will definitely be entered. However, he is still considering whether to get involved in manufacturing computers and mobile phones. With his working style, he either does not do it or aims to be world-class if he does. If he enters the computer and mobile phone industry, the biggest impact will be on Lenovo, and many well-known manufacturers may find it difficult to emerge in the future. Reflecting on his rebirth, he has already disrupted many industries, such as home appliance retail, beverages, real estate, and the foreseeable automotive and pharmaceutical industries. He currently lacks the professional and reliable top talents to enter any industry, not funds. Su Heng returned to his thoughts and continued to call Lena in Hong Kong. Lena has already deployed over 10 billion US dollars, with about 80 in Hong Kong blue chip stocks and 20 in bullish stock index futures. Chapter 362. Biopharmaceutical Research Institute. First entry into Imperial Capital University. Su Heng originally intended to close at 8 p.m., but due to too many customers on the weekend, sales continued until 9 p.m. They were busy for 14 hours straight from 7 a.m., taking only a short break for meals, and everyone was almost exhausted, their voices hoarse. Yet their faces were filled with excitement. On the cashier counter were 3 large boxes, all filled with cash. They quickly counted how much they made. Zhang Yumeng, looking like a little money lover, called everyone to count the money together. Counting so many small bills would take until dawn, so they decided to eat first. Su Heng had already ordered dinner for everyone. After the meal, Zhang Yumeng and the others insisted on counting the money, and although Xia Zimo did not say explicitly, her small expressions revealed her curiosity about the total amount. Seeing everyone's excited and expectant expressions, Su Heng had no choice but to go along with them. A group of girls quickly gathered around the boxes to count. Most of the cash was 1, 2, 5, and 10 yuan coins, which took quite a bit of effort to organize. The 7 Russian beauties also recognized the small denominations and helped count. It took a full 2 hours to count once. "Oh my, a total of 2,286 yuan," Zhang Yumeng exclaimed excitedly. "That's a lot." Chapter 363. Keeping Promises. The sudden appearance of a bad uncle. The atmosphere around Su Heng was quite lively, as the heads of 2 top universities were actually arguing over a freshman, which was truly astonishing. Before the official meeting in the conference room, Zhou Yinchun took Su Heng aside to chat with Wu Chaogang. Su Heng indeed had lofty ambitions, Wu Chaogang was unable to hide his admiration upon learning that Su Heng intended to establish a world-class biopharmaceutical research institute and immediately gave him a thumbs up, stating, "Our medical school's Dean Li is an authority in this field. You can listen to his opinions first. However, you came at an opportune time. Dean Li is in the United States for an exchange event and won't return until Thursday. I will notify you then. For now, let me introduce you to a few professors from the medical school to chat." "Thank you, Principal Wu." Su Heng greatly appreciated and admired Wu Chaogang's decisiveness. "There's no need to thank me. I still hope you take my suggestions seriously," Wu Chaogang said as he picked up the phone on his desk and dialed several numbers. Su Heng indicated that he would consider it seriously. Soon, Su Heng met 3 professors from the Imperial University Medical School, all of whom were the most prestigious professors at the university, with top-notch professional standards and business qualities, 2 of whom enjoyed special allowances from State Council. Chapter 364. Astonishing Secrets. Mutual calculations. Upon seeing Yuzhong, Su Heng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With Yuzhong around, Song Ru must be nearby, and safety was absolutely guaranteed. Sure enough, he quickly learned that at the end of the Willow Grove, by a bridge, Song Ru was standing with a young man in a suit. Su Heng greeted Yuzhong, and when Xiaowan anxiously asked, "Grandpa Yu, where's my mom?" Yuzhong kindly replied, "Your mom is dealing with some personal matters. We will wait here. Nothing will happen." Wen Xiaowan nodded seriously and looked around for her mother's figure. The gentle breeze was refreshing. The green willows cast shade, and the water surface shimmered with a beautiful glow under the sunset. Song Ru was stylishly dressed, her satin-like hair dancing in the wind, but her cold and stunning face showed disdain and disgust. The young man, standing opposite her, had an excellent appearance, medium build, dressed luxuriously, exuding a unique charm, and his smile was as warm as spring. Although they were over 100 meters apart, Su Heng could see them clearly, including their subtle expressions and movements. Their conversation was also clearly audible to him. "Xiaoru, I've gone to great lengths to do all this, all for you. You're the person I love the most in this world." Chapter 365. Late Night Meeting. Returning to Jiangzhou after finishing his call with Lena, Su Heng continued to help Song Ru chop vegetables. They worked together seamlessly as Song Ru casually and naturally talked about her college days. Besides her dear friend who had already passed away, she had never discussed these matters with outsiders, especially not with a young man. In her school days, both the academic atmosphere on campus and the relationships between boys and girls were very pure and simple. To Su Heng's surprise, Song Ru unexpectedly brought up her relationship with Qin Cheng. The Song family and the Qin family had always had a good relationship, especially since Song Changping and Qin Cheng's father, Qin Jia, the head of the Qin family, were longtime friends. In that special era, the two were once locked in a cow shed together, encouraging each other through 5 years of hardship. Years later, when both of their daughters-in-law were pregnant almost simultaneously, the two big shots, in a moment of high spirits over drinks, casually arranged a betrothal for their children. Of course, neither was stubborn. Both knew that this was merely a beautiful agreement, and whether the two children would end up together in the future would depend on their personal opinions. Before college, I had a pretty good impression of him. I thought he was stable and a gentleman. During college, I gradually realized that our life views were too different. Chapter 366. Being Targeted. Adjustments. In the past year, Qin Cheng returned to the country twice, each time for a very limited duration. He still did not know that a new star in the business world had emerged on the land of Huaxia. So, when he saw the information collected by assistant Lu Wei about Su Heng, he instinctively couldn't believe it. Is there a mistake? Qin Cheng suspected that his assistant had investigated the wrong person. Indeed, this Su Heng, although very low-key, had done things that were simply too dazzling, all of which were publicly available information and easy to collect. Lu Wei's tone was calm and firm. Similarly, as he gathered more information about Su Heng, he felt increasingly shocked. He wanted to suggest to Qin Cheng that it would be best not to become enemies with such a prodigious talent. Shenlong Electric, Shenlong Real Estate, Shenlong Beverage Factory. This kid only started his business last year, and in just 1 year, he had achieved so much. How could this be possible? Qin Cheng read the information again, muttering to himself. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, "I understand. This kid must have received help from the Song family." Lu Wei sighed inwardly and shook his head, saying, "Young Master Qin, according to the insider information I've gathered, this person not only did not rely on the Song family, but instead invested heavily in Song Lin's Bai Huiyuan project. Furthermore, he also has business cooperation with Miss Song. Chapter 367. Incredible. The stock market in Hong Kong is surging as soon as Su Heng made his appearance. Everyone gathered around as if they had discovered a new continent, enthusiastically greeting him. Respected leaders and colleagues, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the production ceremony of Shenlong Beverage Factory. After greeting everyone, Su Heng solemnly invited Mayor Deng Chongsheng to the front, saying, "Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome Mayor Deng to speak." Deng Chongsheng smiled warmly and solemnly raised his hand slightly to calm the applause, then said enthusiastically, "The main character today is Shenlong Beverage Factory. Our city leadership team is here to witness this historical moment together with you, not to overshadow it. I will say a few words. On behalf of the city government, I solemnly promise to provide all conveniences to ensure the success of Shenlong Beverage Factory and the enterprises that will invest in Jiangzhou." Deng Chongsheng's speech was very brief, yet sincere, eliciting warm applause. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, with a command from Zhang Yan, the production line officially started. Su Heng accompanied Mayor Deng and other leaders, as well as entrepreneurs from all over the country, to tour the workshop. Following Zhang Yan's suggestion, everyone consciously wore masks and put on protective gear. Chapter 368. Rapid Progress in Various Endeavors. Stationed in Hong Kong, based on the analysis of the Hong Kong Stock Index and the trend charts of representative stocks, Su Heng believed that it had reached a phase peak. Historically, the Hong Kong Stock Index would not rise to around 9,800 points until the end of the year, without breaking through the 10,000 point barrier. Clearly, the Hong Kong stock market's unprecedented surge was greatly related to the hundreds of millions of dollars he invested. This time, not only was he planning a major harvest, but he also intended to draw some blood from the Hong Kong giants and international financial titans. Su Heng decided to remain in Hong Kong to personally oversee this harvesting operation. He was not a magnanimous person, recalling how the Hong Kong giants had tried to eliminate him with underhanded tactics when he was just starting out, along with the Western financial giants led by Rubin. He had kept a mental ledger, waiting patiently for the right moment for revenge. The current Hong Kong stock market presented a good opportunity for a small-scale financial war, serving as a rehearsal for the Asian financial crisis a few years down the line, accumulating experience. Considering he would stay in Hong Kong for a while, Su Heng made advance arrangements for work. Shenlong Electric finally slowed down its expansion pace. Now, there were Shenlong Electric stores in almost every county across the country, except for extremely remote areas. Chapter 369. Testing, harvesting, movements from all sides. The trading team selected by Su Heng consisted of 6 people, all veteran figures from Shenlong Investment Company, known for their strong capabilities and reliability. Zhang Honglei, you 6 will follow Lina's command. The trading period is estimated to be between half a month to a month. During this period, all of you are strictly prohibited from revealing any operational information to the outside world. Su Heng gave a brief instruction, as he had already discussed most of what needed to be said with Zhang Honglei and others. Yes, the 6 responded in unison. Like Huang Xiaohua and Chen Hongmei back then, most of them were also visiting Hong Kong for the first time, fully aware that they were about to participate in a major operation and eager to achieve something significant. You all should rest early to conserve your strength and be ready to start the battle tomorrow. Su Heng instructed Jiang Siki to take the 6 of them to rest. In the blink of an eye, only Lina and Su Heng remained in the living room. Let us discuss serious matters first. What do you think about the Hong Kong stock market? Under the combined influence of multiple funds, the Hong Kong stock market was reaching new highs and had broken through the historically significant 10,000 point barrier. Many financial media and stock analysts declared that 15,000 points was not a dream. I believe that the entire Hong Kong stock market is at its hottest and investors are most crazy right now. Individual stocks and indices will continue to rise. Chapter 370. Celestial Index, or Tombstone Line. The market seemed a bit unusual. Higgins and others were discussing Su Heng when suddenly a trader exclaimed in surprise. Almost simultaneously, Higgins quickly used monitoring software to track the flow of funds and found several large sell orders. He discovered that these sell orders had 2 common characteristics. First, they were concentrated in time, indicating they were likely linked. Second, they focused on major blue-chip stocks, which could not be accomplished by small retail investors or even ordinary institutions. Additionally, in a bull market, a trend like today's characterized by rapid initial surges, would inevitably be followed by a pullback to wash out profit takers and weak-willed retail investors. Because retail investors' emotions were heavily influenced by market movements, eager to chase gains and cut losses, which inadvertently increased their holding costs. The main force, however, could continuously sell high and buy low, reducing costs. However, today's market was somewhat strange. After a rapid pullback, the index did not rebound as quickly as usual. That kid must have made a move. A moment later, Higgins's intuition told him that it must be the work of that mysterious Eastern youth. Chapter 371, Wealth Code. Guessed from afar, Lu Jinxiong's trading approach was very aggressive. In pursuit of maximum profits, he continuously chased the leading stocks in hot sectors for ultra-short-term trading. Anyone who has traded stocks knows how sector rotation works. During the entire bull market rise, not all sectors rise simultaneously. Rather, they rhythmically take turns to start. For example, the financial and brokerage sectors lead a wave, then take a break, after which the financial, non-ferrous, and steel sectors take over the upward momentum. Therefore, in a bull market, timing is crucial. Grasping the rhythm means mastering the wealth code of the stock market. Otherwise, ordinary retail investors mostly just chase gains and cut losses, rushing in when they see which sector is soaring, only to hit a pullback. Then seeing other stocks rise, they can't resist cutting losses to chase, repeatedly getting burned. This is fundamentally why retail investors find it hard to make money even in a bull market. Lu Jinxiong was very sensitive to stock market movements. His capital was moderate, suitable for continuous trading. In contrast, Su Heng's capital was too vast to seize every small opportunity in market fluctuations. He invested $10 billion, and with profits, the total exceeded $20 billion. Chapter 372, Winning by Surprise, continued to smash. Lu Jinxiong work hard for half a year, and his total assets rose to nearly $2 billion. His $500 million capital used to buy the rebound at 9,800 points was almost entirely wiped out. Below 9,600 points, he firmly believed there would be a rebound and invested another $500 million. Coincidentally, European and American major players had just depleted all the cash in their trading accounts. At this time, the tycoons of Hong Kong Island, represented by the richest man Lee, were still observing, and the market only had some scattered retail investors trading for rebounds. Under the continuous sell orders from Su Heng's trading team, they quickly became cannon fodder. The index turned down again, and before 2 o'clock, it broke through 9,600 points. With the entire market down by 47, definitely a crash. Individual stocks fell even more severely, with more than half of the stocks dropping by 10. Even more despairing and suffocating was that both the index and individual stocks were still rapidly falling, with only sell orders, as if there were no buy orders in sight. 9,500 points, 9,400 points, 9,300 points. After an hour of afternoon trading, the index dropped below 9,300 points. At this time, the Hong Kong Island stock market had no so-called circuit breaker mechanism. The circuit breaker mechanism, also known as the automatic trading halt mechanism, refers to the trading suspension measures taken by exchanges to control risks when the index fluctuation reaches a specified circuit breaker point. Chapter 373, War of Attrition, Coincidence Since Yesterday. By the morning of today, in less than 5 hours of trading time, the index plummeted by more than 1,300 points, unprecedented in the history of the Hong Kong Island stock market. The current level was already close to or had breached the cost price at which tycoons like the richest man Lee had increased their stock holdings. If it continued to fall, the huge sums they invested to add chips would fall into a state of loss. The richest man Lee could no longer remain calm. Tang Junian also lost interest in accompanying Tai Longpu for fun, handing the task of accompanying Tai Longpu to his goddaughter Li Shui. Li Shui was very good at climbing various social ladders to pave the way for herself, and she would spare no expense for it. Just in time, she was about to study abroad in the United States after school started, and she viewed Tai Longpu as her support and network in the U.S., so she was especially attentive while accompanying him. An hour after the market opened, the index fell to around 8,600 points. After a quick communication, the tycoons, including the richest man Lee, decided to increase their holdings of their own stocks. At the same time, financial bigwigs like Rubin also brought in about $3 billion. But they did not plan to enter the market yet, instead continuing to mobilize funds and waiting for the right moment to strike. These old foxes finally couldn't hold their nerves. Su Heng closely monitored the market movements. In fact, while Lena and others were suppressing the stock index. He was secretly absorbing the panic sell orders in the market with a very clear purpose, since they were going to engage in a small-scale financial war. Mindless selling wouldn't work. They had to acquire enough chips. Otherwise, if they kept smashing without having anything left in hand, how could they continue? Chapter 374. Disturbing the ground beneath the Tai Sui, Su Heng was somewhat looking forward to how much dirt Thomas could dig up on Tai Longpu. In fact, he wasn't intentionally trying to catch Tai Longpu's shortcomings. It was just too coincidental, as he happened to encounter Tai Longpu in an ambiguous situation with a young woman. After arranging Thomas, Su Heng didn't take the matter to heart, because even if he caught Tai Longpu's little secret, so what? According to the normal course of history, this guy would have to wait more than 20 years to be elected. For Su Heng, such a long time had too many uncertainties. To put it boldly, by then, even a president of a country might not catch Su Heng's eye. Su Heng visited several brand-name stores, bought some high-end clothing, perfumes, bags, and watches, and then suddenly remembered that the L'Oreal flagship store was nearby, so he decided to check it out. While shopping, he noticed that among the bustling crowd, there were quite a few sightseeing shopping tours from the mainland. This shows that as more and more people from the mainland become wealthy, they begin to go out and shop extravagantly around the world. What happened? When Su Heng arrived outside the L'Oreal store, he saw that the glass door was slightly broken, and the new fashionable sign had a large hole in it, stained with dirt. Chapter 375. The scene is explosive. Chen Huimin enthusiastically led Su Heng into the martial arts hall, and immediately, dozens of strong men inside respectfully greeted Su Heng, including a Kohen, the Muay Thai master whom he had once defeated with a single kick. Chen Huimin quickly explained a few things to a Kohen, and a Kohen left to carry out his orders. Brother Su, don't misunderstand, Chen Huimin explained to Su Heng, since I voluntarily provided the venue. I must make some arrangements to ensure that your meeting goes smoothly. Understood. Su Heng nodded lightly. He heard that Chen Huimin was asking a Kohen to quickly bring over a group of capable people to maintain order. For Su Heng, no matter how many so-called tough guys there were, they posed almost no threat to his safety, unless the other party directly blew the place up, which was nearly impossible. Clap, clap. Chen Huimin clapped his hands to get the attention of his subordinates, and when everyone came to their senses, he pointed to an exceptionally strong guy with a square face and an honest appearance, and said, Jean, you pick a few to go up on the stage and compete a bit to entertain Mr. Su. Yes, the one called Jean was actually named Jean, who had smuggled over from the mainland in his early years. He had a formal martial arts background, but after arriving on Hong Kong Island, he had no skills to make a living. To survive, he worked odd jobs during the day and fought in underground matches at night, slowly gaining some fame. He won a championship in a public fighting competition and was then taken in by a Huimin, being paired with a Kohen as the Twin Tigers. Chapter 376. So-called big shots are just chicks in front of Su Shinhao. In Su Heng's view, Li Tailong was nothing but a puppet. If the real helm of Sinian were present, he might give some face. Both of you calm down. Chen Huimin quickly organized his words and tried to mediate. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve a feud than to create one. I specially invited both of you here, hoping you can turn hostility into friendship. Li Tailong snorted coldly and said gloomily, on account of Brother Chen, I'll consider Mr. Su as someone who doesn't understand our rules in Hong Kong Island. His words were equivalent to directly insulting Su Heng for not following the rules, while also serving as a warning. What rules? Su Heng was instantly enraged, pointing at Li Tailong's nose and scolding, You dare to talk about rules with me? My store just opened on Hong Kong Island, and you sent a bunch of thugs to smash it. Am I being too harsh by calling you despicable? Li Tailong was humiliated in front of everyone, his face alternating between blue and red, trembling with anger and unable to speak. This mainland guy is too arrogant. Li Tailong was a person who could shake the ground with a stomp on Hong Kong Island, and even in front of top big shots, he would still get some face. Now, in front of hundreds of members from two major gangs, being pointed at and scolded, how could he endure it? Chapter 377. If you want to do it, be the best in the industry, Mr. Su. Please give me a moment to call the boss. Li Tailong pleaded. All right, let Mr. Xiang have a mental preparation. Su Heng said nonchalantly. He certainly wasn't afraid that Li Tailong would leak information and make the other party prepared, because he didn't believe that if he stepped onto the stage, the other side would dare to take action. Li Tailong nodded gratefully. If he let Su Heng rashly go to number 19 Fenling, he wouldn't be able to explain the big boss, Xiang Huaxing. He called Xiang's residence, but unfortunately, Heng was not in Hong Kong Island. He had just gone to the capital yesterday. It turned out that Heng had invested heavily in opening a nightclub in the capital and personally went there to host the opening ceremony. Li Tailong then called the capital. In this era, nightclubs were a very fashionable and popular entertainment project on the mainland, known for their enormous profits, attracting investments from various tycoons. For example, the famous DeLong Group had just completed its initial accumulation and was planning to open a disco in the capital. It is easy to imagine that in the current context, those who could navigate the nightclub business were undoubtedly individuals who operated in both legal and illegal circles. After contacting Heng, Li Tailong, knowing there was nothing to hide in front of Su Heng, directly brought up Su Heng's intention to pay a visit. Chapter 378. Sniping Huaxia Star. Su Heng looked at the overall trend chart of Huaxia Star, keeping it in mind. From the chart, it was evident that there were operators behind this stock, but it was uncertain whether this operator was related to the major shareholder. The Xiang family, which owned 45 of Huaxia Star's total shares, not excluding the possibility of related parties holding shares secretly. Analyzing purely from the stock's trend, it had maintained a price between 18-20 yuan before this bull market and surged rapidly to around 60 yuan in March and May of this year within just 1 month. It then fluctuated around the 60 yuan mark for about 2 months before quickly rising to an astronomical price of 10,628 yuan, until recently when Su Heng smashed the market, causing it to plummet back to the current 60 yuan. Su Heng judged that the rapid rise in March and May was clearly due to operators stepping in to collect shares, which meant increased costs for the operators because this bull market started very quickly and operators had no time to slowly absorb shares at lower prices. The following month of consolidation and fluctuation was after the operators had acquired enough shares to clear out floating shares, unstable small shareholders. Firstly, to increase the holding cost for small shareholders, and secondly, to clear obstacles for the upcoming rise and unloading. Chapter 379. Holding back a big move. Rubin's trading team had extremely rich experience in trading, and before making a move, they would formulate a very meticulous trading plan. If it weren't for the unexpected situation caused by Su Heng, their operations in the Hong Kong stock market would have been extremely successful. Of course, even now, they had not failed and still had a chance to turn things around. However, one point was that their paper profits had significantly shrunk. At their peak, the paper profits were close to 200 billion Hong Kong dollars, but now only over 80 billion remained. The paper profits mentioned above are not the same as actual profits, because unloading shares inevitably causes a drop in stock prices, which also deducts capital costs and transaction costs. If the market could stabilize now, then 80 billion in paper profits could turn into real profits of about 40 billion, which would be quite good, with nearly 40 billion US dollars invested. Working hard for half a year to earn 40 billion Hong Kong dollars, which is about 6 to 7 billion US dollars, resulting in a net profit margin of about 15. This achievement could only be described as mediocre. The key issue was that the market was still in a rapid decline. He was a madman. Rubin's exclusive trading team was also left without any temper. Chapter 380. The unique young master boss, Donald, just came out of the Tang family. Thomas had just shared the information he had gathered with Su Heng when he saw Donald and another person walking out of the Tang family's gate. It turned out that the consecutive stock market crashes had also caused heavy losses to the Tang group. Tang Junian was not in the mood to accompany Donald. And more importantly, the cash flow of the Tang group had suddenly become tight, making it difficult to allocate funds to acquire Donald's assets. Su Heng's market smashing had unintentionally affected Donald's financing. That Li Shui didn't follow him? Su Heng asked. No, only Donald and his assistant. Thomas replied, then quickly added. Donald was grumbling and seemed to be in a bad mood. Su Heng smiled faintly. You continue to follow him. If he returns to the hotel, let me know his room number. All right, boss. Thomas respectfully replied. Su Heng hung up the phone. He had originally planned to go to London tomorrow, but due to 2 unexpected situations, first, the unforeseen appearance of Tai Lingpu, and second, the Xiang family's provocations, he had to postpone for a day. He then called Miyamoto Sakura, asking her to wait patiently for another day. Miyamoto Sakura had already been in London for 3 days. She had not been idle, besides preparing for the funds. She had also registered 2 subsidiaries under the Sakura Corporation as a background. Chapter 381. First encounter with a fallen tycoon. Heng felt that he had lowered his stance enough, but this mainlander was no longer just a simple matter of poaching. He was practically trying to uproot Huaxia Star, which was simply unbearable. He suppressed his anger and tried to keep his tone calm. "Mr. Su, I come with sincerity." Su Heng interrupted. "Then please let me see Mr. Xiang's sincerity. If Mr. Xiang can't even do this small matter, then there's no need to waste each other's time." Xiang Huashing secretly cursed this guy for being too domineering, but he had heard from Li Tailong about Su Heng's extraordinary skills in the martial arts hall, which made him deeply realize that he could only try to get along with this mainlander and not be enemies. However, the conditions proposed by Su Heng were unacceptable to him. "I can make corresponding compensations." Helplessly, Xiang Huashing had to propose his bottom line. "Do you think I lack money? Moreover, how much compensation can you offer?" Su Heng asked Dan, "Are you bullshit?" Xiang Huashing's face paused. Although he had a large family and business, with layouts in the entertainment industry, real estate, and casinos, because his operations were too extensive and coupled with the recent stock market crash, he really couldn't take out much cash. Chapter 382. While smashing the market, secretly acquiring shares, press conference. Su Heng, under the name of the listed company Hongmei Group, acquired 3 properties from Donald. After signing the agreement, Su Heng invited Donald to dinner. With the crisis resolved, Donald seemed like a different person, transforming from a fallen and despondent state to one full of ambition. In his eyes, Su Heng was a lifesaver, a god sent to rescue him. During dinner, he transformed into a sycophant, showering Su Heng with compliments. Su Heng didn't think too much about it, as meeting Donald was quite accidental. He happened to acquire 3 properties, mainly because he wasn't short on money and wanted to build a good relationship first. After dinner, Su Heng returned to his luxury residence in Repulse Bay. Organize a professional acquisition team as soon as possible. Su Heng chatted with Lena and mentioned the acquisition agreement he had just signed with Donald. "No problem. What about after the acquisition?" Lena thought Su Heng's sudden acquisition of American assets indicated another major move. "After the acquisition is completed, it will be temporarily left there, or a professional management company in the United States will be found for custody," Su Heng casually said. For him, it is just an industry worth several $100 million, not worth spending too much energy on. Moreover, the U.S. real estate market is currently sluggish, and it is better to wait until the next real estate bull market to discuss it. Chapter 383. Press Conference, Recruitment Notice. On September 18, 1993, a Saturday, the Hong Kong stock market was closed. This day is also a day that the Chinese people will forever remember. At the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel in Hong Kong, in addition to the hotel security personnel, there were staff wearing Hongmei Group uniforms helping to maintain order. On both sides of the entrance, reporters from major media outlets in Hong Kong aimed their cameras at the guests who kept arriving. As a wild Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped at the hotel entrance, the first to arrive was Chun Huimin. Click, click. The reporters quickly pressed their shutters and rushed forward at a sprinting speed. Almost simultaneously, the attendants accompanying Chun Huimin quickly blocked him from the front. Chun Huimin smiled warmly, clasping his hands in salute to the media reporters. "Mr. Chun, I heard that your Lihua Film and Television will merge with Hongmei Group. Is this news true?" A reporter asked loudly. "It is true," Chun Huimin replied firmly and calmly, his smile unchanged. "Why does Lihua Film and Television want to merge with a shell company? Are you planning to raise money from the stock market, Mr. Chun?" Another reporter threw out a more pointed question. Chun Huimin's expression suddenly became serious as he stared into the reporter's eyes and said solemnly, "I must first correct your misunderstanding. As a journalist, your information is too closed off. Hongmei Group is no longer a shell company, but a very high-quality listed company. You can check it out. Despite the recent sharp decline in the Hong Kong stock market, Hongmei Group stock has remained strong, which is enough to demonstrate the quality of this company." Chapter 384. Smiling on the surface, a knife in the dark. Xiao Jin suddenly provocatively questioned Su Heng, and everyone immediately realized that a good show was about to unfold, their eyes gathering on Su Heng. Especially the reporters on site felt this was a rare news point, wanting to see what kind of sparks would fly between this mainland guy and the young talents of Hong Kong. However, Su Heng completely ignored Xiao Jin, not even glancing at him. "Does anyone else have questions?" Su Heng asked the crowd, calm and composed. Xiao Jin was slightly taken aback, realizing he was being dismissed, and felt deeply humiliated. Angrily raising his voice, he asked, "You should answer my question first." The reporters, maintaining their composure, followed suit, urging Su Heng to respond directly to Xiao Jin's question. "Are you the young master of the Xiao family?" Su Heng asked casually. "What does that have to do with my question?" Xiao Jin coldly responded. No problem, I was just a bit puzzled, from my understanding of the Xiao family. There shouldn't be anyone asking such a foolish question. As Su Heng's light voice fell, the entire venue shook. So arrogant. This was a veiled insult to Xiao Jin, questioning whether he was truly a member of the Xiao family. Chapter 385. The real showdown begins. After the luncheon reception, Su Heng took the time to chat with Hua Jinting. Su Heng had a lot of understanding about the Hua family in Hong Kong from later generations, knowing it was a well-known red family. He also learned more secrets from Dong Chenyu. This was the second meeting between Su Heng and Hua Jinting, but the first formal interaction, they talked for about 10 minutes. Although it was all small talk, both sides expressed their goodwill towards each other. Hua Jinting left satisfied. When he returned to the Hua family, he went straight to see the family head. In a study filled with an ancient charm, Hua Ingdong, the head of the Hua family, was wearing reading glasses and holding a copy of Tao Te Ching for study. How did your conversation with that kid go? Hua Ingdong asked, putting down the book and removing his glasses to look at his son. Father, I only had a brief chat with Mr. Su, but I could feel that he has a good impression of our Hua family. Hua Jinting respectfully replied. Hua Ingdong nodded slightly and calmly. Hua Jinting then said, by the way, Father, Liang Chaosong from the Monetary Authority showed up midway, and it can almost be concluded that the recent sharp decline in the Hong Kong stock market is definitely related to Mr. Su. Chapter 386. Watching him build up. Watching him collapse. In just one trading day, Su Heng and the European and American financial giants invested a total of 120 billion Hong Kong dollars, averaging 60 billion Hong Kong dollars per party, close to 10 billion US dollars. Like Su Heng's calculations, the European and American main funds also intentionally control the market, wanting to drain Su Heng's cash flow and ultimately deal a heavy blow. As huge amounts of US dollars were mobilized to Hong Kong, the European and American trading teams regained their confidence. We have mobilized 40 billion US dollars, and we can deliver 5 billion US dollars in ammunition every day. This time, even if we can't make that Chinese kid bleed out, we will at least take half of his life. The top trader, Peter, flashed with a fierce and greedy light. A professional technician responsible for monitoring the market and capital flow reported a set of data. As of today's close, conservatively estimated, that Chinese kid's stock holdings are not less than 80 billion Hong Kong dollars. Today, he also invested at least 50 billion Hong Kong dollars to short the index futures. Combined with the cost of his original short positions, how much cash can he still have to fight with us? I don't believe he can still take out 40 billion US dollars in cash, and our funds are continuously being mobilized. Hopefully, he will invest all his wealth. In the end, we will completely crush him. Chapter 387. Overwhelming victory. The trading volume of stocks and futures surged simultaneously, 10 billion, 20 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion, as super large orders flooded in, causing the transaction volume to soar. At this moment, even non-professional small and medium investors realized that the showdown had arrived, and the market was about to choose a direction. The explosive trading attracted more and more bold investors to participate. In just 1 hour after the market opened, the European and American trading teams crazily bought and went long, consuming over 10 billion US dollars, nearly 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. Su Heng's total trading volume was also about 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. However, unlike the European and American main forces, who needed to invest real cash to go long, Su Heng was shorting. Selling stocks meant cashing in, and this cash could be immediately invested in the index futures battlefield. It was very clear that this was a significant advantage for him. Keep buying, let's see how long he can hold on. George's trading team was all red-eyed. At the beginning of the showdown, they were very confident that with absolute capital, they could definitely blow Su Heng up. Chapter 388. Reaching the realm of indifference to money, members of the European and American trading team were all pale-faced. Until the market closed, they all wore blank expressions, feeling as if they were dreaming, unable to believe they had suffered such a devastating defeat. They had lost at least 40 billion US dollars. Higgins was relatively the calmest among them, but when he pulled up one blown account after another and estimated the approximate amount of losses, his face instantly turned ashen. This was one of the few losses in his trading career, and it was the most catastrophic one. The immense psychological blow left him disheartened. Across the ocean, Reuben, after a brief shock, started to roar in his office, smashing office supplies all over the floor. In the trading team, His quantum fund had the highest contribution and thus suffered the most significant loss, reaching $10 billion US, after a lengthy year-long layout and massive capital costs. Ending up with a loss of $10 billion US was enough to make Rubin, a financial mogul, feel pain. The tycoons on Hong Kong Island also faced severe losses. The richest man, Li, and others had invested around $20 billion US, all of which vanished in a single day. The sniper Liu Jinxiong from the Hong Kong stock market suffered the worst, with his funds shrinking by 90 in just 2 trading weeks, leaving a pitiful 200 million Hong Kong dollars in his account. Chapter 389. Shipping and grain merchants leaving the parking lot. Su Heng walked toward the Oriental building, with Dong Tiantian, her mind in disarray, following behind. Just as they reached the entrance, a black Mercedes-Benz drove up, and the driver was Xiao Jin. Upon seeing his dream girl following another man, especially that mainlander whom he envied, he was filled with rage and nearly floored the accelerator to crash into him. Tiantian, Xiao Jin jumped out of the car, shot a cold glance at Su Heng, then looked at Dong Tiantian with affection and said, "Don't be fooled by his appearance. I have solid evidence that he has an ambiguous relationship with a female subordinate on Hong Kong Island. A guy like him isn't worth your feelings." Xiao Jin wanted to say that he was the one who cared for her the most. However, Dong Tiantian coldly interrupted him. "Xiao Jin, what qualifications do you have to manage my affairs? Thank you, but you should take care of yourself." Xiao Jin was a well-known playboy on Hong Kong Island. With his prominent family background, many beautiful stars from TVB had thrown themselves at him, and he could hardly remember how many he had slept with. His flirtatious nature was well known among the people of Hong Kong Island. Dong Tiantian telling Xiao Jin to take care of himself was clearly a mockery. Chapter 390. Drawing a tiger, but ending up with a dog, mister, and I didn't expect you to care so much about agricultural issues, Su Heng casually remarked. And Shang Yi said seriously, "Our country's farmers have it too hard. Joining the WTO is a significant benefit for our country. But I wonder how much impact it will have on agriculture." "There will definitely be an impact," Su Heng affirmed again. The reason he was particularly concerned about agricultural issues was that during his university years in his past life, under the guidance of his professor, he had conducted a special study on the profound impact of agricultural provisions in the China-US WTO negotiations on his country. One of the most crucial provisions was that the U.S. would allow China to significantly increase its grain import quotas and reduce tariffs. Before this, China had implemented strict quotas and high tariffs on agricultural imports to ensure food security. For example, regarding soybeans, if the domestic demand was 10 million tons and the domestic production was 5 million tons, the country would import 3 to 4 million tons, leaving a proper gap to stimulate and maintain the domestic soybean planting industry. If the import quotas were significantly increased, it was easy to imagine that the low-priced U.S. soybeans would quickly destroy China's soybean planting industry. Chapter 391. Yunding Villa Manager Song. Let the legal department handle this matter and let the security company assist in the background. Try not to bring it to the forefront. Su Heng reiterated and explained seriously, "You need to instill a concept in the employees. We are a legitimate group company. Everything is based on laws and regulations. When facing similar malicious competition, we should try to resolve it through legitimate competition and legal means." "Yes, boss." But Song Wei nodded in agreement, but showed a troubled expression. "I know you want to say that the current environment doesn't allow for it, and that is true. So let the security company assist in the background. However, as the general manager of Shenlong Logistics, you absolutely cannot participate in those violent and ruthless underworld matters anymore." Su Heng understood that the 1980s and 1990s were wild times, with both laws and market systems being very imperfect, and market competition was very rough and brutal. To grab market share, violent means were commonplace. Therefore, in this environment, if one were to act like a well-behaved and obedient businessman or entrepreneur, as Su Heng suggested, one could be completely devoured in an instant. Not to mention, just to get Shenlong Logistics to this point, Song Wei didn't know how many times he had fought with the local bullies. It could be said that the expansion of Shenlong Logistics, to some extent, was achieved through brute force. Chapter 392. Expansion. The 0 Point Dance Hall was attacked besides Xincheng. There were also Haiyan, Wang Ku, Gao Xiaosong, and others, all shareholders of Xiang Yuyu. Another shareholder, Feng Lao Si, was not present, and it was clear that in the eyes of these top second-generation heirs, Feng Lao Si was not on the same level and was merely a watchdog role at best. Qin Cheng, full of energy, walked into the private room under the flattering voices of everyone, sitting grandly in the first position. "Brothers, eat and play as you like. Let's get drunk tonight." Qin Sheng raised his glass, looking proud as if pointing out the world. "All right, let us get drunk." The others raised their glasses in response. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere became even more enthusiastic, and the topic shifted to milk tea. "Brother Cheng has good insight. Xiang Yu milk tea is too popular. At this rate, there will be at least 1,000 chain stores open by the end of the year." Gao Xiaosong gave a thumbs up. He owned 10 of the shares, and with Xiang Yu milk tea developing so well, it meant he was also making a fortune. How could he not be excited? "Xiaosong, you're too conservative." Wang Ke pouted and said, "Xiang Yu milk tea has been established for just over a month and has already opened over 450 chain stores. With 4 to 5 months until the Spring Festival, at the current speed, opening 2,000 stores is absolutely not a problem." Chapter 393. Whoever controls food controls all humanity. The next morning, Song Wei arrived early at the Sihiyuan. "Boss, last night, several places belonging to Fong Lao Si were attacked, followed by a surprise official inspection, leading to many arrests and the stores being sealed. What about you?" Song Wei was suspicious that Su Heng was behind the scenes, but intuitively felt it was impossible. "It wasn't me." Su Heng smiled and shook his head, thinking that this was all the work of his elder sister, or rather the capability of the Song family, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "They really are decisive." In fact, last night when he had dinner with Song Ru, she had taken the initiative to discuss the matter of the fragrant milk tea shop and insisted on stepping in to handle it herself. Su Heng could not refuse and had to pass on the materials collected by Song Wei to Song Ru. But he did not pass on the rumors related to Qin Sheng. "I didn't expect Song Ru's efficiency to be so high. She took down the Fong Laosi gang that very night." Song Wei thought Su Heng was leveraging official power and asked, "What should we do next?" They decided to have the Public Relations Department hold a press conference, allowing those who falsely accused Xiang Piapiao to explain themselves on site, to clear Xiang Piapiao milk tea's name and eliminate negative impacts. All right, the legal department would continue the lawsuit, suing Qin Sheng for colluding with social gangs to tarnish Xiang Piapiao milk tea's reputation, while the Public Relations Department would spread negative news about Xiang Yu milk tea, such as serious safety and hygiene issues. Chapter 394. Vision and insight. Faced with Su Heng's question, the expressions of the bigwigs were no longer relaxed. Not only the senior executives present and agricultural experts, but even ordinary citizens could recognize the critical importance of food security. However, those present lacked sufficient awareness of the American imperialist predatory ambitions regarding food issues. In fact, it wasn't until 2011, 18 years later, that our country formed a market-oriented commercial breeding pattern in the domestic seed industry, more than half a century later than the United States. It wasn't until 2020 that the highest-level economic work conference clearly proposed to solve the seed and arable land issues, suggesting a turnaround in the seed industry and beginning to establish national and provincial seed gene banks. Su Heng understood that regarding the crisis that hadn't yet arrived, even if he spoke about it, it wouldn't significantly impact those present. A very important reason for this was that during this period, the Chinese people had a blind worship and superstition towards foreign systems, especially the United States. The saying that the moon in the United States is rounder than the one at home spread during this time, and many domestic professors and other intellectuals preferred to go to the United States to wash dishes. How crazy was the wave of going abroad in the 1980s and 1990s? Those with conditions went abroad, and those without created conditions to go abroad. Chapter 395. Layout overseas, genuine goods. Mr. Su, I was just about to call you to share some fantastic news. Kim Sheng's enthusiastic voice was filled with excitement. Su Heng smiled and said, "Let me guess. You must have won the bid for the oil and gas pipeline project." "Mr. Su is too smart," Kim Sheng replied excitedly. "I just received the bid notification and was about to share it with you when your call came in. As you say in your country, we have a telepathic connection." "Yes, that's the phrase. I'm very interested in the long history and culture of Huaxia and need to take more time to study it." In Kim Sheng's heart, she had long regarded Su Heng as a confidant and a strong ally in her career, her benefactor. If it weren't for Su Heng's financial support, her career would not have developed so rapidly. If it weren't for Su Heng's strategies, she wouldn't have been able to monopolize the oil and gas trade and sales in Ukraine so quickly, let alone secure the profitable and politically significant oil and gas pipeline project. In my eyes, You are already a very knowledgeable and extraordinary woman, Su Heng sincerely praised. Really? Thank you, Mr. Su, for such high praise. Chapter 396. Opening Pandora's Box, What an Arrogant Country Bumpkin. Wang Yukai was filled with rage. He couldn't bear that he had lowered himself to seek peace, and this country lad showed him no respect, igniting a fire in his heart. Although he usually didn't show it, he felt inherently superior. In his eyes, Su Heng was a genius in the business world with immense capital. But he believed he could crush Su Heng in terms of official background and deep connections. Dad, that kid is really arrogant, without a word. He had the bodyguards control us. Wang Ku, who was standing in the corner of the living room, muttered softly, hoping his father would help him regain his pride. Wang Yukai glared at his son and asked darkly, "How did you end up seeking trouble with him? Did Qin Sheng say something to you?" Wang Ku opened his mouth, but lowered his head, effectively admitting it. "Oomph." Wang Yukai snorted angrily and said sternly, "Qin Sheng is not a good person. You should avoid him in the future. Be careful he doesn't sell you out and then make you count the money for him. I'm not that foolish." Wang Ku was interrupted angrily by Wang Yukai. "Just do as I say." Chapter 397. A Carefree Walk. Old song. You got the wrong person this time. "I don't know how to play chess," Su Hui said bitterly. He only understood the basic chess moves and had no grasp of tactics. Song Chongping smiled and said, "Just play casually. Consider it a way to pass the time with this old man. If you have urgent matters, feel free to go." Su Heng knew that Song Qingping must have something to say to him, so he had to agree. Setting up the chessboard, Su Heng hadn't even gotten into the game when he was checkmated by a combination of Song Qingping's knight and cannon. "Drink some tea." Song Chongping put away the chessboard, his wise gaze landing on Su Heng, looking as if he had something to say but was holding back. "All right, old Song." Su Heng picked up his teacup, pondering what the old man wanted to say. After a moment, Song Qingping suddenly spoke. "That Buddhist internal cultivation method is quite remarkable. After practicing it for over a month, the effects are very noticeable. My long-standing chest tightness has eased a lot. To say the best effect, it's still Xiaowan. She won 5 championships at this sports meeting, all because of this technique. As long as it works, I think Xiaowan's talent is also very high," Su Heng said calmly, actually suspecting that when Xiaowan's remarkable performance at the school sports meeting was related to that Buddhist internal cultivation method. Chapter 398. Traveling thousands of miles to be a disciple in addition to the $10 billion just transferred, the Shenlong Group's account already had tens of billions in funds, sufficient for daily operations and investments. The Liyuan food factory had stabilized its profits and could maintain operations and expand reproduction solely based on its own cash flow. The Shenlong beverage factory, due to the huge initial marketing costs, had seen sales and revenues soar, currently reaching break-even. Shenlong Logistics primarily served the internal needs of the Shenlong Group, mainly coordinating logistics for the food factory, beverage factory, and Shenlong Electronics. Shenlong Real Estate had been in a cash-burning state. The 2 projects in the capital city and Huadu had not yet started selling. Shenlong Electronics had the highest profits. Although the industries Su Heng laid out currently did not yield much profit, the potential value hidden in these major industries was immeasurable. For example, the greatest value of Shenlong Logistics was its extensive network of over 300 locations and professional logistics teams nationwide. Additionally, Shenlong Electronics had over 2,000 fully owned stores, whose value was even harder to estimate. Furthermore, Shenlong Real Estate's land reserves had reached 50 million square meters, based on an average land acquisition price of 1,000 RMB. The land's inherent value alone reached 50 billion renminbi, not counting appreciation. If fully developed, it would at least double. Chapter 399. Problems that money can solve are not problems Westerners look down on Huaxia. To put it bluntly, they inherently believe they are superior, while Huaxia people are seen as inferior. Charlotte's butler looked down on Easterners at her core. In her eyes, Su Heng's so-called teaching of martial arts was nothing but an affront to the incredibly noble little princess. She was convinced that the little princess had been led astray by this Eastern boy through evil means. "Master is so impressive. Can you teach me another move?" Charlotte's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, even changing how she addressed him. This change came quickly. Faced with the little princess's enthusiasm, Su Heng felt helpless and could not refuse. So he taught her another move. Although he had not undergone formal training, he had learned many practical tactics from martial arts master Yu Zhong, had sparred and learned from top security personnel in China like Zhang Lang, and elite soldiers who had been tested on the battlefield like Taijun. With experience from people like Victor and Thomas from the Soviet army, Su Heng had a wealth of knowledge and was more than capable of guiding the little princess. Stop! The butler could no longer endure and sternly interrupted. Su Heng and Charlotte were immersed in the atmosphere of teaching martial arts when the butler's sudden shout broke the spell. Chapter 400. The dream of the catering giant shattered. Equipment introduction without thinking. It had to be that kid's doing. Gao Xiaosong immediately suspected Su Heng. Qin Sheng had also thought of this, his expression growing increasingly sinister as he cursed fiercely. So despicable. He thinks that just because he has some money, he can do whatever he wants? It's ridiculous. I'll make him pay a bloody price. Brother Chung, that kid is shady. He's got money and a bunch of thugs, and the higher-ups pay him a lot of attention. If we want revenge, we need to plan carefully, Gao Xiaosong whispered, strategizing. Qin Sheng snorted coldly. Without Gao Xiaosong's reminder, he was actually considering more thorough and detailed plans. Knowing full well that dealing with Su Heng would not be easy, they had to wait for the right moment or adopt a flanking tactic, targeting those around Su Heng. Last time, he had tried to use Wang Ku to create trouble for Su Heng's girlfriend, but Wang Ku ended up failing miserably. Qin Sheng furrowed his brow, a series of vicious ideas flashing through his mind. However, before he could implement any of them, bad news came in succession regarding quality complaints about the Xiang Yuyu milk tea shop. Just as Su Heng had predicted, Xiang Yuyu's collapse was inevitable. This was due to Xiang Yuyu's management model being very crude and extremely short-sighted, focusing solely on collecting franchise and management fees while lacking necessary constraints on the franchise chain stores and failing to consider win-win and long-term development with franchisees. Chapter 401. Good land left untended is a shame. The next day happened to be Sunday, and Su Heng took Xia Zimo to shop, watch a movie, and taste delicious food. By the time they returned to the Juiage, it was already late at night. Xia Zimo noticed that Su Heng had been very busy these days and asked with concern, "What have you been busy with lately?" "Busy introducing a batch of high-end scientific research equipment," Su Heng replied affectionately. "By the time you graduate, I should be able to retire, and then we will have plenty of time to be together." "Go away, I won't be with you like that." Xia Zimo playfully slapped Su Heng, then sighed and expressed her aspirations. "Most people start working after graduating from college, but you want to retire." "I'm different from others," Su Heng said shamelessly. Xia Zimo's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration as she nodded earnestly. In her heart, Su Heng was capable of anything. "Your main task is still to return to university life. You shouldn't get involved in the milk tea shop business anymore." Su Heng always believed that Xia Zimo was not suited for business, and he had never envisioned her entering the commercial world or taking over part of his assets. He only hoped that his little girlfriend could do what she truly loved. Chapter 402. Meeting two powerful figures. The second thing is to fully invest in large farms using bonds and rubles. Su Heng continued. Invest in large farms? Charlie couldn't help but voice his surprise. In his view, Su Heng should focus on high value-added industrial and mining enterprises. Why buy farms? Was he planning to farm? The investment and returns were completely disproportionate. "Yes, I have my plans." Su Heng did not elaborate further. In fact, Su Heng's decision to acquire farms on a large scale in Russia was not only for planting and promoting soybean cultivation. He was very clear-headed and rational. From the very beginning, he had no intention of snatching a piece of the pie from the mouths of European and American wolves. Moreover, he had already acquired a large number of industrial and mining enterprises. If he continued to press forward, it would inevitably provoke a collective backlash from Europe and America. At that point, he would be in a very passive position, so it was better to shift his focus to the farms that Europe and America looked down upon. That's all for today's meeting. You all have worked hard far away in a foreign land. Su Heng said solemnly at the end, not feeling tired at all. It's actually very fulfilling and rewarding. I never dared to dream that under your leadership, boss, we could achieve such great things in Russia. Chapter 403. Surpassing countless people in the world outside the restaurant. Su Heng helped Zimoshenko into the back seat of the car. As he started the engine, Zimoshenko gazed at the youthful profile of the boy, momentarily entranced. After a moment, she softly said, "Take me to the company." "Okay." Su Heng drove steadily. And after a dozen minutes, they arrived at Zimoshenko's oil company. "Do you want to hear my story?" Zimoshenko's expression grew serious as memories involuntarily flooded back. "Sure." Su Heng nodded. Zimoshenko, immersed in memories, said in a calm tone, I was born into a poor family and received a Soviet-style education. To this day, I still can't speak a word of Ukrainian. As a child, I loved sports and spent my days playing soccer and fighting with boys. After school, I vowed to change and to achieve something, so I studied hard and successfully entered Dnipro National University, where I majored in economics and earned a Ph.D. in economics. This is my personal growth experience. Now, let me talk about my relationship issues. When it came to relationships, Zimoshenko's expression clearly became complex, filled with both the happiness of memories and a sense of loss and helplessness. Chapter 404, Rules, Ambition, Transactions, and Elimination. Su Heng's casual kick completely intimidated everyone. These burly Ukrainian men, who only revered fists and strength, no longer held any contempt. They looked at Su Heng as if he were a god from the East. Su Heng was not showing off his martial prowess for the sake of appearances. He knew that when dealing with these people, words were no match for a display of overwhelming strength. He also considered that some might think that no matter how high one's martial arts, a bullet could take them down. So, he showcased his superb marksmanship at the shooting range. With ultra-long-range sniping, he fired multiple shots quickly with both hands, hitting moving targets without missing. To the astonishment of everyone present, Su Heng also demonstrated shooting with his eyes closed, hitting every shot as well. The shock felt by all present was beyond words. Su Heng's purpose for doing this is very simple: to make these unruly security personnel understand that their backer not only has abundant funds, but also possesses an unimaginably powerful military force. Meanwhile, Zimoshenko, as usual, was dealing with company affairs in her office. "President, Minister Taras is calling and asking if you are available tonight," said the young and capable female assistant. Chapter 405, If someone offends me, I will return it double, heading to New York. "Don't worry, I know what to do," Zimoshenko said calmly, but there was a slight emptiness in her determined eyes. She was very clear that if she wanted to become the queen of oil and gas in Ukraine, she must first pass this hurdle with Taras. And she had no choice but to sacrifice her body. "All right," Andrei sighed in relief and then looked at Zimoshenko with pity, saying, "I'm sorry for putting you in this position, but there's no other choice." Zimoshenko had no expression as she was about to return to her room. Just then, the phone in the living room rang. Andrei answered it, then covered the receiver and gave Zimoshenko a knowing glance. Zimoshenko knew it was Taras calling. She had already made her decision, so she walked over calmly, took the receiver, and said emotionlessly, "Mr. Minister, I'm not feeling well today. Let us do it tomorrow night." "Tomorrow night? Are you serious?" Taras could hardly believe his ears, almost losing his patience. Happiness had come so suddenly that he couldn't trust it first. "Yes. Good. Then it's settled for tomorrow night. See you then." Andrei was overjoyed. Zimoshenko walked out of the living room, reached her room door, suddenly stopped, turned around, and walked back out. Chapter 406, Those Who Gain Resources Gain the World. Venture Capital Conference. Su Heng once again stepped onto Manhattan Square, looking at the ultra-modern buildings, the world's top luxury stores, and the crowds of various skin colors, feeling quite amazed that this city truly deserves to be called the center of the world. Beside Su Heng was a person of ordinary stature, but exceptionally fierce, who was the head of the American team, Carl's. How was Misson doing? One important task that Su Heng had given Carl's was to ensure Njurua's personal safety in the United States. Misson spends most of her time at school, and she has a few admirers, but their behavior has been quite normal, Carl's respectfully replied. "What do you mean by normal?" Su Heng's expression darkened upon hearing that someone was pursuing Njurua, and not just one, which made him feel uncomfortable. There have been no improper actions. One black guy has been pestering Misson, and now he's in the hospital, Carl said, quickly assuring, "Don't worry, boss. I'll find a way to make those guys disappear from around Miss," and Su Heng quickly calmed down. He knew very well that a woman as excellent as Njurua would naturally attract admirers. What he was worried about was if someone were to use despicable and vile means, which would be hard to guard against. Chapter 407, Picking Up a Treasure in Silicon Valley. Venture Capital Conference. Su Heng originally planned to visit Silicon Valley, and, coincidentally, Njurua was there. Yes, this venture capital conference is unprecedented in scale, and it will definitely not lack genius business projects and new technologies. "I guarantee that Mr. Su will not regret this trip," Tai Longpu confidently assured. As the saying goes, no profit, no early rise. He was eager to build a rapport with Su Heng, the big benefactor, laying the foundation for future cooperation. "All right, thank you, Mr. Tai Longpu," Su Heng Te Longpu laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, I'll make arrangements tonight, and we'll fly to Silicon Valley early tomorrow morning. That evening, Te Longpu first took Su Heng to dine at a high-end restaurant, and then to a hotel to watch a fashion show. Watching the models on the runway, Su Heng suddenly thought that Te Longpu's wife was a famous model. Although the models on stage had charming figures and truly varied styles, with people of various skin colors, Su Heng sat in the front row, and from his position, he could see everything. After watching for a while, he found that those black pearls, which he was initially fond of, started to look somewhat pleasing. Chapter 408, Settling with NVIDIA, the third party. Su Heng fully agreed to NVIDIA's venture capital plan, but made one request. Not only did CEO Jensen Huang's two co-founders show excited disbelief, but even the most composed Huang was quite moved. NVIDIA's greatest need was for our D funding. Initially, the $5 million financing limit was just a reference price they had set. In actual negotiations, their psychological bottom line was to secure between $2 million to $3 million. To their surprise, Su Heng did not hesitate at all and directly agreed to invest $5 million. If NVIDIA received this $5 million, it would completely solve their D funding difficulties. As for Su Heng's only condition of retaining 49 of the shares, it did not affect their absolute control over the company. If Mr. Su's $5 million can be credited to our account tomorrow, your condition is completely acceptable, Huang said. Calming down, Su Heng glanced at his watch and smiled lightly. I thought we'd have to wait until tomorrow since it would be after banking hours. But since it's still early, there's no need to wait. Please provide the company account, and I'll have the $5 million transferred right now. Chapter 409, Shocking the Audience. Just as Su Heng expected, Zhang Xiaoyang's passionate speech not only failed to have any effect but instead drew bursts of laughter. Weak Chinese men. Go away. The black man, Martin, suddenly pushed towards Zhang Xiaoyang. Although Zhang Xiaoyang loved sports, his naturally smaller stature could not withstand the forceful push from the powerful black man, and he stumbled back, about to fall to the ground, when a strong hand supported his back. Zhang Xiaoyang turned around to see a young Chinese man and quickly said, Thank you. There's no reasoning with a group full of prejudice against China. Zhang Xiaoyang sighed. The onlookers, seeing the Chinese man in such a predicament, burst into laughter. As Martin became more excited and arrogant amidst the jeering, he even attempted to make a move on Enjua. Su Heng stepped in front of Enjua, his icy gaze directed at Martin, as if he were looking at a corpse. What are you looking at, yellow skin monkey? Do you dare to make a move? Come on. I'll let you use one hand and beat you into submission. Martin was provoked by Su Heng's gaze, raising his fist in threat. Chapter 410. Su Heng makes his move, 1 against 3. However, Stanford University did not calm down after Su Heng's departure. The mysterious and unpredictable skills he displayed quickly spread wildly throughout the entire campus. Some even recorded the scene live and uploaded the footage to the internet. It should be specially noted that the internet was born in 1969, while China has not yet officially connected to the international internet. It will not be until April 1994 that the NCFC, National Computer and Network Facilities of China, project connects to the internet via a 64K international dedicated line provided by the U.S. company Sprint, marking China's full functional connection to the international internet. It is important to understand that to achieve this full functional connection to the international internet, China sent a delegation to engage in lengthy and arduous negotiations with the U.S. side. As Ms. Hu Qiheng, the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and a pioneer of the internet in China, stated, China's internet was not brought out on a sedan chair, but walked out from a winding path. Su Heng remembers clearly that in the year China just connected to the international internet, the first internet cafe appeared in the capital city, with only 5 computers and extremely slow internet speed. The content available online was far from the richness and excitement of later years. But the high internet access fee of 50 yuan per hour did not dampen people's strong curiosity about new things, and long queues formed for internet access. Chapter 411. A gathering of heroes. Su Heng shocks the entire venue. Su Heng offered $50 million US. He was not just being extravagant with money, but was very clear about the negotiation strategy. The Americans had proposed many harsh conditions for China's connection to the international internet, and the $10 million US fee was just one of them. If Su Heng bid $10 million US, it would inevitably lead to a long and drawn-out negotiation. As he believed, the most important thing for Su Heng was time. If money could save time, he wouldn't hesitate to spend 50 million US dollars or even 500 million US dollars. Without blinking, there is nothing to be stingy about. He could easily earn it back from Wall Street or the Chicago futures market anytime. Even if he donated some money to the Americans, it would still be money coming from his own pocket. Is what Master Su said true? After Principal Miller calmed down, although this young man was someone he admired as a martial arts master, 50 million US dollars was not a small sum. Not only were Miller and the American team members shocked by the 50 million US dollars, but Chinese negotiators like Su Heng were also stunned, their hearts racing at the astronomical sum. The 50 million US dollars completely exceeded their imagination. Chapter 412. Raising Our Heads. A meeting is better than an encounter. Su Heng showcased his skills, shocking tens of thousands of teachers and students at Stanford, becoming the brightest superstar. And his presence spread rapidly online like a storm. He just wanted to change some foreigners' impressions of the Chinese people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a high-profile appearance. However, he did not expect to cause such a huge sensation, facing the collective cheers of tens of thousands of the world's smartest people. Even someone as calm as him found it hard to contain his excitement. In fact, the far-reaching impact of this event was beyond Su Heng's expectations. It was previously mentioned that Stanford not only gathered the smartest minds from around the globe, but also many children of the elite class. Today, these people at the top of the pyramid were deeply shocked by a young man from China. In Su Heng's vast global layout, he would inevitably have to deal with these individuals and the forces they represented in the future. Therefore, having laid the foundation today would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. For example, the young British royal princess Charlotte, who was deeply impressed by Su Heng's charisma and mysterious skills. There were many attendees like Charlotte. Su Heng did not think so far ahead. Seeing the unexpected reaction on site, he seized the opportunity to give a brief speech about China's brilliant culture and long history. Chapter 413. Targeting the three major agricultural futures in Chicago. Zhang Chuyang, Li Yanhong, and others were pioneers in China's internet industry. Su Heng noticed that besides Zhang Chuyang, Li Yanhong, and Ma Dongmin, there was a very conspicuous bearded man named Wu Ying, who was currently working at Bell Labs. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he was a very sharp-minded businessman and investor. In 1995, after Wu Ying and his partners resigned from Bell Labs, they founded UT-Starcom. At the beginning, they received a 30 million US dollars investment from Masayoshi Son, the president of SoftBank, which was one of Son's earliest investment projects in China. Thinking back to the years later when Ma Yun faced numerous obstacles to secure investments, even being regarded as a fraud by Lei Jun, and finally managing to raise 5 million US dollars from Goldman Sachs. This comparison highlights how impressive Wu Ying was. After receiving Son's investment, UT-Starcom quickly earned 10 million US dollars by acting as an agent for Motorola and at-T for cordless phones. What propelled UT-Starcom to soar was a gamble by Wu Ying, as he decisively invested tens of millions to acquire PHS, personal handy phone system, technology, collaborating with domestic operators to achieve astonishing profits, despite the general skepticism from international telecommunications giants. Chapter 414. A successful trip to the U.S. Returning to Pengcheng, however, Su Heng considered that the trading scale of the Chicago agricultural futures market was relatively small. And there was another crucial point. The prices of agricultural futures were superficially manipulated by forces primarily composed of U.S. grain, but in reality, it was the U.S. government that had the final say. Su Heng was very self-aware. In the Chicago agricultural futures market, he could not create the same impact as he did in the Hong Kong stock market. Otherwise, he would inevitably face setbacks. Therefore, he approached this targeting action mainly as a test, aiming for a small profit of 3 to 5 billion US dollars. The agricultural futures trading accounts had already been opened, and there was plenty of cash available. On the next trading day, Su Heng called Jiang Siki, instructing her to invest a total of 35 billion US dollars within 3 days, shorting the three major agricultural products: corn, soybeans, and wheat. An investment of several billion USD was just a small matter for Su Heng. He wouldn't even blink at it. Su Heng was quite satisfied with his trip to the U.S. An unexpected delight was that he invested in a promising high-tech company. And he also did not expect to meet pioneers in the internet industry like Zhang Chuyang and Li Yanhong. For him, the most meaningful part was helping the country connect to the international internet ahead of time. Chapter 415. Meeting a godlike big shot after Su Heng finished the executive meeting. He kept Su Yali behind. Su Yali asked, "What is this industrial base intended to do?" "Produce computers." "Computers?" Su Yali was a bit surprised and shaken. Given her understanding of Su Heng, just like entering the automobile industry and quickly establishing the country's top automobile city, entering the computer industry would surely be a significant move. Su Heng nodded. "Yes, just know it for now, and don't spread it for the time being." "Well, I saw in the news that our country has officially connected to the international internet," Su Yali said excitedly. Su Heng smiled, thinking to himself that he had a part in this achievement, but he did not mention it. Instead, he said, "Our country has officially connected to the international internet. Computers must be popularized as soon as possible. Currently, the retail price of computers is too high, and our goal in making computers is to bring the price down." While speaking, he walked over to a computer in the corner of the meeting room. This computer is the Lenovo 11, a new product from Lenovo this year, and it has been very popular. The name 11 signifies the goal of having one computer for every family, which shows Lenovo's ambition is quite significant. Chapter 416. Chicago Futures Market Turmoil. Su Heng had a brief chat with Ren Zhengfei and his daughter in the office, after which Ren Zhengfei warmly invited him to visit Huawei. Coincidentally, he was also interested in seeing early Huawei and taking a field trip to the Longgang Industrial Park. About half an hour later, Su Heng and others arrived at Huawei with Meng Zhengfei. The location is relatively remote and is in the early stages of significant development. Huawei was established in 1987, and after 6 years of development, its annual sales exceeded 100 million yuan, gradually transitioning into a telecommunications technology company. Among private enterprises, Huawei is not small in scale. However, in Su Heng's view, it is still too small and weak, with a simple workshop and only about 200 employees in total, including those on the production line. Nevertheless, Su Heng particularly noticed that the factory area was very orderly, and everyone, from executives to employees, had a very high spirit, like a group of well-trained soldiers. Hearing that Ren was a military background, Su Heng sincerely commented that the company indeed had a military demeanor, which must be capable of winning tough battles. Ren Zhengfei humbly waved his hand and said, "Mr. Su, you flatter me. Compared to Shenlong Group, Huawei is nothing. Last month when I went to the capital on a business trip, I specifically visited Shenlong Automotive City, and to be honest, I was deeply shocked." Chapter 417. Heading to Chicago, waving the scythe at international grain merchants in Su Heng's overall layout, before his soybean industry had taken shape. He did not plan to confront the 4 major grain merchants in the agricultural futures sector. This time, due to a donation of $50 million to Stanford, he was quite unhappy. He initially wanted to make a few $100 million in pocket money, but unexpectedly, the big players in the Chicago agricultural futures market were about to swallow his $5 billion. What lay before Su Heng was either to admit defeat and cut losses or to fight back desperately. Su Heng would not admit defeat and immediately decided to show these big players some color. "Boss, how much capital should we invest to go long?" Zhou Yuliang asked, suppressing his shock. "First, invest $5 billion to help the main force." Su Heng thought for a moment and reported a figure. A $5 billion short position and a $5 billion long position would just form a hedge. This means that in the upcoming market trend, regardless of whether it rises or falls, Su Heng's total asset in the futures account would not change. Of course, this was just the first move in Su Heng's counterattack. "Boss, such a large amount of capital makes me uneasy. You should come in person," Zhou Yuliang said anxiously. "You first send out the $5 billion in 2 trading days," Su Heng replied. Chapter 418. Sudden negative news. Making a small profit of $10 billion. Another very important point is that the prices in the Chicago grain futures market are based on the spot market prices. Currently, the prices in the futures market are far higher than those in the spot market, indicating that the futures market prices must correct. Otherwise, the Chicago futures market will lose its authority and even its pricing power over international grain prices. Su Heng saw this point and decisively invested a huge amount of capital to help ignite the market, causing the prices of the 3 major agricultural futures to peak rapidly. And after reaching the peak, it would be his time to harvest. Su Heng invested a total of about $30 billion to go long in 3 trading days, causing the futures prices of soybeans, corn, and wheat to reach an absurd historical peak. From the market analysis, the number of long positions was 30 higher than that of short positions, indicating an overall bullish sentiment in the market. As the saying goes, extreme conditions lead to reversal. The higher the rise, the more need for correction. The main market participants, in addition to the four major grain merchants, included various funds, including hedge funds, with scales reaching hundreds of billions of dollars, commodity funds, and index funds, among other super main forces. These major players who could call the shots in the market could no longer remain calm, as many trading institutions were closely monitoring the turning point of the market. Chapter 419. At the end of the road, if Qin Sheng had followed Hai Yan's advice to significantly reduce self-operated stores and strictly manage them, Xiang Yu would still have a glimmer of hope. Now, Xiang Yu has completely reached a dead end, facing not only hundreds of thousands of debts, but also the complete tarnishing of the Xiang Yu brand. The only path left for Qin Sheng is bankruptcy. However, Qin Sheng's background and the halo he carries determine that he is a very arrogant person. Especially during the recent popularity of Xiang Yu, his friends and family praised him as a once-in-a-century business genius, and he arrogantly believed he would become a giant in the catering industry. Yet the defeat came too fast, too suddenly, and too tragically, leaving him completely unprepared and unwilling to accept it. Xiang Yu collected over $5 million in franchise fees, plus the $3 million Qin Sheng raised himself, all lost, and now he owes over $6 million outside, with the loss amount continually increasing. To avoid creditors, Qin Sheng is hiding in the Kunlun Grand Hotel, accompanied by Gao Shaosong, Wang Ku, and Hai Yan. Brother Chung, what Hai said makes sense. Xiang Yu can't be saved. The earlier we stop, the smaller the losses will be. Chapter 420. A small business of several million the next morning at breakfast. Zhang Yameng, Gao Hong, Fang Hui, and 7 Russian girls filled a large table, with only Su Heng as the green leaf. After the meal, Su Heng listened to Gao Hong's report on the milk tea shop's operations. Since the establishment of Xiang Piao Milk Tea, Gao Hong has devoted herself to management and has grown rapidly. As Summer Zimo and Zhang Yameng gradually faded from the management of Xiang Piao, Gao Hong has taken charge of all matters big and small. Su Heng was not surprised by Gao Hong's significant changes, as he witnessed Song Jia grow from a timid laid-off worker to a competent senior manager in a very short time. What is the biggest challenge facing Xiang Piao? After listening to the report, Su Heng intentionally tested Gao Hong by throwing out a question. Gao Hong thought seriously for a moment and said, as more and more franchise stores open, the biggest difficulty is supervising and managing them. If a franchisee pursues profit like Xiang Yu and ignores the quality of the milk tea, it will greatly damage our Xiang Piao brand image. That's right. Su Heng nodded and continued to ask, what specific measures do you have to address this issue? Chapter 421. Stars holding the moon. Gao Hong only offered $5 million, with a very firm attitude. Although Qin Sheng was eager to explode on the spot, the $5 million price was far below his psychological expectation, and he would still carry over $1 million in debt. He knew very well that aside from Su Heng, no one else would take over, and with each passing day, the debt would snowball. Ultimately, he had no choice but to agree to Gao Hong's conditions. Gao Shaosong looked pale. He would have to share nearly 100,000 in debt, which was a significant amount for him and his family. 5 million yuan is a price that Su Heng has considered comprehensively. This price is much lower than the actual value and absolutely will not allow Qin Sheng to make a profit. More importantly, among the more than 500 stores, many are located in core commercial areas. After taking over, Su Heng plans to first negotiate property rights transfer with the store owners. If he can acquire 1/3, it will be a huge profit. As for Qin Sheng, he will not stop here because he knows well the principle that failing to eliminate a snake can lead to future troubles. He has assigned the task of negotiating the acquisition to Gao Hong. At this moment, he is at the Baihuayuan project site. If it weren't for Song Lin's repeated invitations, he wouldn't have bothered to come. Chapter 422. Strong Alliance? Su Heng learned most of the information about Zhu Mingyi recently while passing through Pengcheng. Before this, he only knew that Zhu Mingyi was known as one of the 5 tigers in South China's business community and was very low-key. When real estate tycoon Wang faced a debt crisis, Zhu Mingyi quietly invested 20 billion to acquire many of Wang's properties. Recently, he reportedly invested hundreds of billions to acquire properties under the shaky Hengda. There was a saying at that time, wherever Zhu Mingyi develops a property, the center of Huadu shifts there. This is because Zhu Mingyi started in Huadu, with his base there. Shenlong Real Estate's Huadu branch has inevitably interacted with Zhu Mingyi's Zhujiang Hechuang, even clashing in multiple land auctions. After lunch, Song Lin had a private chat with Su Heng in his office, specifically mentioning Zhu Mingyi. Brother Su, what do you think of Zhu Mingyi? I don't know much. Met him for the first time today. My impression is that he is low-key yet shrewd, Su Heng replied briefly. Brother Su, you truly have sharp eyes. Song Lin couldn't help but give Su Heng a thumbs up, then briefly recounted Zhu Mingyi's rise. Indeed, old Zhu seems unremarkable and has only an elementary school education, but he is sharp-minded and decisive. 10 years ago, he was a contractor in the South, gradually transitioning into real estate. In the early 1990s, I helped him obtain permanent residency in Hong Kong through connections and registered a company on Hong Kong Island, then partnered with his mainland enterprises to establish Zhujiang Hechuang, a name I also helped him come up with, meaning a perfect match. Chapter 423, Beneath the Fame. No mediocre men let our country's computer manufacturing sector take a big leap. Upon hearing this, Su Heng couldn't help but smile. As someone who has been through it, he understands Lenovo's development trajectory better than anyone. However, in this era, even 20 years later, the Lenovo brand will still be seen as a high-tech enterprise in the hearts of the Chinese people, a renowned national enterprise, and a source of pride. Lenovo's head, Lu Chuanji, once became a godfather-like figure in China's business community, with his leadership of the Taishan society commanding respect in the domestic business world. Over time, the Chinese gradually realized that this was a company with no core technology at all. Only in recent years have negative news related to Lenovo continuously emerged. Nevertheless, Su Heng still greatly admires Lu Chuanji's cunning. Not to mention, old Lu has retired from Lenovo, yet still receives a hefty retirement payment of 70 to 80 million every year. Speaking of the recent uproar over DiDi's nationwide takedown, it must be mentioned that it involves Lu Qing, Lu Chuanji's son. In 2012, Lu Qing, at a young age, became the managing director of Goldman Sachs Asia. Details about Goldman Sachs will be elaborated later. For now, just a brief mention. Goldman Sachs executives have a very vivid saying in the U.S. that Goldman Sachs officials are everywhere from the U.S. Treasury to the Federal Reserve, from the White House to Congress, and are known as the Goldman Sachs gang. Because Goldman Sachs is well represented in government, it has earned a reputation as a West Point of economic officials in U.S. politics. Some even refer to the U.S. as the Goldman Sachs Empire. Chapter 424. The first snow of 1993 in the late autumn of the capital. The sky darkens early. When Su Heng drives to the Song family at Xiangshan, it is already dark. Brother Heng, just as Su Heng gets out of the car, a petite figure, filled with surprise, runs out gracefully like a fawn. Behind her, Song Ru's voice, tinged with joy and a hint of worry, reminds her daughter to be careful in the dark. When Xiaowan hugs Su Heng's neck, as if she has endless things to say, Song Ru stands at the door, smiling as she watches this warm scene. Sister, have you cooked? Su Heng naturally asks. You're just in time. Come in. Song Ru smiles and lets Su Heng into the small courtyard, then shuts the big door. Soon, 4 dishes and a soup are served on the table. Steamed mandarin fish, braised eggplant, spicy stir-fried meat, a plate of boiled shrimp, plus a bowl of steaming rib soup. It's a very homely meal, which is considered quite sumptuous in this era. Is old Song not home? Su Heng didn't see Song Qingping when he entered and thought the old man was busy in his study. Yet he hasn't come out for dinner either. When Xiaowan chirps in, Grandpa went to the grassland to play with a few other grandpas. He won't be back for several days. Then, with a pout, she shakes Su Heng's arm, her tone full of pleading. Without Grandpa at home, no one will play with me. Brother Heng, will you play with me? Chapter 425. This scene, this person, damn it. I will make that bitch regret it. Qin Chung cursed viciously, staggering in the wind and snow, clearly having drunk too much. He comes from a prominent family and is a handsome man, making him a notable figure among the second generation in the capital. However, recently he feels as if he has been having a nightmare. One is that his negative news is everywhere, and the second is that the milk tea brand's Yangtze, which he had high hopes for, suddenly vanished overnight, and he was forced to transfer it to his enemy. He has turned from a highly admired young master into a drenched chicken. This made him feel as if he had fallen from heaven into hell. He blames his current predicament entirely on Su Heng and Song Ru. In recent days, he seems to have become a different person, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, with thoughts solely focused on revenge. Tomorrow is the day his family is forcing him to go abroad. Under the dual stimulation of alcohol and hatred tonight, he made a crazy decision. Brother Chung, Wang Ku supports Qin Cheng, glancing at the Song residence under the night sky with a hint of fear in his eyes. Although he is a spoiled second-generation rich kid, he is not foolish and knows that the Song family's foundation is absolutely not something his Wang family can provoke. So he worriedly advises, I think you should find a way to get Song Ru out. It's easier to operate outside. Otherwise, it could end badly. Chapter 426. Because of meeting you actually, Su Heng is in a similar situation. In short, both of them are attracted to each other's looks, and then captivated by each other's talents. Standing in the corridor, taking a few deep breaths of the cool air, his mind finally clears a bit, and his heartbeat calms down before he returns to his room. The next morning, before Su Heng has gotten up, Wen Xiaowan bursts in like a little bird, chattering away. After getting up, Su Heng accompanies Wen Xiaowan to exercise in the yard. Song Ru was preparing breakfast in the kitchen and almost cut her fingers several times due to distraction. When they sat down to eat, both of them looked a bit shy. After breakfast, Su Heng drove Song Ru and Wen Xiaowan to school. After dropping Wen Xiaowan off, the atmosphere fell silent again on the way back. Su Heng knew that he had to seize the moment. Otherwise, once Song Ru calmed down completely, their relationship could very likely revert to the previous brother-sister dynamic. When he dropped Song Ru off at home, his feelings were very complicated. Beep, beep, beep. Halfway through driving, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Song Wei's voice. Boss, that guy just boarded a flight to New York. All right, since that guy has run away, let's leave it at that, Su Heng said calmly. It was obvious they were talking about Qin Cheng. Last night, Qin Cheng had disturbed Song Ru at her home, and Su Heng had already contacted Song Wei to keep a close watch on Qin Cheng's movements. The only thing that troubled him was that, no matter how trashy Qin Cheng was, he was still Wen Xiaowan's biological father by blood. However, after hearing the conversation between Qin Cheng and Wang Ku last night, where he learned that Qin Cheng wanted to use despicable means to possess Song Ru, Su Heng was determined to make him pay a price for his growth. After ending the call with Song Wei, Su Heng took out his satellite phone and contacted the leader of the U.S. team, Carl, to give some instructions. Su Heng knew that with Carl's capabilities, there were many ways to make Qin Cheng die in an accident, and it would be the simplest and most effective method, allowing Su Heng to completely clear himself of any involvement. However, because of Wen Xiaowan, he still couldn't bring himself to take drastic action. He only asked Carl to use methods like framing and entrapment to let Qin Cheng experience what prison life in the U.S. was like. After making arrangements, Su Heng no longer dwelled on the matter. Scum like Qin Cheng wasn't worth wasting too much energy on. Su Heng drove away from Xiangshan and first arrived at the Shenlong Electric Capital Branch. After Song Ru left, Zhou Qi took over. Zhou Qi was also one of the veterans, one of the first key members personally recruited by Su Heng. Like Song Ru, he had grown very rapidly, starting as a grassroots salesperson and within just over a year becoming a high-level executive capable of handling responsibilities independently. The boss is here. Zhou Qi was pleasantly surprised by Su Heng's sudden arrival. I just came by to take a look. How's everything? Any difficulties? Su Heng asked. Zhou Qi replied seriously. There are still some difficulties, but we can overcome them. There's no need for the boss to worry. He was well aware that although Shenlong Electric had long become a retail giant in the domestic industry, it was merely one point in Su Heng's many strategies. All right, let's go check out the stores. Su Heng chatted briefly and, accompanied by Zhou Qi, casually visited two chain stores. In his plan, Shenlong Electric aimed for rapid expansion to seize the market, and after quickly capturing the national market, he would focus on addressing various issues that arose during the expansion, leading Shenlong Electric towards regularization as soon as possible. Because Su Heng had established a scientific and modern management system within Shenlong Electric in advance. Coupled with the role of the inspection team, the operational management of Shenlong Electric did not have significant issues. Chapter 427. Inspecting major branches, Shenlong Electric has over 2,000 chain stores, holding an absolute market dominance. Aside from Guamei and Suning, there are very few sizable home appliance chain enterprises in the country, and they're all quite weak. In the capital, there is Dazhong Electric, and in the Jiangjin area, there is Wuxing Electric. The three of these stores combined do not even reach 200. Zhou Qi provided a report on the general situation, filled with pride and admiration for Su Heng. Do not underestimate any competitors, Su Heng said sternly. Don't forget, Shenlong Electric grew from small to large. Moving forward, unless there were major strategic issues, specific management tasks would be handled by you frontline managers personally. in his planning for any industry he intervened in once it reached maturity and scale. He would grant as much authority as possible. Yes, boss, I will definitely not underestimate any opponent. Zhou Qi replied seriously. Also, do not drive competitors to extinction. When we cannot find any worthy opponents, it also means we are heading downhill. Regarding the monopoly issue, this term did not exist in the country at the moment. The anti-monopoly law would not be enacted until many years later, and there was still a lot of time in between. Su Heng had plenty of ways to circumvent this issue. Chapter 428. Route Dispute. Su Heng first went to pick up Wen Xiaowan, then waited for Song Ru to finish her work. He drove to the foot of Xiangshan, where it was the best time of year to view the maple leaves. From afar, under the sunset, the mountains were painted in vibrant reds, creating a breathtaking scene that was refreshing to behold. With such picturesque scenery and a lovely little girl by his side, Su Heng felt particularly warm and content. Mom, Brother Heng, can we go hiking? After getting out of the car, Wen Xiaowan pulled Su Heng with one hand and her mother with the other, pleading. Okay. Su Heng smiled and nodded, then looked at Song Ru. Song Ru initially wanted to say she would go prepare dinner, but seeing her daughter's joyful expression, she swallowed her words. Wen Xiaowan happily ran ahead, while Su Heng and Song Ru walked side by side behind her. Just as the three of them were immersed in the picturesque scenery of Xiangshan, in the conference room of the Lenovo headquarters in the capital, a high-level internal meeting composed of core executives was being held. In addition to the head Lu Chuanji, there was also Lenovo's chief engineer Li Guangnan. Speaking of Li Guangnan, he was one of the earliest computer experts in China, having worked on Chinese chips and operating systems for decades. Although he had not achieved much success, his persistence and contributions were still admirable. Chapter 429. Delivered to the door. Mr. Li's words make sense. Lu Chuanji did not deny Li Guangnan, but then shifted the conversation. However, nothing remains unchanged. The computer industry is especially so, particularly this year, as our Lenovo group faces increasingly complex and severe challenges, both internationally and domestically. We must keep pace with the times and make some necessary adjustments. In fact, as Li Guangnan had mentioned, it was precisely because of his joining as a technical expert that Lenovo gained a technical reputation. Lu Chuanji held him in high regard, even initiating a campaign within Lenovo to establish and strengthen Li Guangnan's authority, to the extent of removing trusted aides who disagreed with him. Now, with the sudden changes in the international and domestic computer market, Lenovo faced serious crises and challenges, prompting Lu Chuanji to believe that a change in business strategy was necessary. Additionally, the rebellious son Hongbin nearly sidelined him, making him deeply aware that there could not be two voices within Lenovo Group, which was also a significant reason for his decision to eliminate Li Guangnan. However, being well-versed in the ways of struggle, he knew it was impossible to remove Li Guangnan in one fell swoop. A gradual process was required. In this meeting, he aims to first inform the management to prepare them mentally, and then gradually pursue the matter. Chapter 430. Win-win. Mr. Su. Lenovo has the backing of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and possesses sufficient talent reserves and policy support. In terms of technology, there is no competitor domestically, especially with our already established R&D Center in Hong Kong and the upcoming R&D Center in Shanghai. If the two of us can join forces, it will surely be a win-win situation, Li Guangnan said passionately. As he spoke, he observed Su Heng's reaction, believing that his thorough analysis and the beautiful prospects of cooperation would surely move Su Heng. However, to his surprise, Su Heng remained calm and unperturbed. What does Mr. Su mean? Li Guangnan had to ask. I completely agree with Mr. Li's viewpoint that without technology, there is no future, Su Heng said solemnly, pouring tea from the teapot into Li Guangnan's cup. And then facing him, he asked, May I ask, Mr. Li, can your company consistently prioritize technology? Li Guangnan was momentarily taken aback. If it were in the past, he could have answered this question with certainty. But after the meeting yesterday, he increasingly realized that Lu Chuanji had changed his business philosophy. He wanted to say that as long as Shenlong Group cooperated with Lenovo, it would definitely solve Lenovo's research funding problem, thus eliminating the question of whether they could consistently prioritize technology. However, since both parties were still in negotiations and nothing had been finalized, he clearly could not say this. Chapter 431. Financial power in the core technology fields like chips and operating systems. Su Heng's layout is very important. Moreover, What Su Heng aims to do is not just the development of chips, but also the entire industry chain of the chip industry, including design, research and development materials, and chip manufacturing, even the most advanced lithography technology. Bringing Li Guangnan and Lenovo's R&D center under his wing is just the beginning. Su Heng is very reassured and optimistic about Li Guangnan. Mr. Su, to be honest, I really didn't expect you to have such a profound understanding of the computer industry, especially your foresight regarding the computer and internet sectors, which has enlightened me. After an in-depth exchange, Li Guangnan was genuinely convinced. Mr. Li, you flatter me. What I said is just empty talk. It really depends on experts like you. Su Heng humbly waved his hand, his tone very sincere. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will give my all to achieve some results. Li Guangnan felt even more confident. With the R&D Center joining Shenlong Group, having sufficient research funding and such an open-minded boss, all his worries were completely dispelled. Chapter 432 Invitation for Lenovo and Lu Chuanji. The overall sale of Li Guangnan and the R&D department means shedding burdens and being able to focus on expanding production and sales with concentrated financial and human resources. Su Heng did not take Lenovo seriously, especially since the current Lenovo is at most a medium-sized manufacturing enterprise without technological content. He entrusted the R&D center to Li Guangnan, while focusing his main energy on Shenlong computers. The production base in Pengcheng basically does not require his attention, as Su Yali has already organized a professional team to operate it. His main follow-up work involves the selection and negotiation of suppliers for computer components. The components of a computer are relatively simple, mainly consisting of the motherboard, CPU, graphics card, memory, hard drive, optical drive, sound card, and cooler. Under Su Heng's instructions, Su Yali formed multiple negotiation teams to go to the United States and Beautiful Island to contact and negotiate with companies like Intel and Asus for purchasing CPUs, motherboards, and other components for Shenlong computers. Since there is no technological accumulation, Su Heng also had no better way and could only rely entirely on procurement initially. For example, Intel is undoubtedly the industry leader, with a global market share exceeding 80, followed by AMD, both of which are authentic American companies. Chapter 433 Joint Venture Factory. Lithium Concentrate. Su Heng was not surprised by Asus's proposal to jointly establish a factory with Shenlong Computers in mainland China. He had anticipated it in advance. May I ask what Mr. Su's specific plan for the joint venture factory is? Su Heng asked calmly. Su Shichong thought for a moment and said, Before coming to see Mr. Su, I and several partners reached a preliminary consensus and determined the basic cooperation framework, which is that our joint venture factory will operate independently from Asus's main factory, with Asus providing technical support. If Mr. Su is interested, we can discuss the details further. Su Heng smiled faintly, thinking that Asus was indeed playing a good game, using Shenlong's funds to strengthen itself while firmly holding the technology in its own hands. Of course, from the other party's standpoint, he could also understand. We do not intend to jointly establish a factory with your factory, but since Mr. Su has brought it up, if we can ensure mutual benefit, we can consider it. Su Heng said, then shifted the topic. Mr. Su must be very clear that Shenlong Group provides the funds while your factory provides the technology, and during the cooperation process, Shenlong Group will not have access to technical issues, which puts Shenlong Group in a very passive position. Chapter 434 Extraordinary Vision Rumbling. Su Heng and Miyamoto Sakura toured the mine and understood the general situation. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly, accompanied by the sound of roaring engines, they saw one motorcycle after another roaring in from the dust raised on a mountain road, with drivers dressed in black vests and jeans. From a distance, the rough shouts of these motorcyclists could be clearly heard. They were clearly local thugs. Su Heng was not surprised. It was quite normal for local forces to come looking for trouble. Miyamoto Sakura also had a calm expression. The newly appointed Yamaki quickly explained, Please rest assured, President. These people are relatively famous motorcycle gangs locally. I will have someone send them away immediately. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a burly Japanese man stepped forward, accompanied by a group of strong men in security uniforms. Su Heng had already noticed that there were Japanese and locals in the mine security team. However, what left him speechless was that after a round of bargaining between the dozen or so security personnel and the motorcycle gang, the leading Japanese security team leader pulled out a stack of cash and handed it to the other party, and the motorcycle gang laughed heartily as they rode away. Chapter 435, New Source Vehicle Project Yes. In response to Nshangi's question, Su Heng nodded firmly, then turned his gaze back to the letter, carefully reading the strong and vigorous characters word by word. Title: August 22nd, 1992, to Vice Premier XXX. The first sentence of this letter, advising the higher-ups, shook Su Heng inexplicably. In this letter, I would like to propose a suggestion. Our country's automobile industry should skip the gasoline and diesel stage and directly enter the new energy stage to reduce environmental pollution. It should be noted that this is only the early 1990s, which is a full 30 years earlier than the country's inclusion of new energy vehicles in its strategic planning. The second sentence of this letter also demonstrates extraordinary foresight. This year, our country's automobile production will reach 650,000 units, and by the 2030s of the next century, it is estimated to reach 10 million units. Protecting the environment will be a very important issue. Finally, Mr. Chen succinctly elaborated on the urgency of developing new energy vehicles and the feasibility of overtaking the internal combustion vehicles of Europe, America, and Japan. Clearly, Mr. Chen's proposal did not receive the attention and implementation it deserved. Otherwise, the automotive industry would not be in its current state. Chapter 436. Rapid progress back at the Juyish. Feng Hui, Gao Hong, and 7 Russian girls were present. Su Heng greeted everyone and then focused on discussing the work at the milk tea shop with Feng Hui and others. The two founders, Xia Zimo and Zhang Yumeng, have gradually faded from the daily management of Xiangpiopio milk tea due to increasingly demanding studies, and mainly because Su Heng and Tea want them to be constantly in the spotlight. Now, Feng Hui, as the general manager, is primarily responsible for the operations. Since defeating Xiang Yu, Xiangpiopio milk tea has been rapidly expanding. Boss, as of now, we have over 10,000 chain stores across the country, Feng Hui said, her excitement evident. Su Heng was quite satisfied with Feng Hui's workability. It's incredible to think that just a few months ago, this young woman was still a spirited security guard, and now she has grown into a capable professional manager. After affirming Feng Hui's work, Su Heng emphasized, rapid development is a good thing, but we must also recognize that this stage is the most susceptible to various crises. Quality management must be prioritized. As long as quality is assured, there will not be fundamental crises. Chapter 437. Dazzling. Opening price. Su Heng was not concerned about the net assets of various industries in the country within 3 to 5 years. It was mainly about spending money and industry layout. He roughly estimated that the domestic assets compared to those scattered around the world were about 2 to 8. He personally felt that this asset allocation ratio was relatively healthy and safe. In the past 6 months, his investments and layouts abroad have become increasingly deep and extensive, mainly in 3 areas. Firstly, in Russia, the profits are immeasurable. When the harvest period ends, total profits will not be less than 150 billion. Secondly, in the United States, focusing on acquiring stocks of major high-tech companies, with over 20 billion in chips collected so far, before the internet bubble of 2000. These stocks will appreciate dozens or even hundreds of times. Thirdly, in Southeast Asia, a group led by Chun Hongmei is actively acquiring financial and high-quality real estate in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, etc. For these countries, Su Heng is mainly preparing for the Asian financial crisis in 3 years, at which point he will harvest a wave from these countries and financial giants in Europe and America. Additionally, Su Heng has also acquired many industries in the core business districts of famous cities in Europe and America. Chapter 438. Lottery. Big Deceiver arrives. Su Heng had no good feelings towards Pan Shirtu and his wife. He just perfunctorily exchanged a few words before heading to the meeting room, where Song Lin, Wu Xiangwei, Huang Guangyu, and Sun Qing were all present, considered his own people. By the way, Su Lao Di, has the opening price been announced? Wu Xiangwei curiously asked first. Not only was the outside world very concerned about the pricing of Shenlong Real Estate's first project, but Song Lin and others were also very curious. The average price is around 4,000, but I haven't inquired about the specifics, Su Heng casually replied. So low. Wu Xiangwei looked surprised, but quickly calmed down. The others had similar expressions, both unexpected and yet somewhat anticipated. The average price of ordinary residential properties in the capital is also around 3,000 to 4,000. For several real estate projects near Shenlong Real Estate, the price is just over 3,000. However, These projects have shared areas and are rough cast houses, so when calculated comprehensively, the price for Shinlong real estate should be set around 4,500 to align with the market. If the price is set at 4,500 based on industry profit margins, it would yield about 25 to 30 profit. If set at 4,000, it would be minimal profit for the capital-intensive real estate industry. Chapter 439. Inspection Team. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Su. I just rushed back from Manzhouli and happened to hear you were here, so I shamelessly came uninvited. Please take a look at this first, Miao Qizhong said as he quickly opened his briefcase and handed a stack of materials to Su Heng. Su Heng did not want to have too much interaction with this person, but considering the other party's age and his status as a benchmark figure among private entrepreneurs, although he has gone off course in the later stages, he hasn't run into too many major problems so far. So he contemplated whether it was necessary to offer some guidance. Su Heng was relatively unfamiliar with his border town of Manzhouli. He quickly skimmed through the materials and learned that Manzhouli is still very primitive, being a small town with a population of less than 1,000 and only 2 3-story buildings. Miao Qizhong recognized the economic strategic importance of the Manzhouli port. He calculated raising huge funds to invest in international road ports, international railway storage yards, airports, and other infrastructure, with a total estimated investment of up to 10 billion yuan, ultimately aiming to build Manzhouli into a northern port island. After reading the materials, Su Heng was somewhat impressed by this old man's ambitious plan, though the fundamental issue is that Miao Qizhong doesn't have much capital on hand. Chapter 440. Auction. Ancient medical books. Su Heng remembered that Sakura Miyamoto's Sakuraji Company has a Chinese medicine company that is among the top in Japan, with an annual sales of up to $1 billion, 80 of which is sold to China and around the world. Regarding the current situation of traditional Chinese medicine and its increasingly bleak prospects, Su Heng felt quite saddened and also deeply aware of his limitations. As there are too many shortcomings in the country, and relying solely on his own strength, he would be overwhelmed. However, the Biopharmaceutical Research Institute he established recently has recruited a large number of talents in traditional Chinese medicine and has set up dedicated departments for Chinese medicine and research. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Su Heng received a call from Sakura Miyamoto. About half an hour later, Su Heng got in touch with her. There's an auction at 3 p.m., she said. Auction? Yes, Sakura Miyamoto sighed lightly and said, well, let me tell you, it doesn't matter to me whether I go or not. Su Heng was somewhat puzzled and asked, what do you mean? Sakura Miyamoto said, I heard that there are 2 prescriptions to be auctioned at this auction, one of which is priceless and has attracted many heavyweight buyers. Oh, you want to bid for it? Chapter 441. Securing Ancient Medical Books. Investing in Sanju, Su Heng recalled how the Sanju Group rose rapidly, but also declined in an instant. A crisis that was otherwise ordinary led to the Sanju Group's collapse due to their inadequate response. Ultimately, this reflects that enterprises or entrepreneurs in this era lack awareness of crisis management and proper responses when facing crises. Number 65 bids 12 million flat. Is there any other bid? The auctioneer was passionately calling out on the auction stage. Su Heng's thoughts quickly returned to the auction site from Sanju. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, a representative from a hospital company in Japan shouted a price, 15 million yuan. After shouting, this person cast a disdainful glance at Wu Bingxin, full of arrogance. Wu Bingxin opened his mouth, but finally did not shout out. This price had far exceeded his psychological expectations. Sitting beside him was his son, Wu Chuyang, who nervously whispered, Dad, we can't shout anymore. We only have 5 million in our account. Wu Bingxin nodded and sighed. What a pity. We are eager, but lack the strength. It seems this priceless medical book will fall into the hands of the wrong country. Chapter 442. Equity Investment. Symposium. Exchanging a prescription for shares. Wu Bingxin suspected he had misheard, as he believed his company was in its startup phase and quite weak. Logically, it shouldn't attract Su Heng's attention. And there was another problem. How much equity would be appropriate in exchange for the ancient prescription purchased at a sky-high price? His son Wu Choyang was equally puzzled. But upon confirming Su Heng was serious, his face was filled with surprise. If Su Heng invested in their company, it meant tremendous benefits. That's right, Su Heng nodded. Wu Bingxin quickly calmed down and asked curiously, may I ask why Mr. Su is interested in Sanju Company? To be honest, Sanju has just been established. And apart from the Sanju oral solution, it has basically no assets. I know, Su Heng said candidly. Actually, I don't know much about your Sanju company. What I want to invest in is not Sanju company itself, but you, Mr. Wu. Me? Wu Bingxin was even more confused. Yes, because I have confidence in you. Mr. Wu, I believe the future of Sanju company will not be bad, Su Heng said. Thank you for your high regard, Mr. Su. But our Sanju company has almost no assets, apart from the Sanju oral solution. Chapter 443, Water and Electricity, 50 billion Boss Su is here. Hello, Boss Su. So he is the famous Su Heng, truly young. As Su Heng entered the venue, some familiar business tycoons actively greeted him, like Mao Zedong. Because Su Heng was too low-key, more people had only heard of his name and were naturally very curious to see the real person today. Su Heng responded politely and calmly, passing through the entire venue with Jiang showing to take a seat in the front row, facing the high-ranking officials on stage, most of whom Su Heng did not know. He politely nodded before taking a seat. Similarly, these high officials were also very interested in this young man who was renowned in the Chinese business world. After observing for a while, many showed expressions of admiration, feeling that this young man's extraordinary temperament and composure far surpassed his peers. Su Heng remained calm. From the various departments involved, such as hydropower, electricity, and energy, he guessed it was mostly related to water and electricity. At exactly 9 o'clock, Wang Zhongru walked quickly into the venue and sat down in the middle position. The meeting officially began. As expected, this symposium was hosted by Wang Zhongru, involving dozens of departments discussing encouraging private capital to participate in hydropower station construction. Chapter 444, Gathering in the Capital. Seeking great undertakings, Su Heng's move of 50 billion completely shocked the audience. The entrepreneurs present were undoubtedly the most powerful in the country. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been invited to participate in the costly hydropower station construction. However, in the face of Su Heng's 50 billion, these entrepreneurs felt extremely small. The ambition they initially prepared to unleash quickly cooled down. The high-ranking leaders participating in the meeting focused all their attention on Su Heng. With Su Heng present, the other entrepreneurs they had high hopes for suddenly became dispensable. During the afternoon symposium, the main leaders did not appear. At this time, in another small meeting room, a group of officials led by Wang Zhongru was having a private meeting with Su Heng. Comrade Su Heng, can you really invest 50 billion in cash? I mean cash. A leader from the electricity department asked incredulously amidst the shock. After all, in this era, 50 billion is an astronomical figure, truly shocking and hard to believe. Rest assured, leaders, we absolutely have no problem on our side, Su Heng said calmly and firmly. Chapter 445, Not seeking the best, but the most expensive boss you decide. Whatever amount you say to invest, we'll invest. After calming down, Zhang Yin did not hesitate at all. If in the past, suddenly having 4 billion in astronomical funds would have greatly impacted her mindset, ever since following Su Heng and witnessing various remarkable experiences, her perspective had changed drastically. You decide how to use your money, Su Heng said quite seriously, then reminded her, before you make a decision, I must remind you that if this money continues to be placed in the fund company, it may continue to appreciate rapidly or depreciate in the future. If you invest in hydropower, the investment cycle is long and the effects are slow to show, but once completed and generating electricity, the profits are substantial and stable. Equivalent to having a golden goose that lays eggs. There's no need to think about it. After hearing Su Heng's words, Zhang Yin became even more determined. I trust your ability and vision, boss. If it continues to be placed in the fund company, it will definitely appreciate rapidly. However, you just said that hydropower is a great thing for the country and the people, not to mention you have decided to invest 50 billion. What is there to hesitate about? I have decided to invest all 4 billion. Chapter 446. If you don't agree, you can't leave. Li Chengru recognized Su Heng and, after a moment of surprise, immediately extended his hand to Su Heng enthusiastically and respectfully, saying, You must be the renowned boss Su Heng. I've long heard of you. Song Lin introduced from the side. Brother Su, this is Li Chengru, the boss of a special commercial market I just mentioned to you. Hello, boss Li. Su Heng responded politely. Li Chengru humbly waved his hand and laughed. In front of boss Su, I'm just a small businessman. It should be noted that as a major player in the 4-9 city, there are indeed not many people who can make him so low-key. The two who were with LV Haiyan also took the initiative to greet Su Heng, their attitude very humble. One of them picked up on Li Chengru's words, saying, In business, none of us can compare to boss Su. That's right. Li Chengru said boldly, It's better to meet unexpectedly than to arrange it. It's rare to see Boss Su. Old LV. Can you help us book a private room so we can chat together? LV Haiyan and the others also showed expressions of anticipation. Su Heng was very busy. He still had to arrange the mobilization of funds and casually check on several overseas businesses, so he had no time for idle chatter, especially since there was nothing substantial to discuss with these people. Chapter 447. A book profiting 10,000 times. I'm sorry, Director Lang. I really can't spare the time. Su Heng rejected firmly, then quickly changed the subject. I can recommend someone to sing this song the same table as you. Lang Kuan saw Su Heng's resolute attitude and knew that saying more would be futile, so he could only express his regret, saying, "What a shame, I think, Mr. Su's personal performance would be absolutely perfect. May I ask which star Mr. Su is recommending? He is a student of ours at Tsinghua, a little famous among campus singers, but he can't really be called a star yet. However, I believe his overall conditions are very suitable. All right, then please ask the student to come over for a tryout as soon as possible. Here's my business card." Lang Kuan did not close the conversation completely, then took out a business card from his bag, along with a few tickets for the event, and handed them to Su Heng. "Thank you, Director Lang. We won't disturb you any longer." Su Heng knew how precious the Spring Festival Gala tickets were. After leaving the TV station, Su Heng drove with Song Ru and Wen Xiaowan to the Xiangshan villa. On the way, Wen Xiaowan pouted and complained that Su Heng wasn't attending the gala. In fact, she knew Su Heng was a busy person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained silent in front of Lang Kuan just now. Chapter 448. Whoever bounces around will be dealt with after finishing his call with Lu Dao. Su Heng called Victor. "Victor, how many security personnel do we have now?" Su Heng asked directly as soon as the call connected. "Close to 2,000, Victor replied, feeling a jolt of surprise. "Boss, is there something to be done?" With Su Heng as the financial backer, Victor had enough strength to recruit security personnel extensively. Most of these personnel were retired elites from Russian special forces, intelligence department elites, and law enforcement systems, along with some outlaws trained in Siberian camps. Yes, you should draw elite personnel and send them in batches to Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, and other countries over the next 3 years, especially to the Thousand Islands country. The goal is to establish a foundation locally and secretly develop influence. Su Heng briefly explained. To make a big play during the Asian financial crisis 3 years later, he had already sent core members Huang Xiaohua and Zhang Kun to these countries to systematically acquire quality assets like financial real estate. Huang Xiaohua and Zhang Kun had already acquired about 20 billion worth of various assets. As the saying goes, a big tree attracts the wind. For safety's sake, there must be a strong enough security force as a backing. Chapter 449. Talents who can stand alone. Brother Hong. Our campus logistics has almost spread to all universities in Jiangdong province. I know it started making profit last month, but it's not because I did particularly well. It's all because we have the big tree of Shenlong logistics backing us that campus logistics has developed so rapidly. Wu Gong spoke enthusiastically. After more than a year of honing, he had transformed from a humble and somewhat self-conscious rural boy into a confident and steady young man. Let us not talk about work. We finally got out. Let us relax a bit in the capital these days. Just as Su Heng was speaking, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He saw a dilapidated van parked by the roadside, with a burly driver with a fierce expression dragging a young woman out of the car, cursing, "Stop wasting time. This is where you need to go. Hurry up and pay and get lost. Don't delay me from doing business." "You're lying. Although I've never been to the capital, I at least know the general location of Zhongwankan. You just said we arrived, right, after getting off the train. Are you trying to fool me? I see you're just a black cab driver." Zhao Qiao argued back, showing no signs of fear. "Hey, you little country bumpkin. You're pretty arrogant. What, do you think you can ride for free?" Chapter 450. Friends come from afar in the minds of Shenlong Group employees. Su Heng was a godlike figure. This was Zhao Qiao's first time seeing the real Su Heng. She felt excited yet a bit nervous. After a conversation, she discovered that this young boss had no airs about him, and she quickly relaxed and opened up. When the conversation turned to Quancheng, Wu Gang also joined in. "I visited the Quancheng Road store for observation. The details were handled very well, and Manager Zhao's management skills are impressive," Wu Gang said seriously. Zhao Qiao felt a bit shy from the compliment. "But I can't compare with Boss Wu. You started your business while still studying, and campus logistics is developing very quickly." "Hey, don't call me boss. It was all Su Heng's idea. I'm just a runner." Wu Gang humbly waved his hand. Su Heng smiled and took over the conversation. I just said not to be humble. Look at you two. One more low-key than the other. Since you're both from Quansheng, you should exchange business insights more often. No problem, Wu Gang said cheerfully. In fact, he had a good impression of Zhao Qiao, who was agile, cheerful, and talkative, even admiring her. However, Zhao Qiao's mind was entirely on Su Heng, of course. This thought wasn't he in that sense, but simply because Su Heng was too mysterious and magical in Shenlong Group, leaving her no mind to pay attention to Wu Gang. Chapter 451. Annual Meeting and Arrangements. Ji Himasheng completely trusted Su Heng to manage the money, not only because of their close relationship, but also because she valued Su Heng's character. Moreover, based on the information she had gathered, Su Heng's career was so grand that he wouldn't care about her small amount of money. After discussing the funds transfer issue, Ji Masheng asked Su Heng to take her out to explore the streets, wanting to experience the legendary, mysterious, ancient civilization. Su Heng first took her to Quanzhou for roasted duck. After tasting the traditional food of the capital, they went shopping. In this era, aside from ancient buildings and scenic spots, there wasn't much to see in the capital. In Ji Masheng's view, Huaxia was still relatively backward, even less developed than Ukraine. Su Heng noticed Ji Masheng's expression, but didn't say much. The fact is that Huaxia's economy was advancing rapidly. In 30 years, it would grow more than 30 times. In contrast, Ukraine would not only stagnate, but also cease to exist as a nation in 30 years. Mr. Su, why don't you suggest that I engage in trade and business with Huaxia? Ji Masheng suddenly asked. Su Heng calmly replied, because I believe that with your keen insight, you will naturally make the right choice without me needing to say much. Chapter 452. Staying true to one's original intention. As soon as Su Heng's voice fell, everyone was stunned, as the information he revealed was too impactful. At this time, there was no concept of professional managers. Therefore, when Su Heng, the big boss, proposed to resign from all positions, the questions and worries that arose were about what would happen to Shenlong Group. Would such a large corporation be left without a leader? Moreover, Su Heng was the idol that all employees admired and trusted, the spiritual leader of Shenlong Group. Boss, are you going to take charge of the entire group? Zhou Qi stood up first to voice his question when he saw that Su Yali and others remained silent. All the group's businesses have already gotten on the right track, and the overall direction is clear. From now on, the rise and fall of Shenlong Group will depend on all of you, Su Heng said calmly and seriously. Then his tone became relaxed. Of course, you should all know that Shenlong Group is never stingy. As long as everyone achieves results, there will definitely be generous rewards. The entire scene fell silent again. In fact, before this, Su Heng had rarely participated in specific management work, especially in the past year, when he had focused most of his energy abroad. However, everyone knew he was behind the scenes and would appear at critical moments. Now, if Su Heng really let go completely, it would make everyone feel a sense of losing support. Chapter 453. Positive complementarity. Supermarket Song Wei and Xiang Chu's positions remain unchanged. They still oversee Shenlong Logistics and Shenlong Airlines. Shenlong Real Estate is about to enter large-scale project development and sales. Dongsheng, you will withdraw from Shenlong Beverage Factory and take on the role of marketing director for Shenlong Real Estate, forming a sales team as needed. Yu Liang will oversee various matters in the Magic City Industrial Park. Zhou Wei will continue to host Shenlong Real Estate's work. Zhang Xianming will continue to serve as the leader of the inspection team, reporting to President Su Yali. Su Guangxing will become the head of Shenlong Group's security department, responsible for the safety and confidentiality of the various divisions under the group. Su Yali will serve as the president of Shenlong Group. In addition to those present, there are also more personnel changes for those not on site, which will be formally announced in writing, and I will not read them out here. Besides, there are also brothers and sisters working abroad, such as Lu Dao and Lu Qi in Moscow, Huang Xiaohua, Zhang Kun, and Chun Hongmei in Southeast Asia, Lina and Shi Hao in Hong Kong, and finally, foreign friends represented by Charlie and Close. Su Heng announced the personnel matters simply yet solemnly. Chapter 454. Things within reach. After arranging the supermarket work, Zhou Dongsheng and Zhao Qiao exited the conference room with great enthusiasm. Jiang Qing cleverly found an excuse to leave. In the blink of an eye, only Su Heng and Su Yali remained in the conference room. He had personally witnessed Su Yali evolve from a management novice into an excellent corporate manager in less than 2 years. Su Heng was very clear that Shenlong Group's business in the mainland was almost entirely managed by Su Yali. For Su Yali, Su Heng entrusting such a large group company to her, including personnel appointments and dismissals, with financial mobilizations often reaching hundreds of millions or even billions without any barriers, spoke volumes about the trust he placed in her. More importantly, since knowing Su Heng, her life had undergone tremendous changes. She had not only grown from a small bank employee to a versatile senior manager, but her broadened horizons allowed her to stand taller, see a wider world, and gain a clearer understanding of it. Especially when Su Yali thought about this guy, who was a few years younger than her and just an adult university student, creating a vast enterprise. Although he seemed not to have participated much in the management of Shenlong Group, she could imagine the risks involved in his behind-the-scenes strategizing and the enormous pressure he must have endured during several significant operations in the overseas financial market, particularly in Russia. Chapter 455. The earth still turns without anyone. When Su Heng and Xia Zimo returned to the banquet hall, it was nearing the end. At this time, the Kunlun Hotel's hall was filled with hundreds of media reporters. Shenlong Group's annual meeting was very low-key, without special promotion, yet many media still came upon hearing the news. At the entrance, a few people led by Li Chengru were discussing something while pointing at the prominent slogans on both sides of the door. Shenlong Group Annual Meeting. Shenlong Group is making a grand display, having booked the entire Kunlun Hotel. Li Chengru sighed. He had observed the powerful strength of Shenlong Group up close. This made him think of Su Heng, whom he had met once, especially Su Heng's judgment on the yen. He heard that Shenlong Group was going to invest hundreds of billions to build a hydropower station, which was indeed extravagant. Brother Li, didn't you talk face-to-face with the behind-the-scenes boss of Shenlong Group? How is that person? Is he really a university student? Someone curiously asked. Well, a very calm and composed young man. Since they have booked the venue, let's change places. Li Chengru nodded, absent-mindedly replying while walking towards his Ferrari. However, when he spotted a row of luxury cars in the parking lot that was even more eye-catching than the exhibition, particularly two imposing military vehicles among them, he instantly felt that his own car was no longer appealing. Chapter 456. Bringing a few more to support after Su Heng publicly announced his retirement. He finally managed to escape the reporter's encirclement. On the way back to Juya Pavilion, he suddenly received a call from Gongbin Ingzi. Do you remember your views on the Japanese economy at Pushkin Cafe? Of course I remember. What's the matter? Su Heng recalled clearly that during the auction for Victory Foundry, he had used some tricks to make Sakuraji Company withdraw from the competition, and then explained to Gongbin Ingzi in the cafe why she should give up on Victory Foundry, stating that the Japanese economy would continue to worsen. The exchange rate of the yen against the dollar has already broken 97. Will it continue to rise? Facing the Japanese economy's continuous slide into a deep abyss, Gongbin Ingzi's feelings were very complex. Because she believed in Su Heng's judgment, she had decisively liquidated real estate and stocks over a year ago and went long on the yen in the foreign exchange market, avoiding massive asset depreciation and making a significant profit in the forex market. Moreover, her insistence on the collaboration between Sakuraji Company and Maya United Bank in Russia had also yielded substantial profits. This solidified her position within Sakuraji Company. However, today, watching the rising trend of the yen, she felt a bit scared, fearing that the Japanese economy might fall into an irretrievable state. Chapter 457. Decisive and resolute. When Su Heng returned to Juya Pavilion, he received a reply from Ivanov just in time. The other party decided to cooperate so quickly, which was within Su Heng's expectations. He was funding it with a guaranteed minimum of $10 billion, and what Park Jing and Ivanov lacked the least was manpower. As for the general framework and content of the cooperation, Su Heng had long prepared it and, after slight modifications, faxed it to Ivanov. Ivanov, unable to read it in detail, immediately forwarded it to Park Jing. After receiving it, Park Jing secretly sighed that Su Heng was indeed well prepared. Especially after reading it several times, he found the cooperation terms very fair and the prospects very enticing, which solidified his decision. Within minutes, he summoned his confidant, Afrola, to the office. It was already 10 p.m. Moscow time. Being suddenly called in at this hour, Afrola instinctively felt that something significant was happening. Take a look at this first. Without saying much, Park Jing handed over the information he had just received. Afrola quickly read through it. Unable to hide the shock on her face, a $10 billion major cooperation had stunned her. Boss, what do you mean? Afrola asked uncertainly as she put down the materials. Jing nodded and said, "You have dealt with Mr. Su the longest and should know him well. I want you to execute this cooperation. What do you think?" Chapter 458. Times create heroes on the day after tomorrow. Su Heng got up early. You can't avoid getting up early. This kid Wu Gang rushed over from the hotel before dawn, urging him to hurry up and pack to return to Jiangzhou. The Juiage was a bit deserted, with only Chu Ming as the security guard. During this pre-holiday period, the milk tea shop was extremely busy, with general manager Gao Hong, Fang Hui, and 7 Russian beauties all occupied. Su Heng specifically instructed them to focus on their own tasks. "Boss, it's over 1,000 miles to Jiangzhou. Let me drive you," Chu Ming offered while helping to load the luggage into the car, then looked at him eagerly. "No need, your home is in the north. It would be too troublesome to go south and north. You should head home early for the new year. You've worked hard this year," Su Heng said, patting Chu Ming's shoulder and handing him a red envelope. "Thank you, boss." Chu Ming accepted it generously. Just as Su Heng was about to start the vehicle, he heard the sound of brakes outside the door. After a while, accompanied by a knock, a man's voice came. "Is this Mr. Su's home?" It was a completely unfamiliar voice. Su Heng looked at Chu Ming, who shook his head to indicate he didn't know. Su Heng told him to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man standing there. The man was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed, his shoes shiny, and he appeared energetic and sharp. Chapter 459. Dragon Slaying Plan. Moving its cheese, Su Heng chatted with Xia Zongchao for over an hour, until Xia Zimo reminded him several times that it was getting dark, and only then did Xia Zongchao let him and Wu Gang leave. "Grandpa." As soon as Su Heng left, Xia Zimo began to complain to her grandfather. "I haven't done anything with him yet. How can you talk like that?" Xia Zongchao affectionately glared at his precious granddaughter. "Silly girl. You've already brought him home. Can't I say anything?" "But you can't just say anything." All right. Grandpa won't speak out of turn. But to be fair, that kid has achieved so much in business for a reason. From our conversation just now, he really is a talent. I think he is quite ordinary." Xia Zimo pouted, pretending to be dismissive, but she was actually very proud inside. Xia Zongchao suddenly reminded his granddaughter seriously. "That kid became famous at a young age and looks so good. He must be someone who attracts attention." "Zimo, you are so innocent. I'm worried you won't be able to handle it." Xia Zimo's face turned red, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't need to handle him. Love should give each other freedom and space." "Sigh." Xia Zongchao sighed helplessly, knowing that anything he said would be redundant. Just looking at his precious granddaughter-esque silly appearance, he could only hope that sometimes fools have good fortune. Chapter 460. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The more afraid of the dark road, the more likely to encounter ghosts. Su Heng quickly calmed down and asked Team Leader Zhang, "How did you learn about the dragon-slaying plan of the Taiku Group?" Zhang Xiaming replied, "A classmate of mine is in the marketing department of Coca-Cola. Even a mid-level manager knows about this plan, although he doesn't know the specifics yet. This indicates that the plan has already been put on the agenda, and we need to prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Okay, call Zhou Qi and tell him the general situation." Su Heng decided to take the opportunity to test Zhou Qi. Zhang Xiaming dialed Zhou Qi's number and briefly explained the Coca-Cola dragon-slaying plan over the phone. Su Heng then asked Zhou Qi how to respond. "Boss, please wait a moment. Let me think," Zhou Qi said on the other end, fully aware of the importance of the matter and racking his brain. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Qi's voice came through again. "Boss, I thought carefully." Listening to Team Leader Zhang, the other side's approach this time is quite aggressive. It shouldn't just be a simple price war and marketing war. Since we don't know what cards they will play, my suggestion is that we should take the initiative to attack, disrupt their deployment, and turn passive into active. Chapter 461. Killing Enemies Without Knife. Self-praised Su Heng was determined to use all means and resources because of his intuition that the Taiku Group was not coming with good intentions. In fact, this was true. The Shi Huaya family of the Taiku Group had thrived for 6 generations and was thriving precisely because of their terrifyingly low-key and cautious nature. They never easily ventured into a new industry. For example, their real estate business only has 4 projects in Hong Kong Island, all located in the most central areas, and all are top-notch properties, which are only rented out and not sold. This not only generates substantial rental income every year, but also allows them to enjoy the wealth appreciation brought by real estate. Due to their caution, the Taiku Group also entered the mainland real estate market relatively late, with few but high-quality projects. However, as early as the 1980s, Coca-Cola donated a production line to open the market in Huagua, which was orchestrated behind the scenes by the Shi Huaya family. The Shi Huaya family invested huge capital and time costs to cultivate the cola market in Huagua. The cola market in Huagua is also the top priority in all the Shi Huaya family's layouts. After more than a decade of cultivation, it was about to enter a period of dividends, but suddenly a new local enterprise emerged, and Coca-Cola was surprisingly beaten back step by step. Chapter 462. The power of media. The atmosphere of the new year in this era is very strong. People place great importance on celebrating the new year. Entering December, every household starts to prepare for the new year. Children look forward to the new year the most. In this relatively material-scarce era, celebrating the new year means wearing new clothes, eating good food, and girls get flowers while boys get firecrackers. On the 23rd, we make sugar melons. On the 24th, we clean the house. On the 25th, we grind tofu. On the 26th, we stew meat. On the 27th, we slaughter the rooster. On the 28th, we let the dough rise. On the 29th, we steam buns. On the 30th, we stay up all night. On the first and second days of the new year, we roam the streets. In the streets and alleys, children run around, and the sound of firecrackers echoes. At the market, the crowds surge, with vendors shouting and bargaining. Of course, there are also many thieves mingling among the crowd, waiting for a chance to strike. Moreover, there are street ruffians taking advantage of the chaos to harass young women. Su Heng was surrounded by two fashionable and beautiful girls, who were more beautiful than New Year paintings. As the three appeared, they attracted many gazes. There are too many people. Let us go shopping at the mall. Su Heng gave up on the idea of shopping. In fact, he was just taking the three out to relax. Besides, there wasn't too much to buy. He had brought back a car full of high-end cigarettes and alcohol as gifts from the capital, and Lena had sent over several boxes of clothes, electronic products, cosmetics, and famous snacks from Hong Kong Island, which was enough for everyone to share. Chapter 463. Using their own methods against him. Okay, boss. The two beverage giants will definitely hold a high-profile press conference, just as you predicted, to clarify this matter. Zhang Xiaming flattered. Good. You immediately contact Tianfu Cola and Laozhan Cola. Persuade them to hold a press conference before the two cola giants, emphasizing to consumers nationwide that the products of the two national cola companies not only do not contain any carcinogenic substances, but also contain ingredients beneficial to human health. In fact, this was also true. Tianfu Cola doesn't need much introduction. Its formula was developed by a traditional Chinese medicine research institute and contains various precious herbal ingredients that are truly beneficial to the human body. Laozhan Cola, on the other hand, uses natural spring water rich in trace elements that are beneficial to health. Su Heng's decision to hold early launch events for Tianfu Cola and Laozhan Cola serves two purposes. It will inevitably weaken the influence and effectiveness of the major international beverage giants' launch events. Additionally, it can create a subconscious perception among consumers that domestic colas are healthy and patriotic, while international beverage giants only care about profit and ignore consumer health. Yes, boss. I have mentioned this to both companies, and they are very interested. Chapter 464. Tear off the disguise, however. What frustrated Xiao Huaya again was that just one day later, White had managed to contact a state-owned media and relevant authoritative departments to prepare for a launch event the day after tomorrow. Yet at noon today, news came from the capital that Laozhan Cola and Tianfu Cola had held a launch event. This event merely emphasized that the products of both companies do not contain any carcinogens and that moderate consumption is beneficial to health. The entire launch event did not mention the two foreign colas at all. However, anyone with clear eyes could see that it was targeted at the two major international beverage giants. Under Zhang Xian's covert operations, the event was quickly spread through various media, once again igniting a wave of public opinion. First, the two foreign colas were exposed for containing carcinogens. Then, domestic cola manufacturers reasonably announced that their products were safe and healthy. The combination of these two messages ignited national sentiment. Foreign colas are so shameless. They make money off us while trying to ruin our health. It's outrageous. I will never drink foreign cola again. Yes, I want to support domestic brands. The image of the two foreign colas in consumers' minds plummeted. Chapter 465. Dark History after sending off Chui Cheng. Su Heng found Xia Zimo and Zhou Yutong enthusiastically helping Dong Tiantian tidy up the room. The two oversized suitcases brought by Dong Tian contained not only her clothes and personal items, but also gifts. This is a gift from my dad that I was asked to give you in person. Finally, Dong Tian took out a document bag from the bottom of the suitcase and handed it to Su Heng. What is this? Su Heng opened it to find it contained black materials about the Swire Group, specifically some data and evidence of the bloody accumulation by the Swire Group in the early days in China. A couple of days ago, Dong Xinyu had already faxed detailed information about the Swire Group. These materials were not convenient to fax, so he asked Dong Tian to bring them personally. Looking at these shocking black materials, Su Heng felt a cold, murderous intent rising in his heart, while also understanding Dong Xinyu's intentions. The Swire Group is currently stable in operations, secure in profits, and has an unfathomable reserve of funds, never easily venturing into new industries. This means that the Swire Group has almost no vulnerabilities. Dong Xinyu clearly knew this, and the dark history of the Swire Group is the Achilles heel that Su Heng can exploit for an attack. What is it? My dad thinks it's quite important. Chapter 466. A corner dog will jump over the wall after calming down. Su Heng felt quite speechless and let out a long sigh. As the saying goes, the falling flowers have intentions, while the flowing water is heartless. Hopefully, this girl won't blame her brother for being ruthless. After all, our Su Heng is a responsible man. He has already made a decision in his heart regarding this matter. The next morning, the two met in the corridor. Dong Tian tried hard to act as if nothing had happened. After breakfast, Su Heng took the initiative to suggest taking Dong Tian out for a stroll. After all, as guests, they shouldn't be cooped up at home all day. Dong Tian was in agreement and happily went to change clothes. Su Heng also called Xia Zimo. About half an hour later, Su Heng drove the three of them out, first taking a stroll around the streets before heading to Erlong Mountain. The winter scenery of Erlong Mountain exuded a desolate, barren beauty, a sight unseen in the spring-like Hong Kong island. In Dong Tian's eyes, everything she encountered was fresh and novel, and with the explanations from Su Heng and Xia Zimo, she gained a deeper understanding of this ancient yet vibrant country. Su Heng spent half a day having fun with the three girls on the mountain. At noon, he called home to say he wouldn't be back for lunch. Chapter 467. The early bird catches the worm after finishing the call with Deng Changsheng. Su Heng called Shadow, who was in the Magic City. Shadow was skilled in intelligence, gathering, and reconnaissance. He was the one who had two pieces positioned in the dark. Since the Swire Group had resorted to despicable tricks that could lead to deaths, Su Heng had no reason to hold back, nor had he ever considered it. When Su Heng made the call, he did not hide it from Gong Baningzi. They then chatted privately for a while. Gong Baningzi had a good understanding of the Swire Group and knew it was a well-established noble with profound roots, possessing top-tier capital and connections. From what I understand, since the Swire Group has publicly initiated an attack, they must have confidence. At least they believe there is a considerable chance of success. Gong Baningzi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She was a bit worried about Su Heng. Both the Swire Group and Coca-Cola had weathered over a century of storms, experiencing countless life and death crises. Their ability to continuously grow to this day undoubtedly stemmed from their exceptional qualities. Her meaning was clear. Even if Su Heng temporarily held the upper hand, it would be nearly impossible to completely defeat the opponent. Thank you for the reminder. I won't lose my reason. Chapter 468. Buying off. Shadow's efficiency underestimating people. Go away. Dong Tian insisted on sweeping herself, and just as Su Heng reached out to take her broom, she suddenly decided to play and threw some snow at him. That's weak. Dong Tian didn't get a response, pouting and giving Su Heng a glare, then swept the ground even harder to vent her little emotions. Su Heng knew very well that during this sensitive period, he absolutely could not respond excessively to Dong Tian's actions. Otherwise, it would lead to misunderstandings. In fact, although Dong Tian said she would give Su Heng time to consider, she was internally anxious and restless. Trying out some little tricks to test him was completely normal. Yutong, where are our parents? Su Heng asked Zhou Yutong. Today, the food factory is on holiday. Our parents went early to the factory to distribute benefits to the employees. Oh, then let's go make breakfast. I can cook too. Dong Tian quickly raised her hand to express her willingness. The three of them finished sweeping the snow in the yard, built a big snowman, and then went to the kitchen to divide up the work and prepare a rich and delicious breakfast. In fact, there wasn't much to do. Most of it was semi-finished products, and breakfast in the north is relatively simple. The three enjoyed their meal happily. Dong Tian took out her camera from her bag and pleaded with Su Heng to take her and Zhou Yutong to photograph the snowy scenery. Chapter 469, A Stark Contrast. You at the same table. On February 10th, 1994, the year of the dog, the Spring Festival arrived as scheduled. The festive atmosphere peaked on this day. The sounds of firecrackers and fireworks echoed through the streets and alleys. Su Heng took Dong Tian and Zhou Yutong to paste couplets, while his mom prepared delicious food in the kitchen, and his dad checked the gift list in the storeroom to avoid any mistakes. Xia Zimo returned home, as her parents finally rushed back from the Magic City. Feeling the festive joy and excitement, Su Heng also reflected on his achievements over the past 2 years of rebirth. Thinking he hadn't embarrassed the reborn. Sister Tian, how is the new year in Hong Kong different from ours? Zhou Yutong asked while brushing glue on the doorframe. Dong Tian replied without hesitation. The biggest difference is that Hong Kong is more prosperous and international, while here is more humane and relaxing. In just a few days of integrating into this small city, she deeply felt that although the economy here is very backward and people's lives are relatively poor, the simple smiles and warm hearts of everyone deeply moved her. Additionally, the slow-paced life here allows people to relax physically and mentally, giving them time to appreciate different sceneries and the myriad of life. Unlike in Hong Kong, everything is fast-paced and everything feels like a fleeting glance, seemingly vibrant but rarely truly moving or passionate. Chapter 470, A New Year, A New Atmosphere. You 3 girls can't neglect self-care just because you're young. Especially staying up late is the most harmful, and the most obvious effect is that it makes your skin dull and lackluster. If you pull an all-nighter, it will take 30 days to recover, Su Heng said seriously. Is it that serious? Hearing Su Heng's frightening words, the 3 girls were scared. Girls love beauty the most and fear becoming ugly. This is scientifically backed. Su Heng continued earnestly. All right, listen up, go to sleep quickly, and we'll have fun again tomorrow. Okay. The 3 finally obediently returned to their respective rooms to rest. Su Heng then went to meet Gong Beningzi. I'm going back to Japan tomorrow. Do you have anything to instruct me? Gong Beningzi asked. I've told you almost everything that needs to be said. Generally speaking, it's 2 contractions and 2 expansions. Contracting fixed assets in your country and investments in Latin America. The 2 expansions are increasing acquisitions of the companies I've listed and increasing investment in quality financial and real estate assets in countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and India. Contracting investments in Latin America? Gong Beningzi asked in confusion, as Su Heng had mentioned the other 3 points before, but this was the first time he brought this up. Chapter 471, The Last Wish. Su Heng had a fulfilling and happy spring festival. On the 2nd day of a new year, Gong Beningzi detoured to the capital before returning to Japan. On the 6th day of a new year, Dong Tian returned to Hong Kong. After breakfast, Su Heng personally drove Dong Tian. Zhou Yutong did not follow along, as she already knew something. The car slowly drove through the small city, still immersed in the New Year atmosphere. After leaving the city and driving into a forest, Dong Tian, who had been silent, suddenly asked to stop. Su Heng parked the car by the side of the road. Dong Tian pushed open the car door and got out, walking around to the driver's side and silently looking at Su Heng. What is this girl up to again? Su Heng had to get out of the car. Why does it feel like a farewell? We will see each other again. Su Heng pretended to be calm and said. Dong Tian could no longer control her tears, choking back her words. Last night I swore I would never see you again, so I could completely forget you, but I couldn't sleep all night because my heart hurt. Why is this happening? I'm sorry. Su Heng could only say sorry. What else could he say? I don't want to hear I'm sorry. I don't want to. Dong Tian shook her head, crying even more heartbreakingly. Su Heng thought to himself, I know what you want, but I can't give it to you. Chapter 472, A Trillion Market Race, Timing Issues. What are your plans after returning to Hong Kong? Su Heng quickly changed the subject. I want to start a studio for fashion design first, and if there's no progress, then I can only go to my family's shipping company to do menial work. Although Dong Tian had no interest in management, she knew very well that she was the only heir in her family, and some things couldn't be avoided. Fashion is an industry that never goes out of style and has great development prospects. I have high hopes for you. Su Heng nodded. Thank you. Dong Tian asked playfully, You business genius, won't you give me some advice? I don't understand fashion design. If you just want to do design, I really can't give you much advice, Su Heng admitted frankly. Dong Tian sensed the meaning in Su Heng's words and quickly asked, "What if I get into clothing manufacturing?" Su Heng was speechless. "Aren't you not interested in management at all? Getting into clothing manufacturing is quite troublesome." Dong Tian giggled. "That was before. Now I have you as my strategist. I want to give it a try." Looking globally, the mainland is undoubtedly the most promising market for clothing production and sales. According to last year's statistics, the mainland will become the world's largest clothing exporter this year. However, one thing is that our clothing industry is large, but not strong, lacking real leading enterprises and brand development. Chapter 473, Openly Repairing the Causeway, Secretly Crossing the Slope. The day after Su Heng returned to Jiangzhou, for lawsuits emerged against Shenlong Beverage for causing deaths. In fact, there were rumors before the Spring Festival, but without authoritative media coverage, the impact was very limited. Once consumers actually filed lawsuits, some heavyweight media naturally wouldn't sit idly by. For example, Finance Daily and Food and Beverage Report objectively reported on these lawsuits. After the media coverage, it caused quite a stir. Shenlong Beverage caused deaths? No way. It's hard to say. If only one person died, it would definitely be an accident. But now that 4 have come up, it indicates that Shenlong Beverage might really have a problem. It's precisely because 4 cases emerged at once that I feel something is fishy. It should be a conspiracy targeting Shenlong Beverage. Who would dare to attack Shenlong Beverage? The public had various discussions about this matter. Overall, most consumers sided with Shenlong Beverage. Of course, there were also quite a few people who were eager to see the excitement, hoping something would go wrong with Shenlong Beverage. Xiao Hong. The newspaper says Shenlong Beverage caused deaths. What's going on? Zhang Ping hurried back home after hearing the news while out buying groceries. Chapter 474, Deceiving the Ears. A Smooth Reversal. Su Heng had secretly acquired shares of Huaxia Star a year ago, through direct acquisitions from the secondary market and off-market bulk transactions. He held a total of 47 of Huaxia Star shares, while the Xiang family held a total of 45. In other words, Su Heng is now the largest shareholder of Huaxia Star. How could Xiang Huaxing and Chenglu not be shocked? Huaxia Star is the foundation of their Xiang family. And now, suddenly, a major shareholder with a larger stake than theirs has emerged, and he's a young man from the mainland whom they find deeply intimidating. While they're extremely startled, they instinctively cannot accept it. Lena, on the other hand, calmly watches the couple. Finally, Xiang Huaxing swallows hard and tentatively asks, "Miss Lena, what does Mr. Su mean?" Lena replies indifferently, "You two need not be nervous. If our boss truly had any intentions, he wouldn't be discussing this with you in such a setting." Chenglan quickly takes over the conversation and politely asks, "May we speak with Mr. Su?" "Miss Lena?" Lena raises her eyebrows slightly, thinking that they must feel their standing is low. "If our boss thinks it's necessary, he will talk to you."